Synopsis: a lazy young man finds himself reborn in the world of Demon Slayer, but his promised system is anything but offensive. Forced to master the path of absolute defense, he must become an immovable shield in a world of deadly blades. Teaming up with a powerful girl with a heart of gold, he embarks on a journey to change fate, turning his inability to attack into the greatest strength against the demons of the night. Chapter 1: A New Dawn in a Strange World. The autumn wind whispered through the nearly deserted streets of the small town. A languid young man strolled along the road. His name was Johann. His appearance was starkly different from the townsfolk: jet-black hair hanging straight down, sharp and well-defined features, and a tall, lean frame. Yet, the most striking thing about him was his eyes, which carried an unmistakable air of laziness. As a classic transmigrator, Johann's backstory was as predictable as any web novel protagonist's. He had stayed up all night binge-watching shows until he literally worked himself to death. Before crossing over, he had already achieved financial freedom as a modern-day youth and was prepared to live the ultimate laid-back life. Little did he expect that fate had other plans, burdening him with the destiny of a transmigrator. At first, when he arrived in this town and learned about his system, he was fully prepared to take on the grand mission of saving the world. However, upon discovering what kind of system he had received, he immediately gave up on that idea. Yes, his so-called system was officially named the Ultimate Defense System. As a defense-specialized system, its philosophy was simple: focus solely on defense for 10,000 years, an ironclad system with fleeting hosts. It absolutely refused to provide any offensive abilities whatsoever. When Johann first heard this, he had been completely dumbfounded. In the end, he had no choice but to accept his fate. His new life goal was now to be a human shield. Still, despite his misgivings, at least this meant he could survive in this world. System, when can I finish this first stage of training? Johann grumbled as he walked. He had already been training for a full month. In a way, he considered himself lucky. Ever since arriving here, he had heard numerous warnings. You must return home before sundown. At night, man-eating demons roam the streets. The first time he heard this, Johann was almost certain. He had landed in the world of Demon Slayer. The unmistakable Japanese setting, the folklore about demons lurking at night, he just needed to see an actual demon to confirm it. The host will be able to claim the first stage reward at sunset today. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Finally, his reward was here at last. Johann immediately turned on his heels and rushed back home. Now, all he had to do was wait for the sun to set. His home was nothing more than a rundown shack, and unsurprisingly, he lived alone. Since he had crossed over body and soul, he had no parents in this world. The moment the sun dipped below the horizon, a familiar sound rang in his ears. Ding dong, congratulations, host, for completing the first stage of training. Rewards are as follows. Perfect Hashirama Cell Injection. Rokushiki Tekai Training Manual. Skill Book Counter Spiral. Please claim your rewards. Staring at the syringe filled with glowing green liquid, Johann felt a surge of excitement. System, should I just inject this directly? What about the skill book and the Tekai training manual? Why isn't Tekai a skill book too? The host may inject the serum without any worry. It is completely safe. As for Tekai, the host will gain direct comprehension of its training methods. However, because you now possess the knowledge of it, you will also be able to teach it to others. In contrast, the skill book grants an ability that is exclusive to the host and cannot be passed on. Johann nodded. Whatever, he'd think about that later. Right now, he was itching to try the injection. Without hesitation, he plunged the needle into his arm. A wave of drowsiness crashed over him almost instantly, and before he knew it, he collapsed onto his bed. When he woke up, he felt incredible. Stretching lazily, Johann marveled at the newfound sense of vitality coursing through his body. Even though he had been training daily under the system's guidance, the fatigue had always lingered. But now, he felt completely refreshed, as if he had been reborn. And there were still 2 more rewards to claim. System, what about Tekai and Counter Spiral? I'm feeling amazing already. Let's make this even better. The moment he spoke, a rush of insights flooded his mind. As he sorted through them, he immediately grasped the mechanics behind his new abilities. Tekai, by accelerating blood circulation and enhancing muscle tension, the body could become as hard as iron, rendering weapons such as swords and guns ineffective. A purely defensive technique. Counter spiral, a passive ability that triggered upon being attacked, creating a spiral counterforce to strike back at enemies. The damage dealt was pure damage, completely bypassing all immunities. With these abilities combined, and the incredible regenerative power granted by Hashirama's cells, Johan suddenly saw his combat strategy crystal clear. Max out defense, taunt enemies, and let counter spiral wipe them out. Yes, that was the key. The perfect playstyle would be to force enemies into attacking him relentlessly while they remained unable to kill him. And in the end, they'd be the ones to die from his counterattacks. So this is what the system meant by not providing offensive abilities. I get it now. A smirk curled at the corner of Johan's lips. Now, he could truly step onto the stage of Demon Slayer's world. But then, wait a second. He didn't have a taunt ability, did he? How was he supposed to get enemies to attack him? Was he supposed to just shout at demons like, "Come at me, all of you, I'm right here"? Wouldn't that be asking for a beating? System, is there any way to solve this problem? Johan decided to ask before he truly embarrassed himself in battle. The system's reply was swift. The host will receive solutions as mission rewards in the future. Now announcing the ultimate mission of this world, eliminate Kibutsuji Musen. Additional side missions will be triggered randomly and offer various rewards. Johan finally understood, so that was his end goal. It seemed like the next step would be to leave this town and explore the world. Surely, meeting key figures from the story would trigger quests, right? And he definitely needed to visit important locations. Tokyo, Asakusa, Mount Fujikasen, the Mugan Train. Just imagining his future encounters and interactions with legendary characters sent a thrill through him. After all, he wasn't just any transmigrator, he had arrived with a system. If he was going to do this, he wouldn't settle for being just another side character. If he was going to change fate, he would bend the entire story to his will. Chapter 2, Forming Bonds. The morning sun bathed the land in golden light. Johan carried a small cloth bundle over his shoulder. Inside was everything he owned. Having only stayed in the town for a short while, he had little attachment to it. His journey wasn't just about triggering missions, he also intended to explore the world. From the neighboring streets, he had learned that this was the Taisho era, but he had no idea where the story had progressed to. However, he could still hear rumors about demon attacks. That meant Kibutsuji Musen was still alive. Which meant he still had a chance to enter the stage of this world. Seated in a hired carriage, Johan watched the vast fields stretch endlessly on both sides of the road. He had decided that his first destination would be Tokyo. There were two reasons for this. First, his town was not far from Honjo District, Tokyo Prefecture. Second, he figured the chances of encountering the Demon Slayer Corps were much higher in a big city. After all, Demon Slayers needed to eat, and so did demons. "Sir, we'll be stopping at this village for the night. We'll continue our journey at sunrise. I suggest you rest early." The coachman wiped the sweat from his brow and bowed slightly as he spoke. Johan nodded. He understood that people who worked outdoors all year round tended to trust folk rumors, and the coachman was genuinely advising him to stay safe. Stepping into the inn, Johan noticed that the first floor doubled as a restaurant. The rich aroma of food filled the air. Just as he was about to place an order, a loud crash came from his right. "I'm really sorry." A man rushed out of the inn in a panic. "Don't mind that, sir. Nothing serious happened," a waiter reassured him, sounding utterly unfazed by the scene. "And that was?" Johan asked, curious. "Just another failed matchmaking attempt. If you look over there, you'll understand." The waiter smirked knowingly, clearly used to these situations, and clearly aware that travelers like Johan were bound to be curious. Johan turned to the table in question. Sitting there was a girl with 3 long, pink braids with grass-green tips. Her head was bowed, tears streaming down her face as she shoveled food into her mouth at an astonishing speed. Kenroji Mitsuri. That iconic pink and green braid, It was definitely her. Was he really this lucky? He had only just left town, and he had already encountered a major character. Stepping forward, Johan was about to confirm his suspicions. But before he could say anything, the girl, who had somehow sensed someone approaching, spoke between bites, her voice filled with tears. Sorry, please wait a moment, I'm not done eating yet." Instead of responding, Johan simply pulled out the chair across from her and sat down. Mitsuri stiffened. Could it be? Had that man changed his mind? For a brief moment, she dared to hope. Slowly, she lifted her head, only to find herself staring into an unfamiliar face. Hello, who are you?" Mitsuri's large, light green eyes blinked at him in confusion, the faint beauty mark under each eye only making her expression more endearing. Johan had no doubts now, it was her. At this realization, he grinned. Today was truly his lucky day. "Nice to meet you, Kenroji Mitsuri. My name is Johan, I'm on my way to Tokyo Prefecture." He paused before adding with a warm smile, "I overheard people talking about your matchmaking failure just now. I was a little curious, so I thought I'd say hello." Mitsuri had expected mockery, not such a gentle voice. There was no trace of the usual judgment or odd looks she always received from people. Summoning her courage, she replied, "Hello, I'm Kenroji Mitsuri. And yes, I just failed another matchmaking attempt." Her voice grew quieter as she continued, "I guess it's because of my strange hair color. Or maybe my appetite." Her tone was heavy with self-doubt. The way people looked at her had gradually shaped her own perception of herself. Johan could see it clearly, she was insecure. Even in the modern world, people who stood out weren't always celebrated, and in this era, it was even worse. Random mission generated. Mission objective, help Kenroji Mitsuri regain her confidence. Mission reward, skill, vital energy art, the more severe the injury, the higher the healing efficiency. Johan's eyes lit up at the reward. Of course, even if there wasn't a reward, he would have helped her regardless. But since the system was offering one, why not take both? Decision made, he took action immediately. "Kenroji Mitsuri, I want to tell you something." Johan's voice was calm yet firm. "You are incredibly adorable, so don't dwell on that failed matchmaking attempt." Mitsuri's eyes widened. "You're looking for a partner, right?" She nodded slowly, unsure where this was going. "Then how about getting to know me instead?" Johan grinned. "Because I really like you." Direct. Unfiltered. Honest. He had no intention of hiding his admiration. Sometimes, people needed clear, straightforward support, not vague encouragement. And besides, why would he walk away after helping her regain confidence? He liked Mitsuri's character, so he wanted both the mission reward and the girl. Mitsuri completely froze. She had lost count of how many failed matchmaking attempts she had endured. She had always known her family wasn't pressuring her, but she had overheard their worries about food. She knew her endless appetite was a burden. And after that time, when she ate too many sakura machi, causing her hair to change color, her matchmaking failures only multiplied. Today, for the first time, someone had told her, "I like you." Her cheeks turned bright red, sweat trickled down her forehead. Under the table, her long legs pressed together nervously. "Are you serious? You're not just joking." Her voice was barely a whisper. Looking at the uncertain girl in front of him, Johan thought of the lively, confident Mitsuri from the anime. What had she gone through to become that person? But this wasn't a show, this was real life. "Of course I'm serious," Johan answered without hesitation. "No matter how many times you ask me, my answer will be the same. I like you." His voice was steady, unwavering. Mitsuri could feel it, the genuine certainty in his words. The tightness in her chest eased. The pain of another failed matchmaking attempt started to fade away. A soft giggle escaped her lips. She was blushing furiously, her expression dazed, as if lost in thought. Watching her reaction, Johan couldn't help but feel a sense of triumph. This mission was already going well. Chapter 3, If you like her, treat her to a meal. After dusk, Mitsuri Kenroji left first, cheerfully promising to return the next morning to visit Johan. She practically bounced away, clearly looking forward to their meeting. As for Johan, he decided to stay in this village for a while, long enough to help Mitsuri Kenroji with her problems. Back home, Mitsuri's mother noticed the lightness in her daughter's expression and smiled. "Mitsuri, did your matchmaking go well today?" No, it failed," Mitsuri replied, waving her hands. "But I think I met someone really interesting." She hesitated for a moment before continuing, cheeks turning slightly pink. "His name is Johan, he's a traveler. He found out about my situation today, and he said he wanted to be my friend." Her mother's eyes curved into crescents as she watched Mitsuri squirm, trying to contain her emotions. "Well, that's wonderful, Mitsuri. Next time you see him, you should invite him over for a meal." Then with a knowing smile, she added, "For now, though, since you're back, go chop some firewood in the yard." Clearly satisfied with the spoils of her daughter's day, the woman hummed as she disappeared into the kitchen. Meanwhile, deep in the forest outside the town, a shadow moved swiftly between the trees. The air around the figure seemed eerily silent, devoid of any living creatures. Under the moonlight, the figure's eyes glowed faintly, reflecting the shape of 3 distinct kanji. The sun rose, casting a soft golden glow over the village. Johan was up early. Today was his promised meeting with Mitsuri. Though he had already made an impression on her yesterday, leaving a lasting mark, or better yet, a permanent one, would require more effort. As he did some light morning exercises, he mulled over his plans. Perhaps he should show her a glimpse of his strength. If he recalled correctly, Mitsuri's muscle density was naturally 8 times that of a regular human. And according to the original story, she had joined the Demon Slayer Corps to find a stronger husband. That meant it was essential to start training his muscles. Time passed as he continued his thoughts. "Johan, good morning." Mitsuri's voice was bright and full of energy. She looked more refreshed than yesterday, even though her attire remained simple. "So, what are we doing today?" she asked expectantly. "Well, this is actually my first time traveling, so I was hoping you could show me some of your favorite foods around here." He smiled. "I love eating too." Mitsuri's eyes immediately lit up. "Food, he likes food." She pressed down her excitement. No, she had to restrain herself. Sure, he'd seen her eat yesterday, but that wasn't even her full power. It had been hard enough finding someone who didn't think she was weird. She couldn't risk scaring him away. Clearing her throat, she replied, I do know a lot about food. Leave it to me." And so, their food hunting adventure began. The village wasn't large, so wandering through it didn't take much time. At first, Mitsuri planned to simply give Johan a brief tour before picking one spot to eat. She had brought money with her today, but since her family had many siblings, and she herself ate so much, there was never much to spare. She had enough for one meal, but a true feast was out of the question. However, Johan had an entirely different plan. Despite only being in this world for a little over a month, he had already managed to earn a small sum. During his training days, he would chop firewood, hunt, or gather herbs, selling what he didn't need. Since he lived alone, he had no extra expenses. And money was meant to be spent after all. So as they walked, he bought anything Mitsuri recommended, or anything that caught his eye. Everything came in pairs, one for him, one for her. After a single bite, he would comment on the flavor and then casually hand her the rest, claiming he had to save room for more. Mitsuri, her hands already full of food, was stunned. "Johan, you're such a good person." Her mouth was still stuffed as she spoke, and her hands hadn't stopped moving. There was simply too much food. No choice, she had to help him finish it all. What a tragedy. What a delicious, sinful tragedy. Her cheeks were puffed like a squirrel's, and she was in pure bliss. Hearing her words, Johan chuckled and shook his head. A good person. No, he wasn't here to collect good person points. Silly girl. But watching her grow more at ease, seeing her talk more freely, he felt a sense of satisfaction. If all it took was a little money to bring back her smile, wasn't that a worthwhile investment? For lunch, they stopped at a noodle shop. Mitsuri insisted on paying this time, feeling guilty about eating all his food in the morning. Johan let her win this round. Afterward, he invited her to take a walk through the forest outside the village. He said he had something he wanted to show her. Under normal circumstances, this would have been a red flag. They had only known each other for 2 days. For all she knew, he could have been a dangerous man in disguise. But then she remembered he had watched her eat all morning. And he hadn't found her strange. Maybe he really was different. Trusting that feeling, she nodded. Together, they headed toward the forest beyond the village. Chapter 4, A Clash in the Forest. Staring at the figure walking ahead of her, Mitsuri Kenroji had been puzzled at first. Why come to the forest in autumn? But Johan had explained on the way that he wanted to take her hunting. Although Mitsuri had already developed quite a bit of fondness for him, she couldn't quite picture him as a seasoned hunter. His clothes didn't have the rugged, worn-out look of someone who made a living in the wild. Most likely, he just wanted to catch a few rabbits or other small animals. Thinking of that, a playful smile crept onto Mitsuri's lips. After all, she had yet to reveal her astonishing strength. That was also part of the reason she had agreed to this little trip. As an outsider, Johan had no idea how strong she really was. If he harbored any ill intentions, she could easily knock him flat. And just imagining the look of shock on his face when he saw her true power, she couldn't help but feel a little excited. "What are you standing there for? Keep up." Johan glanced at her, noticing the silly grin on her face. What's she giggling about now? The two wandered through the forest for quite some time, but oddly enough, they hadn't spotted a single animal. Both of them started feeling a little puzzled. Mitsuri, who rarely ventured into the woods, just assumed they were having bad luck today. Seeing Johan frown, she tried to comfort him. "Johan, don't worry, maybe it's just an unlucky day. Even professional hunters don't always catch something right. We can just go a little deeper into the forest. I'm sure we'll find something soon." Johan nodded, but he didn't think this was a simple matter of luck. Something was off. What could be causing this? Even though he wasn't an experienced hunter, he usually relied on his physical abilities to track prey. But to walk through the forest for so long without seeing a single living creature, that was extremely unusual. It was as if something had driven all the animals away, forced them into hiding. Could it be a demon? That seemed like the only logical explanation. Turning to Mitsuri, Johan put on a casual smile. "Haha, looks like today really isn't our lucky day. How about we call it a day and head back? It's getting late anyway. We can always try again another time." While Johan had grown much stronger, strong enough that he believed he could put up a fight against an upper moon, he could only ensure his own safety. If there really was a demon here and it attacked Mitsuri first, what then? If he had been alone, he would have gone deeper into the woods to test his abilities. But right now, the priority was getting Mitsuri back safely. Mitsuri didn't overthink it. Seeing the sun beginning to set, she agreed. The two turned back, retracing their steps. But it seemed fate had other plans. Suddenly, dark clouds rolled in, shrouding the sky in an ominous gloom. The beams of sunlight filtering through the trees disappeared, swallowed by the thick clouds. A cold wind howled through the forest, sending an eerie chill through the air. Johan didn't hesitate. He grabbed Mitsuri's hand and picked up the pace, heading down the mountain. Mitsuri had been startled by the sudden change in weather, but the moment she felt Johan's firm grip on her hand, a strange sense of calm washed over her. It felt safe. So reassuring. But Johan had no time to dwell on Mitsuri's reaction. His only thought was getting her out of there as quickly as possible. Then, Hiatus. A chilling, unnatural laugh echoed through the trees. Still lost in her thoughts, Mitsuri suddenly felt a shiver crawl down her spine. Johan, that laughter. Is someone else here? A nameless fear crept into her heart. Something was very, very wrong. Damn it. It's a demon, no doubt about it. And now that it had spoken, it had already marked them as prey. Johan quickly assessed the situation. There wasn't enough time to make it back to the village. They had to stand their ground. He turned to Mitsuri, his face serious. "Mitsuri, listen to me. No matter what happens, don't panic. Trust me, I'll protect you." Mitsuri wasn't sure what was happening, but she could sense the gravity of the situation. She nodded firmly. Then the voice spoke again. "Hehe, don't run, little humans. I was just on my way to the village to have myself a nice feast. But it looks like two snacks have wandered right into my path. A figure emerged from the darkness. It was a man dressed in a dark green yukata with jagged stripes. His face was marred by 3 deep, cross-shaped scars, and from his mouth protruded 2 sharp fangs. Johan W., what is that? Even though Mitsuri had braced herself for something strange, she still couldn't help but tremble. A bone-deep, primal fear overtook her, like a small animal caught in the gaze of a natural predator. A demon. Johan's voice was low and steady. This is what people whisper about in fear, the creatures that roam the night and devour humans. An upper moon. Johan's expression darkened. He had expected to run into a demon eventually. But he hadn't expected to run into one of the 12 Kazuki. Didn't think I'd find a human who actually recognizes the 12 Kazuki. The demon grinned, baring his fangs. That's right, I am one of Musen's chosen. I am Lower Moon 3, Wakaruba. Chapter 5, A Test of Strength and Conviction. Without any more words, Wakaruba stepped forward, closing the distance between himself and the 2 humans. To him, they were nothing more than food. Just the fact that they had learned his name was already an honor in itself. Now, they only needed to fulfill their role as prey. Just as he was about to enjoy his meal, however, he was met with an unexpected sight. Both of them had taken up combat stances. Johan knew there was no running away now. His only option was to stall for time, to hold out until sunrise. What surprised him even more was Mitsuri Kenroji, assuming a battle-ready posture as well. He had seen her trembling earlier, and had assumed that getting her to stay put without panicking was already the best outcome. But now, even as an ordinary person who had yet to undergo any training in the Demon Slayer Corps, she had managed to compose herself so quickly. No wonder she would one day become the love Hashira. Johan, I didn't tell you earlier, but I'm actually pretty strong. I'll try to hold him off, so you should find a chance to run. Mitsuri's voice still carried a slight tremor, but her actions spoke of a firm resolve. Johan looked at her and smiled, not in mockery of her ignorance regarding a demon's strength, but because he could feel the sincerity in her words, the unwavering will to protect. At this moment, he felt himself sinking deeper into the reality of this world. This was real, and he finally understood why these warriors became Hashira, not because they chose to be, but because their very existence embodied what it meant to be a pillar. Ha ha ha, 2 little snacks thinking they can resist. Don't worry, I'll make sure to kill you both quickly. So just accept your fate. Wakaruba seemed to grow even more frenzied at the sight of their defiance. His speed suddenly surged as his sharpened claws gleamed with cold light, slashing toward Johan. There was no time to explain. With a sudden shove, Johan pushed Mitsuri backward and launched himself forward to intercept Wakaruba's attack. Clang! A deafening clash rang through the air. Dust billowed, and the trees surrounding them swayed violently from the force of impact. Seeing Johan charge ahead, Mitsuri's heart clenched tightly. The wall she had unknowingly built around her emotions seemed to crack wide open in that instant. Ha 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 ha, a mere human daring to face me head-on. Do you have a death wish? Wakaruba roared with laughter, unable to comprehend such reckless courage. When he had sensed these 2 in the forest earlier, he had already noticed the overwhelming richness of their blood scent. Far more enticing than any ordinary human he had encountered. If he hadn't been wary of a potential trap set by the Demon Slayer Corps, he would have attacked them immediately. But now, he realized he had simply stumbled upon 2 exceptionally fresh and delicious prey. A death wish. I think the one dying today is you. Wakaruba was stunned by Johan's words. As the dust cleared and the scene became visible once more, he expected to see a bloodied corpse, a torn and mangled body. Yet that was not what lay before him. His deadly claws had met something solid, something that rang out with a sharp clink. Wakaruba looked at his fingertips in shock. The razor-sharp iron that extended from his fingers had shattered upon impact. No way, what is this? As his eyes locked onto Johan's exposed torso beneath his torn shirt, his mind reeled in disbelief. There were no wounds, Instead, there was a dark metallic sheen, reflecting the moonlight like polished steel. Now, do you still think you won't be the one to die tonight? Johann threw a punch. The battle erupted in full force. A human and a demon clashed with sheer brute strength, their figures blurring through the night. Every impact sent shockwaves through the forest. Watching the fierce exchange, feeling the powerful force behind each blow, Mitsuri realized something. She had completely misjudged Johann. How could someone who didn't seem particularly muscular possess such overwhelming strength? And their speed, both his and Wakaruba's, was almost too fast for her to follow. Was this the true nature of the night? With her exceptional physical talent, Mitsuri could clearly sense it. These two were fighting on a level she could not yet reach. All she could do now was pray for Johann's victory. Folding her hands tightly together, she silently wished for his triumph. Interesting, very interesting. You're not an ordinary human, are you? That black glow surrounding you, it makes me want to taste your blood even more. Johann stood shirtless, his upper body exposed, his steel-like skin gleaming under the night sky. His shattered clothing no longer concealed his unscathed body, the dark aura rippling across its surface like liquid metal. You want to taste my blood? Johann smirked. Why don't you try wounding me first? After their brief exchange, he had come to a realization. The demon couldn't break through his defense. Unfortunately, he lacked a Nichiren blade. Otherwise, this fight would have already ended with Wakaruba's head rolling on the ground. His only options now were to hold out until sunrise, or find a way to activate Counter Spiral and see if it could deal any damage. You think I'm just some ordinary demon? Wakaruba's tone darkened, his rage boiling over. I am one of the 12 Kazuki, Lower Moon 3, Wakaruba. Ignorant prey, allow me to show you what a real demon is. The fact that he had yet to defeat Johann was infuriating. If Lord Musen ever found out that he had struggled against a mere human, he would undoubtedly be obliterated. That thought sent a chill through Wakaruba's mind, and his killing intent surged. Pray, I'll make you understand the true power of the 12 Kazuki, with your life. Blood Demon Art, Thorn Dance. Wakaruba's body spun violently, a whirlwind of slicing winds forming around him. The sheer force of his rotation shredded the trees in his path, sending them crashing to the ground. Seeing the devastating destruction unfold, Mitsuri screamed, Johann, watch out. But Johann didn't move to evade. He knew that if he had been alone, avoiding the attack would have been the best choice. But he wasn't alone. She was behind him. And so, this battle, he would not yield. Blood surged through his veins, muscles tensed and hardened, the metallic sheen on his body intensifying. The moment of impact arrived. A streak of radiant red and gold light flashed. Counter Spiral activated. Chapter 6, Counter Spiral Unleashed. Ah, a piercing scream echoed through the forest. Clearly, the pure damage attribute of the counterattack spiral had taken effect. Johann looked at the Lower Moon 3 before him, now missing an arm and a leg. A hint of regret flickered in his eyes. If only he had managed to strike the demon's neck just now, the battle would have been over. However, leaving the enemy in such a miserable state was still a victory. With a smirk, he taunted, So, do you still think you won't die tonight? The demon, Lower Moon 3, glared at Johann and let out a cold chuckle. Fool, a demon's power is limitless. Such minor injuries will heal in an instant. As soon as the words left his mouth, he waited for his body to regenerate, intending to strike terror into his prey by proving demons were unkillable. Yet as seconds passed, nothing happened. The wounds remained. Blood continued to flow, and his severed limbs did not grow back. No, how can this be? His regeneration had completely stopped. It was you did something just now, didn't you? Impossible, you're not a demon slayer and you don't have a Nichiren blade. How did you do this? Gone was the confidence from before. Fear began to creep into the demon's eyes, overtaking even his innate dread of Musen Kibitsuji. He had to escape. If he stayed here, he was going to die. Panic consumed him, overriding all rational thought. Lower Moon 3 swung his mutilated arm, stirring up a cloud of dust before turning to flee. Trying to run, Johann's voice rang out with amusement. Didn't I tell you, You're going to die here tonight." Without hesitation, he pursued the fleeing demon. The situation had become clear. His counter-spiral could truly harm demons, just like a Nichiren blade, perhaps even more effectively. With that knowledge, Johann couldn't afford to let the demon escape. There were villages nearby, and if the wounded demon fled, who knew how many innocents would suffer? Missing a leg, the lower Moon 3 had already lost his former speed. With his balance compromised, escape was no longer an option. Now, the hunter and prey had switched roles. Johann channeled his strength, gathering power in his left fist. A flash of black light streaked through the air. Boom! The immense force of the punch sent lower Moon 3 crashing into a large tree. His twisted, broken body lay limp against the trunk, paralyzed and unable to muster strength. "You!" Before the demon could finish speaking, another punch slammed into his face. By the time Mitsuri Kenroji caught up, she was met with a shocking sight. Johann sat atop the battered demon, whose body was now motionless, unconscious from sheer pain and exhaustion. "Johann, are you okay?" Mitsuri's voice trembled with concern. Did you really kill the demon?" Tonight's events had already exceeded her imagination, but the scene before her was the most unbelievable of all. "Not yet, Mitsuri." Johann shook his head. "Demons can't be killed through normal means. Only a Nichiren blade to the neck or exposure to sunlight can truly end them." He knew that the demon was merely unconscious due to his overwhelming injuries. He wasn't dead, yet. "Then, we need to wait until sunrise." "Exactly, but first, Mitsuri, dig a hole. I'll keep watch over him." Mitsuri quickly understood his plan and immediately started digging. When lower Moon 3 regained consciousness, his world had changed. He felt small. No, something was wrong. He had been buried alive. Realizing his predicament, the demon found that only his head protruded from the ground. He could see nothing but dirt surrounding him, and most terrifying of all, his former prey standing right in front of him. "Ah, you're awake," Johann greeted him with a grin. A fist came crashing down. Thud. "Mitsuri, keep an eye on him for me. I need to recover for a bit," Johann said, stepping back. He wasn't actually exhausted, of course. He was just making an excuse. As someone with the Senju bloodline, his stamina had already fully recovered. But more importantly, his system had just issued a new notification. A ding. "Congratulations, host. Quest, first Demon Slayer battle complete. Reward, skill Berserker's Roar. Effect, when activated, all enemies in the vicinity will be consumed with hatred toward the user, attacking recklessly without regard for their own safety. Simultaneously, the user's defense will be enhanced." Johann's eyes widened. A taunt skill. A perfect skill. His heart raced with excitement. At long last, he had a true provocation ability. He no longer had to worry about how to get enemies to attack him. Now, they had to attack him. This was perfect for triggering counter spiral. Taunt, endure, counter, destroy. A flawless battle sequence. He had finally reached the pinnacle of his aspirations. However, a thought struck him. "System, does this really count as a defensive ability?" he asked skeptically. "Because honestly, this feels more like a way to get myself beaten up on purpose. Surely the system wasn't deliberately trying to make him take more hits, right? Host, please do not doubt the system's expertise. Berserker's Roar may include a taunt effect, but it also provides a significant boost to your defensive capabilities. This system has not provided the host with any direct offensive skills. Our mission remains unchanged, to cultivate the ultimate defense. Host, continue your efforts to achieve the pinnacle of invincibility, where you simply cannot die." Chapter 7, The Road to Recovery and Growth. Morning sunlight bathed the landscape in a golden glow. Mitsuri Kenroji watched as the first rays of dawn struck the demon's body. The moment the light touched its flesh, the creature let out a final, silent scream before disintegrating into ashes that scattered in the breeze. So this was what a demon truly was, a being that feared the sun. She had managed to rest for part of the night, though she had tried to persuade Johann to take a break as well. However, he had firmly refused, insisting that someone had to keep watch to prevent the demon from escaping. During the latter half of the night, the two of them had talked at length. She learned much about demons, and more importantly, about the existence of the Demon Slayer Corps, an organization dedicated to hunting and eradicating these creatures. Hearing about beings as terrifying as demons had sent shivers down her spine, yet at the same time, she found herself intrigued. But beyond all that, what truly brought her joy was the realization that she wasn't alone in being different. There were others in the world who were special, just like her. And right now, the person in front of her, Johan, was undeniably special. Compared to him, her immense strength and unusual appetite didn't seem like such a big deal anymore. Her heart began to pound wildly in her chest. Now that the immediate danger had passed, her emotions were becoming clearer. "All right, the sun is up and the demon is dead. It's about time we head back," Johan said, stretching his arms. "We've been gone all night, after all." "Oh no, I completely forgot about that," Mitsuri gasped, suddenly panicked. "I didn't go home at all last night." Johan smirked at her flustered reaction. "Your parents are probably worried sick." Her expression twisted in distress. "Oh no, they're definitely going to think something weird happened. What if they misunderstand? What if?" "Relax, we'll just head back quickly." With that, the two of them hurried down the mountain path toward town. Meanwhile, in a darkened room somewhere in Tokyo, a tall, pale-skinned man dressed in an elegant black suit sat alone, swirling the crimson liquid in his wine glass. His dark hair framed piercing red eyes, which shimmered with an eerie glow. Suddenly, his expression contorted in displeasure. The delicate wine glass in his hand shattered against the floor, the deep red liquid pooling like spilled blood. A shadowy figure emerged from the darkness. "Lord Musen." Musen Kibutsuji's expression remained impassive, but his voice carried an unmistakable edge. "Just now, Wakaruba was killed." The shadow trembled slightly. "Lower Moon 3, could it have been the Demon Slayer Corps?" Musen's eyes narrowed, his fury barely restrained. "No, not the Corps." He had glimpsed the final moments of Wakaruba's life through his blood. The images were faint, distorted by distance, but what he saw was clear enough. A man and a woman. It had been the man who had dealt the killing blow. "Useless, pathetic," Musen seethed. "A lower moon slain just like that." The room's temperature seemed to plummet as his rage filled the space. "Send word to the demons near Tokyo. Be on the lookout for a male-female pair traveling together." He paused for a moment before issuing his final command. "And summon Akaza, I wish to speak with him." Then, without another word, he disappeared. Unaware of the storm brewing in the demon's world, Johan and Mitsuri arrived back in town. Even if Johan had known that Musen Kibutsuji had taken notice of him, he wouldn't have been too surprised. From the moment he had decided to kill Lower Moon 3, he had understood that he was declaring war against stronger demons. It was only a matter of time before more powerful enemies came after him. But for now, that didn't matter. His priority was growing stronger. After parting ways with Mitsuri, Johan headed straight to his inn and collapsed into bed. The adrenaline of battle had kept him going, but now exhaustion weighed on him. Before all of this, he had been nothing more than an ordinary person. So much had changed so quickly, both physically and mentally. Even he needed time to process everything. Meanwhile, Mitsuri hesitated in front of her home, her heart pounding with nervousness. Taking a deep breath, she pushed the door open. Her parents were seated in the courtyard, waiting. "You finally decided to come home," her father said, his voice stern. "Dear, you were just worrying about her all night," her mother chided lightly before turning to Mitsuri with a gentle but firm expression. "We're not angry, sweetheart, but we were very worried. You didn't come home at all, and you didn't tell us where you were going." Mitsuri swallowed hard. She had known this was coming. "Mom, Dad, actually this is what happened." She decided not to hide anything. Step by step, she recounted everything, her day in the village, her journey into the forest, and the terrifying encounter with the demon. She even explained what Johan had told her about the Demon Slayer Corps. After all, demons were real. The world wasn't as safe as they had always thought. She wasn't just telling them the truth to clear up their concerns, she wanted them to be prepared for what lay ahead. Chapter 8, The Path of the Ultimate Defense. After listening to Mitsuri's account, both her parents wore troubled expressions. So, you're saying that demons really exist? You two actually encountered one and even managed to kill it. Her mother looked extremely worried. Even though their daughter had returned safely, the mere thought of what had transpired in the mountains made her heart clench with fear. "It's fine, Mom, Dad, look at me, I'm perfectly fine," Mitsuri reassured them, twirling around to emphasize her point. "Oh, also, Johan said he's planning to visit you soon. You can ask him all about it then." With that, she cheerfully skipped into the house. Watching their daughter's carefree attitude, her parents sighed and shook their heads. "Well, we'll see when this Johan fellow comes over," her father said, stroking his chin. Throughout the conversation, Mitsuri had mentioned Johan's name countless times. It was obvious that their daughter, who had failed numerous arranged meetings in the past, had finally met someone she truly liked. And judging by her excitement, the feeling was mutual. But whether or not this Johan was truly a good match for their daughter, they would have to judge for themselves when they met him. The next day, Johan arrived at the Kenroji household. "Good morning, Uncle Auntie, I'm Johan. Thank you for having me today." "So, you're Johan," Mitsuri's mother greeted warmly. "We really appreciate you looking after our daughter yesterday." Her first impression of Johan was quite favorable. He was tall, lean, and had an air of quiet confidence. Most importantly, his smile gave off an honest and reassuring feeling. Yes, he seemed like a good man. "Johan, Mitsuri is still tending to her younger siblings. Why don't you have a seat and wait a while?" her mother said. Seeing her husband's subtle nod, she quietly excused herself to the back of the house. Johan knew exactly what was happening. Mitsuri's parents wanted to question him about what had happened the night before, which was only natural. Any parent would be deeply concerned if their child had experienced something so dangerous. "Uncle, I'd like to show you something," Johan said. He took out a small knife he carried, and without hesitation, stabbed it into his own arm. "Hey kid, what are you doing?" Mitsuri's father exclaimed, alarmed by the sudden act of self-harm. He reached out instinctively, but the blade had already touched Johan's skin. A sharp metallic clang echoed in the room. The knife had shattered. What in the world?" Mitsuri's father gawked at the scene before him, his eyes wide with shock. Now that he had demonstrated his ability, explaining things became much easier. By the time Mitsuri and her mother returned, Johan and her father were deep in conversation, chatting like old friends. "Mitsuri, my dear," her father called out as soon as she arrived. "Johan is a good man, you better hold on to him." Mitsuri turned beet red, heat rushing to her face as she stammered, "We're not, I mean, father." She was completely flustered. Her mother blinked in surprise. She hadn't expected her husband to warm up to Johan so quickly. But seeing how relaxed he was, she decided there was no need to question his judgment. "Ha, don't worry, young man." Mitsuri's father clapped Johan on the back. "A real bond between men is as good as truth itself." Lunch was served at the Kanroji home. Although they were not wealthy, Mitsuri's mother was an excellent cook. Even Johan, who usually ate modest portions, found himself indulging more than usual. Perhaps Mitsuri's habit of eating a lot wasn't just because of her strength. Maybe the food here was just that good. Sitting in the backyard, Mitsuri excitedly shared stories from her childhood. "That hole over there, that's where I tripped and fell, and that tree, I used to climb it all the time. Over there's where I chopped firewood, and this spot is the best place to sit in the sun." As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with nostalgia and joy. Watching her like this, Johan felt a fleeting sense of peace, as if time itself had slowed down. But reality was never so kind. The threat of Musen Kibitsuji still loomed. More powerful demons lurked in the shadows. He could not allow himself to grow complacent. Breaking the tranquil moment, Johan spoke. "Mitsuri, I'll be resuming my journey soon. I plan to head toward Tokyo." A brief silence fell between them. "I see. Yeah, I still have a long way to go. When are you leaving?" "Tomorrow." "All right, I'll go pack my things." "Miss Huh?" Johan blinked, staring at Mitsuri as she hurriedly ran into the house. Wait, did she mean, was she coming with him? To be honest, he had secretly hoped she would. Traveling alone was lonely, and having Mitsuri by his side would be reassuring. At first, his feelings toward her had been influenced by his prior knowledge of her character. But now, after spending time with the real Mitsuri, he knew that what he felt was no longer admiration for a fictional person. It was real, it was her. Still, he hadn't expected her to be so decisive. He hadn't even needed to ask. Imagining the journey ahead, now with Mitsuri by his side, he couldn't help but feel a sense of deep joy. That evening, Yohen returned to his lodging, while the Kenroji house remained brightly lit late into the night. "Mitsuri, are you sure about this?" her mother asked one last time. She had always wished for her daughter to find happiness, but when the moment of parting arrived, the ache in her heart was undeniable. "Mom, don't worry. It's just a journey, not a farewell forever. I'll come back to visit. And besides, I have Yohen with me." Mitsuri's eyes shone with determination. "Well, if our daughter has made up her mind, it's our job to support her," her father said. He spoke with conviction, but as he turned away, his figure carried a trace of loneliness. Dawn broke over the horizon. Mitsuri, carrying her travel pack, stood beside Yohen as they waited for the carriage. Turning back, she waved to her family. "Mom, Dad, take care. We'll come back to see you soon." Her voice was bright and confident, but the glistening tears in her eyes betrayed her emotions. Yohen bowed deeply to her parents before turning to Mitsuri. "Mitsuri, this is my final time asking. Are you absolutely sure?" "Of course, I want to go with you." She smiled brightly. Her voice held unwavering resolve. Yohen nodded. "All right, Mitsuri, let's go." "Yes." Chapter 9, The Journey to Tokyo begins. The carriage trundled along the road, marking the second day of their journey towards the Honjo district of Tokyo Prefecture. During this time, Yohen had not been idle. He began passing down his knowledge of Tekai to Mitsuri. After all, the battles ahead would likely be even more dangerous. While Yohen had confidence in his ability to handle everything, there was no harm in strengthening their overall power. Moreover, Mitsuri's innate talent allowed her to progress at an astonishing pace. Even with just a rough explanation of the principles, she had already managed to produce a faint metallic sheen on her arm. It was a reminder of just how gifted she was. "All right, Tekai mainly relies on consistent practice. Keep at it." Yohen was at ease, letting Mitsuri continue her training on her own. With her talent, he had no doubt she would master it soon. Besides, he was there to help if any problems arose. He tilde thank you, Yohen. Over the past 2 days, Mitsuri had become even more like her cheerful, energetic self from the original story. She was especially motivated to learn Tekai. After experiencing the battle in the forest, she understood that the man before her would never stop moving forward, and if she wanted to stay by his side, she had to keep up with his pace. She couldn't afford to fall behind. The thought made her cheeks flush a deep red. Ding! Congratulations, host. Task complete. Help Mitsuri Kenroji regain her confidence. Reward, skill revitalizing art. The cold, mechanical voice of the system rang in Yohen's mind. Oh ho, the revitalizing art finally arrived. Glancing at the dedicated Mitsuri beside him, Yohen couldn't help but smile. So the system had determined that Mitsuri had regained her confidence, this little girl. With this, he now had enhanced defense, self-healing, regeneration, and counterattacks. It seemed he was stepping ever closer to becoming the ultimate defensive force. He imagined a future scenario where he was surrounded by countless demons, yet they couldn't kill him, only to eventually collapse from exhaustion while trying. The thought alone almost made him laugh. But was he getting too used to being beaten up? If he kept this up, would he start enjoying it? He recalled some questionable rumors from his past life regarding people with certain masochistic tendencies. No, that was impossible. He was a respectable man. As if reading his thoughts, the system chimed in again. Ding! New mission, spread the doctrine of defense. Mission objective. As the host of the ultimate defensive system, you have an obligation to spread the greatness of absolute defense. Gain recognition from 5 individuals, 05. Reward, Dark Knight Reflection Shield Tower. Dark Knight Reflection? Wasn't that the shield tower from the anime BOFURI? I don't want to get hurt, so I'll max out my defense. Holy crap, this was an amazing reward. Not only was the shield aesthetically sleek with its black design, so it didn't look overly flashy, but more importantly, it had an empty skill slot and the powerful ability Destruction Growth. Destruction Growth meant that whenever the shield took damage, it would instantly regenerate and grow stronger each time. Most crucially, this regeneration was instantaneous. With this shield, he could charge straight at anyone he didn't like. If they resisted, he'd simply hit them with shield bash over and over until they gave in. Just imagining his future self using sheer defensive power to dominate battles made Johann eager to begin his missionary work. That is, to spread the philosophy of absolute defense. Seeing Johann suddenly stand up in excitement, then sit back down again, all while giggling foolishly, Mitsuri began to worry. Oh no, Mom. How do I communicate with an idiot? Meanwhile, deep within a hidden forest grove, clusters of wisteria flowers swayed in the breeze. This was the Yubayashiki estate, the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. Yubayashiki Kaguya, the current leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, sat in quiet contemplation, a report in his hands. So, the demons in the Tokyo prefecture have become significantly more active. Yes, our stationed demon slayers in the Tokyo district have suffered severe casualties. The number of demon appearances has surged unnaturally. A demon slayer responsible for intelligence communication handed him a letter from the leader of the Tokyo division. This suggests the demons are searching for something. Something must have happened recently. Increase surveillance. Investigate every region surrounding Tokyo prefecture. We need to determine what exactly is going on. One command after another left the lips of the frail yet resolute leader, setting the Demon Slayer Corps into rapid motion like a well-oiled machine. Additionally, inform Rengoku Kyojuro. Wasn't he preparing to succeed as the next Flame Hashira? This mission will be his first assignment. Send him to Tokyo. Within the Infinity Castle, Kokoshibo stood in silent observation as Musen Kibitsuji gazed down at Akaza, who knelt in reverence before him. Akaza, do you know why I summoned you? Musen's voice carried a clear trace of irritation. My lord, I do not know. I only know that I am always ready to serve you. Akaza kept his words brief. He understood that in Musen's presence, they had no secrets. The only thing that mattered was combat. Seeing through Akaza's thoughts, Musen gave a small, cold smile. Good, your loyalty is unquestionable. I have a mission for you. Head to the Tokyo district and find a pair, a man and a woman. Kill them. Tokyo district, understood, my lord. Akaza didn't ask why. He didn't care about the reason. He only cared about the battle. As he turned to leave, Musen's voice rang out once more. Remember, they do not seem to be demon slayers. Yes. At that moment, a flicker of excitement flashed through Akaza's eyes. New strong opponents. Battle. He craved battle. Chapter 10, The Future Flame Pillar. At this moment, Johann and his companion were completely unaware of the consequences set in motion by the death of Lower Moon 3. The Tokyo Prefecture main district, which had been relatively calm, was now a place of unseen turmoil. Esteemed guests, we have now arrived at a town that is part of Tokyo Prefecture's main district. I wish you a pleasant journey ahead. Stepping out of the carriage, Johann led Mitsuri down the bustling streets, searching for a place to stay. Johann, are we planning to settle down in this town? Mitsuri asked, a hint of curiosity in her voice. Although she didn't fully understand his intentions, she had already made up her mind. Wherever Johann went, she would follow. Mitsuri, it's like this, Johann explained. The real reason I came to Tokyo Prefecture is to travel, to meet different people, and experience more things. We won't be settling in one place for too long. This town is just a temporary stop. He shared part of his reasoning with her, including how he viewed his journey as a form of training to grow stronger. Of course, he left out any mention of the system, his greatest secret. But one day, when he finally defeats Musen Kibitsuji and brings true peace to this world, he will tell Mitsuri everything. Mitsuri nodded, showing her understanding. Johann, you don't have to explain everything to me so clearly. You should know that since I decided to come with you, it means I trust you completely. As she spoke, her voice became softer, her face turning red. Then, suddenly, she turned her head away and blurted out, "Anyway, whatever you decide is fine with me." Seeing her flustered expression, Johan couldn't help but smile. "Mitsuri, you're just too adorable." That single sentence sent Mitsuri into a full panic. Already embarrassed by her own words, she let out a small scream before dashing ahead without looking back. Johan laughed heartily. He truly felt blessed to have met someone like her. "Sir, this house will be rented to you for now. Here is the key, please take good care of it." After wandering around town for a while, Johan and Mitsuri finally decided on a house slightly away from the town center. Not only did they both enjoy peace and quiet, but there was also another simple reason. Their budget was tight. Johan, being a lone traveler, had no savings to speak of. As for Mitsuri, she had already given up everything to follow him. It wasn't like he could rely on her to support them. Now that he thought about it, he was basically broke. Johan rubbed his temples in frustration. His combat abilities were top-notch, sure, but when it came to making money, that was an entirely different matter. What were his strengths? High stamina, thick skin. Wouldn't that just make him an ideal laborer? No way, he was a transmigrator. He couldn't just work in construction. There had to be another way. System, he called out in his mind, desperate for ideas. After all, whenever there was a problem, consulting the system was the obvious choice. But the system saw right through his intentions and responded coldly. This system does not provide methods for earning money. This system only cultivates top-tier defenders. It does not train workers. Host, please refrain from unreasonable requests. Johan sighed. He finally understood. This system was completely useless for anything other than defense. He was on his own. Johan, Mitsuri's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. She pouted, rubbing her stomach. Seeing her expression, Johan immediately understood. "Got it, let's go grab something to eat." "How about ramen tonight?" "Yay," Mitsuri cheered, waving her hands excitedly before hurrying to his side. They strolled down the street until they reached a ramen shop they had noticed earlier. As soon as they opened the door. "Delicious. So good, so good, so good." Before the scent of ramen even fully hit them, an energetic, booming voice filled the air. The voice's owner had striking golden hair, with red streaks running through the ends. Unbothered by his surroundings, the young man was completely focused on his food, slurping up noodles at an impressive speed while continuously exclaiming his enjoyment. "Johan, do you know him?" Mitsuri asked, noticing how Johan had hesitated at the entrance. Rather than the man's odd behavior, she was more interested in Johan's reaction. Johan's expression was complicated. The man before him was both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. After all, this was their first actual meeting. Noticing that the man was still dressed in the brown uniform of the Demon Slayer Corps and had yet to don the flame-patterned Haori, Johan deduced that he had not yet officially inherited the title of Flame Hashira. A small smile formed on Johan's lips. Turning to Mitsuri, he replied, "Mitsuri, I don't know him yet. But I will soon. That man over there, he is the future Flame Hashira, Kyojuro Rengoku." Chapter 11, We Are Not Ordinary People. Speaking of his journey to Tokyo, Johan could only describe it as sheer luck accompanying him every step of the way. Not only had he met a girl as wonderful as Mitsuri Kenroji, but now he had also stumbled upon Kyojuro Rengoku. For someone as hopelessly directionless as himself, Johan had to admit that, back in his past life while watching anime, he had never bothered to remember any specific locations. He had charged toward Tokyo purely based on the faintest impression he had retained. But now, looking at how things had turned out, it seemed that his choice had been absolutely right. Mitsuri trailed behind Johan as they approached Kyojuro Rengoku's table. The sheer number of ramen bowls stacked in front of him was nothing short of a small mountain. Mitsuri's food lover instincts flared instantly. Her expression turned serious. She had found a worthy opponent. Rengoku, sensing the presence of two individuals standing nearby, finally set down his bowl and turned toward them. "You are strange," They weren't wearing Demon Slayer Corps uniforms. Could they be people his father had once saved, now mistaking him for his father again? Thinking back to how often this had happened before, Rengoku assumed this was yet another one of those cases. Hello, Kaijiro Rengoku. My name is Johan, and this here is someone very important to me, Mitsuri Kenroji. Eira. Hearing Johan refer to her as someone very important, Mitsuri's heart instantly started racing again, pounding so hard she was sure he could hear it. Hello, I'm Mitsuri Kenroji. She hurriedly followed up with her own introduction. I see, very well I understand. Johan, Mitsuri Kenroji. He nodded, his expression bright and full of energy. So, are you certain you were looking for me? The moment Rengoku smiled, the light in his eyes, combined with his thick black brows, gave off an aura as radiant as the sun itself. As expected, Rengoku's personality was just like this. Johan pulled Mitsuri into the seat opposite Rengoku and spoke directly. Rengoku, I've heard of your name before. And since we happen to meet today by chance, I'd like to spar with you. Yes, that was exactly Johan's plan. A spar with Kyojuro Rengoku. Even though he had defeated the Lower Moon 3, he knew that the Hashira were also capable of slaying lower-ranking demons. If he wanted to gauge his own strength against them, this was the perfect opportunity. Though Rengoku had yet to officially inherit the title of Flame Hashira, Johan couldn't wait to find out how he measured up against the pillars of strength in the Demon Slayer Corps. Hearing this request, Rengoku let out a hearty laugh. A spar, huh? My apologies, Johan. If it were any other time, I would have gladly accepted. But I am currently on an official mission, so I'm afraid I cannot grant your request. Hearing that Rengoku had official duties, Johan didn't push the matter. After all, if Rengoku was on a mission, it was most certainly related to dealing with demons. If he were to selfishly delay him for a spar, it might result in unnecessary casualties. But once his mission was over, they could always fight then. And if it was a demon-related mission, then Johan himself could be of help. Having made up his mind, Johan asked, "So, it's a demon-related case?" "Oh, you know about demons." "Well, I suppose that makes sense. If you've heard of me, then you must already be aware of such things." Rengoku's sharp eyes scrutinized the two of them, his expression suddenly turning serious. "If you already know about demons, then you should also know that anything involving them is extremely dangerous. So, if possible, I would strongly advise you both to stay out of this. The matter of demons, leave it to me." Clearly, Rengoku did not want ordinary people getting involved. Johan is not just some ordinary person. Mitsuri, who had been sitting quietly and listening up until now, couldn't hold back any longer. She had already developed a favorable impression of this thick-browed, sunny-looking man, but hearing him dismiss Johan so easily made her blood boil. Because in her eyes, Johan was the strongest person she knew. "Ha, so you're Mitsuri Kenroji, yes. I apologize, I did not mean anything by my words. It's just that demons truly are dangerous. I never intended to belittle either of you. So please, forgive me for how that may have sounded." Rengoku's response made it clear that he had picked up on Mitsuri's emotions just now, her immediate urge to stand up for Johan. "Rengoku, Mitsuri is right, we're not just ordinary people." Johan knew that unless he showed some proof of his abilities, Rengoku wouldn't easily accept their involvement. So, without hesitation, he extended his hand toward Rengoku. Rengoku looked at Johan's outstretched hand, uncertain of what he was trying to do, but still reached out and clasped it. This strength. The moment their hands locked, Rengoku felt an incredible force surging through Johan's grip. It was clear to him, this man's raw strength was at least on par with his own. Well, it seemed these two weren't as simple as they appeared. Rengoku's expression shifted to one of solemn recognition. "I see, in that case I shall tell you what I know." Chapter 12, A Fateful Encounter in Tokyo. Through Rengoku Kyojiro's revelations, Johan and Mitsuri learned that recently, the number of demon appearances in the Tokyo prefecture had been increasing at an alarming rate. "That's the reason I was sent here to investigate," Rengoku explained. Our commander believes that the demons are searching for something under the Demon King's orders. Regardless of what they're looking for, our duty is to stop them. After mentioning the Demon King, Rengoku's expression turned fiery with determination. The Demon Slayer Corps had been hunting for Musen Kibutsuji's whereabouts for years, yet they had never even encountered an upper moon demon, let alone the Demon King himself. The battles had been mostly against lower moons and ordinary demons, and despite that, the losses they suffered were severe. Now, for the first time in a long while, the demons seemed to be making a coordinated move. This was an opportunity they couldn't afford to miss. Johann listened intently, deep in thought. Searching for something, could it be the blue spider lily? But if I remember correctly, the blue spider lily only became relevant near the end of the story. Did information about it surface earlier than expected, or could they be after something else? Wait. Rengoku, can I ask when exactly these demonic activities started? Johann suddenly inquired. Apologies, but I wasn't given the exact date, Rengoku replied, scratching his head. Our commander only provided the information that it has been happening recently. I see. Mitsuri, who had been following Johann's train of thought, suddenly gasped. Johann, are you thinking what I'm thinking? Johann nodded. It seemed they had reached the same conclusion. What is it? Rengoku asked, intrigued by their silent exchange. It seemed rather coincidental that these two individuals he had randomly met would possess knowledge about the very situation he was investigating. Without hesitation, Johann and Mitsuri recounted their recent battle in the mountains, where they had encountered and slain Lower Moon 3. Hearing their story, Rengoku's expression grew serious. So, you're saying that you encountered Lower Moon 3 in the mountains and managed to kill him? He was visibly intrigued by this revelation. And you suspect that the demon's current movements are a result of his death, he continued. Johann nodded. It's possible. If a lower moon was slain by someone outside the Demon Slayer Corps, it would definitely catch Musen's attention. He might have sent out demons to investigate or even to hunt us down. Rengoku processed the information carefully. Indeed, for two individuals who aren't even part of the Corps to take down a lower moon, it makes sense that Musen would find this concerning. To Johann's surprise, Rengoku did not question the credibility of their story, nor did he demand details on how exactly they had survived until sunrise. Perhaps another Hashira might have doubted them, but Rengoku had always been someone who trusted his instincts. Even with this brief encounter, he could sense the sincerity in Johann and Mitsuri. In that case, Rengoku said, allow me to report this to our commander. Whether or not the demons are truly targeting you, the death of a lower moon is a significant event. With that, he took out a small piece of parchment and began writing a report. Once finished, he attached it to his Kasugai crow, which flapped its wings and took off into the sky. Watching the crow disappear into the distance, Mitsuri's eyes sparkled with curiosity. It actually talks. That's amazing. How do you guys train them? She had been fascinated by the bird ever since Rengoku started writing his message. In fact, she had tried to pet it, only for the crow to squawk, no touching, and fly out of reach, much to her surprise. Rengoku chuckled. Haha, actually, I don't know how they train them either. Our commander provides them to all demon slayers, so I imagine it's a specialized process. Then, his eyes brightened as an idea struck him. Since you seem so interested, why don't you both consider joining the Demon Slayer Corps? Once you become official members, you'll each receive your own Kasugai crow. Rengoku's tone was filled with enthusiasm. Having witnessed their strength firsthand, he was eager to recruit them. If these two could defeat a lower moon without even possessing Nichiren blades, then their potential was truly immeasurable. With proper training, they could even become Hashira in the future. Joining the Demon Slayer Corps. Mitsuri hesitated, glancing toward Johann. I'll listen to whatever Johann decides. She might have been tempted by the idea of owning a talking crow, but such an important decision was something she felt Johann should make. As for Johann, he pondered the idea for a moment before shaking his head. No, I think I'll pass. Oh, Rengoku tilted his head, surprised. Why is that? I value my freedom too much, Johann admitted. I prefer making my own decisions, but if the Demon Slayer Corps ever needs my help, I won't hesitate to step in. Rengoku regarded him thoughtfully before nodding. I see. If that's your decision, I won't force you. Johan had already resolved to take down Musen Kibutsuji. However, he didn't believe that joining the Corps was the only way to accomplish that goal. With his unique abilities, he would continue to grow stronger in his own way. Still, visiting the Corps in the future might be beneficial. He was certain there would be plenty of opportunities for new quests, and there were a handful of demon slayers he greatly respected. However, there were also a few individuals he had no patience for. The last thing he wanted was to be forced into working alongside people he disliked. If a certain someone irritated him enough, he might even lose his temper and draw his blade, something he'd rather avoid. Chapter 13. A battle isn't won with strength alone. Rengoku Kyojuro seemed a little disappointed that Johan and Kenroji Mitsuri had chosen not to join the Demon Slayer Corps. However, he still respected their decision. After all, everyone had their own reasons for making certain choices, just as he himself had once decided to become the Flame Hashira. Johan looked at Rengoku's expression, his emotions practically written all over his face. This guy is really too easy to read. So Johan spoke up. But Rengoku, since you'll be continuing your investigation, how about we travel together? Right now, Johan strongly suspected that the demons were searching for him specifically. If another fight broke out, he wasn't confident he could both protect Kenroji and fight at full strength. But if they traveled with Rengoku, at least during battles, Rengoku could help keep Kenroji safe, allowing Johan to focus entirely on the fight. All right, Johan, let's go together then. Haha. Rengoku agreed immediately, feeling that this arrangement was indeed a good idea. Previously, he had rejected their involvement because he didn't want them stepping into the world of demons. But now that he knew they had already fought and even slain lower rank 3, it was impossible to keep them out of it anymore. Since that was the case, traveling together would make things safer for everyone. As the two men burst into hearty laughter, Kenroji, who had been fully absorbed in her meal, finally raised her head. Huh? What just happened while I was battling my food? Slurping up the last strand of noodles hanging from her lips, Kenroji felt like she had missed something important. Leaving the ramen shop, they followed Rengoku through the streets. After a few twists and turns, they arrived at an old manor. Standing at the entrance, Rengoku introduced, "This is our base of operations in this town. Come inside, I'll show you around." Following Rengoku into the manor, they were met with a sight quite different from its exterior. Despite looking old and worn from the outside, the interior was spacious and well-maintained. The walls bore markings of wisteria flowers, and numerous individuals clad in black uniforms busily moved about. However, when these people noticed Rengoku's arrival, most of them stopped what they were doing and respectfully greeted him. Rengoku-sama. It was clear that Rengoku was well-liked by the people here. Rengoku greeted them back with a smile, then turned to Johan and Kenroji. "Johan, Kenroji," he explained, "these people are our Demon Slayer Corps Logistics Division, also known as the Kakashi. They handle things like battlefield cleanup, intelligence gathering, and treating the wounded. Never underestimate them. While they may not be as strong as the combat divisions, they contribute just as much to our fight against demons." It was clear that Rengoku deeply respected the Kakashi, and he hoped Johan and Kenroji would as well. "I agree completely," Johan said sincerely. "And me too," Kenroji quickly added. Both of them fully understood the importance of battlefield logistics. A war wasn't won by warriors alone, there were always problems they couldn't handle. The existence of the Kakashi allowed the demon slayers to focus solely on fighting. Perhaps that was one of the reasons why the Demon Slayer Corps had been able to persist for so long, even under Musen Kibutsuji's reign of terror. Just then, a raspy voice interrupted their conversation. "Oh, Kyojuro, stop flattering them. They are simply doing what they volunteered to do." An elderly woman, hunched over and draped in a long robe embroidered with wisteria patterns, slowly emerged from the side. She smiled kindly at Johan and Kenroji. "You two must be Johan and Kenroji Mitsuri, the ones young Kyojuro mentioned in his letter. the ones who slew lower rank 3. I am the caretaker of this manor, a member of the Fujikasen house. Thank you and welcome. After speaking, she turned and slowly walked away. Kenroji, still processing what had just happened, whispered to Rengoku, "That elderly woman, she came all the way here just to welcome us." Rengoku watched her departing figure and sighed. "We all call her Grandma Ryuko. She's been here since the very start of my time in the Demon Slayer Corps. She is a member of the Fujikasen house. The Fujikasen family was saved by the Demon Slayer Corps long ago, and ever since, they have dedicated themselves to supporting us without asking for anything in return. As for Grandma Ryuko, her family was killed by demons many years ago, leaving her the only survivor. Ever since then, she has lived here alone. She probably came just to thank you personally for what you've done." Kenroji was visibly moved by the story. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she tugged on Johan's sleeve. "Johan, do you think we?" She clearly felt deeply affected by the elderly woman's words. Johan gently patted Kenroji's head and met her gaze. His voice was calm but unwavering. "Mitsuri, do you trust me?" "Of course," she responded, her voice slightly choked with emotion. Johan's tone was firm. "Then that's enough. I will put an end to all of this." Chapter 14, A Future Hashira. Hahate. Johan is absolutely right. Kenroji, we will put an end to the demons. Never underestimate our resolve. Rengoku Kyojuro burst into hearty laughter. "Yes, I understand now." At that moment, Kenroji Mitsuri felt a renewed determination to become stronger. Perhaps in the future, this girl, who was destined to become the love Hashira, would one day shine with a brilliance all her own. All right, for now, let's go over the latest intelligence. With a grand sweep of his arm, Rengoku led Johan and Kenroji into the house. Inside, 2 intelligence officers were already waiting for them. The moment Rengoku entered, they immediately stepped forward and presented their findings. "Rengoku-sama, here is the latest report on demon activity in the Tokyo Prefecture area. From our investigations, it appears the demons are searching for someone. Please review our analysis, sir." Rengoku unfurled the black scroll they handed him and scanned its contents. An increase in attacks on young men and women. So that means... His gaze shifted toward Johan and Kenroji, his expression turning slightly strange. Without a word, he handed them the scroll. Johan and Kenroji read through it, and sure enough, the demons were after them. Rolling the scroll back up, Johan turned to Rengoku. "Rengoku, now that we've confirmed the demons are hunting us, I have a favor to ask." "Speak." Rengoku could tell Johan was about to make an important decision. "I want Kenroji Mitsuri to stay here with you." Rengoku frowned. "And you plan to?" "Yes, I'm going out to find the demons. They're searching for me so desperately. If I make myself an easy target, they'll definitely appear." "Johan's you." Kenroji, who had been quietly listening, finally grasped Johan's plan. He wanted Rengoku to protect her, while he went out to lure the demons into battle. Was she really just a burden to him? But just as that thought surfaced, Johan's hand suddenly reached out and held hers. The warmth of his palm against hers sent a quiet reassurance through her heart. Kenroji understood. "All right, Johan, I'll take care of myself. Please fight without worries." She made a silent vow to herself. "This time, just this once, I'll let him protect me. But in the future, I swear I will become strong enough to stand by his side." Rengoku frowned, clearly disapproving of Johan's plan. "Johan, I know you've successfully slain a lower moon before. But you must realize, this time, the demons won't come for you so easily. I admire your resolve. But if you want my approval, then prove it to me." As his words fell, Rengoku gripped the hilt of his sword. A blazing aura erupted from his body, filling the courtyard with an overwhelming heat. Somewhere outside town, deep within a forest shrouded in darkness, a demon knelt before a man clad in a short, deep crimson jacket. The man's short, pinkish-red hair gave him an almost delicate appearance, but the chilling aura around him left no doubt this was no ordinary demon. The demon lowered his head and reported. "Akaza-sama, based on our investigations, this town is highly likely one of their hiding places. Akaza's clenched fists suddenly stilled. So, that means a powerful warrior might be inside. His golden eyes gleamed with excitement as he gazed at the distant town. A fight. There would be another fight. A crimson light flickered in his irises. Meanwhile, the letter that Rengoku had sent via Kasugai Crow had finally reached Yubayashiki Kaguya. I see. They actually managed to kill lower rank 3. These two, Yohen and Kenroji Mitsuri, they're clearly not ordinary people. But good, this means there's one less lower moon to worry about. Having read Rengoku's report, Yubayashiki quickly deduced the demon's objective. It had to be these two. Musen Kibutsuji must be enraged that a lower moon was slain by someone outside the demon slayer core. How wonderful, truly wonderful. But knowing Musen's nature, there was no way he would let this go unpunished. Someone tell me, are there any Hashira currently near Tokyo Prefecture? Master, only the flower Hashira is currently on a mission in that area. Send a message to Kani. Tell her to head to Rengoku's location immediately. As wisteria petals danced through the air, Yubayashiki's thoughts drifted. Hopefully, she'll make it in time. Musen Kibutsuji. Musen Kibutsuji. The mission of the Yubayashiki family. I swear, I will see it fulfilled in my lifetime. The autumn wind blew cold. In the town. Within the courtyard of the old manor. Rengoku Kyojiro stood on one side of the yard, unmoving. Yet the sheer presence he exuded made the air feel like the height of summer. At this moment, he no longer radiated the gentle warmth of a morning sun. Now, he was the blazing midday inferno. On the opposite side, Yohen flexed his arms. The battle was about to begin. Chapter 15, A Fight with Rengoku Kyojiro. Yohen, are you ready? I won't hold back in the slightest. Rengoku Kyojiro's expression was serious. He knew very well that giving his all was the best way to show Yohen respect. And if Yohen were to lose outright, then perhaps he would abandon the idea of venturing out alone. On the other side, Yohen casually swung his arms, as if loosening his muscles. But in reality, he was asking his system a crucial question. Hey system. If I fight Rengoku Kyojiro and my skill counter spiral activates, what then? Is there a way to prevent that? That was what truly worried him. His counter spiral skill activated when he took damage. If that happened, wouldn't Rengoku be in danger? Host can temporarily disable passive skills. This way, there's no need to worry about unintended consequences. Additionally, for skills like Berserker's Roar, the host can manually designate allies beforehand, preventing them from being affected. Also, please check your new mission. Mission: Astonish Rengoku Kyojiro. Reward: Mastery of Grappling Techniques. Grappling Techniques, the art of subduing an opponent without causing harm. Yohen couldn't help but feel exasperated with the system. When it said it wouldn't give him offensive skills, it really meant it. Now it was giving him self-defense techniques instead. Was the system trying to teach him when to let himself get hit, and when not to? He shook his head. Still, this was good. Up until now, most of his enhancements had been defensive. He had been forced into a reactive fighting style. But if he mastered grappling techniques, he could finally take control of his movements, turning defense into offense. If that was the case, then he needed to display more of his strength. Outside the battlefield, Kenroji Mitsuri, 2 Demon Slayer intelligence officers, and Granny Ryuko stood off to the side. The 2 intelligence officers didn't seem to think much of this fight. They whispered among themselves. After all, from their perspective, Rengoku Kyojiro was already on the cusp of becoming a Hashira. And the Hashira were the absolute pinnacle of the Demon Slayer core. Even if this Yohen had somehow managed to take down a lower moon, there was no way he could win. After all, anyone who could become a Hashira was capable of slaying a lower moon alone. What they didn't know was the exact circumstances of Yohen's battle with lower rank 3. At that time, he had no Nichiren blade, so he had simply endured until dawn, letting the sunlight finish the job. And even more importantly, Yohan was far stronger now than he had been back then. Kanroji Mitsuri didn't bother arguing with the intelligence officers. She simply pouted slightly and mumbled under her breath. Don't underestimate him, just watch, Yohan will win. She had always believed in him. Granny Ryuko, on the other hand, simply smiled and said nothing. Are both sides ready? This is just a sparring match, keep it controlled. Granny Ryuko's voice rang out as she looked between the two combatants. In the training yard, Rengoku Kyojuro frowned slightly when he noticed Yohan wasn't holding a weapon. Take out your weapon, Yohan. You're not seriously planning to fight me with your bare hands, are you? Yohan raised his fists in response. That's exactly what I'm planning, Rengoku Kyojuro. My fists are my strongest weapon. Rengoku was momentarily taken aback. Did this guy seriously believe he could fight a sword-wielding opponent with just his fists? He must have been overestimating himself. Very well then. In that case, Rengoku decided he would use the back of his blade, ensuring he ended this fight without injuring Yohan. Then begin. The instant those words were spoken. First form, unknowing fire. Rengoku Kyojuro exploded forward, a blazing inferno of motion. His sword came at Yohan with terrifying speed. Flames surged toward him, burning bright. Yet Yohan didn't move. He stood completely still. Did he not react in time? No, that couldn't be right. Seeing this, Rengoku prepared to pull back his attack. It's over already. Yes, yeah. He must be too scared to move after seeing Rengoku Kyojuro's attack. The two intelligence officers spoke in raised voices, their eyes glancing toward Kanroji Mitsuri. But Kanroji didn't seem to hear them. She simply kept her eyes fixed on the battlefield. Then, just as the flat of Rengoku's blade was about to strike, Yohan raised his arm. Not good, he's going to make contact. That was the last thought that flashed through Rengoku's mind before. Bang! A deafening impact rang out. A powerful shockwave rippled through the yard, kicking up dust and sending bystanders stumbling. Gradually, the dust settled, revealing the scene at the center of the battlefield. What? The two intelligence officers, who had been so sure of Yohan's loss, gasped in unison. At the very heart of the yard, a single, shocking sight stood frozen in time. Rengoku Kyojuro's blade had been caught, firmly held in place by Yohan. Rengoku's expression showed unmistakable surprise. Because from where he stood, he could see more clearly than anyone else. Yohan hadn't just caught his sword. As one of the top 3 strongest in the Demon Slayer Corps in terms of raw strength, Rengoku knew firsthand that his sword couldn't be easily restrained. And yet, he couldn't pull it free. Yohan's grip was just as strong as his own. Not only that, but the sensation from the moment of impact. It was as if he had struck a solid slab of iron. So it was true then. Yohan, the one who had taken down lower rank 3, was no ordinary man. Chapter 16, Akaza is coming. Yohan tightened his grip around the Nichiren blade in his hand. Grinning, he said, Rengoku Kyojuro, surprised. That's right, the way he had chosen to astonish Rengoku was by catching the blade with his bare hands. In the world of Demon Slayer, where breathing techniques and blood demon arts existed, something like catching a sword barehanded had to be unheard of. Of course, he hadn't done it without preparation. The moment he grabbed the blade, he activated Iron Body across his entire arm. Not to mention, his Senju bloodline had been continuously evolving. His regeneration abilities were on an entirely different level now. Even if he did sustain an injury, he would heal in an instant. And just as he had planned, he had succeeded. On the other side, Rengoku Kyojuro let out a helpless chuckle. Of course, he said, shaking his head. You really did shock me. There was nothing more to say. His sword had been caught after all. Now, Rengoku finally understood why Yohan dared to go out and face demons alone. That bizarre level of defense, this must be what he relied on. Accepting his loss without hesitation, Rengoku realized that he had underestimated the world. One must always remain humble and vigilant. Realizing this, his smile returned. In that case, Johan, go without worry. I'll take care of things on this side. Johan had already proven his strength. Rengoku Kyojuro had no reason to stop him now. Just then, the system's voice echoed in Johan's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. Mission complete. Astonish Rengoku Kyojuro. Reward, mastery of grappling techniques. As a flood of knowledge about grappling techniques poured into his mind, Johan instantly gained an intuitive understanding of how to exploit joints, pressure points, and weak spots to subdue an opponent with minimal effort. It felt as if he had trained in this art for years. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself instinctively analyzing Rengoku Kyojuro's joints. An overwhelming urge rose within him. He really wanted to test it out on Rengoku. For some reason, Rengoku suddenly shivered. Sensing something was off, he subtly put some distance between them. Quickly, he spoke up. So, Johan, it's already late. Are you planning to leave tonight? Yeah, let's get this done as soon as possible. Good, then you'll need a Nicaran blade, right? Every Demon Slayer core base had extra Nicaran blades in stock for emergencies. Thinking about how he still relied on probability to kill demons, Johan decided he should take one. He couldn't afford to rely on waiting until sunrise every time. Just as he was about to respond, a sudden, exhilarated voice rang out. Haha, Kadohate. Who would have thought? A small town like this, and I run into not one but two warriors with battle aura. Come on, let's fight. A figure emerged from the shadows, in the corner of the courtyard. The first thing that caught everyone's attention was his golden eyes. As he stepped forward, he was revealed to be a man covered in countless deep blue tattoos. Blood stained his fingertips, proof that he had come with malicious intent. A demon. There was no doubt about his identity. Haha, Kadohate. I am upper rank 3 of the 12 Kazuki. Akaza. His gaze locked onto Johan and Rengoku. Come, let's fight. Only through battle can you prove that you deserve to live. Akaza had already stepped forward, assuming a combat stance. In an instant, an overwhelming aura erupted from his body. The very air in the estate grew colder. You upper ranks. The 2 Demon Slayer intelligence officers, standing at a distance, were already struggling to withstand Akaza's pressure. Their bodies threatened to collapse under the sheer weight of his presence. Even Kenroji Mitsuri and Granny Ryuko had to lean on each other for support. They weren't faring much better. Meanwhile, Johan and Rengoku's expressions turned serious. One hand gripped the hilt of his sword. The other clenched his fists. Rengoku's voice was deep and solemn. Johan, looks like we're fighting side by side today. Yeah, be careful. You too. Akaza's arrival had put them under immense pressure. Upper rank 3. Johan had considered the possibility that Kibutsuji Musen might send someone after him. But he hadn't expected them to send someone this powerful. Mitsuri, take everyone and leave. Wait for us outside the estate. All Demon Slayer members evacuate immediately. No one comes back in. Facing an upper rank demon, even they weren't sure if they could guarantee their own safety. Retreating was the wisest choice for the others. Kenroji and the rest didn't argue. They knew full well that staying would only be a burden. Just before leaving, Kenroji turned back and shouted toward the courtyard. Johan, I'll be waiting outside. No matter what, I'll be waiting for you. So please come back safely. Though she didn't say it out loud, she believed her thoughts would reach him. As Johan and Rengoku kept their gazes locked onto Akaza. The demon, in turn, looked at them with pure excitement. Relax, Akaza said seriously. I never kill or eat women. Only the strong deserve to fight me. You need only focus on battling me. The fact that some weaklings were leaving was of no concern to him. To Akaza, only warriors who wielded battle aura were worthy of his attention. But Johan and Rengoku remained on high alert. A demon's words meant nothing. A man-eating demon could never be trusted. Ding! New mission, battle against Akaza. Reward, a random gourmet dish. Johan barely spared the mission a thought. Right now, all that mattered was taking down Akaza. The moon cast a dim glow over the courtyard. Only the three of them remained. The air was thick with tension. Two powerful forces clashed in an invisible battle of will. The oppressive pressure filled the entire estate. Then, now let us begin. Akaza could hardly contain his excitement. Fight! Johan and Rengoku wasted no time. Destructive death, annihilation type. Fifth form, flame tiger. Iron body, shatter. There was no hesitation. At their level, probing attacks were meaningless. From the very first strike, they fought to end it. Chapter 17, Battle against Akaza. Blades and fists collided. In the midst of the fierce battle, Akaza fought against both of them at once. Yet, their first offense had failed to make any meaningful impact. Haha, yes, that's it. This is the kind of battle I crave. Come, let us unleash everything we have. Laughing wildly, Akaza suddenly launched a devastating attack. Destructive death, leg type explosive flurry. His foot lashed out with a blinding speed, delivering a rapid barrage of kicks, each impact detonating like an explosion of pure force. Second form, rising scorching sun. Iron body, steel. Johan and Rengoku met the assault head-on, bracing themselves to resist the demon's relentless power. Akaza's techniques were nothing short of terrifying. Even though Johan and Rengoku managed to block his attacks, they were both feeling the strain. For Johan, this battle had made one thing crystal clear. The difference between the upper and lower ranks was like the heavens and the earth. If the lower moon's attacks had felt like mere scratches to him before, then Akaza's strikes, each and every one of them, felt like pure agony. Even with iron body reinforcing his defenses, it wasn't enough. Akaza's very body was a weapon, and every punch, every kick was an overwhelming fusion of speed and power. Though his blows didn't seem to leave obvious damage on Johan's body, the sheer force behind them was a brutal test of endurance. Meanwhile, Rengoku was in even worse shape. Even though he had avoided direct hits, the sheer force of Akaza's strikes had left him battered. A mist of blood sprayed into the air. He was already the most wounded among them. At this point in time, Rengoku Kyojuro had yet to reach his peak. Though he had studied the breath of flames through the 3 guidebooks left behind by previous generations, and had pushed himself to the brink of becoming a Hashira, he was not there yet. Not completely. He was still a few years away from the true pinnacle of his strength. Johan and Rengoku exchanged a glance. No words were needed. They understood. No matter what, Akaza had to die here. If they fell, then no one else in this town could stop him. Fight! Once again, the battle raged on. Winds roared, dust spiraled into the air, and the ground cracked beneath their feet. As the fight dragged on, Johan could feel it. Rengoku's breathing was growing ragged. He was no longer as steady as he had been at the start. He was reaching his limit. Meanwhile, Akaza, though his purple-red short-sleeved robe had been torn into strips, the wounds on his body were already healing. Vast. As expected, Akaza said, grinning. You're both warriors worthy of respect. But, with just this level of strength, you will never defeat me. Look at yourselves. Wounded, exhausted. And yet, as a demon, I feel neither fatigue nor true pain. I can see it. You both possess battle aura. You should not be shackled by your human limitations. Become demons. If you do, we can fight forever. Akaza's voice rang with conviction. For over 200 years, he had sought out strong opponents, pursued battle after battle. His past lost. His memories forgotten. All that remained was his obsession. To grow stronger. And today, he had found 2 humans who were worthy. Both Johan and Rengoku had what it took to ascend, to pursue the highest realms of battle aura. They should join the ranks of demons. That was the only right path. But neither Johan nor Rengoku even hesitated. They had no intention of entertaining Akaza's invitation. They had their own convictions, their own unwavering beliefs. Rengoku Kyojuro, Johan said, voice steady, I'll take the brunt of his attacks. You stay back and look for an opening. He had already realized. If Rengoku kept fighting like this, he would be the first to fall. But Johan, his body was durable, resilient. If anyone was going to withstand Akaza's attacks head-on, it should be him. As for Rengoku, striking from the side would allow him to make better use of his swordsmanship. Rengoku hesitated for only a fraction of a second before nodding. There was no room for stubbornness here. They had only one goal: to slay the demon. Akaza made no move to stop them. In his eyes, the stronger the fight, the better. It didn't matter what his opponents did, so long as they made this battle worthy. That was all that mattered. The battle resumed. This time, Johan alone faced Akaza head-on. His initial plan had been to use his newfound grappling techniques to pin Akaza down and create an opening for Rengoku. But every time he attempted a grab, Akaza dodged, as if he had already sensed his intentions. Yet every one of Akaza's attacks landed. Another attack came. Destructive death, crushing type, 10,000 leaves flashing willow. Akaza leapt into the air, his pale figure cutting through the night. And then, a devastating downward strike, falling straight toward Johan. Johan stood his ground. He did not dodge. Instead, he reinforced his entire body with iron body and met Akaza head-on. The moment their attacks collided, the ground beneath them shattered, forming a web of fractures. Akaza threw his head back and laughed. Futile. Human. I see through you. I know your skin is unusual. I know you're trying to endure my attacks, to get close to me. But under my blood demon art, destructive death, compass needle, your battle aura is laid bare before me. So give up. This is the difference between humans and demons. Chapter 18, A Battle to the Death. Yet, despite Akaza dodging his grappling attempts, Johan felt no disappointment. That had never been the real plan. From the very start of this battle, he had known he and Rengoku were outmatched. A prolonged fight, a battle of attrition. Neither was an option. Their only chance was to seize the moment and risk it all. And now, that moment had come. Skill activated Berserker's Roar. A shadowy, phantom-like figure appeared above Johan, its mouth opening in a silent, primal scream. A golden glow surged over his body, forming a spectral armor. And at that instant, Akaza's body stiffened. His retreating motion abruptly reversed, as if something had hijacked his control. Like a puppet with its strings pulled taut, he surged forward, straight toward Johan. His body ignored his will. Instead of dodging, he attacked. What? A wave of shock crashed through Akaza's mind. For the first time in centuries, he could not control his own body. Something was wrong, terribly wrong. Rengoku Kaijuro, Johan roared. This was it, their one and only chance. Rengoku did not hesitate. He charged, his entire being ignited in a blaze of fury. Flame-breathing, ninth form Rengoku. The ultimate secret technique of the flame-breathing style. A technique bearing the very name of the Rengoku family itself. A single devastating strike, designed to carve through demons, leaving deep, inescapable wounds. Rengoku's strength was already nearly spent. And this technique would cost him everything. This would be the final, decisive blow. For the first time, panic flashed in Akaza's eyes. His instincts, honed through centuries of combat, screamed at him. His muscles burned with an unfamiliar sensation, fear. No, I won't allow this. At that moment, Akaza's desperation to survive surged to an all-consuming level. But he was still under the Berserker's roar's effect. He could not move. The flaming blade descended, aimed directly at his neck. Flame-breathing, ninth form, Rengoku Purgatory. Destructive death, final form, azure silver chaotic afterglow. The moment Berserker's roar ended, Akaza unleashed everything he had. A devastating shockwave erupted from his body, hundreds of needle-like force projectiles blasting outward at terrifying speeds. When the dust settled, Rengoku stood there, his blade buried halfway through Akaza's neck. But his entire body was drenched in blood. The counterattack had struck him at point-blank range. He had been so close, too close. And now his strength was completely drained. His body unresponsive. Had Johann not grabbed him at the last second and pulled him back, he would be dead. That was close, that was really close. Akaza's voice rang out, rough yet strangely exhilarated. He lifted a hand, gripping his half-severed neck. A grotesque squelching sound followed. The demon's body began to regenerate. Flesh stitched itself back together. Muscles reconnected. In mere moments, it was as if he had never been wounded at all. How long had it been? How long since someone had pushed him this far? Since Lord Musen had turned him into a demon, he had fought countless battles, seeking out the strongest warriors. Yet never had anyone brought him to the brink of death. His entire being trembled. But not with fear. With excitement. You too are magnificent. His eyes gleamed with an almost manic joy. Join me, he urged again. This is not where your journey should end. Your true future lies as demons. Together, we can fight forever. Akaza was not just offering them power. He was begging them to accept it. Johann turned his gaze to Rengoku. The flame Hashira was unconscious, his body barely clinging to life. Johann knelt down, his hands glowing faintly. Healing skill, vital surge. A soft light pulsed through Rengoku's body as Johann carefully laid him aside. Johann knew. At that final moment, he had hesitated. If he had let Rengoku complete the strike, if he had not pulled him back, Akaza would be dead. But so would Rengoku. And Johann could not accept that trade. What was the point of having a second chance at life if he couldn't change fate itself? He looked down at Rengoku once more, then back up at Akaza. He took a deep breath and smirked. Akaza, from this point on, this fight is between you and me. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. I promise you, this battle will satisfy you to death. For a moment, Akaza was silent. Then, Hadohata. Laughter erupted from him, echoing across the battlefield. His bloodthirsty eyes locked onto Johann. Good, that's exactly what I want. The battle resumed. The two warriors clashed beneath the fading night sky. Johann and Akaza. One human. One demon. And yet both seemed tireless. Attack after attack, strike after strike, neither faltered. Johann activated Berserker's roar multiple times. But Akaza, having learned his lesson, would instantly retreat the moment he saw the phantom appear. And so their fight became an endless cycle, one rushing forward, the other pulling back. Over and over. His counter-spiral skill activated several times. But it wasn't enough. Even with pure, unblockable damage, Akaza's regeneration always brought him back. Defeating him by luck alone was impossible. And then, the sky began to brighten. The sun was about to rise. Chapter 19, The Light of Dawn. At the horizon, the first golden rays of sunlight began to creep over the land. The world was awakening. Yet the battle still raged on. Both warriors, man and demon, had long since reached their limits. Johann's entire body screamed in protest. His relentless use of iron body had numbed his flesh to the point where pain had become meaningless. His mind, stretched thin, held together by sheer willpower, teetered on the brink of collapse. But he could not fall, he would not fall. All that remained in his mind was a single thought. Hold on until sunrise. As for Akaza, the demon was beyond frustrated. No matter how many times he struck, no matter how powerful his attacks, he had been unable to leave a lasting wound on his opponent. Every single time, that cursed technique would activate, turning Johann's body to iron, deflecting his blows. It was infuriating. Fine, if I can't kill you outright, I'll wear you down. After all, he was a demon. He never got tired. But Johann was only human. He couldn't possibly outlast me. And yet, as dawn approached, Akaza's certainty wavered. Johann should have collapsed by now. He should have reached his limit. Yet here he stood, unmoving, unyielding. No. This isn't the kind of battle I wanted. Akaza did not seek meaningless endurance contests. He wanted life-or-death struggles. Fights where he could feel the thrill of mortality pressing against his throat. But this was different. Damn it. The sun is rising. If this dragged on any longer, there would be no victor, only his own death. Am I really going to leave like this? Unfinished. Unfulfilled. The very thought of it made him sick. His gaze flickered to the unconscious Rengoku. A choice crystallized in his mind. Let's settle this in a single blow. Akaza shifted into his stance. Johan, his consciousness barely holding on, nodded. His mind was all but gone. Only instinct remained. Destructive death, annihilation type. Akaza's fist rocketed forward. A devastating strike, radiating an immense shockwave. The sheer force of it tore through the air, engulfing Johan and Rengoku. The impact roared like a thunderclap. Boom! The courtyard shattered. A massive crater carved itself into the earth. Johan stood at the epicenter. Behind him, Rengoku remained safe. Because Johan had taken everything. His back drenched in blood. His skin ripped apart. His body on the verge of collapse. Akaza exhaled, then grinned. Huh. I finally landed a solid hit on you. He stepped forward. You should fall now. It's over. Silence. Johan did not respond. Instead, he raised his fists once more. Took his stance once more. Unyielding. Akaza's smile faded. This man. This mortal. Why won't you break? Fine. Then I'll finish this myself. Akaza no longer had time to waste. The sunlight was spreading. He had to end this. Now. Die. Destructive death, disorder. His fists blurred. A rapid, frenzied barrage aimed directly at Johan's heart. Flower-breathing, second form, honored Shadow Plum. A blade flashed between them, stopping every single strike. Each motion left behind a trail of delicate, petal-like slashes, intercepting the chaos with effortless precision. A new warrior had arrived. You're not killing anyone tonight. The flower Hashira, Kachokani, had entered the battle. She had arrived just in time. Her breath still ragged from the desperate journey here. From the moment she received the news, she and her younger sister had raced through the night, ignoring exhaustion, pushing themselves to their limits. When she reached the estate, she had been met with horror. An entire courtyard annihilated. Blood. Walls shattered. Ground scarred. The air still crackled with the remnants of battle. And at the center of it all, two warriors who should not have still been standing. She had no time to process the sight. Only to act. Akaza's fists trembled. His rage boiled over. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. His chance was gone. This woman, another Hashira, had strength. Enough strength to stall him. Enough strength to delay him. And the sun was rising. He had failed. He had lost. Akaza clenched his fists. Then he exhaled. A long, slow breath. In next time. His voice was low. Dangerous. His golden eyes flickered between the three warriors. Next time I will kill you all. Without another word, he turned. And vanished into the shadows. The battle was over. Kani released a slow, steadying breath. If Akaza had insisted on fighting further, she wasn't sure she could have protected them. She glanced at Johan. His stance had not changed. Still standing, still ready. But his eyes were vacant, as if his mind had already drifted somewhere else. And then, the other demon slayers arrived. They surged into the courtyard, spreading out in waves to begin their post-battle operations. One warrior rushed forward, faster than the others. A single glance, and she froze. Her breath caught. Her eyes stung. Her heart clenched. Johan. Kenroji Mitsuri could not stop the tears. Step by step she approached. She reached for him, hesitated. afraid to touch, afraid to break him. Her voice trembled. Medical team, hurry. Someone approached, placing a hand on her shoulder. It's all right. Canny's voice was soft, yet firm. He will be treated. We will save him. Mitsuri bit her lip, nodded, and prayed. Chapter 20, The Aftermath of the Battle. Afternoon. In one of the quiet rooms of the estate, Mitsuri Kenroji sat beside the sleeping Johan, watching over him in silence. The battle had long since ended, but she refused to leave his side. Earlier, the medical team had conducted a full examination of Johan's condition. Their findings were astonishing. Given the sheer intensity of his battle against an upper moon, they had expected his body to be pushed to its absolute limit, perhaps even beyond repair. But when they checked, his wounds had nearly healed. His body showed no signs of strain. Every physical indicator was perfect. It was almost as if he had already fully recovered. The only explanation for his deep slumber was extreme mental exhaustion, a natural self-defense mechanism to restore his mind. In contrast, Rengoku Kaojiro, who lay on a futon nearby, had not fared as well. Although it was clear that someone had treated him before the medical team arrived, his body was still suffering from extreme malnutrition. He would need time to fully recover. A voice interrupted the quiet. How is Johan? Has he woken up yet? It was Rengoku himself, now awake after his own treatment. He had already heard the full report from the medical team, and he had no doubts about who had saved him. After all, by the time he collapsed, only 2 people had remained in that courtyard. Himself and Johan. It had to be him. Whether he was holding back Akaza until sunrise, or saving his life, Rengoku knew he owed this man a debt of gratitude. Mitsuri shook her head, a flicker of disappointment in her emerald eyes. Not yet. But before she could finish, Johan's eyelids flickered. A moment later, his eyes slowly opened. Is the battle over? Johan! Mitsuri let out a joyous cry and practically leaped onto him, wrapping him in a desperate embrace, needing to feel that he was real, that he was awake and alive. Rengoku stepped forward as well, his warm, booming voice filling the room. The battle is over, Johan. Congratulations on waking up. Johan blinked, flexing his fingers. His body felt unbelievably light. No pain, no fatigue. As if he had been reborn. That battle hadn't drained him. It had made him stronger. A thought crossed his mind. System, he reached out internally, did I just level up? The familiar voice of the system echoed in his mind. The host previously injected the Senju bloodline serum, which altered your genetic structure. However, full activation required time and synchronization. Through this battle, your mental fortitude has significantly increased, allowing your body and mind to finally achieve perfect synchronization. The Senju bloodline is now fully activated. Johan's eyes flashed with understanding. So that was it. Even though he had possessed the Senju bloodline from the start, it had been incomplete, just raw potential, waiting for the moment his willpower could match his physical evolution. And now he had reached that moment. Does that mean, he hesitated, I've unlocked the sage body? That would be an accurate interpretation. Johan nearly laughed out loud. The sage body. A bloodline that brought monstrous durability, rapid regeneration, and overwhelming strength. No wonder he felt completely rejuvenated despite everything. No wonder his body felt indestructible. Mitsuri's warmth against his side pulled him back to the present. She was trembling. Johan reached out, gently patting her soft pink and green hair. Mitsuri, I'm fine now. Tears welled in her eyes. You idiot. Her voice cracked as she finally let loose all the emotions she had been holding in. Do you even know how terrified I was? When I saw you covered in blood, standing there like some lifeless statue. Her breath hitched. I thought I was going to lose you. No more holding back. No more pretending. She didn't care how he felt about her. She just needed him to know. I don't want you to take those kinds of risks anymore. She buried her face against his chest. Johann exhaled softly. A deep warmth flickered in his gaze. I understand. His voice was lower now, gentler. I know, Mitsuri. I promise, I won't make you worry like that again. For the first time since waking, his expression softened completely, a warmth rarely seen in his usually composed features. Rengoku, standing near the door, took one look at the scene and quietly turned around. He did not know if leaving was the right thing to do, but he had a strong feeling that if he interrupted this moment, he'd be sent straight back to the medical ward. Meanwhile, a confidential report arrived at Demon Slayer headquarters. Urgent report for Lord Yubayashiki. A Demon Slayer knelt before the leader of the corps, presenting the document with urgency. Yubayashiki Kaguya took the letter, his pale fingers carefully unfolding it. His blind eyes scanned the contents, his mind absorbing every word. Then he did something unexpected. He laughed. A light, breathy chuckle, so genuine and joyful that it startled those around him. A soft voice spoke behind him. Kaguya, what's made you so happy all of a sudden? A beautiful woman stood behind him, her presence as serene as a spirit of the silver birch trees. His wife, Yubayashiki Amane. He turned toward her, smiling. There is good news, Amane. Johann and Rengoku Kyojuro held back Upper Moon 3 until sunrise. The flower Hashira arrived just in time. And his smile widened. There were no casualties. A victory. A true victory. For the first time, an Upper Moon had been fought to a standstill. For the first time, they had proof that the Upper Moons were not invincible. Amane watched her husband's expression carefully. She knew how heavy the burden on his shoulders was, how much sorrow he had carried for so long. Moments like this, where true hope shone through, were far too rare. Seeing him genuinely happy, it made her happy too. She stepped forward, placing a gentle hand over his. I'm glad, Kaguya. He exhaled, looking up at the sky. Yes. For the first time, perhaps his dream of eradicating Musen truly could be realized in his lifetime. Chapter 21, Training and Unexpected Guests. Johann had finally managed to convince Kanroji Mitsuri to let him leave his bed. The moment he stepped outside, the fresh air hit his skin and he felt alive again. He hated being confined to a sickbed, especially when he felt perfectly fine. Mitsuri, on the other hand, disagreed completely. She had insisted, no, outright refused, to let him move around, worried that his body hadn't fully recovered. If he hadn't been so determined, he was certain she would still have him pinned to that futon, hovering over him like a worried mother hen. But in the end, he won. And now, they stood together in a secluded corner of the courtyard, where he had decided to properly train Mitsuri. Their conversation earlier had deepened their bond. Both of them understood each other's feelings now. There was no more hiding. No more hesitation. Now, it was time to hone her strength. Mitsuri had a gift, and Johann refused to let that gift go to waste. The Mitsuri he remembered from before he transmigrated. She had so much untapped potential. A woman who could lift a 15-kilogram stone for pickling vegetables as a child. She was born to be a powerhouse, and Johann intended to bring out the best in her. Mitsuri, I've already taught you the full concept of iron body. Now, it's time for something new. She perked up at his words, her green eyes shimmering with curiosity. What is it? I'm going to teach you a martial technique called grappling arts. Mitsuri tilted her head. Grappling. Johann nodded. I'll demonstrate each move. If you don't understand something, ask me. Unlike the other demon slayers, Johann didn't rely on breathing styles. But right now, his main focus was building her foundation. Strength without technique was wasted potential. He wasn't about to let that happen. And so, after explaining the core concepts of grappling arts, Johann immediately engaged Mitsuri in a sparring match. As expected, she was still a beginner. Her movements were raw, unrefined, her grappling attempts easy to predict. He didn't even need to think. His instincts guided his movements effortlessly. This was another thing he had noticed since awakening the sage body. His perception of the world around him had sharpened. His body moved on pure reflex, almost as if he could see seconds into the future. And so, while effortlessly dodging Mitsuri's attacks, a thought crossed his mind. "System, I remember having 2 active quests." He asked casually, while sidestepping a grab attempt. "Affirmative, host." "Active quest, the spread of defensive ideology, incomplete." Quest objective. As the host of the universe's strongest defensive system, you are obligated to educate others on the power of absolute defense. Current progress, 3-5 people convinced. Completed quest, battle against Akaza, completed. Quest reward, a random gourmet dish. Reward obtained, fugu dish, a special delicacy from Toriko's world. Johann froze mid-step. "Wait. What?" His eyes widened. A dish from the world of Toriko. He still vividly remembered that anime from his previous life. A world overflowing with supernatural cuisine. A world where food didn't just taste amazing. It made you stronger. Just thinking about it made his mouth water. He couldn't help but ask, "System, is the dish given to me directly?" "All physical rewards are immediately available for consumption. Host may claim it any time." Hearing that, Johann's excitement skyrocketed. This was too good to pass up. He made a mental note. After training, he was going to feast. Unfortunately, his brief distraction cost him. By the time he snapped back to reality, his arm was already locked in a firm grip. Mitsuri had him. A breath away from his face, she grinned mischievously. "Got you." She had noticed the way his focus wavered. And though he had dodged every attack so far, that momentary pause, that tiny gap in his defense, had been enough for her to seize an opening. Her hold wasn't perfect, her technique still rough, but she had still managed to catch him. For a beginner, that was impressive. Before Johann could react, a voice interrupted them. "You two are training." It was soft, warm, like the gentle sunshine of spring. Johann turned toward the sound. Standing nearby was a young woman with a calm smile. Kani Kacho, the flower Hashira. And she wasn't alone. Behind her stood 2 more figures. One was a serious-looking woman with long black hair, its tips dyed deep violet. The other was a small girl with pink lavender eyes, shyly clinging to the older woman's sleeve. Johann immediately recognized them. Shinobu Kacho and Suri Kano. Sisters by bond, not by blood. Shinobu, the insect Hashira, known for her sharp wit and poisonous blades. And Kano, the girl with a troubled past, still hesitant to act on her own will. Kani had learned about Johann's recovery from Rengoku Kyojiro. Hearing about his role in the battle against Upper Moon 3. She had been deeply intrigued. Even more so when Rengoku himself admitted. Without Johann, he would have died. Now that she was here, now that she saw Johann moving so freely after such a brutal fight, she was even more convinced. This man was not normal. And that meant he was exactly the kind of person the Demon Slayer Corps needed. Even if she had already heard that Johann declined joining once before, she wasn't about to give up. True warriors were often proud. But the Demon Slayer Corps needed strength more than anything. Even if there was only a slim chance, she would try again. Johann noticed the way she observed him. Her eyes were calm, but beneath them was calculating intent. Releasing himself from Mitsuri's hold, he turned to face them. "Hello, can I help you?" He already knew what this was about, but he wanted to hear it from them directly. Chapter 22, Clash of Beliefs. So, in this timeline, they had already saved Tsuyuri Kano from the hands of the human traffickers. Johann's gaze softened. Tsuyuri Kano, a girl who had been beaten, abused by her parents, and ultimately sold like an object. He had always felt a deep sympathy for her. And now, seeing her standing there, silent and timid, her violet eyes filled with wariness, Johann couldn't resist the urge to tease her a little. But before he could act on that thought, HMMPH. A small pout appeared on Kenroji Mitsuri's lips. She tugged on Johann's sleeve and huffed, "Johann, it's rude for a boy to just stare at a girl like that." Was she just reminding him to be polite? Or was there another meaning behind those words? That no one could say. Johann realized his mistake and gave an awkward chuckle. Thankfully, the ever-kind Kacho Kanny stepped in with a warm smile. "These are my younger sisters," she introduced. "The one with black curls is Shinobu Kacho, and the one with the ponytail is Tsuyuri Kano." With that, the introductions were complete. But then, Kanny wasted no time getting to the point. "Johann Mitsuri," she said earnestly, "I would like to formally invite you both to join the Demon Slayer Corps once again." Her sincere gaze landed on them, full of hope. Johann thought for a moment before answering seriously. "I'm sorry, Kanny." His voice was calm but firm. "I have nothing against the Demon Slayer Corps. In fact, I have great respect for you all. But I value my freedom too much. So please understand, I must decline." There was no hostility in his words. He simply wanted to make it clear. His reason for refusal had nothing to do with arrogance or disdain. Even if he wasn't part of the Demon Slayer Corps, that didn't mean he wouldn't cooperate with them when needed. Kanny listened carefully. Though his words were diplomatic, she understood the true meaning behind them. Johann's decision was final. And she wouldn't try to force him. A gentle soul like Kanny knew. Forcing someone into something they didn't want would only push them away. Besides, wasn't this arrangement just as good? He wasn't an enemy. He would fight for humanity, whether or not he wore the Corps uniform. That was enough. However, one person was not as accepting. Shinobu's patience snapped. "Why?" she blurted out, her voice sharp with frustration. "Why are you refusing my sister's invitation?" Her violet eyes blazed with emotion. "Don't think just because you were able to fight an upper moon, you're above the Demon Slayer Corps. I saw what you were teaching that girl just now. That was nothing but cheap martial arts. How do you expect her to kill demons with that?" Shinobu's irritation was genuine. At this point in time, she was still direct, impatient, and quick to anger. Her elder sister was still alive. She had yet to experience the grief that would harden her into the smiling, venomous woman she would become. Right now, she was just a young demon slayer, passionate and eager to prove herself. To her, Johann's approach was bizarre. Teaching Mitsuri some strange, warrior-style techniques instead of the breathing styles they all relied on. What kind of nonsense was that? And now he was acting like he was too good for the Corps. Did he think he alone was stronger than the entire Demon Slayer Corps combined? Enough. Kanny's voice cut through the tension like a knife. She had rarely scolded Shinobu before, but this time, she was disappointed. Did Shinobu truly believe the Demon Slayer Corps was the strongest force in existence? If that were true, then why did demons still roam the land? And why, despite their best efforts, was Musen Kibutsuji still alive? Besides, had she not seen the lingering battle scars in the courtyard? Did she truly think someone like Johann was just an ordinary warrior? Strong people were not to be judged so lightly. Johann, for his part, was unbothered. Why should he be offended? He had a system backing him. Compared to that, could the Demon Slayer Corps even compete? Of course, they didn't know that. But one person did take offense. Mitsuri Kenroji. She turned to Shinobu, her emerald eyes burning with fierce determination. "If that's how you feel, then let's test it." Her challenge hung in the air. Shinobu blinked. "What?" Mitsuri stood tall, voice unwavering. "You don't believe in what Johann taught me? Fine. Then let's fight and see who's right." Her hands clenched into tight fists. Johann's teachings had helped her understand her own strength in a way no one else ever had. And she would prove it. Shinobu narrowed her eyes. She was never one to back down. "Fine. Let's do this." Without another word, the two girls strode toward the open space in the courtyard. Kanny instinctively stepped forward to stop them. She hadn't come here to start a fight. But before she could, Johann placed a hand on her shoulder, shaking his head. "Let them." Kanny hesitated, then sighed. She supposed there was no stopping them now. As the others gathered around, Shinobu picked up a wooden practice sword, one of Kanny's. I'll go easy on you, she said, her tone sharp but not unkind. I don't want to accidentally hurt you. Mitsuri smiled sweetly. That's okay, she replied. I'll go easy on you too. Shinobu scowled. How arrogant could this girl be? Did she really think she could beat a trained demon slayer, barehanded? Kanny sighed again and raised her voice. All right, begin. Shinobu wasted no time. She lunged. Her wooden blade pierced the air in a lightning-fast strike, aiming for Mitsuri's shoulder. Fast, precise, deadly, but Mitsuri didn't dodge. Instead, she punched the ground. Boom! The entire courtyard shook. The earth cracked beneath her fist, causing shockwaves to ripple through the ground. Shinobu, in mid-stride, stumbled. Her balance was thrown off. What? Kanny's eyes widened in shock. That raw power. Shinobu was in trouble. And before she could react, Mitsuri moved. In an instant, she closed the distance. Tekko. Grappling art, wrist lock. Her hand snapped forward. Shinobu's wooden sword was instantly disarmed. Her wrist trapped in Mitsuri's iron grip. A jolt of pain shot through her arm. Shinobu gasped. She couldn't move. A heavy silence filled the air. Then, I lost. Shinobu's voice was quiet. She lowered her head in defeat. Mitsuri beamed, Johan smirked. And Kanny simply smiled, understanding at last. Chapter 23, Delicious Dishes. Without any hesitation, Shinobu admitted defeat. After Mitsuri released her, Shinobu glanced at her opponent. She hadn't expected that such a crude martial art technique could defeat her, a fully trained demon slayer. True, she hadn't used her real sword or her poison, but a loss was a loss. And it didn't even seem like Kanroji had used her full strength. Unlike Shinobu's silence, Mitsuri Kanroji was beaming with joy. She trotted over to Johan's side and with a bright smile exclaimed, How was that, Johan? Wasn't I amazing? Johan had confidence in Kanroji's victory, but he hadn't expected her to finish the match so swiftly and decisively. He reached out and ruffled her soft pink-green hair, his voice filled with indulgence. Mo, you were fantastic. Then, with a teasing smile, he added, As a reward for winning, I've got a surprise for you later. At this moment, Mitsuri Kanroji was still just a young girl. If one were to compare, in his past world, she'd still be a minor. It was his responsibility to make sure she was happy and carefree. Kacho Kanny approached, bringing Shinobu along with her. I'm sorry. Shinobu lowered her head slightly, her voice carrying an unwilling but sincere apology. I shouldn't have belittled the techniques you taught her. It's all right, I never took it to heart. Johan didn't want things to turn tense between them. After all, he knew that the girls in front of him were all kind at heart. Even Shinobu, who was currently hot-tempered and competitive, would one day become a gentle and wise person. After checking with the system about the portion size of his fugu whale dish, Johan decided to extend an invitation. Since we're all here, why don't we have a meal together? He wasn't a petty person, after all. Thus, the dinner hosted by Johan began. Gathered at his home were the Kacho sisters, a heavily bandaged Rengoku Kyojuro, Mitsuri, and Johan himself. So, what exactly are we eating? Mitsuri's face was full of curiosity, echoing the thoughts of everyone present. When they first received Johan's invitation, Kanny had been hesitant. As hosts, it felt improper for them to let a guest treat them to a meal, especially since her younger sister had spoken so rudely earlier. But when Johan insisted that he had a super delicious dish prepared, Kanny relented. She wasn't the type to argue over such things, and since Johan was so determined, she decided to go along with it. Rengoku Kyojuro, on the other hand, had accepted the invitation without a second thought. Haha, a meal among friends, what's there to hesitate about? Let's eat. And so, despite needing rest, the group found themselves gathered in Johan's home, waiting in anticipation. With the guests and tableware ready, only one thing was missing: Johan's promised super delicious dish. All right, Johan, let's eat already. Rengoku, never one for patience when it came to food, declared loudly. Seeing that everyone was prepared, Johan finally brought out his reward from the system, fugu dish. The first dish he served was an otherworldly delicacy, fugu sashimi. The moment he placed the platter on the table, everyone's eyes widened. The thinly sliced, translucent white fish was arranged elegantly atop fresh green lotus leaves. "Oh, it's just sashimi." Shinobu's excitement visibly dropped. She had been curious when Johan hyped up his mysterious dish, but in the end, it was just raw fish. That hardly seemed special. This time, however, she held her tongue. After all, Johan had invited them for a meal. It would be too rude to complain. Kanny gently knocked on Shinobu's head. "Shinobu, look carefully. Have you ever seen sashimi like this before?" Taking a closer look, Shinobu realized that the fish slices gleamed like gemstones. There was an alluring freshness to them, as if they were crafted from crystal. "Fine, I suppose I'll give it a try." "Why don't you all taste it first before saying anything?" Johan said with a knowing smile. One by one, everyone picked up their chopsticks and placed a slice of fugu sashimi into their mouths. And then, "Delicious!" A chorus of exclamations erupted from around the table. At that moment, no one had the time to make further comments. They were too busy stuffing their mouths with more fish. Rengoku and Kanroji, being the two biggest food lovers, practically turned it into a competition, racing to devour as much as possible. The Kacho sisters, though more reserved, abandoned any pretense of etiquette. Instead of picking up slices one by one, they began grabbing whole bunches of sashimi with their chopsticks. Even the usually timid Kano, who had been uneasy in the presence of so many strangers, was now entirely focused on the dish before her. "Ha, don't worry, there's plenty. Eat as much as you want." Seeing their reaction, Johan knew his fugu sashimi dish had won them over. Laughing, he joined in and enjoyed the meal alongside them. The feast lasted until sunset. By the end, every single person was sprawled out on the floor, completely unable to move. This was amazing. Rengoku Kyojiro attempted to roll onto his side, but found himself stuck, his round belly preventing him from shifting. As a warrior, he had always appreciated good food, but today's meal, this luxurious, fatty fish that melted in his mouth, had redefined his understanding of culinary perfection. Kanroji, clinging to the edge of the table, managed to nod in agreement. Yes, and it was so sweet too. The others didn't even have the strength to respond. All they could do was lift their heads slightly in acknowledgement before collapsing again. The overwhelming satisfaction of a truly divine meal had left them all in a state of blissful food-induced exhaustion. Johan chuckled. "This fugu sashimi isn't just delicious, you know." Still sprawled on the floor, the group blinked in confusion. "Hi. Why don't you all take a moment and feel your bodies?" Johan said, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. At his words, the room fell silent. And then, wait, this feeling. Chapter 24, The Strength Hidden in the Feast. Everyone had been too immersed in the delicious flavors of the meal to notice any changes in their bodies. But now, after Johan's hint, they suddenly realized something was different. My strength has increased." Mitsuri Kanroji, who had been leaning against the table for support, suddenly noticed something shocking. The corner of the table she had been gripping tightly had snapped clean off. She knew she had always been naturally strong, but this was on a whole new level. "That's right," Johan confirmed with a satisfied smile. "Fugu cuisine isn't just delicious. More importantly, it strengthens the body." He gestured to the others. "Take a moment and feel it for yourselves. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised." The rest of the group quickly focused on their own physical conditions. "You're right, I feel incredible." Rengoku Kyojiro's voice boomed with excitement. He had been told by the medics that he needed at least a month of rest to recover from his injuries. Yet now, after eating this fish, he felt stronger than he had even before his battle with Upper Moon 3. Shinobu Kacho suddenly sprinted outside. Without hesitation, she drew her blade and slashed at a large rock in the courtyard. A cold glint of steel flashed. "Ah! Nisan, come look." Shinobu could hardly contain her joy as she called out to Kanny. Because the rock had been split clean in half. A single stroke. Before today, Shinobu had always struggled with her lack of raw strength. While her elder sister, Kani, had risen to the rank of Hashira, Shinobu herself had been unable to cut through a demon's neck. Even though Kani had always reassured her, praising her piercing speed and precision, the reality remained: she simply wasn't strong enough to decapitate a demon. She had long since come to terms with this, accepting that her path to becoming a Hashira would have to rely on her medical knowledge and poison techniques rather than brute force. But now, her strength had surged to an unimaginable degree. Kani, witnessing the scene before her, was just as astonished. "You really did it, Shinobu." Kani quickly grabbed her sister's hand and rushed over to Johan. "Johan, is this real?" "Of course it is, Kani," Johan reassured her with a calm smile. "There's absolutely nothing to worry about." Even after hearing his words, Kani still found it difficult to believe. But once Johan confirmed it with such certainty, relief washed over her. Her eyes grew slightly misty. She could still remember the day she and Shinobu were rescued by Himejima Jayomai. The struggles they endured, the countless trials they had to pass before finally joining the Demon Slayer Corps. Ever since then, Kani had long accepted that their fates were tied to the fight against demons. She had already steeled herself for the possibility of laying down her life to protect others. But Shinobu, her dear little sister, Kani had always wished for her to have a normal life, to live peacefully as an ordinary girl until old age. Yet, in this world filled with demons, such a wish was painfully unrealistic. The only thing she could do was protect her as best as she could. But now, Shinobu had gained real strength. She was beyond overjoyed. Without hesitation, Kani lowered her head deeply and bowed to Johan. "Johan, thank you so much. This food, it's far too precious." "Haha, no need to be so formal," Johan laughed. "It's not as rare as you think, just difficult to obtain. And besides, Kani, didn't you save my life before? So, just accept it happily. Then I won't refuse." Since the food was already in their stomachs, Kani had no choice but to accept this extraordinary gift. She said nothing more, but deep down, she had firmly engraved Johan's kindness in her heart. Shinobu, who was usually composed and sharp-tongued, now had a faint blush on her face. She hesitated, then mumbled in an uncharacteristically soft voice, Thank you." Then, as if embarrassed by her own words, she quickly turned and fled. Showing such a girly side of herself was too much for her to handle. As time passed, and everyone gradually adjusted to the changes in their bodies, Johan's extravagant feast finally came to an end. Deep within the Infinity Castle, the greatest hiding place of Kibutsuji Musen. At this moment, something highly unusual was happening. The 6 upper moons, rarely gathered in one place, had all assembled here. "Oh my, what's going on?" The voice belonged to a man with snow-white hair, eyes shimmering with shifting rainbow hues. His head bore the eerie stain of what looked like fresh blood. He lazily twirled a golden iron fan in his fingers, a playful smile on his lips as he turned toward Akaza, who stood silent and grim-faced. "Could it be that you made a mistake, Akaza?" The white-haired man chuckled. "No way, right? You couldn't have been defeated by a human, could you?" His grin widened, but when he noticed the other demons paying him no mind, he sighed dramatically. "How odd, it's like none of you want to talk to me. But I really do care, you know." A swordsman with 6 eyes suddenly snapped, his tone cold and authoritative. "Shut your mouth, Dema. Lord Musen is arriving." Dema blinked, then let out a light laugh. "Understood, Lord Kokoshibo." Whether it was because Kokoshibo had spoken, or because the mere mention of Musen's arrival was enough to silence him, Dema finally stopped talking. Just then, a figure emerged from the darkness. A woman draped in a black yukata stepped forward gracefully. "Lord Musen." The 6 upper moons spoke in unison, bowing their heads. None of them knew Musen's true form, his appearance always changed. Each time they saw him, he seemed to have taken on a different shape. But one thing never changed: the overwhelming sense of oppression emanating from his very being. The sheer weight of his presence, rooted in their blood, sent a chill through their entire existence. The woman standing before them now. This was none other than the being who had summoned them. Their master, Kibutsuji Musen. Chapter 25, Musen's Wrath. The moment Kibutsuji Musen arrived, he wasted no time. Without warning, one of his arms morphed into a whip covered in razor-sharp spikes. Moving at a speed beyond comprehension, the whip lashed out at Akaza, the Upper Moon 3. Even Kokoshibo, who had awakened the transparent world, failed to react in time. With a thunderous impact, Akaza was slammed into a wall. Blood splattered, dust settled. The room fell into an even deeper silence, the gathered demons lowering their heads in fear. Musen's voice was like ice. "I imagine you're all wondering why I summoned you here." His crimson eyes swept over them, and then he spoke again, each word colder than the last. "Not long ago, Akaza, Upper Moon 3, was held off until sunrise by a mere demon slayer and a human who isn't even part of the core. And in the end, he didn't kill a single one of them. Instead, he ran." Musen's voice dropped lower, yet somehow grew more terrifying. "Tell me, have I been too kind to you? Or has the title of Upper Moon given you some sort of delusion?" Musen's fury was boundless. He couldn't understand. Since when did his elite demons become weak enough to be stopped by two people? Not long ago, a Lower Moon 3 had been slain by a mere human, a disgrace that had already filled him with rage. That was why he had sent Akaza to hunt down the one responsible. His message was supposed to be clear. "Anyone who dares defy my will shall be utterly annihilated." Yet what did Akaza bring him in return? Nothing, not even a single corpse. Instead, he had retreated because of the sunrise. Musen's fists clenched, his rage intensified. Useless, absolutely useless. He turned his gaze toward the bloodied figure kneeling before him. Akaza, still silent, his head bowed. Musen's voice grew colder. "If this is how things are, I question whether the Upper Moons even have a reason to exist anymore." A chilling wave of fear spread through the gathered demons. Musen was doubting their worth. For them, this was the worst possible omen. The silence was suffocating. Then, "Lord Musen, please grant Akaza another chance." It was Kokoshibo who spoke. The Upper Moon one, a demon who rarely voiced his opinions, now chose to step forward on Akaza's behalf. Though he too was furious at Akaza's failure, he still recognized Akaza's worth as a warrior. Moreover, if this situation escalated, it could lead to disastrous consequences for all of them. Musen narrowed his eyes. For Kokoshibo, of all demons, to plead for mercy on someone else's behalf. A moment of silence passed. Then, "HMPH." Musen's expression darkened, but he relented this time. "I will leave the aftermath of this failure in your hands. But there will be no next time." With that, Musen turned, striding toward the depths of the Infinity Castle. Of course, Akaza's failure wasn't the only reason he had summoned the Upper Moons. No, this gathering was also meant to remind them of their fear. Because only eternal fear ensured their absolute loyalty. And Musen would rule through fear alone. As his presence faded, the suffocating tension in the air gradually loosened. Then, so it really was you, Akaza." The mocking voice rang out. Upper Moon 2, Dama grinned, twirling his golden fan. "What a tragedy. If Lord Musen had executed you, I would have been heartbroken." His tone was playful, but everyone knew he was enjoying this far too much. Akaza ignored him. Without a single word, he turned and walked away. Kokoshibo watched Akaza's retreating back, then turned and left as well. "I am returning." I suppose it's time for me to resume my artistic endeavors as well." Upper Moon 5, Jayako chimed in. "Then, Lord Dama, I shall return to the Red Light District," added Upper Moon 6 Daki with a bow. One by one, the demons vanished, leaving the Infinity Castle silent once more. The morning sun cast golden hues over the land. Yohan walked with Mitsuri, seeking out Rengoku Kyojuro and Kani. Today, he had a specific purpose. Though he had already taught Mitsuri the fundamentals of Tekai, Iron Body, and grappling techniques, he still lacked a true weapon against demons. And Yohan had asked his system about this. The answer: everything will come in time as you complete more missions. But for now, Yohan believed the first step should be for Mitsuri to learn the breathing techniques of the Demon Slayer Corps. He also needed to ask for their help in forging a weapon similar to a Nichiren blade. When he explained his request, both Rengoku and Kanny were immediately on board. After all, they owed Johan a great deal already. Kanny smiled warmly. Johan, we can only teach you the breathing techniques we personally use. As for other styles, we've never studied them ourselves. If you want to learn more, you'll have to visit the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Lord Yubayashiki has a collection of breathing techniques there. And regarding your request for a Nichiren-like weapon, just tell me your specific needs. I'll write a letter to Lord Yubayashiki, and I'm sure he'll agree to help you. She was enthusiastic, genuinely happy to help Johan in any way she could. But wait, no need to send the letter just yet. Johan wasn't the type to take favors for free. Even though he was fairly certain Yubayashiki would grant his request, he preferred to offer something of value in return. Before that, he said, come here, I'll teach you the secrets of Tekai. Among the techniques he knew, Tekai was the most useful for the Demon Slayer Corps. Breathing techniques were the heart of the core strength. They were the key to slaying demons. And while grappling techniques wouldn't be very practical in combat against demons, Tekai was different. Many demon slayers didn't die because they were too weak. They died because they were caught off guard, overwhelmed by a demon's sudden attack. If they could harden their bodies like iron, their chances of survival would increase drastically. Kanny's eyes widened. Tekai. Johan, are you saying this is the technique that makes your skin as hard as steel? Chapter 26, The Iron Body Technique. That's right, I'm not sure if Kyojuro Rengoku mentioned it to you before. This ability, I call it Iron Body. I think by now, you've seen what it can do. Once mastered, it allows you to harden your muscles to the strength of iron. So, want to learn it? Seriously, Johan, are you really willing to teach us something like that? Kanikacho asked, wide-eyed and disbelieving. They had long suspected that Johan possessed some mysterious abilities, but it never crossed their minds that such a power could be taught, let alone that he would willingly pass it on to them. It's no big deal. If I give you Iron Body, that just means I get to ask something from you in return too, right? Haha. Johan spoke his intentions plainly. From his point of view, sharing the Iron Body technique was a trivial thing. With the system backing him, it wasn't like he lacked resources. Come on, sis, he's offering to teach us himself, isn't he? And this is Iron Body. Why are you hesitating at a time like this? Shinobu Kacho couldn't stand seeing her sister being indecisive and jumped in for her, answering for Kanny without a second thought. Then Johan, please teach us right now. Clearly, Shinobu had become even more intrigued with Johan ever since her body underwent dramatic improvements after consuming the food he gave her. To her, Johan always had something magical up his sleeve. Her straightforward personality made her all the more drawn to someone like him. All right. Since I'm teaching, all of you gather around, saves me the trouble. Once you master it, pass it on to the rest of the Demon Slayer Corps. Kyojuro Rengoku, Kanny and Shinobu Kacho, and Kanao Tsuyuri quickly gathered around Johan, listening attentively as he began explaining the foundations of Iron Body. Iron Body works by fully activating the blood flow and muscles in your body, which then allows you to. After a detailed explanation, Johan had them start practicing on their own. If you have questions, feel free to ask Mitsuri Kenroji. She's insanely gifted at picking up Iron Body. When Johan specifically praised Mitsuri and even named her as an instructor, she giggled happily. Slapping her shoulder with a cheerful grin, she said, "Come to me if you're confused about anything. I'll teach you everything I know." With that, everyone dove into their training with enthusiasm. Ooh, so this is how it works. Rengoku, already boasting incredible physical strength, was the first to grasp the key to activating the Iron Body technique. He looked at his fists, now coated in a pitch-black sheen, and broke into thunderous laughter, like a child who just got his hands on a new toy. Not long after, the other three also managed to perform the basic form of Iron Body. Clearly, their previous physical enhancements were paying off, allowing them to learn the technique much faster. Excited, each of them practiced eagerly on their own. Well, what do you think, Johan? I taught them well, didn't I? Mitsuri returned to Johan's side, grinning with pride like a student awaiting praise. You did great, my Mitsuri really is the best. Johan didn't hold back on his compliments for the radiant girl in front of him. Hee my, Johan said I'm his, hee. Even after all they'd been through together, and despite how much more confident and lively Mitsuri had become, she still turned into a blushing mess every time Johan said things like that. All right, it's getting late. Now that you all can roughly perform the technique, all that's left is to keep practicing regularly. But let me be clear, while Iron Body helps you defend against demon attacks far better, don't let it make you reckless. Johan couldn't help but stress this part. What worried him was that they'd start thinking they were invincible now that they had Iron Body. But the reality was, to reach his level of defense, just mastering the technique wasn't even close to enough. Understood. Kyojuro Rengoku and Kani Kacho seemed to grasp his message the most clearly. They understood that strength shouldn't breed arrogance. After all, they only had one life. There was no room for carelessness. That's settled then. Kyojuro, I'll leave you to teach Mitsuri the flame-breathing techniques. I'm going to rest for a bit. Johan turned to leave. Johan, can we? Kani started to ask, but his figure had already vanished. Rengoku, sensing what Kani was about to say, turned to her and smiled. Kani, there's no need to ask. The moment Johan taught us, he was already sharing it with the entire Demon Slayer Corps. Among friends, there's no need to be so formal. With that, he waved his hand and walked off with Mitsuri to begin her breathing technique training. Friends, huh? Yeah, that's right. Realizing that, Kani smiled to herself. She had been drawing lines too rigidly. Meeting someone like Johan was clearly a once-in-a-lifetime kind of luck for all of them. She passed on the technique information back to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, and the group dispersed to go about their own business. As for Johan, though he said he was going to rest, in reality, the system had just notified him that one of his earlier missions was completed. And he couldn't wait to claim the reward. System, hurry up. Ding. Congratulations, host. Mission, spread of core ideology, completed. Reward, Dark Knight Shadow Shield Tower. A flash of light burst before Johan's eyes. In front of him appeared a large shield with a deep black finish streaked with vivid crimson markings. So this is Dark Knight Shadow. He equipped the shield onto his left arm and gave it a few practice swings through the air. Nice, it had a fantastic weight and impact, just the kind of thing that would feel amazing smashing into an enemy. Johan couldn't help but picture himself subduing foes with a shining backlit figure, standing tall with the shield in hand. Now, what else can it do? He asked the system, how do I check the shield's stats and level? The host only needs to will it in your thoughts. Johan closed his eyes and focused. Immediately, the shield's properties appeared in his mind. Dark Knight Shadow Shield Tower. Level, LV1. Trait, Destructive Growth. The shield auto-repairs and levels up every time it's damaged, repair time. Instant. Skill slot, empty. Seeing the destructive growth trait, Johan couldn't help but burst into laughter. At that moment, he suddenly started to miss Upper Moon 3. Now that he had awakened his sage body, enhanced his physical strength, and obtained the Dark Knight Shadow, he could barely wait to teach Upper Moon 3 what it truly meant to be a demon. Chapter 27, Parting Ways, Burning Futures. And so, peaceful and quiet days passed for nearly half a month. During this time, Johan maintained a strict daily regimen, continuously honing his sage body and exploring better ways to wield the power of Dark Knight Shadow, his newly acquired tower shield. To train his sage body, he focused on sensing the natural energy around him. Previously, through a conversation with the system, he'd learned that this perception could gradually improve with effort, eventually allowing him to detect the movement and presence of people nearby by tracking fluctuations in nature's flow. Come to think of it, wasn't that eerily similar to observation haki? Either way, it was definitely a powerful and desirable skill. On the other side, Mitsuri Kenroji had been diligently training under the guidance of Kyojuro Rengoku. After days of intense practice, she had basically grasped the fundamentals of flame breathing. However, she often felt something was missing, a slight stiffness in the movements that didn't sit right. When Johan heard her concerns, he encouraged her to experiment and try creating her own unique style by fusing flame breathing with her own instincts. After all, he remembered clearly that Mitsuri had eventually created her very own love breathing. He had no doubt that she could do it again. Meanwhile, Canny Cacho and the others were swamped with restoration work around the estate and managing affairs related to the Demon Slayer Corps. As high-ranking Hashira, they each bore great responsibilities and were constantly occupied. Only Shinobu Cacho seemed to find time to regularly visit Johan. The short-haired girl always came with the same excuse, to draw his blood for research purposes, claiming she wanted to uncover the secret behind his unbelievable regenerative abilities. Johan had no objections. Having his blood drawn wasn't a big deal. His metabolism was so fast it barely made a difference, and it wasn't like his sage body could be unraveled by conventional medicine. Still, if Shinobu could glean anything useful from it, that would be a bonus. After all, she was incredibly skilled in medical knowledge. Despite her young age, she was already a key member of the Demon Slayer Corps medical wing, the Butterfly Estate. Besides, every time she came by for blood, she never left right away. Instead, she'd stay and evaluate Johan's training, making a few snarky remarks before strolling off with her usual smirk. Having a bright and lovely girl like her hanging around during his training, Johan had no complaints. That is, until Mitsuri once came home early and saw them together. She'd puffed her cheeks like a furious chipmunk, her whole face red with jealousy. Rumor had it that ever since, her training sessions with Rengoku had become far more intense, her fiery aura practically blasting the air around her. Ha ha ha. Johan, I came today to bid you farewell. Kyojiro Rengoku approached him with a wide grin, his voice as bold as ever. His wounds had long healed, and having fulfilled his promise to help train Mitsuri, he was ready to move on. Oh, so where are you headed next? Back to hunting demons, of course. Johan, the next time we meet, I will have become the Flame Hashira, so you'd better grow stronger too. With that, Rengoku burst into hearty laughter, his eyes burning with determination. If there had been any gap between him and the title of Flame Hashira before, it was gone now. After surviving his near-death battle against Upper Moon 3, benefiting from Johan's miracle pufferfish fugu meal, and mastering Iron Body, his strength and experience had skyrocketed. He was now more than ready to claim that title. Of course, Rengoku, Johan replied with a smirk. Just don't be too shocked when you see how much I've changed by then. They clasped arms, warriors honoring each other's path. Just then, Canny Cacho, Shinobu, and Kano quietly stepped out from the estate. Johan, we're leaving too, Canny said gently. The master has summoned us back, and keeping Kano out here for too long might be unsafe. Johan turned to face them, his smile fading slightly. So everyone's heading out, huh? Mitsuri's expression darkened with sorrow. These past days had become so precious to her. This little slice of life, shared with such dear companions, had wormed its way deep into her heart. Now that they were all going, she couldn't help but feel downcast. Don't forget to visit me at the Butterfly Estate, Shinobu said brightly. Then, glancing at Johan, her cheeks just a tad pink, she added, You too, you'd better come as well. Shinobu's face was more expressive now, no longer as guarded as when they first met. Canny, standing beside her, also smiled and nodded. We hope you'll come by the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters sometime. We'd love to have you. Little Kano still said nothing, but gave a small wave, her eyes sparkling with understanding. Though she hadn't fully healed from her past, she could sense that the people around her now were kind and trustworthy. And in the quiet way girls sometimes bond without words, she had slowly accepted both Mitsuri and Johan. Funny how things turned out. At first, Mitsuri had seen Shinobu as a serious rival, especially with how often she hung around Johan. But the more they spent time together, the closer the two girls became. Now they were thick as thieves, constantly trading recipes and ideas for the latest culinary trends. Johan could only sigh inwardly. The world's too complicated. I'm still too young to understand it all. Everyone's gone. Mitsuri sat on the front steps of the now quiet estate, her head turning slowly as she looked around at the emptiness. "Don't worry," Johan said, standing beside her. "We'll all meet again, won't we?" She looked up at him, eyes full of light. "May we will." Chapter 28, The Ghost They Must Seek. Mitsuri had finally made up her mind. If demons could be eradicated once and for all, then they could live like this in peace forever. That thought alone filled her with renewed energy. "Johan, Johan, Johan," she chirped, bouncing toward him. "So what's the plan now? Are we staying here or heading out?" She didn't actually care where they went. As long as she was with Johan, she was happy. But she was still curious about what he intended to do next. "Our next move, huh?" Johan scratched his chin, lost in thought. Now that she mentioned it, he suddenly remembered. They had originally rented a small place to stay when they first arrived in town, but they hadn't gone back since. They'd been living at the Demon Slayer estate all this time, freeloading food and shelter. Originally, he'd been broke too. Now, he had a surprising amount of money tucked away. Wait a second. So he'd fought a bunch of demons and somehow ended up with a house and a bank account. Wasn't this the legendary combo of home and fortune earned by fists? The money, in fact, had come from Canny Cacho and her group. He vividly remembered mentioning during a conversation that he didn't have a single cent to his name. The very next day, someone showed up at his door with a hefty sum of cash, courtesy of Canny. At first, Johan tried to refuse. What kind of man would accept money from a lady? But then Shinobu casually revealed that her sister was the current master of the Butterfly Manor. For someone of her status, that amount of money was basically spare change. After hearing that, Johan accepted without another word. After all, borrowing from a regular girl didn't sit right with him, but if it was a rich lady offering freely, then that was totally different. It wasn't just anyone's money, it was a wealthy, elegant lady's gift, offered willingly. If he turned it down, wouldn't that be disrespectful? So now, Johan had a modest little fortune. The real question now was where to go next. To be honest, he didn't remember much about this world's geography. Most of his previous memories involved deep mountain forests and isolated areas. He didn't exactly have a map in his head. He only recalled a few major events and locations. Wait, hold on a second, that's it. His eyes lit up. If his final confrontation was going to be with Musen Kibitsuji, then he needed to find someone very important first. A former subordinate of Musen, now a fugitive. Someone well-versed in medicine and demon research. Tamyo. Yes, that's who they needed to find next. Tamyo had broken free from Musen's control and spent centuries seeking a way to destroy him completely. She wasn't just a vital ally, her story was deeply tragic. With this revelation, Johan's course of action became crystal clear. "Mitsuri, our next target is a demon." A demon? Mitsuri nearly leapt out of her boots, blinking wide-eyed in shock. Wait, did you mean to say a person? You just said demon, right? Yes, I meant what I said. Johan realized how misleading that must have sounded and quickly clarified. She's called Tamyo. She broke free from Musen's curse and has been on the run ever since, dedicating her life to discovering a way to defeat him. He then told Mitsuri everything he remembered about Tamyo, how she'd once been deceived by Musen, turned into a demon, and in a state of uncontrollable madness, ended up killing her own husband and children. The pain and guilt of that event haunted her for centuries. In atonement, she wandered the world, seeking vengeance on Musen and a way to destroy him for good. Mitsuri's eyes welled with emotion. That's so heartbreaking. Poor Miss Tamyo, after all that, she must be carrying such unbearable grief. For a tender-hearted girl like Mitsuri, Tamyo's story struck a deep chord. Let's go help her, Johan. If she's been suffering for so long, we have to do something. In her heart, anything Johan set out to do was bound to succeed. He was just that incredible. Of course, Johan smiled. That's exactly why I want to find her. Now that their next destination was clear, there was no point lingering. The sooner they set off, the better. But then Mitsuri tilted her head and asked, Hey, Johan, didn't you say Tamyo's been on the run? Right. So, do you know where she is? She's obviously in. Johan's words stalled mid-sentence. He suddenly realized he didn't actually know where Tamyo was. In his memories of the anime, it was Tanjiro who encountered her by chance in Asakusa while trying to save a man who had turned into a demon. Tamyo had been observing from the shadows and decided to reveal herself afterward. But where exactly in Asakusa, he had no clue. And more importantly, was she even in Asakusa yet? The timeline hadn't progressed that far, so for all he knew, Tamyo might still be hiding somewhere else. He stared into the distance, momentarily dazed. Mitsuri, of course, noticed immediately. She burst into laughter, slapping her thigh. PFFFT, HHHHA, oh my god, Johan, don't tell me you don't actually know where she is. Her peals of laughter echoed off the walls. You're seriously going to look for someone without knowing where she is? HHHHA. WH who said I don't know where she is? Johan quickly put on a confident face. She's in Asakusa, that's right, we're going to Asakusa. He didn't care if it was a shot in the dark. If Tanjiro could bump into Tamyo there, why couldn't he? After all, he was the transmigrator here. The chosen one. The man with the golden cheat system and a destiny wrapped in cosmic luck. If fate smiled on Tanjiro, then surely it'd be grinning ear to ear at him. Chapter 29, Journey to Asakusa. Somewhere in Tokyo Prefecture, a quiet trading company. Inside a modest office building, Musen Kibitsuji, now living under the alias Tsukihiko, was currently playing the role of a gentle husband and doting father. He sat peacefully on a plush cushion, gently cradling his daughter in his arms while whispering sweet nothings to soothe her. The serene image of a happy family hung in the air like delicate thread, beautiful but fragile. Suddenly, from a darkened corner of the room, came a low, pulsing hum. Be good now, Musen murmured to the child, his voice still soft. Go find Mommy and play with her for a while, all right? Daddy has something to take care of. The little girl pouted, clearly reluctant to leave her father's embrace. But she didn't argue, because she knew. She knew that whenever her father said he had something to handle, nothing she did could change his mind. She had once tried throwing a tantrum to gain his attention. But the atmosphere that followed, the bone-chilling cold, and his eyes, those eyes that looked at her not with affection, but as if staring at a complete stranger, had frightened her to her core. Since then, whenever she heard him say he was busy, she didn't protest. She simply obeyed and left to find her mother. As the door closed behind the girl, the warmth vanished from Musen's face. The loving father facade crumbled away, revealing the terrifying indifference beneath. Nakheim, he said coldly, what is it? A spectral figure emerged from the shadows. It was Nakheim, the Biwa-playing demon and gatekeeper of the Infinity Fortress. Lord Musen, she spoke in a reverent whisper, not long ago, one of our scouts reported signs of the runaway. The runaway, huh? Musen's tone dipped further. Tamyo, that wretched woman. His crimson eyes narrowed. Very well, notify Yahaba and Suzumaru. I want that traitor dragged back here. I'll personally remind her what happens to those who betray me. As you command, Lord Musen. Nakheim's form vanished into the shadows once more, likely returning to the Infinity Fortress to deliver Musen's orders. Musen sat in silence, gazing at a photograph on the table, an image of his happy family. He reached out and brushed a finger against it, but the touch held no warmth. Blue Spider Lily, where are you hiding? The next morning, Johan and Mitsuri Kenroji had packed up and were ready to head toward Asakusa. Johan. Mitsuri's excited voice rang out as they loaded their luggage onto the carriage. You said Asakusa is really lively and beautiful. Was that true? Absolutely, Johan replied with a confident grin. It's nothing like the places we've been so far. When we get there, I'll show you around properly, I promise. Truth be told, Johan had been feeling a bit guilty. Ever since they began traveling together, he dragged Mitsuri from one battle and training session to another. He hadn't even taken her out to properly enjoy the world. This time, he decided, we'll do things differently. I'll make sure we have fun in Asakusa. Yay, Mitsuri's face lit up like a summer sunrise. I knew it, Johan, you're the best. The sparkle in her eyes danced with anticipation. Their journey was smooth. The skies stayed clear, and no demons dared to cross their path. With no immediate threat looming, the two of them spent the carriage ride wrapped in lazy comfort, nestled beside each other and swapping stories about the past. Johann shared tales of the delicious food he had eaten in his previous life. Mapo tofu, kung pao chicken, Peking duck. Mitsuri's mouth watered with every new dish he described. Can you make any of them? She asked eagerly. Johann scratched his head and offered a sheepish smile. Actually, no, I'm terrible at cooking. Mitsuri's eyes went wide, then narrowed, her fists clenched. What do you mean you can't cook them? You got me all excited for nothing, she yelled, swinging her fists toward him in mock outrage. Johann quickly raised his hands in surrender. All right, I swear, if we get the chance, I'll take you somewhere that serves the real thing. Mitsuri huffed, but she finally let it go. Not without scribbling the promise down in her little notebook, though. That evening, the carriage driver turned back and informed them. Guests will be staying the night at the town up ahead. We'll reach our final stop tomorrow. Johann and Mitsuri disembarked in the quaint little town. The sun's still up, Mitsuri said, eyes sparkling. Why don't we look around a bit before resting? Clearly, she wasn't ready to settle in for the night. Seeing her excitement, Johann chuckled and nodded. The two wandered through the quiet streets. The town was oddly lifeless. Apart from a few elderly folks shuffling about, there wasn't much activity. Outsiders, huh? And the girl looks young, too. Walking around like it's nothing, what are they thinking? Another one about to disappear. The whispers drifted from the shadows and street corners, subtle but unmistakable. And the eyes, so many of them were fixed on Mitsuri. Johann caught it instantly. Girl, disappear. Something was very wrong. He stopped beside an old man sitting on the steps of a house and gently asked, Excuse me, sir, we're just passing through, but has something strange been going on around here? The old man looked at him with wary eyes, then leaned in, voice low. You and your girl should leave, as soon as you can before night falls. This town, it isn't safe anymore. Johann frowned. Please tell us what's happening. We'd be grateful for any information. The man hesitated, then glanced around and whispered. Young girls, just turned 16, have been vanishing. They're fine at night, but come morning they're gone. No signs, no struggle, no trail to follow. Folks say there's a demon behind it, feeding on them. He let out a deep sigh and shook his head. Now, only old folks like us are left in this town. With that, he turned and shuffled away, leaving Johann in deep thought. Mitsuri leaned close and whispered. So this is the work of a demon. No doubt about it. Johann's brows furrowed. A hazy memory stirred in the back of his mind. He remembered something from his past life. A demon that loved the taste of young girls. A swamp demon. The swamp demon. Chapter 30, The Lure of the Swamp Demon. Upon realizing what kind of demon they were dealing with, Johann immediately shared all the information he could still recall about the swamp demon with Mitsuri. Disgusting, demons really are the worst. Mitsuri growled, her fists clenched tight. And this one, you said it only targets 16-year-old girls? That's unforgivable. Mitsuri, if that makes you angry, Johann said with a slight grin, then how about you handle this one yourself? I was going to, even if you didn't ask. She snapped, determination burning in her eyes. Mitsuri, being the same age as the victims, deeply understood how much love and effort parents poured into raising a child. A daughter is often the hope of an entire family, and now, demons were hunting them like prey. No, she had to be the one to end it. All right, Johann said, nodding. If you're stepping up, then this mission is all yours, but don't expect me to bail you out. Of course, despite his words, Johann had no intention of letting anything happen to her. He just knew this was a great opportunity for Mitsuri to build real combat experience. It was only a lower-rank demon with a blood demon art, not particularly dangerous in his eyes. You got it, just sit back and watch. I'll make this demon regret ever showing its face. Mitsuri declared, throwing a sharp jab at the air, like she already had the demon's head in her hands. But just as they settled on this plan, Johann turned to her with a thoughtful look. Hey, Mitsuri, if I'm not mistaken, you just turned 16 this year, right? Yeah, wait, Johann, are you? Her cheeks instantly lit up in a blush. No, I mean, you probably won't be a target anymore, Johann quickly corrected, realizing what she had misunderstood. Oh, Mitsuri mumbled, clearly a little embarrassed for jumping to conclusions. Her gaze shifted away, and she fidgeted in place, hiding her face with her hand as if she could will herself invisible. Johann watched her with a soft chuckle. Girls in Japan sure mature early, he thought, but if she's already 16 then. Well, there went his original plan to use Mitsuri as bait to draw out the demon. They'd have to take a new approach, perhaps by finding another girl under 16 who might already be in danger. So the two of them began searching the town, asking around for any girls who matched the demon's target profile. But despite their efforts, they came up empty-handed. Ugh, why won't anyone believe us? Mitsuri cried out in frustration, her hands tugging at her curls. We told them we're here to help. They'd spent the entire afternoon walking the town, getting nothing but cold shoulders and suspicious glances. In some cases, townsfolk even grew angry, accusing them of having ulterior motives. The rejection cut deep for Mitsuri, whose kind heart had only wanted to protect people. Johann, however, had expected this. He gently took her hand. Mitsuri, it's okay, take a breath. This town's been trapped in fear for a long time. They've probably lost all trust in strangers. Think about it, before you saw demons with your own eyes, would you have believed they existed? Mitsuri looked at him in silence, then nodded slowly. You're right, I guess I was being impatient. Exactly. As long as that demon's still hiding here, it's only a matter of time before it slips up. With nothing more to gain from asking around, they decided to return to the inn and rest, planning to go out again after nightfall when the demon might strike. But just as they turned around, "Wait!" A voice called from a nearby alley. "You too, can you really fight demons?" A young boy emerged from the shadows, his expression wary but hopeful. Johann narrowed his eyes. He'd sensed someone tailing them for a while now, he just hadn't expected it to be a kid. Mitsuri crouched down to meet the boy's gaze. "What's your name, little one? Do you know something about the demon?" "My name's Keita, Nakakita Keita," he replied. "If you can prove you're really strong enough, I'll tell you everything." Mitsuri offered a gentle smile. "All right then, how about this?" Without warning, she released her aura, a heavy, crushing presence she'd learned to summon under Kyojuro Rengoku's strict training. The air around her shifted, and even Johann felt the intensity behind it. Keita took a step back, eyes wide. "W.O." Then, as quickly as it came, the aura vanished. Mitsuri returned to her usual soft self, her smile warm and reassuring. "Do you believe us now?" "Why, yeah," Keita stammered, still recovering from the shock. "Come with me." They followed Keita through winding streets until they arrived at a modest home. "This is your house?" Mitsuri asked. Keita nodded. "My sister's been locked in her room ever since her friend disappeared." As he opened the door, he explained what had been going on. His full name was Nakakita Keita, and his older sister, Nakakita Kami, had her 16th birthday coming up in just a couple of days. Originally, the family had been excited. 16 was a big deal. But ever since Kami's best friend vanished, fear had settled over the household like a dark fog. Kami had shut herself away, refusing to leave her room. Keita, meanwhile, had grown more and more anxious. What's more, the younger brother of the missing girl, Kami's best friend, had been Keita's playmate. After the girl vanished, Keita went to visit her brother, only to find him curled in bed, whispering over and over again, "There's a demon's here." And the next day, he disappeared too. Mitsuri and Johann exchanged a look. The swamp demon had definitely not left town yet. Chapter 31, Midnight Feast. Young Keita was convinced the culprit behind all this was a demon. With his sister's 16th birthday just around the corner, he had to find a way to save her, no matter what. "Don't worry, Keita," said Mitsuri softly, her expression serious and resolute. "Your sister's going to be just fine." They arrived at Keita's sister's room and found a girl about the same age as Mitsuri, though she looked like a shadow of herself. Her face was pale, her hair tangled and unkempt, and her whole demeanor screamed of someone at the edge of despair. "Keita, who are they?" the girl asked timidly, poking her head out from beneath her blankets, her voice barely a whisper. "They're here to help you," Keita hurried to explain. "They said they can protect you." Like someone drowning who suddenly glimpsed the shore, the girl, whose name was Kami, burst into desperate pleas. "Please, I beg you, save me. I don't want to disappear. Don't worry, we'll take care of everything, Mitsuri said gently, sitting beside her. Her voice had a soothing quality to it, like a lullaby that calmed storms. With Mitsuri there, Kami began to slowly calm down, her frantic breathing easing little by little. So your 16th birthday is tomorrow? Johan asked, his tone calm but firm. Yes, tomorrow, Kami murmured, trembling as she spoke. The very mention of it seemed to shake her to her core. Then we'll stay with you tonight, Johan declared. Just try to rest, we'll handle the rest. Kami gave a weak nod, her strength spent. The constant anxiety of the past days finally gave way to exhaustion, and she drifted off to sleep. That evening, Kata's parents returned home. Upon learning about the unexpected guests, they welcomed Johan and Mitsuri with open arms. At this point, they had run out of options. Whether Johan's claims were real or not didn't matter, any hope was better than none. The room grew darker as night deepened. Midnight was fast approaching. Mitsuri and Johan sat silently on either side of Kami, alert and poised. As the clock ticked closer to 12, Kami stirred uneasily in her sleep. Her eyes flew open. You'll really protect me, right? Just trust us, Mitsuri said with a soft smile. Close your eyes. When you wake up, it'll all be over. Kami's eyes fluttered shut once more, but her trembling hands gripped the blanket tightly. Even asleep, she couldn't hide her fear. It's almost time, Johan whispered. Mitsuri nodded, yeah. Their eyes met for just a second, completely in sync. Then it happened. A shadow surged like spilled ink across the floor where Kami lay, darkness swirling and congealing. It's here. Mitsuri moved in an instant, grabbing Kami in one arm and slamming her fist into the ground with the other. With a harsh screech, something inky and solid was struck and thrown back. Kami gasped as she fully woke, seeing the writhing mass where she'd just been lying. What is that? That's a demon, Johan replied coldly, shielding her behind him. Stay behind me and don't move. Out of the shadow emerged a pale figure with blood-red eyes and a single horn protruding from its head. So it's you, Johan narrowed his eyes, the swamp demon. Mitsuri reached for her Nichiren blade, the very same she had claimed during the mansion incident. Her customized weapon was still in the works, being crafted by the Demon Slayer core blacksmiths. Disgusting, the swamp demon snarled, baring jagged teeth. Such delicious prey, and now you're going to ruin it. Its gaze never left Kami, its hunger palpable. You dare speak of people like food, Mitsuri's anger ignited. First form, unknowing fire. She slashed down with blazing speed, her flame-infused sword striking the demon's arm, severing it cleanly. The swamp demon hissed, retracting into the shadows, clutching its stump. Trying to run, Mitsuri growled, preparing to chase it. Follow me, Johan called as he leapt out the window, carrying Kami in his arms. They landed lightly on the rooftop. Thanks to his sage body's heightened senses, Johan could feel the demon's presence. This way. Mitsuri sprinted after him across the tiled roofs, fire in her eyes. Eventually, the trail led them to a deserted street. You're not getting away this time. Johan drove his blade into the wall. A scream erupted. The swamp demon's body slithered out of the stone, bleeding heavily. You filthy humans, it snarled. It's your fault, all your fault. Its bloodshot eyes locked onto Kami again, but something had changed. She's 16 already, the freshness is fading. Rotten stale, the demon howled in rage. I'll kill you all. Then more shadows surged up. 2 more demons materialized, one with 2 horns, the other with 3. The full set, Johan muttered. 1 horn, 2 horn, 3 horn. All right, Mitsuri, he said calmly. They're all yours. Leave it to me, she said, gripping her blade. Well, well, sneered the 2-horned one. Looks like we underestimated you. Let's change the menu. Let's eat this old hag instead, the 3-horned one howled with laughter. Old hag. That did it. Mitsuri's eyes went dark. She stared at them not like enemies, but like walking corpses. She drew her blade. 4th form, blooming flame undulational. She became a whirlwind of fire, sword dancing like a living flame, cutting in wide arcs around her. The 2-horned and 3-horned demons didn't even have time to scream properly before their heads were lopped off, reduced to ash without a single dying word. The one-horned demon stood frozen. Only one thought raced through its mind: run. Chapter 32. A vortex of flames and the glow of the city. As a demon with a blood demon art, the swamp demon's true ability lay in his use of the three bodies technique. It didn't mean there were three separate demons, but rather that he could create independent clones of himself. As long as all three bodies weren't destroyed simultaneously, he remained undefeated. If I can just get away from here, I'll find another place to feast. The last remaining body, the one horn, muttered as he sank back into the ground, planning to escape through his swamp. You're not going anywhere. Iron lump. Mitsuri Kenroji's iron-hard fist slammed into the earth with titanic force, sending cracked spider webbing across the ground. The earth crumbled into ruins beneath her blow. The one horn, attempting to escape using his swamp, was instantly forced out by the sheer force that disrupted the terrain. Vanish already, Mitsuri shouted, her sword flashing in a fiery arc as she severed the one horn's head from his body in a clean strike. She left him no opportunity for tricks, no time to beg for mercy. The one horn choked, his severed body crumbling like ash on the wind. All that remained were scattered hairpins and ornaments on the ground. These trinkets, they belonged to the girls he had devoured. Kenroji stared at the so-called trophies in disgust. Letting him die so swiftly felt far too merciful. Mitsuri, at the very least, you avenged them, Johan said softly beside her. Yeah, she sighed, her gaze lingering on the fallen accessories. Turning to Kami, she asked gently, Kami, could I ask you to return these to their families? Oh, of course, I'll make sure to deliver each one personally, Kami replied, eyes reddened with tears. Among the ornaments, she had found the one that belonged to her best friend. My condolences, Johan said, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. Together, the three quietly made their way back to Kami's home. Later that day, after heartfelt goodbyes from the entire family, Kenroji and Johan resumed their journey, this time heading toward Asakusa. As they left the now peaceful little town behind, its outline fading into the distance, both of them silently hoped this place could find a new beginning. Inside the carriage, Mitsuri sat with her eyes closed, quietly reflecting. Since the battle with the swamp demon, she felt her understanding of her breathing style deepen. Something within her had awakened. Meanwhile, Johan, walking beside the carriage with a wildflower in his mouth, seemed to drift lazily once more. What a peaceful moment this is. Meanwhile, in the heart of Asakusa, hidden within a blood demon art-protected barrier, a secret residence stood. A young man with short teal hair and a white lab coat stepped inside. Inside the house, a woman with long black hair tied in a low, elegant bun, wearing a deep purple kimono and a beige obi, put down the test tube she had been holding and turned around. Yushiro, is something wrong? She asked calmly. Lady Tamyo, you're as beautiful as ever today, the young man murmured with dreamy eyes. Stick to the matter at hand, Yushiro, she said with a firm tone. Snapping back to his senses, Yushiro quickly responded, Yes, of course, Lady Tamyo. Well, as per your orders, I've been monitoring demonic activity, and I believe I've discovered something. It seems someone recently clashed with one of the upper moons. The upper moons? Tamyo's expression immediately darkened with concern. That's part of the 12 Kazuki. Yushiro, keep investigating. We must find out what truly happened, she instructed, her voice turning cold with resolve. But Lady Tamyo, the more we use the barrier, the more likely our location will be discovered. No, Yushiro, say no more, she interrupted. I cannot afford to ignore any opportunity. Not now. Realizing that her mind was made up, Yushiro sighed. Then please, Lady Tamyo, remain here. Let me handle the investigation on your behalf. Tamyo nodded silently as she watched him leave once more. Then she turned her gaze toward the test tubes on her desk, her eyes flashing with a sudden, fierce determination. Musen Kibutsuji. Wow, so this is Asakusa. Mitsuri's eyes lit up as she gazed at the bustling streets on either side. They had arrived in Asakusa just before sunset. The streets were packed with people, the stores were ablaze with lights, and streetcars rattled along the rails down the center of the road. This was a city that never slept. The buildings were taller than anything they'd seen before, and unlike the quiet, shadowy towns they'd passed through, Asakusa pulsed with vibrant energy. The scent of food drifted through the air, strange shop names lit up in dazzling colors, and the entire place glowed with life. Even though I expected it, the contrast is just insane, Johan remarked, unable to resist commenting. He wasn't quite as shocked as Mitsuri. After all, he'd seen even more dazzling cities in his previous life, but even he couldn't help feeling a tug of homesickness. This place felt like a different era entirely compared to the rest of the demon Slayer world. Johan, Mitsuri grabbed his arm excitedly. Let's go shopping, come on. Snapping out of his thoughts, Johan smiled at her childish enthusiasm. She was already dragging him toward the glittering shops before he could reply. With all the unfamiliar things around them, the strange store signs, the sparkling lights, and the heavenly smell of food wafting through the streets, Mitsuri looked like she was about to burst with excitement. Asakusa. She had arrived. Dragged along by the overjoyed Kinroji, Johan couldn't help but laugh. All right, Mitsuri, let's really enjoy ourselves this time. The two of them didn't even bother finding a place to stay. They just dove into the streets, hand in hand, swept up in the city's energy. Inside a clothing store, Mitsuri was trying on new outfits. Ever since leaving her home, she had only worn the clothes she brought along. Johan figured it was about time to treat her to something new. After all, wasn't it a boyfriend's job to spoil his girl a little? How do I look, Johan? Mitsuri emerged from the dressing room. She was wearing a pink haori over a short skirt, paired with pure white thigh-high socks. Combined with her vibrant hair and sparkling eyes, she looked like a dream. Johan stared, completely stunned, gulping without even realizing. Don't stare at me like that, you dummy," Mitsuri stammered, shrinking back with a face as red as a tomato. "Just tell me if it looks good or not." Her voice was barely above a whisper. "It looks amazing. Mitsuri, you look perfect." Ignoring her half-hearted protests, Johan bought every outfit she'd tried on. Because if anyone was going to spoil this girl, it was going to be him. Chapter 33, Shadows over Asakusa. At night, two figures walked slowly through the streets, their stomachs round and full after a gluttonous feast. Thus ended their first day in Asakusa. "Johan, there's just so much good food here," Mitsuri Kinroji sighed dreamily, rubbing her belly. Despite how full she was, she couldn't stop thinking about all the snacks she hadn't gotten to try yet. If it weren't for Johan tugging her back toward the inn with the excuse that it was far too late, she might have happily eaten until sunrise. "All right, Mitsuri," Johan said gently. "Let's rest for tonight. We can always explore more tomorrow. Finding Tam isn't going to be a one-day thing anyway. So don't be sad, okay?" He couldn't stand the way she pouted with those teary eyes and quivering lips. It hit him right in the heart. And just like that, he made a promise. For the next few days, he would take her sightseeing and give her as much Asakusa as she could handle. "Yay," Mitsuri grinned, throwing up a peace sign in triumph. Her dramatic cuteness always worked. She knew Johan couldn't resist her. He was a total softie, and she was going to enjoy every second of it. The two of them found a small inn to stay the night. From then on, their days were split. Daylight for fun, food, and sightseeing, nightfall for quietly combing the city in search of Tamyo. Since she was a demon, there was a better chance of tracking her down after dark. "Did you find it yet?" "Almost, just a little more. I'm getting closer to their scent." In the darkness, a pale man with an eyeball embedded in his palm turned to speak to the young girl beside him. Her traditional speech and porcelain features stood in stark contrast to the malicious energy radiating from her. The two were Suzumaru and Yahaba, demons dispatched by Musen Kibutsuji to hunt down the traitor Tamyo. The days passed in a blur of laughter, neon lights, savory aromas, and hushed footsteps in moonlit alleys. Every morning, Johan and Mitsuri wandered the vibrant streets of Asakusa, eating, shopping, and soaking in the local culture. And every evening, they searched. They searched every quiet lane and empty corner, hoping for a sign, a trail, a whisper of the woman they were trying to find. "Johan, are you sure Tamyo's here in Asakusa?" Mitsuri asked, frustration creeping into her voice. "We haven't found a single trace." I think so, Johan replied, a bit sheepish. I mean, probably. He scratched his head. She should be, but Tamyo has a demon companion named Yushiro. His blood demon art is tied to vision, illusions, barriers. It's likely they're hiding under some kind of visual cloak. That's why we can't find them. The truth was, even Johan wasn't so certain anymore. Asakusa was huge. Without a concrete lead, all they could do was hope their human presence would draw Tamyo's attention, or that they'd catch her when she stepped out. Okay, I get it, Mitsuri said, smiling sweetly. But in exchange, you have to keep playing with me in the mornings. Johan's lips twitched. At first, he thought tagging along with her would be a nice change of pace. But the sheer energy Mitsuri poured into shopping, exploring, and bouncing from place to place had worn him down quickly. Still, he couldn't say no to her. He nodded in surrender. Mitsuri beamed, 2 more days of winning. She was just about to reward him with a kiss on the cheek when... Boom! A deafening explosion split the night sky. Something's up. Johan and Mitsuri immediately dashed toward the direction of the blast. In that moment, deep within Asakusa, the blood demon art barrier concealing Tamyo's residence collapsed. The protective charms clinging to the walls disintegrated, fluttering to the ground. Hee, we've got you now, Suzumaru laughed wickedly. Impressive work, Yahaba, she added, tossing one of her deadly temeri balls into the air. Beside her, Yahaba stood with his eyes still shut, his hand raised, the eye embedded in his palm glowing faintly. Before them stood a house, once invisible, now surrounded by blooming cherry trees. The fugitive was inside. Allow me to celebrate our discovery, Suzumaru sneered, hurling a temeri at the building. It smashed into the structure like a cannonball, sending debris flying in all directions. Suzumaru, watch it, don't get my clothes dirty, Yahaba scolded. Gee, clean freak, Suzumaru scoffed. She caught her temeri as it flew back to her hand and hurled it again with manic glee. Destroy it, smash it all, this is so much fun. As the house caved under the barrage, 2 figures stepped out from the wreckage, Tamyo and Yushiro. Suzumaru grinned, eyes alight with sadistic pleasure. So you're the fugitive Master spoke of. How dare you defy Master? Do you have a death wish? She raised her temeri again, ready to strike. Stop, Yahaba's voice cut through the air. Don't forget our mission, we're to bring her back alive. Reluctantly, Suzumaru lowered her arm. Come with us quietly, fugitive, or I'll drag you back in pieces, she threatened, bouncing the ball in her hands with a sharp smack. Lady Tamyo, please run, I'll hold them off, Yushiro said urgently, though blood already stained his shoulder. No, Yushiro, you can't fight them alone. Tamyo's voice was calm, but her eyes were sharp. She knew these 2 weren't ordinary demons, they were Musen's enforcers, sent to retrieve her personally. Yushiro might have been a demon she created herself, but he lacked the experience, the power. And escape was impossible now. They'd have to fight. So this is it, she thought. I won't get to see Musen's downfall with my own eyes. But that didn't frighten her. She had lived for over a century with the weight of her sins, turned into a demon by Musen's deceit, driven by bloodlust, forced to slaughter her own husband and child in a frenzy she couldn't control. She had been grieving ever since. She didn't fear death. For her, it was part of atonement. But Musen Kibutsuji, the monster who ruined her life, he didn't deserve to live. If she was going to hell, she'd make sure he burned there with her. Chapter 34, The Game Begins at Dawn. Interesting, how very interesting. So, they've decided to fight back. Come on then, let's play until dawn. Suddenly, 6 arms burst from Suzumaru's body. Each of her hands clenched tightly around a temeri ball as she hurled all 6 of them toward Tamyo and Yushiro. Blood demon art, blindfold. Yushiro slapped a talisman onto Tamyo's back, and in an instant, the 2 of them vanished from sight right before Suzumaru and Yahaba's eyes. Strange, did they just disappear? No, their presence is still here. Their scent lingers, Yahaba muttered, both the eyes on his palms opening wide, scanning the surroundings with intense focus. It's a blood demon art that messes with sight. Which means they haven't escaped, Suzumaru said, irritation seeping into her voice. In that case, All we have to do is destroy everything around us, and they'll have no choice but to show themselves. Yahaba, work with me. With that, Suzumaru lobbed her temari balls straight at the place where Tamyo and Yushiro had vanished. Yahaba activated his blood demon art, Koksu arrow, through the eyes on his palms. These invisible arrows, etched in thin red lines, allowed him to alter the movement of objects, or use them as weapons. Under the influence of his blood demon art, Suzumaru's temari balls twisted through the air in unnatural, vicious trajectories. Crash! One ball slammed into Yushiro, instantly shattering his arm and breaking his concentration. The invisibility spell collapsed. There you are. This time, don't run. Play with me until the end. Suzumaru beamed with manic excitement as Tamyo and Yushiro reappeared. I'm sorry, Lady Tamyo, Yushiro said, trembling with guilt as he looked at her bleeding arm, his own weakness crushing him from the inside. Yushiro, hold your breath. Tamyo said no more. She merely raised her wounded arm. Blood bewitchment, magical aroma of daylight. Tamyo's own blood demon art. By inflicting injury on herself to release the scent of her blood, she could cloud the senses of anyone who inhaled it, creating vivid illusions and mental fog. The effect showed no mercy, affecting friend and foe alike. Victims experienced a drop in brain function, making it nearly impossible to keep secrets. Standing right before them, Suzumaru's expression was beginning to waver, already under the influence. Tamyo's voice was cold and clear. Do you know why Kibitsuji sent you two to capture me? What are you talking about? It's because he's a coward. Don't you dare talk about the master like that. Isn't he always hiding, always running? Shut up, shut your damn mouth. Kibitsuji. Just as Suzumaru was about to say Kibitsuji Musen's name out loud, a temari ball shot from afar and smashed her to the ground. Suzumaru, be careful. That woman's blood demon art can mess with your mind, Yahaba shouted, frowning as he noticed her erratic behavior. With a quick flick of his palms, he used koksu arrows to snap her out of it. That was close, I almost said his name, Suzumaru muttered, a chill running down her spine. The realization sank in, if she had uttered Musen's name, she would have been killed on the spot. You dare mock me? I'll snap your limbs off and bring your head back as a trophy, she screamed, now trembling with rage. All her temari balls spun violently, soaring toward Tamyo and Yushiro. Lady Tamyo. Is this the end? Tamyo stared at the incoming attack. This was it. They didn't have the strength to defeat these demons head-on. Her last desperate gambit, to trick one of them into saying Musen's forbidden name, had failed. Yahaba had stopped her just in time. Damn you, Kibitsuji Musen. Tamyo resigned herself to her fate, bracing for death. Beside her, Yushiro watched her frozen in place, his scream rising from his chest in pure despair. Iron shell, steel. First form, unknowing fire. The temari balls aimed at Tamyo's limbs exploded midair into multicolored shrapnel. Two figures stood between her and the attack. Johan and Mitsuri Kenroji had arrived. Tamyo stared at the backs of the two humans who had stepped in front of her, feeling the aura that radiated off them. She whispered in disbelief, "These are humans." Humans? Suzumaru frowned, clearly unsettled by the unexpected block. Two humans and a demon. This just keeps getting better. This is so much fun. Humans siding with demons, protecting them. She laughed, wild and unhinged. But it doesn't matter. Lord Musen said to bring back the runaway. That's all that matters. And if you're in my way, you can all die. Suzumaru didn't care why humans would stand with demons. Anyone who interfered with her mission deserved only one outcome, death. If she succeeded, Musen would reward her. More blood, more power, more purpose. Suzumaru, Yahaba called out from a distance, don't hold back, use your full power. We take them down together. He had felt it the moment the two arrived. The aura they carried, especially the man with the shield, was terrifying. They weren't ordinary humans. But Musen's orders were absolute. This would be a fight to the death. Chapter 35, A Shield Against Despair. You two stay back. Johan's voice rang out, steady and calm, as he addressed Tamyo and Yushiro. Mitsuri, I'll leave their protection to you. Okay, but be careful, Johan, Mitsuri Kenroji replied, her usual playful tone replaced by a seriousness that surfaced only in battle. Though she often bickered with Johan over trivial matters, when it came down to real combat, she never questioned his orders. She gripped her Nichiren blade tightly and moved to Tamyo's side, leaving the battlefield to him. You are. Tamyo and Yushiro stared, clearly taken aback by the sudden appearance of these two humans. Though they no longer harmed people and could survive on minimal human blood, the two demons had spent years hiding from the world. Their contact with humans was limited to quietly obtaining blood packs. They had never formed meaningful relationships, let alone encountered people who could wield such power. Could it be, were they sent by that master? It was true that Tamyo had once met Kaguya Yubayashiki, the head of the Demon Slayer Corps. But she was certain she had never disclosed her whereabouts to him. Besides, the two before her weren't wearing the Corps uniforms. You must be Miss Tamyo, right? I'm Mitsuri Kenroji, and that guy over there is Johan, Mitsuri said with a smile. As for why we're here, well, it was Johan who wanted to find you. He came to find me? Tamyo looked curiously at the man standing before her, shield slung across his back. Yup, but I think it's best if we let him take care of those two demons first. He can explain the details later. Mitsuri sounded breezy, completely confident in Johan. Kenroji Mitsuri, was it? From how casually you're chatting, are you implying these two demons will be easy to deal with? Tamyo asked, a bit skeptical. Of course, just sit back and watch. Mitsuri beamed with pride in her companion. Meanwhile, Johan faced the two demons, Suzumaru and Yahaba, now standing ready, their killing intent thick in the air. Come on, human, let's play. Let's play until morning. With a shriek of laughter, Suzumaru unleashed her 6 temeri balls with monstrous strength, flinging them at Johan with terrifying speed, like cannonballs in flight. Perfect, Johan murmured. Let's see how well Shadow Eclipse can handle this. He raised his massive shield, Shadow Eclipse, to block the incoming strike. Blood Demon Art, Koksu Arrows. Behind Suzumaru, Yahaba activated his own Blood Demon Art. Invisible arrow patterns surged out from the eyes on his palms. With a flick, the trajectories of Suzumaru's temeri balls changed midair, twisting past Johan's shield to strike at his unguarded back. Watch out! Die, human! Tamyo shouted a warning, while Suzumaru burst into laughter. Boom! All 6 temeri balls struck their target. The force kicked up a massive cloud of dust and rubble. Ha 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 ha, foolish human, Suzumaru cackled. That's what happens when you stand in the way of our mission. She turned her attention to Tamyo and Yushiro, not even bothering to check Johan's condition. Her blood demon art allowed her to control the temeri balls with great precision. Their strength could easily destroy buildings, and paired with Yahaba's arrows, they became nearly impossible to evade or block. As far as Suzumaru was concerned, no mere human could possibly survive that onslaught. Surely by now, his corpse was pulverized beyond recognition. Just as she was about to strike at Tamyo, Yahaba's voice called out sharply from behind. No, his aura, it hasn't changed. Suzumaru, that human is still alive, be careful. Unlike Suzumaru, who favored brute force, Yahaba relied on strategy and careful observation. He had sensed danger from the moment Johan appeared. Whether it was finding Tamyo's hidden lair, unraveling her blood demon art, or confronting these two new enemies, he had always used his intellect to guide their actions. That ominous pressure from the man with the shield, it had never wavered. Iron core, steel. A blur of motion flashed past. Johan appeared right beside Suzumaru in an instant, and with a thunderous roar, his fist, gleaming like darkened steel, smashed toward her skull. Were it not for Yahaba's last-second shout, she would have taken the full blow head-on. She twisted desperately, narrowly avoiding a fatal strike. But even so, boom. Johan's iron punch landed squarely on her side. The sheer impact obliterated half her body. Flesh, bones, and organs were pulverized into a mess of blood and viscera. A stunned silence swept over the battlefield. Everyone except for Mitsuri was frozen in shock. You're still alive. Suzumaru's face was pale, her body trembling in terror. That punch, it had brushed her past death's edge. Johann now stood tall amidst the settling dust. His left arm held the shield, while his right was encased in a deep black iron glow, as if forged from pure metal. Aside from a few rips in his clothes, he was completely unharmed. Completely unscathed. From behind, Yushiro gasped. He had seen it with his own eyes, 6 temery balls slamming into Johann. He remembered how just one had shattered his arm earlier, the force enough to send him flying and coughing up blood. But this man took all 6, and now stood as if nothing had happened. Is he really human? Chapter 36, The Unseen Arrows. Of course, there's no way anything could happen to Johann. Johann is insanely strong. Mitsuri Kenroji lifted her chin proudly, like a little swan basking in admiration, when she heard Yushiro's amazement at Johann's power. To Mitsuri, compliments directed at her made her happy, but praise for Johann, that brought her even more joy. After all, her entire heart was already bound tightly to him. There might still be hope. Tamyo, like Yushiro, was stunned by what she'd just witnessed, Johann not only withstanding that brutal attack unscathed, but nearly taking out Suzumaru in the process. Yet, having lived for centuries, Tamyo had once seen a warrior nearly destroy Musen Kibutsuji with a single strike. So she wasn't as outwardly shocked as Yushiro, she didn't gape or cry out in disbelief. But still, the hope she thought long dead had begun to flicker back to life. Because in Johann, she saw a chance to win. Damn it! What the hell are you, human? Suzumaru's half-destroyed body was rapidly regenerating thanks to her demonic healing, but her expression had lost its playful, mocking edge. There were no more cackles, no more sing-song chants of "come play with me." She had realized something firsthand. This man standing before her, he absolutely had the power to kill her. I can't afford even the slightest lapse, Suzumaru thought, her gaze sharpened and wary as she locked eyes with Johann. I just bought this suit. Johann was visibly furious as he looked down at his tattered black suit. It had been a custom order, a combat-tailored outfit designed just for him. He had paid a fortune and even had it rushed to completion. And now, he'd barely worn it for a few days. He hadn't even had the chance to properly show it off, and it was already ruined. Originally, he had planned to test the defensive strength of his Dark Knight reflection. As an ability with destructive growth properties, it definitely shouldn't have been broken by mere handballs, so he decided to take the attack head-on. But he had overlooked one thing: Yahaba and his blood demon art. Crimson Cleanse arrows, which altered the trajectory of moving objects. Out of reflex, Johann had raised his shield. Thankfully, he noticed the handball's sudden shift in direction just in time and activated Tekai, the iron body technique. He knew full well that with his current sage body, such a weak attack wouldn't hurt him at all. But the suit didn't stand a chance. You two are dead meat. Johann flexed his arms, not just out of combat readiness, but out of sheer rage for his ruined outfit. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to Suzumaru. His iron fist shot out straight for her head, a blow meant to end her. Suzumaru had been watching him like a hawk. She'd been on full alert, prepared for any sudden moves. And yet, he was on her before she could even react. His speed was monstrous. Koksu arrows. Yahaba, who had been watching silently from the sidelines, suddenly activated the arrow sigils hidden in front of Suzumaru. He directed the force of his blood demon art at Johann. Johann's fist twisted midair under the influence of the arrow markings, aiming straight for his own head. As if he had foreseen it all, Johann merely tilted his head slightly, evading the redirected strike with ease. Such an annoying blood demon art, he muttered, clearly irritated. In that case, let's deal with you first. He turned his attention toward Yahaba. This guy was the real problem. With his interference, there was no satisfaction in trading blows. Johann had to stay constantly on guard, anticipating unnatural shifts and attacks. You! Suzumaru's voice cracked as she watched Johann sprint toward Yahaba without even sparing her a backward glance. She felt utterly humiliated. You'll pay for underestimating me. With a scream of fury, All 6 of her arms extended to their full span, muscles bulging, veins pulsing. She became like a living artillery cannon, hurling handballs at Johan in a wild storm of destruction. "You foolish creature." Johan didn't even look back. He kept moving forward, eyes locked on Yahaba, intent on removing the greater threat. "If you want to take me out first, you'll have to get to me." Yahaba activated his blood demon art at full power, blanketing the area around him with invisible arrow sigils. He didn't believe this man could reach him with brute force alone. "Step into my trap," Yahaba thought grimly. "Just step in and it'll all be over." The moment he had deflected that earlier attack from Johan, he knew this man would mark him as a priority target. And that's exactly what he wanted, because Suzumaru's attacks alone weren't nearly enough to break Johan's defenses. But if he could lure Johan into his web of arrow sigils, then he would be the one controlling the battlefield. From where he stood, hands raised and motionless, he watched Johan approach, calm, calculating, unshaken. But Johan knew exactly what he was up to. In fact, he'd already figured out both of their blood demon arts. Invisible arrow sigils, They're only invisible to the naked eye. Johan activated the flow of his sage body, attuning himself to the natural energy around him. His perception sharpened as he reached out with his senses. There it is. He could feel the presence of countless threads surrounding him. As I thought, unseen boundaries. These had to be Yahaba's koksu arrows. And now, Johan was ready to strike. Chapter 37, The Fake 12 Kazuki. Since I can see them now, they're nothing to fear. Having sensed the invisible boundaries surrounding him, Johan no longer charged straight toward Yahaba. Instead, he began weaving through the space with bizarre, twisting movements. From a distance, to Tamyo and the others, it looked as though he were evading something invisible. "What's he doing?" Tamyo's eyes narrowed as she watched closely. She began to realize that Johan's actions were likely in response to Yahaba's blood demon art. Recalling how Temeri's trajectory had defied logic earlier, she felt a sudden jolt of clarity. She was starting to understand. "Yushiro, use your blindfold now." "Yes, Lady Tamyo," Yushiro responded immediately. His body had already healed, and he swiftly slapped a talisman into Tamyo's hand and another into Mitsuri's. Blood demon art, blindfold. As Yushiro activated his blood demon art, the talismans took effect. Suddenly, the web of invisible lines surrounding Yahaba became visible to all of them, strings of force like red veins floating in the air. "These must be the source of his ability," Tamyo murmured, watching the strange arrows pulse around Johan like a trap sprung mid-motion. She finally understood why Johan had moved so oddly. He had been avoiding these arrows. "This man is terrifyingly powerful," Tamyo whispered, in awe of the fact that Johan had sensed and deciphered Yahaba's blood demon art through sheer physical instinct, without the aid of Yushiro's magic. "No, how could you possibly know?" Yahaba's voice trembled with fear as Johan rapidly closed the distance between them. Everything had been going perfectly. His trap had been set. The moment Johan stepped into the boundary, Yahaba should have been in complete control of the battlefield, but Johan had dodged everything. Impossible, his blood demon art had never been exposed before. There was no way Johan could have known. His heart raced in panic. He had made one critical error. Too confident in his strategy, he had placed the bulk of his arrows into the trap, leaving his immediate vicinity exposed. "There's nothing impossible about it," Johan said coldly. "If you want someone to blame, blame yourself for being too weak." He was already in front of Yahaba now, and with the words still hanging in the air, Johan's iron fist came crashing down on Yahaba's head. Boom! It sounded like a watermelon splitting open. Blood splattered everywhere. Yahaba's body crumpled backward like a puppet with its strings cut. It was over. He wasn't dead yet, but he was finished. Though he and Suzumaru had always boasted about being part of the 12 Kazuki, in truth, they were not official members. True demons of that rank would not die from a crushed head. But for lesser ones like Yahaba, a destroyed brain meant total incapacitation. Now he was nothing more than a helpless corpse, awaiting the final blow. Johan turned away from Yahaba and looked back toward Suzumaru. Now it's your turn. He hadn't forgotten the way she'd screamed behind him just moments ago. Even if she was a woman, that grotesque form with 6 pulsing arms was not Johan's type. For the sake of world peace, I think it's time you died. Damn it, damn it. I won't go down as easily as Yahaba. Suzumaru was frantic. With Yahaba down, she was now utterly alone. The mission Lord Musen had assigned them was a failure, and there would be no mercy if she returned alive. She knew it better than anyone. To fail Lord Musen was to die. And so, if she was going to die, she would go down fighting. Die, you damn human. She completely snapped. But without Yahaba's support, her power was just brute force, wild, unrefined, and without precision. Johan simply shattered each of her temery balls with his bare fists, one after another. It's over. And with that, he threw a single punch. It hit her square in the chest and launched her like a cannonball into the thick trunk of a tree. Crack! Leaves burst into the air as the tree trembled from the impact. Suzumaru lay motionless beneath it, completely unconscious. Mitsuri finished them off, Johan said, turning away. Got it, Johan. Mitsuri stepped forward, gripping her Nichiren blade tightly, and moved toward the bodies of the 2 demons. Johan didn't bother to look back. He knew just one slice of that blade, and it would all be over. Neither of them would be getting back up. May I collect some of their blood? Tamyo spoke up suddenly, her voice small and hesitant. I mean, it's for research purposes, she quickly explained, clearly nervous. Their blood contains traces of Kibutsuji Musen's cells. I may be able to analyze it and discover something useful. She was scared, clearly shaken by Johan's overwhelming power. Though he had just saved them, Tamyo had no idea what he or Mitsuri were truly after. She and Yushiro were in no position to resist. All they could do was hope that these 2 weren't enemies. And pray they weren't monsters in human skin. Chapter 38, The Thorned Halo. Collecting blood. Go ahead. Johan nodded in agreement at Tamyo's request, then casually found a spot and sat down cross-legged, completely at ease. He actually agreed just like that. Tamyo blinked in disbelief. She had been fully prepared for negotiation or even refusal, but to her surprise, Johan had given her permission without hesitation. She'd spoken so cautiously, half afraid she might trigger his wrath, especially after witnessing how decisively he had eliminated the demons. Yet now, his calm demeanor was throwing her off. Was it confidence? Or maybe arrogance? He hadn't even bothered verifying her intentions, just let her do as she pleased. She wasn't human, she was a demon. Even if she didn't eat people, her nature hadn't changed, and yet he treated her with such casual indifference. Could it be that he's just that simple-minded? She wondered to herself. Still, she quickly pushed those scattered thoughts out of her mind and hurried toward the fallen demons. Right now, her priority was to collect their blood before it was too late. She could worry about Johan's motives later. There was no escaping him anyway. With that thought, a strange sense of calm settled over her, and she rushed toward Mitsuri, hoping to stop her from decapitating the demons before the samples were collected. Meanwhile, Yushiro didn't follow Tamyo. Instead, he stood still, his eyes locked on Johan with unmasked wariness. He'd seen everything, he knew all too well, this man was terrifying. The 2 demons they had just fought had nearly overwhelmed both him and Tamyo. Yet in front of Johan, they had crumbled like leaves in a storm. No, what happened was even more exaggerated than that. Yushiro still didn't understand Johan's true purpose, but no matter what, he had to remain alert. Even if his power was barely a candle next to this man's bonfire, he would still give his life to protect Tamyo. Johan didn't even spare Yushiro a glance. A mere bug with visual interference powers. In Johan's eyes, such a threat could be ended in a single strike. Instead, his focus was on something far more important, his system. Yes, the system. That was why he had insisted on facing the 2 demons alone earlier. As soon as the mission to assist Tamyo had triggered, a reward had been promised, and Johan never ignored a system reward. After all, this was how he truly grew stronger. System, hurry up and give me my reward, he urged impatiently. There was nothing he enjoyed more than the feeling of getting stronger. Ding! Mission triggered. Battle the twin demons completed. Mission reward. Thorned Halo available for equipping. Thorned Halo, and it's equipable. Johann's curiosity was piqued. System, give me the full details. The system's voice echoed clearly in his mind. Thorned Halo reflects a portion of the damage received back to the attacker. The reflection consists of a base damage amount plus a percentage of the actual damage taken. Equipable, this halo can be loaded onto the Dark Knight Shadow. Once loaded, not only will the shield itself possess the effect, but the host and selected allies within proximity to the Dark Knight Shadow will also gain the benefit. Oh, so it's basically like wearing a damage-reflecting armor, Johann grinned. This was good, very good. System, loaded onto Dark Knight Shadow. Equipping success. The surface of the Dark Knight Shadow, his signature shield, now shimmered faintly. Faint, illusory barbs coiled across its surface. Just looking at it made it seem painful to hit. Perfect, now his fights were going to be even more satisfying. There was a reason he chose to embed the thorned halo into his shield. Dark Knight Shadow already had the rare trait of being indestructible. Now, with a built-in damage reflection effect, it was more than just a defensive tool, it became an offensive weapon. If anyone dared strike his shield, not only would they fail to harm him, they'd be hurting themselves in the process. And since the halo's effects extended to others by equipping it on his shield, he himself also benefited from the aura. Next time he punched someone, it wouldn't just be raw power, it would be power plus reflected damage. After all, even fists took damage when hitting tough flesh, right? It takes two hands to clap, after all. As for sharing the thorned halo's effect with others, Johann didn't really care. If he had to share it, the only person he'd consider was Mitsuri Kenroji. She was, after all, someone he truly regarded as his own. Everyone else, just acquaintances at best. Nope, not interested. Johann may have planned to one day eliminate the Demon King, and he had shared Iron Bottle with the Demon Slayer Corps before. But even then, he had kept a strict boundary. The Corps was the Corps, he was himself, they were not the same. His own strength was what mattered most. As for spreading his resources for the greater good. Yeah, sorry, Johann thought with a smirk. I'm a selfish man at heart. Chapter 39, Blood and Resolve. Miss Kenroji, please wait a moment. Let me collect the blood first. Tamyo stepped forward, approaching the demon's corpse carefully, a small vial in hand. Oh, okay. Mitsuri immediately halted mid-swing, her blade just moments from falling. She watched in silence as Tamyo delicately began gathering the blood sample. Miss Tamyo, you're really careful, huh? Mitsuri remarked softly. It's necessary, Tamyo replied, not looking up. Their blood likely contains traces of Musen Kibutsuji's own. And with someone as devious and cunning as him, I can't afford to be careless. Once finished, she turned toward the second body. All right, Miss Kenroji, you may proceed. I'll move on to the next one. Without wasting time, Mitsuri decisively beheaded the two demons and made her way back toward Johann. Suddenly, from the rapidly deteriorating corpse of Suzumaru, a faint whisper echoed out. Come play, come play. Miss Tamyo, did you hear something just now? Mitsuri asked, glancing back. That was likely the remnants of her will, Tamyo said gently. No need to pay it any mind. Her will, has. Returning to Johann's side, Mitsuri gave him a quick nod, signaling the job was done. Now it was time to address the matter at hand, Tamyo and Yushiro. Johann's gaze turned to the pair. Miss Tamyo, allow me to properly introduce myself. I'm Johann. This is Mitsuri Kenroji. Tamyo responded with a calm smile. Johann, Mitsuri Kenroji, it's a pleasure. You may call me Tamyo, and this is Yushiro. May I ask, what brings you to me? She finally asked the question that had been lingering in her mind from the start. After all, she had never seen these two before, and their sudden intervention had undoubtedly saved her and Yushiro's lives. There had to be a reason. Tamyo, Johann said plainly, I want to borrow your expertise, specifically your medical knowledge. My medical knowledge, Tamyo tilted her head, is someone in need of treatment. No, it's not about healing someone, Johann shook his head. I want your help to bring down Musen Kibitsuji. Musen Kibitsuji. Tamyo's eyes widened, but then relief. Real, visible relief. Johan, in that case, our goals align perfectly. You could say you're not asking for my help, but that we're allies already. To her, anyone aiming to destroy Musen Kibitsuji was someone she welcomed wholeheartedly. If it would hasten his downfall, she would do whatever was necessary. In truth, I've been researching ways to defeat Musen for a long time now, Tamyo confessed. Just like collecting blood tonight. I believe that, as a doctor, every disease has a cure, and demonization is, at its core, a transformation of the body. If we understand it fully, we may even find a way to revert demons back into humans. She looked at the two earnestly. Johan, Mitsuri Kenroji, I have a request. Will you help me collect the blood of the 12 Kazuki? If Musen is your ultimate target, you'll surely cross paths with them. They are the ones he has given his blood to in large quantities. Studying their blood will give us better insight into his composition. Her voice held no hint of hesitation, only determination. Having seen the strength Johan displayed earlier when he obliterated Suzumaru and Yahaba, Tamyo was confident. If anyone could survive against the 12 Kazuki and bring her back what she needed, it was him. Blood from the 12 Kazuki, Mitsuri suddenly exclaimed, her eyes widening. Then, didn't we already miss 2 chances? Tamyo's expression froze. You mean? Mitsuri was already on a roll, beating Johan to the explanation. She loved bragging about his accomplishments. Oh yeah, he already fought lower rank 3 and even upper rank 3. Tamyo stared stunned. Wait, you mean that upper rank 3? She had completely underestimated this man. Initially, she had assumed he'd simply tangled with some low-tier demons. But now she learned he'd not only killed lower rank 3, but had gone toe-to-toe with upper rank 3 until sunrise and lived to tell the tale. This is. Tamyo had once served directly under Musen. She knew how terrifying the upper moons were. And Johan still looked so young. In that moment, Tamyo felt something deep within her shift, an overwhelming sense that this man might truly be the key to destroying Musen Kibitsuji. She had always believed in a 2-pronged approach. 1, developing a medicine capable of weakening or even reverting Musen back into a human. But this required a vast amount of his blood for research, and she couldn't exactly walk up to him and ask for it. That left the 12 Kazuki as the only viable source. The second problem, even if the medicine worked, she doubted it would be enough on its own. She was a doctor, yes, but her vision always included a warrior, someone who could stand against Musen until dawn and finish the job under the light of the sun. Hundreds of years ago, a prodigy nearly succeeded in doing so. He had failed, but only just. Since then, Tamyo had never given up hope. She believed that one day, the right people would rise. That someone would carry the same conviction and the same strength. Looking at Johan now, she finally felt that belief reigniting stronger than ever. And for the first time in a long, long while, she was ready to give everything she had. Chapter 40, The Trap of Daylight. Miss Tamyo, please wait a moment. I have no issue with helping you collect the blood of the 12 Kazuki, she replied softly. Even if you hadn't asked, I would have encountered them eventually, so this is just a matter of convenience. However, Johan's expression turned solemn, my visit today is not to request that you develop a medicine to turn Musen Kibitsuji back into a human. I want you to develop something else entirely, something far more dangerous. I want you to research a serum that will allow demons to survive under sunlight. To let demons survive in the sun. Tamyo froze. That's Musen Kibitsuji's greatest desire. She looked at Johan, stunned. Why would you want such a thing? That's exactly what he's been chasing all this time. Please, Tamyo, hear me out, Johan said, his gaze firm. I'm not asking you to make it for Musen. I'm asking you to use it as bait. Bait? Tamyo's brow furrowed in confusion. That's right, a trap. To kill Musen, I trust my own strength above all else, Johan explained. But there's one massive problem, he's too good at hiding. I don't plan on spending my whole life chasing him down in the shadows. But, he smiled faintly, if something were to appear, something that could let demons live freely under the sun, I'm sure he wouldn't be able to resist coming out of hiding. Tamyo finally understood. For Johann, this was not medicine. It was a lure, a beautifully crafted lie designed to bring the monster into the light. Yes, that could work, Tamyo admitted, slowly nodding. After all, she had once served under Musen. She knew his obsession. He craved perfection, a demon that could walk under the sun, unbound by weakness. That had always been his dream. But is it even possible, she asked, to let demons survive daylight? Her voice trembled with hesitation. She knew how long Musen had searched, how many resources he had exhausted in vain. If even he had failed, how could she succeed? Johann noticed her doubt. You can, he said firmly. Tamyo, do you know of the blue spider lily? The blue spider lily? Tamyo's eyes widened. Isn't that what Musen's been looking for all these years? Yes, and I know where it is. Tamyo gasped. To her, those words were like thunder in a clear sky. Before she escaped Musen's control, she had seen firsthand how obsessed he was with that flower. He turned countless humans into demons, each one another set of eyes, another tool to scour the earth for it. Yet even after centuries of searching, he'd found nothing. And now, the man standing before her claimed to know its location. If we have the blue spider lily, Johann said, do you believe you can create the serum? I'll do my best, Tamyo replied, her voice steady but her heart pounding. This man might truly be the one to end it all. Good, that's all I need to hear. And don't worry about collecting blood from the 12 Kazuki, I'll handle that. You just focus on your research. Tamyo nodded. For the first time in centuries, she felt hope, a real tangible hope, rising in her chest. But just as the conversation settled into silence, another voice cut in. Johann, so where is the blue spider lily, huh? Mitsuri suddenly leaned forward, a smile on her face but panic in her eyes. Tamyo blinked in surprise, then chuckled softly. She hadn't noticed it before, but the future love Hashira had been growing visibly uneasy. After all, Tamyo was beautiful in a delicate, haunting way, long black hair cascading over pale skin, crimson lips soft and graceful, a gentle gleam in her eyes, despite being over several centuries old. She looked like a 19-year-old girl. And right now, she was talking to Johann. Mitsuri's Johann. Her Johann radar was blaring nonstop. She had to redirect the flow of conversation before this turned into something dangerous. Oh, the blue spider lily? Johann turned to her with a playful smile. Well, I can't pinpoint the exact spot, but I know this. It only blooms during daylight and only for 2 or 3 days a year. Whyet's that rare? Mitsuri's jaw dropped. So it blooms during the day. Tamyo's eyes flashed with realization. Musen, that's why you've failed all this time, she whispered. It was almost poetic. He had sent legions of demons to find a flower that only bloomed in sunlight, when demons could not step into the sun. You don't need to worry about the flower, Johann said. I'll make sure we get it. But there's another issue. Tamyo, this place is no longer safe for you. Tamyo nodded solemnly. You're right. Now that they'd killed 2 demons tied to Musen, there was no doubt. He would know exactly where they were. She could no longer stay here. Any demon infused with Musen's blood was connected to him. He could sense what they sensed, hear what they heard. There was a high chance that their current location had already been compromised. They needed somewhere else. Someplace hidden. Somewhere far from Musen's eyes. Somewhere the dawn of hope could quietly take root. Chapter 41. A place to hide, a promise to protect. But where exactly should we go? Tamyo frowned deeply in thought. Let's head to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Johann offered his suggestion without hesitation. If we go there, not only will it be safer and more hidden, but you and Yushiro won't have to worry about the supply of blood bags for daily sustenance. More importantly, there's someone there I know, someone highly skilled in medicine. If you collaborate with her, I believe your research could make great strides. The person Johann had in mind was none other than Shinobu Kacho. Though still young and sharp-tongued, her talent in pharmacology was nothing short of exceptional. Otherwise, she wouldn't eventually become the insect Hashira with her poison techniques alone. From Johann's perspective, Relocating Tamyo and Yushiro to the Demon Slayer core base was undoubtedly the best course of action. The Demon Slayer core, huh? Tamyo mulled it over silently. Truth be told, she hadn't considered that place before. But now that Johan laid it all out, it did seem like the most suitable choice. Not only would she no longer need to worry about hiding constantly, she could focus on her research, and she would be right on the front lines of the fight against Musen Kibitsuji. But is it really okay to go to the Demon Slayer core? Tamyo's voice hinted at hesitation, clearly still unconvinced. No, absolutely not. How can you suggest Lady Tamyo go to the Demon Slayer core? That's like sending her to her death. I won't allow it. The voice that suddenly burst out was Yushiro's. Until now, he'd kept quiet, but his emotions had clearly been simmering under the surface, and now they boiled over in defiance. His fierce objection sliced through the conversation like a knife, making the atmosphere grow heavy in an instant. Yushiro, is it? Did I ask for your permission? Johan's tone dropped to icy depths. A powerful pressure rolled off him like a crashing wave, suffocating the space around them. Mitsuri Kenroji instinctively unsheathed her sword, the tip pointed straight at Yushiro in a flash. The tension was immediate and suffocating. Under the oppressive force of Johan's presence, Tamyo and Yushiro both felt as if a mountain was bearing down on their chests. Especially Yushiro, his knees trembled, his back stiffened. It felt like he was locked inside a freezing cellar. For the first time, he regretted opening his mouth so recklessly. That's enough, Yushiro. Whether I go or not is not your decision to make. Tamyo, forcing herself to remain composed under the crushing weight of Johan's aura, finally scolded Yushiro. She had always known about his feelings for her. After all, she had saved his life, and he had clung to her ever since. But Tamyo had lived for centuries, and she could see through such emotions all too easily. To her, love had never been an option. Not when her only goal, her only reason to keep existing, was to kill Musen Kibitsuji and atone for her sins. If there was anyone she felt a flicker of emotion for, perhaps, it was the man standing before her now. Yushiro opened his mouth again, but no words came. He could only bow his head in silence. Of course, had he continued to voice his discontent, Mitsuri likely wouldn't have waited for Johan's signal. She would have cleaved him down right then and there. To Mitsuri, someone who had just been saved showing such ingratitude was utterly intolerable. Was being a demon a free pass to act like a jerk? If it hadn't been for the risk of disrupting Johan's plans, she would have sliced him in half the moment he started spouting off. Johan gave Mitsuri a small wave, signaling her to lower her sword. He didn't even bother looking at Yushiro, turning back to Tamyo instead. For your sake, Lady Tamyo, I'll let this go, just this once. But let me add one more thing. You're still hesitating, aren't you? Worried that going to the Demon Slayer Corps might put you in danger. Exactly, that's one of my concerns, Tamyo admitted. It was only natural. To ask a demon to walk into the very heart of an organization built to kill demons, it was like throwing a lamb to a den of wolves. If even one of them insisted on seeing her as the enemy, she would die in vain. If that's what's holding you back, then you don't have to worry. Since I'm the one suggesting this move, I'll be the one to protect you. If anyone at headquarters has an issue with your presence, they can take it up with me. You just focus on your research, leave everything else to me. Johan's promise was clear, unwavering, and powerful. Hearing those words, Tamyo finally stopped thinking. She had made up her mind. In that case, I'm in your hands, Johan. Yes, she had fully resolved herself now. With Johan's strength behind her, she believed she could walk into that place without fear. Yushiro, come help me pack, she said gently. There were many research materials and documents she needed to take with her. This place had been her home for years, and her work here was irreplaceable. Yes, Lady Tamyo, Yushiro answered softly. He hadn't spoken another word since earlier, and now that Tamyo had made her decision, he could only follow. But as he moved, he deliberately avoided looking at Johan and Mitsuri, despite the fact they had just saved his life. What an ungrateful brat, Mitsuri muttered, clearly annoyed at his attitude. Don't worry about it, Mitsuri. My goal has only ever been Lady Tamyo, As for him, Johan's gaze was cold, emotionless. We'll see how he conducts himself from now on. To Johan, Yushiro was just another pitiful soul, a man forever longing for something he could never have. If he dared to cross the line again, Johan wouldn't hesitate to send him to the afterlife, regardless of Tamyo's opinion. Chapter 42, Whispers in the Wind, Shadows in Motion. At that moment, on the demon's side, Kibutsuji Musen was utterly furious. The instant Suzumaru and Yahaba died, he received the message through the blood link, and he immediately knew who was responsible. Tamyo and Johan. Damn them both. The names spilled from Musen's lips like venom. From the blood memories left behind, he'd clearly seen Tamyo, his former subordinate, his traitor, and the mysterious man named Johan, the one who had battled Akaza to a standstill. He had already been prepared to witness Tamyo's terrified, broken expression when she was dragged back before him in chains. He had envisioned exactly how he would show her the true consequences of betraying him. And yet, before his agents could even touch her, their heads had been obliterated by that man, Johan. Useless trash, a bunch of worthless failures. Musen didn't mourn the loss of Suzumaru and Yahaba. They weren't even upper moons. What enraged him wasn't their deaths, but the fact that someone had dared defy him. That Tamyo had escaped his grasp again, that someone had dared stand in his way. Send demons to Asakusa, I want them found, he snarled at Nakime beside him, every word laced with venom. And once they're located, dispatch the upper moons, kill every last one of them. Yes, Lord Musen, Nakime bowed slightly before vanishing into the shadows. Musen stood amidst the ruins of his shattered chamber, destroyed in his rage. Johan, is it? I'll remember you. For the first time, Kibutsuji Musen had truly taken notice of Johan. While Musen's demons began converging on Asakusa, acting on their master's orders. Johan, Mitsuri, Tamyo, and Yushiro had already departed the area, heading straight for the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Johan, of course, had no idea where the headquarters actually was. The original story had never given a precise location. However, before leaving, Kanikacho had given him detailed instructions. All he needed to do was find the nearest Demon Slayer base. They would handle the rest. That night, the group visited the local Demon Slayer base in Asakusa. The station slayers, upon seeing the token Johan presented, immediately made arrangements. Without hesitation, they prepared a carriage and escorts to transport Johan and his companions to headquarters. Everything moved quickly and efficiently. It was clear that Kachokani had already paved the way for them. And because Tamyo and Yushiro couldn't travel by daylight, Johan specifically requested they travel only at night. Then, Lord Johan, please follow us. The Demon Slayer Corps didn't hesitate. They offered him everything he needed without question. As the carriage disappeared into the dark, echoing hoofbeats fading into the night, the commander of the Asakusa base turned to his aide and said, "Send word to Lord Yubayashiki immediately. Inform him that Lord Johan is en route to headquarters." It seemed that not only had Kani made preparations, but Kaguya Yubayashiki, the head of the Demon Slayer Corps, had already taken steps as well. That night a Kasugai crow took flight, soaring through the moonlit sky. In the shadows of the mountains, dozens of demons moved with sinister purpose, drawn toward Asakusa by Musen's will. Meanwhile, the carriage carrying Johan and his group thundered steadily through the night. Thus, the Asakusa arc came to a temporary close, as Johan and the others made their way to headquarters. At the heart of the Demon Slayer Corps' hidden stronghold, Kaguya Yubayashiki had already received word of their impending arrival. Seated calmly in a room facing a quiet courtyard, the pale and frail-looking leader read the report brought to him. He closed it silently and gave a single command. Ensure that Johan and his companions are treated with the utmost respect, and when they arrive, inform me immediately. Even after giving the order, Yubayashiki remained seated in contemplation, his expression calm but thoughtful. Then suddenly, he spoke again. "Summon all the Hashira who can make it in time. I'm calling a Hashira meeting." "Yes, Master." The Hashira meeting, a rare, high-level council attended by all current pillars and presided over by Yubayashiki himself. Only matters of the greatest urgency warranted such a gathering. The nearby demon slayer messengers understood immediately something monumental was coming. Urgent messages were sent out to every hashira. Yohan and Tamyo, a man and a demon walking side by side. Yubayashiki murmured the words as he stared out into the moonlit garden. Though Yohan had refused to join the demon slayer corps formally, every slayer who'd encountered him had spoken of him with deep respect. Yubayashiki had long wished to meet the man himself. And now that wish was coming true. Though the reason for Yohan's visit remained unclear, the fact that he was bringing Tamyo, along with the strange iron fragments he had delivered through Canny, spoke volumes. Yubayashiki could sense it. Change was coming. Big change. Whether that change would bring salvation or disaster, he could not yet say. And that uncertainty was precisely why he had summoned the pillars. As the head of the Demon Slayer Corps, Kaguya Yubayashiki not only bore the burden of destroying Kibutsuji Musen, he also carried the responsibility of protecting every member of the Corps. He gazed into the night wind, rustling through the courtyard. It's begun, the wind has truly begun to stir. Chapter 43, The First Audience with the Master. Several days later, Yohan and his companions finally arrived at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. What a majestic building, Mitsuri murmured, awestruck. Before them stood an impressive cluster of towering wooden structures, an immense and magnificent complex that left a deep impression on anyone who laid eyes on it. The headquarters radiated a dignified, almost sacred atmosphere. At the gate, 2 Demon Slayer Corps members were already waiting. As soon as Yohan and his group dismounted from the carriage, the 2 quickly stepped forward. "Lord Yohan, welcome to headquarters," one of them greeted respectfully. "We've prepared a special room for your group. You must be weary from your journey, please rest first." He added, "Lord Yohan, the master was most pleased to hear of your arrival. He wishes to meet with you at your earliest convenience." "Understood, I'll head there shortly," Yohan replied, his tone calm but appreciative. The efficiency and respectfulness of the Corps throughout this journey had left Yohan with a good impression. Now that they'd arrived at the headquarters, it made sense to let everyone take a proper rest first. After all, in order to avoid having their presence discovered, they had hurried out of Asakusa, traveling nonstop for days. Even though they'd merely been riding in a carriage, the unending movement had left everyone exhausted. "Tamyo," Yohan turned to her, "why don't you come with me?" "Of course, Yohan," Tamyo replied, straightening her posture, fully aware of how important this upcoming meeting would be. "Mitsuri, go ahead and rest with the others for now. I'll come find you after we're done." "MMHM, go handle your business, Yohan," Mitsuri said with a yawn, clearly too tired to care about anything else. She was perfectly content to leave the decision-making to him for now, she just needed sleep. "Yushiro," Tamyo turned her attention to her assistant, "you go with Miss Mitsuri and find a room to rest in. Don't wander off." Given Yushiro's notoriously hot-headed and impulsive nature, Tamyo clearly didn't want him anywhere near such an important occasion. She could only hope he'd quietly follow instructions for once. "Yes, Lady Tamyo," Yushiro replied, his expression somewhat tight. As a demon entering the very heart of the Demon Slayer Corps, even he understood that one wrong move could easily cost him his life. It was in his best interest to stay in line. "Lord Yohan, Lady Tamyo, this way, please," the Corps member said, guiding them forward. They followed him through the quiet halls and eventually arrived at a spacious room. 2 low tables were set across from one another, and on one side sat the master of the Demon Slayer Corps, Kaguya Yubayashiki. He sat silently, head bowed over the letters on the table before him. "You've arrived," he said, his voice so gentle and soothing it made one's shoulders relax instinctively, almost as if his words carried a lightness that lifted pressure from the air. When Kaguya raised his head, Yohan and Tamyo got a clear look at the man before them. He wore a simple black and white robe, his dark hair falling to his shoulders. His eyes, a soft violet, exuded calm and wisdom. Despite the severe burns marring the upper part of his face and his obvious frailty, he radiated a gentle serenity. Johan, Tamyo, welcome. This was the first time Kaguya had seen either of them in person. One was a man whose feats had reached his ears again and again over recent weeks, and the other was a demon with whom he had long corresponded through letters. Greetings, master, Johan said politely. Lord Kaguya, Tamyo added, bowing slightly. Please be seated, Kaguya invited warmly. Forgive me for not coming out to greet you personally. Not at all, Johan responded with a soft smile, taking a seat beside Tamyo. After a moment of mutual observation, Kaguya spoke again. Johan, allow me to first express my sincere gratitude on behalf of the Demon Slayer Corps for everything you've done for us. He then bowed deeply. Thank you for saving the life of Kyojuro Rengoku. Please, there's no need to thank me, Johan replied, somewhat uncomfortable. To be honest, the demon was originally after me. If anything, Rengoku got dragged into it because of me. There's really no need for all this, he said with a dismissive wave. And secondly, Kaguya continued, I must thank you for the iron body technique you provided to us. I've heard the details from the flower Hashira. What you've shared with us is invaluable. For Kaguya, the life of every demon slayer was something he held sacred. He was willing to lead them against Musen Kibutsuji and even lay down his life if necessary. But if he could help even one of them survive, he would grasp the chance without hesitation. Johan saving Rengoku had already earned his deepest gratitude. And the iron body technique, having seen its effects firsthand from the group who returned from Tokyo, was something that could very well turn the tide of battle in their war against demons. Please, you're making this more formal than it needs to be, Johan said with a slight shake of his head. If anything, I've received a great deal of help from the Corps. Honestly, I came here because there's something I need to discuss with you. At that, Kaguya grew quiet and nodded, signaling for him to continue. Very well, Johan, please speak. It's like this, Johan began, turning the conversation toward Tamyo. You're familiar with Miss Tamyo, aren't you? Lord Kaguya, it is an honor to meet you at last, Tamyo said, her voice soft. Lady Tamyo, Kaguya replied, his expression kind. I'm glad we finally meet face to face. Though they had never met before, both Kaguya and Tamyo had been longtime allies in spirit, two individuals who shared a common goal, the annihilation of Musen Kibutsuji. Their correspondence had kept their ideals aligned. But today, for the first time, the man and the demon who fought for humanity stood in the same room together. Chapter 44, A Home Among Demon Slayers. I came here today mainly to ask if Lord Yubayashiki would be willing to offer Lady Tamyo a place to stay. You mean, have Lady Tamyo live here at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters? Yes. Yubayashiki didn't answer right away. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Tamyo. What do you think, Lady Tamyo? In the past, he had written to her several times, hoping she would come to the headquarters. But every time she had declined. Now, hearing the request come from her own mouth, well, through Johan, left him momentarily puzzled. Tamyo responded softly, Lord Yubayashiki, whatever Johan says, that is my will as well. Slightly surprised by how readily Tamyo followed Johan's words, Yubayashiki didn't dwell on it. Instead, he gave a gentle smile and nodded. In that case, allow me to welcome you to the Demon Slayer Corps, Lady Tamyo. He then glanced at Johan again, curiosity flickering in his violet eyes. Might I ask, what happened in Asakusa that brought about this change of heart? Johan offered a calm nod. Of course, allow me to explain. And so, Johan recounted everything. What had happened in Asakusa, their encounters, and all that had led Tamyo to reconsider her stance. I see, Yubayashiki said after hearing the full story. Thank you for telling me. Lady Tamyo, please rest assured, now that you're here, I will guarantee your safety. To Yubayashiki, Tamyo was a unique and remarkable existence, a demon who had broken free from Kibutsuji Musen's control and no longer fed on humans. The fact that she also shared their goal of eliminating Musen made her a precious ally. Tamyo bowed slightly. Thank you, Lord Yubayashiki. But in her heart, the feeling of safety came not from this promise, but from the man beside her, Johan. With the first matter settled, Johan moved to the real reason he had come. Lord Yubayashiki, he said, expression serious. Do you truly wish to eradicate Kibutsuji Musen once and for all? The air in the room shifted. Yubayashiki's demeanor changed entirely. He straightened his back and leaned forward, his tone resolute and unwavering. Johan, destroying Musen is the sworn duty of the Yubayashiki family. It is the very reason the Demon Slayer Corps exists. So, if you know a way, any way to kill him, tell me. And with those words, he bowed deeply before Johan. Without hesitation, Johan began to explain the plan he had shared with Tamyo previously. Every detail, every step. The blue spider lily, Yubayashiki murmured when Johan finished. He closed his eyes, thoughtful. For a long while, silence hung in the air. Then finally, he opened his eyes and met Johan's gaze with absolute clarity. Johan, he said gravely, the Demon Slayer Corps will assist you with everything we have. There was no hesitation in his voice. This was the moment he had waited for. Yubayashiki understood now, thanks to Tamyo's testimony, that Musen truly sought to evolve into a perfect being. And central to that evolution was the very thing Johan spoke of, the blue spider lily. For years, the Demon Slayer Corps had lost ground. Ever since Musen killed off the sun-breathing swordsmen after the death of Yoriichi Tsujikuni, their strength had waned. Many current generations of demon slayers had never even glimpsed Musen, let alone fought him. But now there was a chance. This plan Johan offered, it could draw Musen out. That was all Yubayashiki needed. If he could lure Musen into the open, he would stake every last ounce of strength the Demon Slayer Corps had. Even if it meant annihilation, they would hold him until dawn. They would end him. Yubayashiki had made up his mind. In that case, Lord Yubayashiki, we'll take our leave and get some rest. Yes, and I leave this mission in the hands of you and Lady Tamyo. As Johan turned to go, Yubayashiki suddenly remembered something. Oh, Johan, one more thing. I will be calling a Hashira meeting soon to announce this plan. I hope you and Lady Tamyo will both attend. No problem at all, Lord Yubayashiki. Johan left the room with Tamyo quietly following. For him, the main purpose of this trip had now been fulfilled. All that remained was the gathering of the Hashira. Things went smoother than I expected, Tamyo commented softly beside him. Johan chuckled, of course. Yubayashiki is not only a noble leader, but also a man with a vast heart. It's precisely people like him who have the power to inspire others to fight side by side. Johan spoke with admiration, clearly impressed. He turned his head slightly to glance at Tamyo. Now do you feel at ease? Tamyo's eyes flickered, and she quickly looked away, her voice barely above a whisper. Why yes, Johan. Before this meeting, she had only known Yubayashiki through letters. In her mind, he was just another man who shared her goal of killing Musen. She hadn't expected his warmth or the genuine respect in his gaze, despite her being a demon. He hadn't looked at her with fear or disdain, only welcome. For the first time in centuries, Tamyo felt accepted by someone who wasn't Johan. Johan, noticing her strange silence, scratched his head, puzzled. All right then, let's head to Butterfly Mansion. I'll introduce you to your future colleagues. Yes, Johan, Tamyo replied with a gentle smile. As she followed behind him, she didn't say the one thing she wanted most to express. That the person she was most grateful to, the one who had saved her, given her hope, and never once treated her as anything less than human, was the man walking just a few steps ahead of her. Chapter 45, Unlikely Allies at Butterfly Mansion. After finding Mitsuri and Yushiro, Johan shared the details of his recent conversation with the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, Yubayashiki, and mentioned that they were planning to head to Butterfly Mansion next. Great, great! Mitsuri's eyes lit up the moment she heard they were going to Butterfly Mansion. She was thrilled. She hadn't seen Kanny and the others for a long time since their last parting. Now that they were going to reunite, Shinobu couldn't be happier. Tamyo and Yushiro didn't have any objections, as they were ready to follow Johan's lead at the Demon Slayer Corps and simply wanted to observe what would happen next. All right, let's go then. Butterfly Mansion was located near the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, built in a similar architectural style. The tall wooden buildings towered before them, exuding an aura of wealth and refinement. The mansion was just as grand as the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Given the size, Johan couldn't help but think, the Cacho sisters must have really become wealthy. Did my previous funds get reduced? Lost in thought, Johan stared at the mansion. A girl with a butterfly hairpin and twin ponytails was cleaning in front of the mansion's gates. "Who are you?" "Hello, I'm Johan. We've come to see Canny Cacho. Could you let her know we've arrived?" "Oh, you're the Johan that Canny-san mentioned," the girl replied, visibly excited. "I'm Ai Kanzaki, and I'm one of the caretakers here at Butterfly Mansion." Ai eagerly led the group inside, and soon they were reunited with Canny, and Kanao Tsuyuri, who was also present. "Mitsuri." "Canny." The moment they saw each other, both Shinobu and Canny, with their straightforward personalities, immediately called out to one another and embraced joyfully. "Welcome to Butterfly Mansion, Johan," Canny greeted, though her greeting was more subdued compared to Shinobu's. Nonetheless, the warmth in her expression was clear. "Canny, it's been a while," Johan said with a smile, exchanging greetings with everyone. Even Kanao, who wasn't one for words, gave Johan a small wave, her expression showing that she remembered him well. "Canny, the reason I'm here." Without waiting for Canny to speak, Johan quickly explained the purpose of his visit and what he had discussed with Yubayashiki. Since the Hashira would soon know of this, Johan didn't see any reason to keep it a secret. "Is that so?" Canny's initial disappointment at not having been the sole reason for Johan's visit quickly shifted as she became fully absorbed in the gravity of what he had said. "The blue spider lily, Kibitsuji Musen Tamyo." Canny's mind was reeling from the influx of information, but being one of the Hashira, she quickly adapted and accepted it. "So these two are?" Canny asked, turning her gaze to Johan's companions. "Tamyo, Yushiro, you can show them," Johan said. Tamyo and Yushiro demonstrated their transformation into demons. Their eyes turned a blood-red hue, and their fingers and teeth showed clear signs of their demonic nature. Canny observed them closely, confirming their identities. "So, Johan, you're suggesting we let them stay here at Butterfly Mansion?" "That's right, Canny. I can assure you that both of them are demons who do not consume humans. They only require a small amount of blood bags. And I've already discussed this with your leader. If you're unsure, you can always ask him for confirmation," Johan explained, reassuring Canny of their safety. Seeing Johan's earnest explanation, Canny's expression softened, and a smile crept onto her face. "Johan, you don't need to explain so much. If they're your trusted friends, I'm more than happy to trust you as well." Canny wasn't planning to ask Yubayashiki about this. She trusted Johan's judgment. Having spent time with him before, she knew him well. Besides, she had recently received news about a Hashira meeting to be called by the leader, and she guessed it must be related to this very matter. "All right then, Tamyo, Yushiro. Please follow me, and I'll arrange rooms for you both." Canny led Tamyo and Yushiro to their rooms. "Wait, Johan." The moment Canny left, the ever-tough Shinobu grabbed Johan's sleeve, her voice sharp with confusion. "Why did you bring two demons to Butterfly Mansion?" she demanded. "Shinobu, calm down," Canny said, trying to pull Canny back as she unsheathed her blade. Shinobu had been on the edge since she first saw Tamyo and Yushiro transform, her anger nearly bubbling over. If Canny hadn't been there to hold her back, Shinobu might have acted sooner. She had been raised with the belief that demons were nothing more than monsters that should be destroyed, after all. Her parents had died at the hands of demons, and ever since, Shinobu had harbored an intense hatred for them. Her sister had tried to teach her compassion, arguing that demons, like humans, were living beings and deserving of empathy. But Shinobu always believed that demons should be eradicated, without exception. That's how she had been trained. Though Shinobu trusted Johan, this was a line she couldn't easily cross, no matter how much she cared for him. Chapter 46, Human or Demon? Redemption. Seeing Shinobu Kacho's hostile stance, Johan spoke in a calm, measured tone. "Shinobu, please, let me explain first." "I'd love to hear what kind of excuse you've got," Shinobu snapped, her eyes full of fury as they locked onto his. "Tamyo and Yushiro have already overcome the demon's instinct to devour humans. They now survive on small quantities of blood from blood bags." That doesn't change the fact that they are demons, she shot back. They're also fighting to destroy Kibutsuji Musen. In fact, they risked coming here, into the heart of the Demon Slayer Corps, for that very goal. You do realize what that means, don't you? For demons like them to come here, where they're surrounded by swords ready to cut them down. So what? All they're doing is researching medicine. I can do that myself, Shinobu retorted, arms crossed tightly. Tell me, Shinobu, do you kill demons because they kill humans, or simply because they are demons? Of course it's because they, she started, but her voice trailed off. Johan didn't interrupt. He simply continued, also, your lord has already given his approval. HMPH, if the master has approved it then. Fine, whatever, she grumbled, clearly reluctant. But if I notice even the slightest sign of trouble from them, I'll cut them down myself, she added fiercely, though her tone no longer held the same iron certainty as before. In truth, Johan's words had already reached her. Shinobu just didn't want to admit it out loud. So, even though she was already swayed, she still had to throw in a sharp parting line for pride's sake. Johan watched her, so obviously persuaded yet pretending to remain defiant, and found this version of Shinobu oddly endearing. More than that, he was relieved. The fact that she hadn't reacted violently when Tamyo and Yushiro revealed their identities as demons showed growth. She was changing. Just then, Shinobu's older sister, Kani Kacho, returned with the others and happened to witness the scene. Kani smiled softly and said teasingly, Shinobu, I never thought I'd see the day you started agreeing with your big sister's way of thinking. HMPH, I absolutely have not. Oh, really now? I haven't, I swear I haven't. Shinobu turned her head away, cheeks faintly red, refusing to continue the conversation. From the background, Tamyo stepped forward, emotion shimmering in her deep eyes like mist. She bowed deeply before Johan and said softly, Thank you, Johan-kun. She and Yushiro had returned from their assigned rooms, just in time to hear the entire conversation between Johan and Shinobu. Tamyo fully understood Shinobu's hatred for demons. After all, she too had done things in her past she could never forgive herself for. So she didn't blame Shinobu's hostility. What she hadn't expected was for Johan to speak such words on her behalf. For someone to treat her as human again, despite her past and her nature, it was something she had long given up on. To her, Johan's acceptance was more than kindness, it was redemption. Johan didn't say anything in return. He simply reached out and patted her gently on the shoulder. Perhaps being understood was, in itself, a kind of salvation. HMPH, Yushiro stood off to the side, glaring at Johan as he exhaled a long, irritated breath through his nose. But for once, he didn't hurl insults. After all, Tamyo-sama was expressing gratitude toward Johan, and even Yushiro had to admit, the man wasn't so bad. Though if he'd just stand a little farther away from her, that'd be perfect. Kenroji giggled at the whole scene, her face beaming with joy. She knew Johan would handle things perfectly. As expected, her Johan was the best. With everything settled, Tamyo and Yushiro began living at Butterfly Mansion under Kani's arrangements. Meanwhile, Johan and Kenroji decided to stay a while longer and await the upcoming Hashira meeting. In the short time they had been there, the members of Butterfly Mansion gradually realized that these two demons were different from the monsters they had battled in the past. Tamyo and Yushiro felt more like people than demons, and slowly, the staff began to accept them. Time passed day by day, and life at Butterfly Mansion returned to its usual rhythm. As the primary recovery and rehabilitation facility under Kani's care, the mansion was always busy treating injured demon slayers. Everyone had their hands full with their respective duties. Everyone except Johan. At that moment, he was lounging lazily in a reclining chair in the courtyard, soaking in the warm sunlight. Training out of the question, he was relying on his system to get stronger. Hard work was never part of the plan. Johan sighed contentedly, enjoying this rare moment of peace. This is the life. But before he could even finish his thought, a lively girl with 3 long, pink braided pigtails bounced up beside him. Johan tilde, I want you to spar with me. Kenroji tugged at his sleeve, her voice drawn out in a sugary whine like a child begging for candy. Her pale green eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as they blinked up at him. All right, I'm getting up, Johan sighed with a smile. How could he ever say no to her? And so, the two began a light sparring match in the courtyard. Though, truthfully, it was more of a one-sided session where Johan stayed on the defensive and let Kenroji take the lead, using each exchange as a chance to point out areas she could improve. The gentle rhythm of blades clashing under the spring sun brought warmth to the mansion, a moment of peace before the storm sure to come. Chapter 47, I Will Carry Your Will With Me. By the way, Mitsuri, Johan asked casually as he blocked one of her punches, weren't you off to find Shinobu earlier? What brings you back here, sparring with me instead? Hearing that, Mitsuri's cheeks puffed up in frustration, and her attacks suddenly packed more force. It's all Shinobu's fault. She used to go on and on about how she'd never associate with Tamyo, saying things like she was only keeping an eye on her to prevent her from doing anything bad. But look at her now. In just a couple of days, she completely changed her tune. I went to show her my new recipe today, and she turned me down. Can you believe that? She was laughing and chatting away with Tamyo instead. HMPH, I'm so mad I could explode. Johan couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. So my dear Mitsuri got ditched by her best friend, huh? Poor thing. Ha. Don't laugh, take this, she cried, embarrassed and angry, throwing a punch toward his face. Johan quickly blocked it and said with a grin, Okay, I won't laugh anymore. Then let me make it up to you, I'll be your training partner. He refocused, blocking her strikes with care and attentiveness, clearly not taking this lightly. Meanwhile, a short distance away in the courtyard, 3 girls with round, shiny eyes were peeking at the pair training. So that's Johan and Mitsuri, the ones Kano mentioned. Yup, I overheard them talking earlier. That's definitely them. They're sparring. I heard that Johan guy is super strong. I really want to see how good he is. Me too, 3 voices chimed together. Then, all of a sudden, they noticed something strange. Why were there 4 voices instead of 3? The 3 girls turned around quickly and spotted Kanzaki AI standing behind them, hands covering her mouth in horror. Oh no, what have I done? She thought in a panic. I was supposed to bring these girls back to study, not blurt out that I wanted to watch Johan train. Usually strict and proper, AI felt like her image had just collapsed in front of these juniors. Over by the training spot, Johan had caught wind of the commotion. Kanzaki AI, and who are these little ones? He asked, glancing at the 3 wide-eyed girls in white uniforms. They looked oddly familiar. The girls bounced in place excitedly and raised their hands. Johan Oniachin. We're Terachikiyo, Nakahara Sumi, and Takada Naho. We're currently training hard at the Butterfly Estate to become nurses. Yup, they echoed, full of energy. Haha, Johan, I was just here to bring them back to their studies, AI added, her tone a bit stiff. Liar, the 3 girls shouted in unison. AI Wanachin, you totally said you wanted to watch Johan Oniachin train. They accused without mercy. AI's face flushed bright red. Ah, you wanted to watch me? Johan blinked, looking genuinely confused. What exactly did you want to see? Didu tilde. Mitsuri, sensing danger, immediately latched onto Johan's arm like a clingy kitten. Her eyes narrowed, full of vigilance, as she stared at AI. This was supposed to be the responsible, serious girl from before. What was with this sudden shift? These are the words of a wolf in sheep's clothing. The world suddenly felt like a much scarier place to Mitsuri. She tightened her grip protectively around Johan's arm. Ah, no, that's not what I meant, AI flailed, panicking. I didn't mean I wanted to see Johan, like that. I meant I really admire his strength, the way he's able to fight demons head-on without fear, that kind of bravery. AI's words trailed off into a whisper, her face turning beet red, her head hanging lower and lower. So that's what you meant, Johan said, finally understanding. But AI, aren't you also part of the Demon Slayer Corps? Why would you feel that way? He was genuinely curious. When he'd first met her, she seemed so sunny and confident. Was there more beneath the surface? Faced with everyone's expectant gazes, AI finally gave up trying to hold it in. You're right, I passed the final selection and became a full Demon Slayer. but I was terrified of going to the front lines. I was too scared, so I withdrew and took up medical duties here at the Butterfly Estate instead. Her voice trembled, as if she were holding back tears. I see. Doesn't that make me a coward? I became a demon slayer, but I ran from the battlefield because I was afraid. All I do now is stay here and patch people up while they fight and bleed out there. Takedo Muakairo, who passed the selection the same year as me, he's a Hashira now. And me, I'm still here, hiding, tending to the wounded. You too, Johan. I heard about you fighting against upper moon demons. I'm just a coward. With that, all the emotions AI had buried for so long came rushing out. Every time she had scolded a wounded slayer for being reckless, every time she stitched someone back together, she'd masked her own feelings of guilt and powerlessness. She had always felt ashamed. Ashamed that the people she treated were out there risking their lives, while she couldn't even muster the courage to fight beside them. You really think that, AI? Johan asked gently. Isn't it the truth? She shot back, voice cracking. No, not at all, even if you're not out there fighting demons yourself. You're the one giving those fighters a second chance. You're the one healing their wounds, helping them walk again, letting them return to the battlefield. You're already part of the strength we carry into battle. I'm sure every slayer out there fights with your will and care carried inside them. AI's eyes widened, shimmering with unshed tears. In that moment, she finally understood the meaning behind the smiles and the determined gazes of the wounded slayers who had waved goodbye after leaving her infirmary. They hadn't looked down on her. They had carried her spirit with them. Chapter 48, The Hashira Meeting Convenes. After that day, AI Kanzaki finally let go of her inner demons. The three little girls, seeing their beloved AI senpai feeling better, bounced around her joyfully. But before the moment could grow too warm, AI suddenly snapped back into her usual stern expression. Terachikiyo, Nakahara Sumi, Takada Naho, still playing around out here. Get back inside and study now. With loud whines of protest, the three little ones were dragged away by the indomitable AI. All right, shall we continue? Johan said with a chuckle, turning to Kanroji. Kanroji nodded cheerfully, and the two resumed their sparring session in the courtyard, the sound of fists and footwork echoing softly under the sun. Unbeknownst to them, another 3 or 4 days quietly passed. One afternoon, while Johan was resting in the courtyard, he was approached by a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Johan-sama, Oyakata-sama has summoned you and Miss Tamyo to attend the Hashira meeting. Understood, I'll go immediately. Johan nodded and stood, heading into the house. He reached into the research room, where Tamyo and Shinobu had been holed up for days, concocting all manner of medicines. Tamyo, time to go. We're attending the Hashira meeting. Tamyo looked up and smiled warmly. Of course, Johan-sama, I'll follow your lead. Having experienced so much alongside Johan, she had grown to trust him deeply. As long as she stayed by his side, he would protect her. This was a truth she now believed without question. Continue the research after you get back. Came Shinobu's voice from behind them, her usual tone light but the message clear. Though she still hadn't fully accepted that there could be good demons, Shinobu had found her own subtle way to show concern. Under the escort of a corps member, Johan and Tamyo once again arrived at the familiar room where they'd held discussions before. Inside, seated as always, was Kaguya Yubayashiki, the head of the Demon Slayer Corps. But this time, the garden outside the room was far more crowded. The current Hashira had all gathered. As Johan and Tamyo entered, multiple pairs of eyes turned sharply in their direction. Everyone, this is Johan, the person I've mentioned to you all. Yubayashiki spoke with calm reverence. Johan, welcome to the Hashira meeting. Johan gave a polite nod and sat down on one side of the room. Tamyo quietly took her place behind him. What's the meaning of this? Why is he allowed to sit inside while we stand outside? A harsh, gravelly voice suddenly rang out. It came from Seimi Shinazugawa, the Wind Hashira, his body crisscrossed with scars, bloodshot eyes glaring with barely restrained fury. Traditionally, during Hashira meetings, all the Hashira would stand in the courtyard as a sign of utmost respect toward the Oyakata-sama seated within. But here was this man, this outsider, sitting at ease alongside the head himself. To Seinmi, it felt like blatant disrespect. Seinmi, Yohan and Tamyo are guests of the master, not fellow Hashira. Kachokani's voice cut through the tension like silk over steel. She had never liked Seinmi's brash attitude, especially not when it challenged Kaguya-sama. And now that Seinmi was clearly targeting Yohan, her dislike deepened. "Let's hear what Oyakata-sama has to say first," came another calm voice, this one from Jayomai Haimjima, the stone Hashira. His hands were folded in front of him, the characters Namu Amida Butsu etched boldly on his cloak. As soon as Jayomai spoke, Seinmi and Kanny both fell silent, though Seinmi's bloodshot eyes never left Yohan. Yohan, on the other hand, couldn't be less bothered. If it weren't for Kaguya's personal invitation, he wouldn't have shown up at all. He wasn't a Hashira, why should he stand outside? Frankly, he'd rather be back at the Butterfly Mansions sparring with Kenroji or soaking in the sunlight. "Everyone," Kaguya spoke again, his serene voice commanding the full attention of the room. "Yohan and Tamyo are honored guests under my invitation. I ask that you all treat them with respect." "Yes, Oyakata-sama," the Hashira responded in unison. No matter their personal feelings, their respect for the master was absolute. Silence fell over the courtyard as they awaited Kaguya's next words. Yohan, meanwhile, took a closer look at the assembled Hashira. There was Jayomai Haimjima, the towering stone Hashira, Seinmi Shinazugawa, the fierce and scarred wind Hashira, Kachokani, the graceful and razor-sharp flower Hashira, Tenjin Yuzui, the flamboyant sound Hashira with his glittering gemstones, Obanai Aguro, the snake-like and enigmatic serpent Hashira, and Muakairo Takido, the aloof mist Hashira. Though not all 9 were present, many matched the familiar figures he remembered before crossing into this world. "This meeting," Kaguya continued solemnly, "will proceed without the full council of Hashira. Those present today shall represent the will of the Demon Slayer Corps." He paused briefly before adding, "Now, I will tell you the true purpose of today's meeting." He turned to glance at Yohan and Tamyo beside him, then his voice lowered gravely. "Yohan, Tamyo, and I have decided to begin our joint plan to defeat Musen Kibutsuji." "What? Musen Kibutsuji?" The garden erupted with gasps and shocked mutters. Even among the Hashira, such a name was not uttered lightly. Was the target of this plan truly the progenitor of all demons? "The plan is as follows," Kaguya explained. "The Demon Slayer Corps will collaborate with Yohan and Tamyo in the development of a medicine, one that will allow demons to survive under sunlight. This medicine will serve as bait, a lure to draw Musen out of hiding. And when he appears, we will destroy him completely." The courtyard fell into stunned silence. "Do any of you have questions?" Kaguya asked. "If this succeeds, it would be a blessing beyond belief." Jayomai's white, pupilless eyes began to fill with tears. "To finally have a shot at facing Musen Kibutsuji," said Tenjin Yuzui, twirling in place with a flourish. His voice was filled with excitement. "Now that is flamboyant." But then that same grating voice returned. "Oyakata-sama," Seinmi growled, his tone dripping with hostility. "I'd like to ask, just what exactly does this guest contribute to the plan?" It seemed Seinmi, Shinazugawa had no intention of letting Yohan off the hook so easily. Chapter 49. Yohan resolves to win with his fists. Yohan was the one who proposed this plan, and most of the research data for the drug also came from him. Then how can we be so sure that Musen Kibutsuji will really be lured out? Everyone could clearly sense that Seinmi Shinazugawa's repeated questioning was aimed directly at Yohan. But since the rest were also curious about the feasibility of luring Musen out, they didn't stop him. Kanny had wanted to speak up in defense of Yohan, but seeing him shake his head slightly at her, she held back her words and fell silent once more. "This is something I was just about to explain," said Kaguya Yubayashiki calmly. "The one assisting us with the drug research, Tamyo, is herself a demon who once escaped from Musen Kibutsuji." The moment Kaguya's words landed, the room burst into uproar. "A demon? We're working with a demon. This isn't some elaborate trap set by Musen himself." "Ha, Lord Oyakata-sama, forgive my rudeness. But I must say, this Yohan fellow seems far too close to demons. This so-called drug research might be nothing but a ploy. Seinmi's voice had risen with his fury, and his bloodshot eyes practically flared with hostility. Are you really sure about cooperating with a demon, Lord Oyakata-sama? Tenjin Yuzui also expressed his doubts, his flamboyant look unshaken but his voice heavy with caution. I fear Yohan Dono may already have been seduced by this demon woman, said Himejima Jaiomai, his tone as expressionless as ever, his pale, pupil-less eyes staring ahead like a statue of judgment. Enough, Kanny could no longer hold back. Do you even know how many times Yohan has fought against demons, and you're still saying things like this? And as for Lady Tamyo, yes, she's a demon. But since when does being a demon automatically mean being evil? Kanny's voice echoed with rare fury. In her view, the biggest problem among the pillars wasn't their strength. It was their dogmatic, inflexible hatred toward demons, their refusal to consider that some demons might not be their enemies. Everyone here holds the rank of pillar, the highest officers in the Demon Slayer Corps. You ought to be capable of calm, rational thought, Kaguya said, his voice soft but steady. He glanced around the courtyard, seeing the clear split forming. On one side stood Seinmi, clearly hostile to Yohan and Tamyo, on the other was Kanny, firmly in Yohan's corner. Others remained silent, their expressions unreadable, clearly weighing their thoughts. Kaguya knew this was a difficult topic for them. They had all spent their lives fighting demons. It was no surprise that the idea of working with one would shake them. But this was why he had invited Yohan to the meeting in the first place, not just to announce a decision, but to convince them. Just as Kaguya was about to continue, Yohan's voice rang out. Lord Yubayashiki, may I say a few words? Yohan, of course, go ahead, Kaguya replied without hesitation. In fact, this was precisely what he had hoped for. Convincing the others wouldn't just require his endorsement, it would also require Yohan's own words and strength. Yohan-kun, Tamyo looked up at the man standing, knowing he was stepping into the fire for her sake. Because of her, he was now being accused of conspiring with demons. It's fine, Yohan said with a brief smile. He walked calmly into the center of the courtyard. You want me to prove myself, don't you? He said, looking directly at the gathered pillars. Then how about a fight? He crooked a finger at them, his voice taunting. Don't think that just because you survived a fight with an upper moon demon, you're above us. Seinmi snapped, furious at the gesture. In his eyes, Yohan had simply survived until sunrise by luck. As for killing a lower moon demon, please, every one of the pillars here could do that in their sleep. But what Seinmi didn't know, what none of them truly grasped, was the vast difference between a lower moon and an upper moon demon. Not having fought an upper moon himself, Seinmi simply didn't understand the chasm between the two. Less talking, more fighting, Yohan said with a dismissive wave, not even bothering to engage Seinmi's temper. In his view, this guy was just a rage-fueled hothead with a permanent chip on his shoulder. In Yohan's past life, he remembered that Seinmi did eventually mature and begin to open his eyes. But Yohan didn't have the patience to wait around for that to happen. If Seinmi wanted to bark, fine. But if he tried to bite, Yohan would break his teeth. You're asking for it, Seinmi growled, drawing his blade, a white-handled, pale green Nichiren sword with jagged serrations running along the edge. Engraved on it were 4 unmistakable characters. Destroyer of demons. Clearly, he was ready to teach this outsider a lesson, and remind him what it meant to be a pillar. The rest of the pillars stepped back to give the two some space. None of them tried to stop the duel, perhaps because, deep down, they knew that strength was the only true language of respect among the pillars. And to change a pillar's mind, one had to speak with power. Kanny's gaze was locked on Seinmi, not with concern for him as a comrade, but as someone about to receive a much-needed dose of reality. Some might have thought she was worried for Yohan, but in truth, it was the opposite. She had seen what an upper moon could do, had felt that pressure on the battlefield. And even back then, Yohan had held his own until dawn. Who knew how far he had grown since then? If she stared at Seinmi now, it was only because she was worried he might not make it out of this intact. Not that a little lesson wouldn't do him good. Just as Yohan was about to unleash a brutal beatdown on Seinmi, he suddenly paused. Ding! Random mission triggered. defeat Seinmi Shinizugawa in a single move. Reward, skill Shinra Tense, a repulsive force that blasts everything away from the user like a shockwave. Oh, a new task from the system. Across from him, Seinmi noticed the pause and sneered. What, getting cold feet now? If you turn around and walk away right now, and let me kill that demon Tamyo behind you, I might let you live. Cold feet, let me live. Johan stared at him, expression unreadable. Was this guy serious? Had he been so mad for so long that his brain had melted? I was just thinking, Johan said slowly, that simply defeating you might not be enough to make my point. Besides, it seems you're already planning to kill Tamyo. So now I've decided. I'll end this in one move. His voice dropped to a deadly calm. And with that, the air in the courtyard turned sharp as a blade. Chapter 50, I just love the way you look pinned against the wall. Damn you, you bastard. Prepare to die? Seinmi Shinizugawa was completely enraged by Johan's words. His face darkened with fury, and the 3 deep scars across his face twisted even more ferociously with his anger. This bastard actually dared to look down on him like that? Saying he'd finish him off in one move, what did that make him? Some kind of insect crawling on the roadside. The other Hashira present weren't looking too pleased either. When Johan had first volunteered to prove himself with a duel, he had actually earned some admiration. They respected the courage to stand up and confront suspicion head-on. But no one expected him to then throw out a line like, I'll end it in one move. What the hell did he mean by that? That the Hashira were weak? That Seinmi was just some stepping stone? In that moment, most of the Hashira mentally took Seinmi's side, silently hoping he'd teach this arrogant guy a proper lesson. Only 3 people didn't react with surprise or anger at Johan's declaration. Tamyo and Canny, who had both witnessed Johan's strength firsthand, knew that if he dared say something like that, he had full confidence in backing it up. And then there was Kaguya Yubayashiki, who, despite sitting quietly within the manor, had already drawn his own conclusions from his conversations with Canny and Rengoku Kyojuro. Still, it's something that must be seen to be truly believed, Yubayashiki thought to himself. If Johan could truly defeat Seinmi in a single strike, it would mean his strength had already surpassed that of the Hashira, and he was still so young, with room to grow even stronger. That would massively increase the chances of defeating Musen Kibutsuji, and would be a blessing for both the Yubayashiki family and the entire Demon Slayer Corps. Now, it was time to witness it all firsthand. 8th Form Primary Gale Slash. Blinded by rage, Seinmi unleashed his wind breathing in an instant. He surged toward Johan with terrifying speed, his blades swinging in a flurry of furious arcs that kicked up razor-sharp gusts of wind with each movement, each one easily capable of ripping through flesh. He's using the 8th form. Looks like Seinmi's not holding back at all this time. Even the other Hashira raised their eyebrows at the move. Seinmi wasn't just swinging his sword around aimlessly. He was opening with one of his strongest techniques, clearly determined to punish Johan for his arrogance. Wait, he's using the 8th form already. Has he lost his damn mind? Johan, he'll be okay, right? Canny's voice was laced with worry. She hadn't expected Seinmi to come at him so hard right from the start. The sheer power behind that technique was enough to kill a man if it landed cleanly. Ha, you're finished. Seinmi roared, gripping his Nicaran blade tightly as he closed the distance with blinding speed. He was fully aware that what he was doing wasn't entirely proper. After all, breathing styles were meant for slaying demons, not fellow humans, and this technique in particular, it was meant to kill. Still, he hadn't aimed directly at Johan's vital spots. The slash was slightly off to the side. The worst would be some nasty flesh wounds. That's what the bastard deserved for looking down on him, the Wind Hashira. This was the price of underestimating Seinmi Shinizugawa. But then, so this is the source of your arrogance. How utterly laughable. Seinmi's eyes widened. Johan, who just a second ago had been standing dead ahead of him, was gone. Then he heard a voice right next to his ear. And the voice belonged to Johan. What the hell? The other Hashira saw it clearly. Somehow, in a split second, Johan had moved, not back, not away, but right next to Seinmi, appearing beside him with a casual, unbothered air. It was shocking. Seinmi was known for his incredible speed among the Hashira, second perhaps only to Tenjin Yuzui. Not to mention, his wind-breathing technique surrounded him with a violent storm of slicing wind blades. The ground itself had been shredded from the force of his attack. But Johann, he didn't seem affected at all. The slicing wind, the gale force aura, none of it had even ruffled his robes. "I said I'd end this in one move," Johann said, his voice now void of any mirth. Iron body technique, steel. He threw a punch right into Seinmi's gut. The moment it connected, the smug, twisted snarl on Seinmi's face froze in place. His entire expression collapsed under the crushing force of the impact. Every muscle in his body contracted at once, his features scrunched up in an involuntary grimace of pain. And then, his body crumpled like a cooked shrimp, bending inward as the blow launched him straight across the courtyard. Boom! He smashed into the courtyard wall, cracking it in a spiderweb of fractures before collapsing in a heap. The impact left a human-shaped dent in the stone. Seinmi Shinizugawa, the wind Hashira, was unconscious. Johann exhaled lightly, not even looking back at the wreckage he'd left behind. "He'll live," he said calmly. "But he'll need a decent amount of time to recover." Then he turned and cast his gaze across the rest of the Hashira, meeting each pair of eyes one by one. "So," he smiled again, like none of what just happened was a big deal. "Any more questions?" A long silence fell over the courtyard. Johann knew he'd made his point. He'd known long before this meeting that with people like the Hashira, mere words wouldn't cut it. If he wanted to convince them, really convince them, then he'd have to speak in the language they respected most. Strength. And Seinmi, he had simply been the unlucky one to volunteer himself as the example. The guy had been yelling nonstop, practically begging for someone to shut him up. Johann wasn't exactly known for his patience. And if it weren't for the fact that Seinmi hadn't really intended to kill him, and because of Yubayashiki and Kanni's presence, he might not have held back as much as he did. The rest of the Hashira stared at Johann in stunned silence. That gentle smile, that calm voice, and yet, he had just punched the wind Hashira into a wall and knocked him unconscious in one hit. And then said he'd be fine. Is that what he calls fine? One of them thought, glancing toward the hole in the courtyard wall where Seinmi's body still slumped. Even Jaiomai Heimjima, the strongest among them, stood stiffly, his entire frame tense. He was fully aware of his own power, he was unmatched among the Hashira. But even he had to admit, he couldn't have done that, not with just one punch. And not so casually. Chapter 51, An Alliance is Formed. Now everyone finally understood. When Johann said he'd end the fight in a single move, it wasn't arrogance. He truly had the strength to back it up. "I know that working with demons might be a shock to you all," Johann began, his voice calm yet commanding. "But I've already discussed this matter with your master, Kaguya Yubayashiki. And let's not start throwing around words like demonic conspiracy." His gentle smile remained, but the chill in his voice made the temperature in the room seem to drop. "Tell me, what do you think I could possibly be scheming against you?" In truth, this was one of the reasons he had originally refused to join the Demon Slayer Corps. Johann had always understood the unwavering resolve of the Demon Slayers to destroy demons, but that didn't mean he agreed with how black and white their views were. Now, his decision to appear here was simply meant to show that he held no ill will. He'd chosen to come only because this place was hidden well enough, and because Kanni, Shinobu, and the others were here. But if he truly got fed up with them, he'd leave without a second thought. From the beginning, he had never regarded them as anything more than temporary partners. "Johann-kun, please forgive their rudeness. They all have their own reasons," Kaguya Yubayashiki said as he struggled to stand, his frail body trembling. "If anyone must be blamed, let it be me. I am, after all, their leader." The master's effort to rise from the ground, despite his illness, stunned the entire group. It was true that he had intended to gauge Johann's strength, but what Seinmi had done just now, acting out of rage and even drawing on his breathing style against a human, was absolutely inexcusable. Regardless of Seinmi's personal motives, Using breathing techniques to attack someone other than a demon was a violation of the Demon Slayer Corps' most basic principles. The Corps had been founded for one reason: to destroy Musen Kibutsuji. And in accordance with that mission, they were forbidden from ever raising their swords against their own kind. Even if Johan hadn't officially joined the Corps, he was still a guest. Kaguya hadn't expected Seinmi to lose his temper so completely. But as the master of the Corps, if one of his pillars made a mistake, he had to take responsibility. "Master!" The rest of the pillars cried out simultaneously. "You don't need to go that far, Master. I only hope we can continue to work together peacefully," Johan said, the anger in his voice dissipating. Seinmi was already unconscious, and the others had ceased their questioning. Moreover, the fact that Kaguya Yubayashiki had risen to his feet, despite his condition, just to apologize, showed his sincerity. Johan's irritation completely faded. He took a seat once more, and the room once again fell into a heavy but composed silence, like when the master had first begun speaking. "Cough, cough." "I trust you all understand now," Kaguya said, his voice weak but unwavering. "Johan and his companions have no malicious intent. I hereby declare that from now on, they will be our allies and will reside at the Butterfly Mansion. I hope you can all set aside your biases. Our purpose, after all, is the same: to destroy Musen Kibutsuji." "Understood, Master." The pillars responded in unison, not a single word of protest left. To them, Yubayashiki Kaguya might have appeared physically weak, but as a leader, he commanded their absolute respect. And now that the master had made his decision, they would follow it. "Johan, I hope you won't mind their behavior," the master added, turning toward him again. "Not at all, but Master, you really should take better care of your body." Johan's tone softened. Looking at Kaguya Yubayashiki, who seemed far more ill than when they last met, Johan felt a rare twinge of concern. He understood it wasn't just physical weakness. The Yubayashiki family was cursed ever since Musen became a demon. Every newborn in the clan was born frail, plagued by illness. And the older they grew, the heavier the curse became. To this day, not a single Yubayashiki had lived past the age of 30. This master before him likely didn't have long left either. Johan had asked the system if his blood vitality technique could help, but the answer was a cruel one. It only treated physical trauma. It couldn't undo the curse. There was only one way to save him now: kill Musen Kibutsuji as soon as possible and erase the curse at its source. "This meeting is now adjourned." "Then we'll be heading back first, Master," Johan said, getting up with Tamyo and heading for the Butterfly Mansion. As for what Kaguya would instruct the pillars afterward, he had no interest in eavesdropping. "Johan, thank you," Kaguya replied with a nod, his usual gentleness unchanged. After Johan and Tamyo left, the rest of the pillars remained where they were. Such full gatherings were rare. Most of the time, pillars were scattered across their territories, handling missions, gathering intelligence, and defending their regions. So, whenever a meeting like this ended, they often stayed behind to catch up and share updates. Kaguya would also use the opportunity to issue new assignments. "Once Seinmi wakes up, have him come see me." The unconscious wind pillar, who had been smashed into a wall by Johan's punch, had already been taken for medical treatment. Of course, he had no idea what had happened after he blacked out. "And one more thing," Kaguya looked around at his pillars. "I know many of you are only accepting this alliance because of my decision. But I hope you'll try to truly get to know him, to feel it for yourselves." This time, Johan's arrival gave me a very powerful feeling. Musen Kibutsuji will fall in our generation. Chapter 52, Going Out to Pick Flowers. "Johan, looks like you don't need any treatment after all." No sooner had Johan and Tamyo stepped into the Butterfly Mansion than Shinobu Kacho and Mitsuri Kenroji popped up out of nowhere. Clearly, they'd been waiting for them. Johan reached out and gently ruffled Mitsuri's hair, then glanced at Shinobu, who stood with her arms crossed and a curious glint in her eye. "You want one too?" "Of course not," Shinobu snapped, face flushing as she hurriedly denied it. Without waiting for a reply, she grabbed Tamyo's hand. "Tamyo, I've got a new experimental medicine in my room. Come have a look." Tamyo had no choice but to let herself be dragged off, only turning back to give Johan a wry smile before disappearing with Shinobu. By evening, Kanikacho returned. Well, well, you all decided to eat without me, huh? Kanny dragged her tired body step by step toward the dinner table. Even after Johan left, the meeting on the other side had gone on for quite a while. Most of it had been Kaguya Yubayashiki elaborating on the plan involving Johan. After hearing the full picture, the blue spider lily, Tamyo's defection, the battle in Asakusa, the pillars finally understood the importance of the plan and gave it their full support. I figured you'd stay over there and have dinner with the pillars, Johan commented as he watched Kanny stuffing food into her mouth. MMMPH, Johan, you have no idea how boring it is to eat with the pillars, Kanny replied with a puffed-out cheek. Well, when you put it that way, Johan chuckled, imagining the assorted eccentric personalities of the pillars all forced around one table. Maybe she had a point. Johan, I have something to talk to you about. Swallow your food first. Johan was beginning to notice something. After spending so much time together, Kanny seemed to be changing a little. She was more casual, more expressive, more herself. Right, so Johan, the master has a request. He'd like you to teach the pillars how to use Tekai. Only Jaiomai Heimjima and Tenjin Yuzui have managed to get the basics down, but the others are all stuck. Can't you teach them? Johan raised a brow. He distinctly remembered Kanny reaching the entry level of Tekai herself not long ago. Well, I did manage it, but I think that was only because I'd eaten your food back then and my constitution improved dramatically. Kanny admitted this shyly. So to be honest, I don't really know how to teach it. Makes sense, Johan thought for a moment. All right, I'll have Mitsuri help you instruct them. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Mitsuri was busy downing soup when she heard her name. Who's calling me? She asked cautiously, eyes darting around as if someone was about to steal her food. Mitsuri, when you've got some free time, go with Kanny to the Demon Slayer HQ and help the other pillars with their Tekai training. Sure, leave it to me, Mitsuri beamed, happy for a chance to be helpful to Johan. Kanny had no objections. She knew Mitsuri's Tekai training had progressed well, and going with her meant there wouldn't be any conflict with the other pillars. But Kanny, Johan added, let the master know that Mitsuri should also be allowed to observe the other pillars' breathing styles. Consider it her compensation for helping out. Of course, I'll make sure the master is aware. Mitsuri stuck her tongue out playfully. She understood Johan was doing this for her benefit. The more styles she saw, the better she'd be able to develop her own. In the days that followed, Mitsuri frequently accompanied Kanny to the Demon Slayer HQ. There, she diligently instructed the other pillars. Of course, she only explained things. Mitsuri refused to spar with anyone except Johan. Training bouts were reserved for him alone. Unlike her bubbly behavior around Johan, Mitsuri became entirely focused and serious when she was working. Her goal was to finish the task efficiently and thoroughly. The pillars who hadn't yet grasped Tekai began training even harder. If even one of the girls at Johan's side could master such a powerful technique, then they, elite warriors, had no excuse. What they didn't know, however, was that Mitsuri's rapid progress came largely from her unique, naturally powerful constitution. As the days rolled by, Mitsuri's visits to HQ became less frequent. She would occasionally drop in to give advice, but stopped going daily. During this time, Seinmi Shinizugawa finally regained consciousness. Upon learning that he'd been defeated in a single move, he fell silent. There was nothing more to say. One day, Johan, when are you going to fetch the blue spider lily you mentioned? This was the 6th time Shinobu had asked the same question that day. Without the flower, neither her research nor Tamyo's could move forward. The blue spider lily, huh? I suppose it's time, Johan said. It was a flower that only bloomed sporadically during the day once a year. Johan didn't actually know where to find it, so he'd negotiated with the system to have it included as a reward for his next task. Fortunately, he succeeded. The system, after all, existed to serve him, and just a few days ago, it had already begun alerting him to prepare for departure. Mitsuri, I'm heading out for a bit. You'll stay here at the Butterfly Mansion, okay? Johan, will you be gone long? No, just stepping out to pick something up. I'll be back before you know it. All right then, I'll stay here, but you better come back soon. Mitsuri grinned and waved, understanding the real message behind Johan's request. Of course. Johan indeed wanted her to stay behind. The journey would take him through some rough, remote terrain. He'd be quicker and safer moving alone. The mountain wilderness could be harsh and unpredictable. He didn't want Mitsuri to have to endure it. And so, with one last look at the mansion, Johan quietly set off to find the elusive blue spider Lily. Chapter 53. Encountering the charcoal seller on the road. Before departing, Johan entrusted Canny and the others with the task of looking after Tamyo during his absence. Once they assured him everything would be taken care of, he left the Demon Slayer Corps. Following the directions provided by the system, he began heading toward the location of the blue spider Lily. Well, if it isn't Tanjiro. Thank you again for helping us fix the sliding door. Out here selling charcoal again, you're such a hardworking boy. In a quiet little town, a boy named Tanjiro Kamado once again carried his basket full of charcoal on his back, selling from door to door. Business was good today. With what he made, maybe he could bring home enough for his younger siblings to have a full meal. Tanjiro clenched the small bundle of coins in his hand, his earnings from a long day of selling. In the past, the Kamado family had depended on their father, Tanjiro, who would venture into the mountains to dig and sell charcoal to support the household. But his health had always been fragile. After the birth of the youngest child, Rokyuta, their father's illness took a turn for the worse, and eventually he passed away. Now, with his siblings still too young to help, the burden of holding the family together had fallen on Tanjiro's shoulders. Don't worry, father, I'll take care of everyone. He made that silent vow in his heart. Excuse me, are you Tanjiro? The sudden question made Tanjiro stiffen. Standing before him was a tall young man dressed in black, a strange-looking shield slung across his back. Why yes, that's me. May I ask who you are? Tanjiro replied nervously. This stranger didn't look like a local, and Tanjiro couldn't imagine why someone like him would be looking for a charcoal seller. Tanjiro, here's the thing. I'm looking for a certain flower in the mountains. I heard your family lives deep in the forest. Would you mind leading the way? Oh right, you can call me Johan. When Johan had arrived in this town, he immediately noticed the boy with dark red hair and a scar on his forehead. It was unmistakable. This was Tanjiro Kamado, the protagonist of Demon Slayer before Johan had crossed into this world. Of course, he had to come say hello. And the moment he saw Tanjiro, a thought occurred to Johan. If anyone's connected to the blue spider Lily, it's probably him. No problem, Johan, Tanjiro said, relaxing once he realized the stranger only wanted help finding a plant. There were all kinds of useful herbs and flowers in the mountains. His family had survived off what the forest provided for generations. Are you heading home now? Johan asked. Yes, but I need to pick up some food first. Not long after, Tanjiro returned with some rations in his basket. When Johan peeked inside, he saw only some coarse rice and a few meager supplies. The basket looked pitifully light. Johan frowned. Wait here for a moment, he said, then turned and strode off without another word. Tanjiro waited in place. When Johan returned, both of his hands were full, bundles of meat and fresh vegetables, far more than what Tanjiro's family could normally afford. Johan, what is all this? Tanjiro asked, stunned. Here, help me carry it. Without another word, Johan tossed the food into Tanjiro's basket and began walking toward the mountains. Wait for me, Johan. Tanjiro hurried to catch up. But, didn't you say you didn't know the way? I don't, but now you're here, aren't you? Tanjiro. As they walked, the two struck up an easy conversation. The more they spoke, the more Tanjiro grew fond of Johan. After all, he was just a humble charcoal seller who had never left his little mountain town, and Johan's stories of the world beyond stirred something within him. Johan, is a Sakusa really as amazing as you said, all lit up at night, with so many people everywhere? Tanjiro's eyes sparkled with excitement, brimming with curiosity like a wide-eyed child. Johan chuckled at his earnestness. Tanjiro, you'll see it for yourself someday. But Tanjiro hesitated. The thought of his family's poverty brought a shadow over his face. You want to take your family there, don't you? Yes, I will take them. His voice suddenly brimmed with determination, his earlier gloom washed away by renewed resolve. That's my house up ahead, Johan. If you don't mind, you can rest there for the night. I'll help you look for the flower tomorrow. It's dangerous to go wandering the mountains after dark. Any lingering suspicion Tanjiro had toward Johan was gone. With a kind and gentle heart, Tanjiro would never let someone roam the treacherous woods alone at night. Haha, I'll take you up on that offer then. Big brother. A young girl rushed out from the house. Her dark hair was tied with a pale pink ribbon, and she wore a soft pink kimono draped with a brown haori. Her legs were wrapped snugly in protective stockings. This was Nezuko Kamado, beautiful, kind, and beloved by all in the town. She was Tanjiro's younger sister. She slowed her run when she noticed someone unfamiliar beside her brother. Her eyes fell on Johan, tall, lean, with striking features and long, jet-black hair. For a moment, Nezuko stood frozen. Hello, my name is Johan. I'm a friend of your brother's, Johan said with a warm smile. Nezuko, this is Brother Johan. Come on, say hello. Tanjiro noticed her silence and found it odd. Nezuko usually wasn't this shy. Though she didn't go out much, she was always polite. So why was she just staring? Even Johan raised an eyebrow. Was I too handsome for her to process all at once? Chapter 54, Stars and Sugar Candies. Oh, hello, Brother Johan. I'm my brother's sister, Kamado Nezuko. Nezuko didn't quite understand what was happening to her. She'd met plenty of people from town before, but none of them had ever made her heart skip the way this man did. Shall we go inside? Johan suggested with a calm smile. Ah, why yes, of course. Flustered, Nezuko quickly turned and led the two of them into the house. Brother. You're back, Tanjiro. Tanjiro's younger siblings, along with their mother, came out happily to welcome their big brother home. Hello, I'm Johan, he introduced himself politely, turning to Tanjiro's mother. I asked Tanjiro to help guide me into the mountains to look for a particular flower. Welcome, Johan. Our home is a bit modest. Please don't mind that, Kamado Kai responded with warm sincerity. As a mother, she trusted her eldest son's judgment. If Tanjiro had brought someone home, he couldn't possibly be a bad person. Mom, these are the things I bought today. Tanjiro reached to retrieve the rice he had purchased, which was packed deep at the bottom of his basket, making it difficult to get out. Johan stepped forward and easily pulled out the meat and vegetables he had bought himself, handing them to Kai. Auntie, please take these. Oh no, I couldn't possibly. Kai tried to push them back toward him. Their family was indeed struggling, but how could they accept such expensive offerings from a guest her son had brought home? But Johan gently yet firmly pressed the food into her arms and smiled. Auntie, no need to be so polite. I'm really looking forward to tasting your cooking. And besides, Tanjiro's helping me tomorrow. He won't get far on an empty stomach. Hearing that, Kai realized it would be rude to continue refusing. All right, then let me start cooking right away. She turned and walked off to the kitchen, arms full. I'll help you, Mom. Nezuko followed her in. Johan, you really didn't have to, Tanjiro said, clearly uncomfortable. He hadn't even helped Johan yet, and already he was giving their family so much meat and vegetables they almost never had the chance to eat. Haha, well then tomorrow you'd better guide me well, Tanjiro. I promise I'll do everything I can to help you find that flower, Tanjiro said seriously, making a firm promise in his heart. When the rest of the family heard that Johan was from outside the town and just passing through, the younger siblings swarmed him with excitement. All of them were desperate to hear about the world beyond the mountains. As Johan described the things he'd seen and the places he'd been, their eyes sparkled with wonder. To children whose entire world was this tiny village, everything he said was like a magical fairy tale. Brother Johan, will I get to see those things someday too? This came from Kamado Hanako, the fourth sibling, who often clung to her older brother. But right now, she looked entirely swept away by her own dreams. You will, all of you will, Johan said gently, looking at the bright, hopeful faces in front of him. And in that moment, he made a quiet decision in his heart. Time to eat, Nezuko called out, prompting everyone to gather. She'd been listening in too, her heart equally stirred by Johan's words. With Johan joining them, the family squeezed in close around the table. Tonight, it was more crowded than usual, but the mood was lively and full of joy. Especially for the younger kids, seeing the table filled with meat and vegetables was a rare treat, something they usually only experienced during the new year. "Wow, I want this one and that one too," exclaimed Kamado Shidru, unable to contain his excitement. "Hey, don't be rude, wait for our guest to eat first," Kai scolded, lightly whacking his head with a chop-chop hand gesture. "Ah, that hurt." "Ha, it's all right, Auntie, let's all dig in together." With Johan's cheerful tone lightening the mood, the meal turned into a joyful celebration. They not only got to enjoy delicious food, but the entire house felt more vibrant, more alive. As the eldest daughter, Nezuko was especially sensitive to these changes. She remembered how her mother had secretly wiped away tears in the kitchen earlier, and how the courtyard had echoed with her siblings' laughter, all thanks to this one man named Johan. After dinner, Kai took the little ones to bed. Tanjiro was outside checking the house's surroundings for safety, leaving just Nezuko and Johan alone in the courtyard. She watched him silently for a while, standing under the starry sky with his head tilted up, deep in thought. Something about his presence seemed distant yet comforting. Before she realized it, her lips had already spoken. "Johan, what are you thinking about?" "Me, I'm just marveling at how mysterious this world is." "Mysterious," she echoed. "Yeah, it gave me a chance to change so many things." Nezuko didn't really understand what he meant, but she could feel the joy in his voice. "Johan, thank you." She finally said the words she had been holding in her heart. Back in the kitchen, she had seen the food Johan brought, so much meat, so many vegetables, things they rarely got to eat. Nezuko herself didn't care much, but her younger siblings were growing fast, and their family income relied almost entirely on Tanjiro. The food Johan brought would last them a long time if rationed properly. She was truly, deeply grateful. "Nezuko, hold out your hands." Johan had walked up to her now, and from his pocket, he slipped something small into her palm. "This is Kenpedo sugar stars." Nezuko stared, wide-eyed, at the delicate candy in her hand, her favorite treat. She hadn't even tasted it yet, and her heart already felt sweet. Chapter 55, Flower Language, Idealism. There was no special meaning behind Johan giving Nezuko the Kenpedo candy. It was simply a casual gesture. But if something as small as this could bring happiness to the girl, then why not? As a transmigrator, Johan had always held firm to one belief. Since he had arrived in the world of Demon Slayer, he might not be able to change the world itself. But at the very least, he would do everything in his power to ensure those he believed deserved happiness could have a good ending. After all, isn't that what people live for? The pursuit of joy. Morning light streamed in through the cracks of the window, but Johan was still groggy as he was dragged up by Tanjiro. "Tanjiro, you wake up way too early," Johan mumbled with a wide yawn. "Haha, sorry, Johan. I've just always been an early riser," Tanjiro said a bit sheepishly, feeling guilty for waking his guest so soon. Years of climbing mountains and digging coal had carved this routine deep into his bones. Today, he just wanted to help Johan find that mysterious flower as early as possible. As the eldest son of the family, Tanjiro was kind, warm-hearted, and humble, but there was a deeply stubborn streak in him too. He could never allow himself to be indebted to someone, be it money or favor. "Wait, brother, Johan, wait for me too." Nezuko had come running out as well, joining them on the trail. When she heard that Johan was looking for a flower, she figured that an extra pair of hands could only help. "The flower blooms in small clusters," Johan explained as they climbed, "and the color is a sort of greenish-blue, a pale bluish-green. It only blooms during the daytime." With that information in mind, their search officially began. Tanjiro made the best of his mountain upbringing, leading the way with practiced ease. He guided Johan and Nezuko across trails and ridges, through bushes and along steep slopes, scanning every patch of flora they passed. "It's really hard to find, huh?" Nezuko panted lightly. "Are you sure the blooming time is now?" Tanjiro asked, wiping sweat from his brow. They had already been searching for most of the morning. yet hadn't seen even a trace of the flower. Yes, Johan replied firmly. Someone told me I needed to arrive in this area within these 2 days, so the blooming window must be right now. If that's the case, then we just keep looking, Tanjiro declared, ever the optimist. By now, the sun was climbing high into the sky, and even deep in the forest, the air was beginning to warm. The search had been long and exhausting. Why don't we take a break? Johan suggested. He glanced at Tanjiro, who was dripping with sweat from their relentless hunt. Yeah, you're right, Tanjiro agreed with a grin. A little rest won't hurt. Blue, clustered flowers. Nezuko murmured to herself quietly off to the side, standing near a tree. She seemed lost in thought. Then all of a sudden she shouted, I remembered. Johan and Tanjiro jolted upright in surprise, nearly jumping out of their skin. What is it, Nezuko? Tanjiro rushed over. Brother, I know where Johan's flower is. When I made that medicine for your bruises before, remember, I used the rhizome of that flower. Nezuko beamed with excitement. She'd been racking her brain ever since hearing Johan describe the flower, and finally, the memory had clicked into place. You know where it is? Tanjiro asked, eyes wide. Yes, she nodded vigorously. Then let's go right now. Tanjiro practically bounced with excitement. He hadn't expected that his little sister would be the one to save the day. Johan was delighted too, but a question still lingered in his mind. The blue spider lily, used for treating bruises. With Nezuko leading the way, the trio hiked around the back of the Kamado household, up a slope behind the house. When they reached the crest and looked ahead, all 3 of them froze. A wave of greenish-blue stretched before them like a sea of color, carpeting the forest floor in every direction. Cluster after cluster of the flowers Nezuko had described bloomed in unison, almost like they were deliberately decorating the mountainside. Johan, this flower is called Agasai here, hydrangea, Nezuko said softly. It symbolizes hope, and also the inseparable bond between family members. The colors change depending on the soil's pH. Johan stepped slowly into the flower field, breath catching in his throat. Could it really be that the blue spider lily, the legendary flower, was here and in such abundance? He plucked one carefully, preparing to store it away. But nothing happened. No sound, no system notification. System, Johan said under his breath. Didn't I just pick a blue spider lily? Ding. Blue spider lily detected nearby. Host must harvest the correct flower immediately. System will store it once acquired. Warning, blue spider lily has an extremely short blooming period. Host must act quickly. Johan's heart skipped a beat. The flower in his hand wasn't the real thing. It only resembled it. He realized then that his earlier doubts were right. This was only a lookalike, likely the hydrangea Nezuko had mentioned. That's why the system hadn't responded. With renewed urgency, he tossed the flower aside and sprinted away, scanning the area. Johan, what's going on? Nezuko blinked in confusion, watching him suddenly discard the flower and rush off. Didn't we find it already? I don't understand either, Tanjiro said, frowning. It didn't take long. As the sun reached its zenith in the sky, Johan spotted it, nestled behind a large stone at the far edge of the hydrangea field. 2 flowers, isolated, quiet, almost shy in their bloom. They were utterly unlike the others. Bathed in midday light, their petals shimmered with an ethereal sheen, their blue-green hue impossibly vivid, as though not entirely of this world. He had found it. The true blue spider lily. Congratulations, host has obtained blue spider lily, flower meaning, ideal. Chapter 56, Go See the World Outside. After obtaining the blue spider lily, Johan and the others returned to Tanjiro's home. Tanjiro, I found the blue spider lily. I guess it's time for me to leave now. Though it had only been a few days, Johan realized just how much he missed Kanroji. He missed the way she relentlessly clung to him every day, full of energy and without a care for exhaustion. He knew it was time to go back, but before he left, there was still one matter he needed to address. Tanjiro, I need to speak with your mother. Huh, you need to talk to Mom, Johan. Tanjiro blinked in confusion, but led Johan to the kitchen where his mother, Tanjiro's mom, was. Auntie, I wanted to ask if your family would be willing to come with me and leave this place, Johan asked after greeting her. Leave here? Tanjiro's mother was taken aback, surprised by such an unexpected proposal. Yes, Johan confirmed. I mean, I'm asking if you would be willing to move to a town and live there. Tanjiro's mother was a little stunned. She had thought Johan might be preparing to leave and simply wanted to say his goodbyes. Never had she imagined it would be such a proposition. She hesitated. Auntie, you must know that Tanjiro's work in the mountains, digging coal, isn't enough to support your whole family. If you come with me, I can provide you with a place to live and a job. But I understand this is a big decision, and you'll need time to think about it. But I promise you, if you choose to leave, I will take care of everything for your family. You wouldn't want your children to grow up in the mountains forever, would you? Johan's last words seemed to strike a chord with Tanjiro's mother. As a woman who had married Tanjiro's father, their family had lived in the mountains for generations. She had never minded, but as a mother, she wanted something better for her children, a life beyond the mountains. I need to think about it, she said, her mind slightly hazy. Auntie, there's no rush. I'll stay here until tomorrow. I hope you can give me an answer by then, Johan said, aware that he was giving her a tough decision to make. As the head of the household, she had to carefully consider what was best for her children. However, Johan wasn't too worried. If they stayed here, as the story went, Musen Kibutsuji would inevitably come after them. He didn't want to see such a warm and simple family meet such a tragic fate. As for what would happen after they left, he would leave that to the Demon Slayer Corps. He'd have them find the family a home and a stable living situation. If Tanjiro wanted, he could join the Corps as well. After all, Tanjiro's family had been practicing the breath of the sun for generations, a technique that the Demon Slayer Corps could never afford to lose, especially if their goal was to destroy Musen Kibutsuji. The next few hours passed as Johan stayed at Tanjiro's house, telling stories to his younger siblings while Tanjiro went back to the mountains to dig coal. Being the eldest son, he couldn't rest for long. Johan, brother, what did you talk about with Mom? Nezuko asked after noticing her mother's distracted mood. She seemed absent-minded during their afternoon chores, so Nezuko thought it must have been because of the conversation with Johan. I was asking her if she would like to come with me, Johan explained. Come with you? Yohani, are you saying we should move away? Nezuko's small face looked shocked. Yes, that's right. Don't you want to live outside, Nezuko? Johan asked casually as he sat back in his chair. But we don't have enough money. Leave that to me. You just need to decide if you want to leave or not, Johan said, seeing the pitiful look on Nezuko's face. He couldn't help but reach out and ruffle her hair. Why Johan, brothery? Nezuko was startled by the unexpected gesture. Her cheeks turned bright red. Sorry, Nezuko. I just did it out of habit. Johan quickly realized that he might have been a little too familiar. How could he just pat a girl's head like that? No, I miss Kenroji more and more. No, it's fine, but would that be too much trouble for you, Johan? Nezuko stammered, still flustered. Of course, she wanted to live outside. Ever since their father passed away, the weight of the family responsibilities had fallen entirely on Tanjiro's shoulders. Nezuko, as the eldest daughter, could only help with chores or look after the younger siblings. If they could move to a town, maybe Nezuko could find a job that would help her family, something more than just managing the household. Haha, of course, it's no trouble. You might not even know how important the flowers you helped me find are, Nezuko. Johan chuckled, ruffling her hair one more time. As long as you're willing to leave, everything else will be taken care of. Nezuko thought for a moment before answering, her voice quiet but firm. If it's possible, I'd really like to go. In her heart, Nezuko just wanted her family to live a better life. If moving meant that, she was more than willing. Besides, if they moved, she wouldn't have to say goodbye to Yohani, would she? Her ears flushed with color as she glanced at the man who had suddenly entered their lives. Johan. She wasn't sure why, but she felt her heart stir whenever he was around. Chapter 57, Kenroji and Shinobukacha. As evening fell at Tanjiro's home, the family gathered around the dining table, enjoying their meal together. As they neared the end of the meal, Tanjiro's mother seemed to have made up her mind. She looked at Johan with a serious expression and said, "Johan, if you're not joking, I want to take my family and leave." After speaking these words, Tanjiro AI let out a heavy sigh. This decision wasn't easy for her at all. "Of course I'm serious. Auntie, you can start packing and leave the rest to me." Johan had already anticipated this answer. He knew very well that for a mother, nothing mattered more than the future of her children. Tanjiro, still chewing his food, froze in confusion. He had just returned from the mountains after a short break, and now he couldn't make sense of their conversation. "Leave, pack." Tanjiro's voice was louder this time, more in shock. He had never expected his mother to make such a big decision. "But I don't know how to do anything." Tanjiro was uneasy. He had spent his life following his father in the mountains, digging coal and selling it in the nearby town. He had no experience with life outside the mountains. The idea of leaving everything behind made him anxious. "Haha, Tanjiro, you're not as ordinary as you think," Johan chuckled, trying to reassure him. "Once we leave, you'll understand." Johan smiled enigmatically, wondering if Tanjiro would ever join the Demon Slayer Corps. If he did, Johan would make sure to introduce him, but if Tanjiro wanted to live a peaceful life, that was fine too. Johan wasn't too concerned with whether Tanjiro joined the Corps. What mattered most was saving this family from the fate that awaited them if they stayed. As for destroying Musen Kibutsuji, Johan could handle that on his own. Tanjiro wasn't upset with Johan for not informing him of this decision beforehand. After all, his mother was the head of the household, and if possible, Tanjiro was also curious about the world outside the mountains. And so, the family began to pack. This time, it wasn't just a simple departure. They didn't know if they would ever return, so they packed thoroughly. The younger siblings, seeing their older brothers and sisters so busy, couldn't help but bounce around excitedly, eager to help. At dawn, outside Tanjiro's home, after packing most of the night, the family had barely packed much. Originally, Tanjiro's mother had hoped to take as much as they could, but after Johan's persuasion, they decided to only bring a small amount of clothes. "Is everything ready?" "Then let's go," Johan called out loudly. With that, the group set off, embarking on their journey to join the Demon Slayer Corps. Demon Slayer Corps, Butterfly Mansion. It was the 5th day since Johan left. Kenroji Mitsuri was busy airing out Johan's room. The entire space was neat and tidy, showing signs that someone had been cleaning it diligently every day. Kenroji sighed heavily. I should have insisted on going with him. She had never realized how much she missed Johan until now. Over the past 5 days, she had found herself truly longing for his presence, something she hadn't felt when she was constantly with him. "Kenroji, you're cleaning that guy's room again?" A voice interrupted her thoughts. It was Shinobu Kacho, who clearly wasn't visiting for the first time. "Shinobu, what brings you here again?" Kenroji asked, a little puzzled. How was it that every time she turned around, she ran into Shinobu in this room? "Of course, I came to find you." Shinobu grinned mischievously. "I just thought of a new recipe. Let's go try it out in the kitchen." Before Kenroji could respond, Shinobu grabbed her hand and began pulling her toward the kitchen. Slow down, I know." Kenroji couldn't help but laugh, her earlier worries forgotten at the mention of a new recipe. Lately, with Johan gone, life at the Butterfly Mansion had returned to normal. Everyone was busy with their respective tasks. But at mealtimes, the empty bowls and chopsticks served as a constant reminder of someone they all hoped would return soon. The pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps had finished their training under Kenroji Mitsuri's guidance and had mostly left the headquarters to return to their assigned areas. For them, it was already rare to have any time to rest at the headquarters. Once back, they would continue their training, especially focusing on their work with the iron body. The pillars, however, had all come to respect Johan. Not only was he powerful, but he had also set aside any past grudges and helped Kenroji with the iron body training. On top of that, he had gone out of his way to find the blue spider lily. They admired him. He was a fellow who shared their goal of destroying Musen Kibutsuji, and for that, they now held him in great esteem. The Eternal Paradise Faith. In a golden, extravagant room, sitting on a lotus throne, Dema was indulging in his meal. The blood of his food dripped onto the lotus seat, staining the once golden surface with red. Midway through his meal, Dema set down his food and turned to face the corner where a figure appeared. It was Nakheim. Dema-sama, Musen-sama is furious about the fact that Johann is still unaccounted for. He wants the upper moons to take action. I understand. I'll make sure to satisfy his expectations, Dema replied, his voice filled with a quiet but sinister resolve. Once Nakheim disappeared from view, Dema resumed his meal, continuing to enact the teachings of the eternal paradise faith. Chapter 58, Return to the Butterfly Mansion. On the way to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, Johann sent a letter to Kaguya Yubayashiki, informing him that with Tanjiro's help, he had successfully found the blue spider Lily and was now on his way back. He also requested that Kaguya arrange housing and work for Tanjiro and his family in a nearby town close to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Johann believed that with Kaguya's vast wealth and influence, he would surely make proper arrangements for Tanjiro and his family. Wow, is this our new home? Tanjiro's younger brother, Shidru, gaped at the house before him. It was much larger than their previous home and stood 3 stories tall. He handed the relevant documents from the Demon Slayer Corps to Tanjiro's mother, Kai. Johann turned to Kai and said, "Auntie, this house will be your new home from now on. As for work, someone will come by later to arrange it for you. If you don't adapt well or if you'd like to do something else, feel free to tell them." Johann, I really can't thank you enough. Kai was overwhelmed. She had never imagined that the house Johann had arranged for them would be so spacious and well-appointed, and on top of that, he had even arranged work for them. She was at a loss for words. Johann, this is too much. Tanjiro and Nezuko were speechless, unsure how to repay Johann's kindness. All right, it's settled. Johann smiled and waved it off. Don't thank me. You all are the ones who have done me a huge favor. Auntie, Tanjiro, Nezuko, I won't disturb you any longer. I'll come check on you again later. After bidding farewell to Tanjiro's family, Johann turned to leave. He was eager to see Kenroji Mitsuri soon, a smile creeping across his face. I wonder if Mitsuri will be surprised when she sees me. Kai knew that her family needed time to adjust, so she seriously instructed her children, "You must always remember to show respect to others, okay?" Watching Johann leave, Nezuko suddenly clenched her fist and ran after him. Johann, wait. Johann turned, seeing Nezuko panting and breathless. Is there something else, Nezuko? Johann asked, tilting his head. I wanted to ask where I can meet you again. Nezuko asked the question that had been on her mind. She didn't want to just wait for him to come find her. Throughout their journey, Nezuko had already realized that she had imprinted Johann's image in her mind. Looking for me? Johann asked with a smile. How about I take you to where I live in a couple of days? Johann understood what Nezuko meant and decided to let her get to know him better before anything else. Promise? Nezuko asked, her eyes serious. Of course, I'll come find you, Johann replied, giving her a reassuring smile. Nezuko beamed, relieved, before suddenly turning to run back home. Why was I so bold just now? Nezuko internally scolded herself. Her heart was racing, and she needed something to calm her down. I'll just focus on settling the house. Cleaning? Nezuko rolled up her sleeves, determined to distract herself. After bidding farewell to Tanjiro's family, Johann finally arrived at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Standing at the fork in the road leading to the headquarters and Butterfly Mansion, he hesitated for a second. I'll go see Mitsuri first, since there's no rush with Kaguya Yubayashiki. Johann decided that seeing Kenroji Mitsuri was more important than meeting Kaguya right now. He wondered if Mitsuri had been settling in well at Butterfly Mansion these past few days. I'm sure she's been eating well, though. Lost in thought, Johann unknowingly reached the entrance of Butterfly Mansion. Johann! You're back! The familiar voice of the twin-tailed girl, Kanzaki Ai, greeted him as she was cleaning outside. Ai, you look much livelier than before, Johann smiled and commented. Hee, all thanks to you, Johann. Kanzaki Ai no longer dwelled on her past concerns. Now, walking out into the world, she felt like life had become so much brighter. Johann, A long, drawn-out voice echoed from within Butterfly Mansion. A pink figure dashed toward Johan, leaping into his arms. Johan. I missed you so much. I'm so glad you're back. Kenroji Mitsuri tightly embraced Johan, her excitement palpable as she inhaled his scent. Haha, I missed you too, Mitsuri. Have you been eating well these past few days? As usual, Johan couldn't resist ruffling Mitsuri's head. It was just so soft and pleasant to touch. Stop it, I'm not a child anymore. Don't keep asking me that. Mitsuri pouted, swatting at Johan's hand. And stop patting my head so much, it'll stunt my growth. Despite her protests, Mitsuri didn't let go of Johan. She simply shook her head vigorously. Every time Johan patted her head, she couldn't help but feel warm and comforted, but she still wanted to grow taller. At 1.6 meters, she was still shorter than Johan, who was nearly 1.8 meters tall. Mitsuri was determined to grow taller. After entering Butterfly Mansion with Mitsuri and Kanzaki AI, Johan immediately looked for Tamyo and the others. Johan-kun, you're back, Tamyo greeted him, her eyes bright. You sure are slow, though. She had just finished mixing a new potion with Shinobu when she saw Johan enter. As for Yushiro, ever since arriving at Butterfly Mansion, he had been idle. However, due to his blood demon art, he had been sent by Tamyo to assist Kaguya Yubayashiki with intelligence work. Yushiro's blood demon art, blindfold, allowed him to see through any symbols or talismans, making him an invaluable asset for the Demon Slayer Corps. Hence, Tamyo and Shinobu were now the only ones left in the mansion to continue their research on the potions. Chapter 59, The Swordsmith Village. Is this the blue spider lily? With this, demons can survive in the sunlight. Everyone stared at the blue flower Johan had brought out. Tamyo's expression was a mix of emotions. She hadn't expected that what Musen Kibitsuji had searched for all these years and never obtained would now be right in front of her. It was almost laughable, a flower that bloomed in the daylight. Tamyo shook her head, dismissing the thoughts running through her mind. Next, we just need to use it to develop the right medicine, Shinobu murmured quietly, gazing at the flower in front of her. Don't overthink it, Johan said. Just focus on your research. The rest of it, leave to me. His words snapped everyone out of their momentary reflection. You can go now, leave the medicine to us. Shinobu gave everyone a gentle push, signaling the beginning of her and Tamyo's work. The message from the Demon Slayer Corps Kaguya Yubayashiki was delivered directly by Kani Kacho. Upon hearing that research on the blue spider lily had begun, Kaguya Yubayashiki became visibly excited. He felt a surge of strength in his hands as if empowered by the news. Serious, he turned to Kani Kacho. Kani, do not tell anyone else about the blue spider lily. From now on, make it a top-secret matter. Yes, Lord Yubayashiki. Kani understood the significance of the task. Also, Lord Yubayashiki, Johan asked me to inform you that the Tanjiro family he brought back are the successors of the Breath of the Sun. They'll be coming here soon, and he asked that you be prepared. The Breath of the Sun. Could it really be the original Breath of the Sun? Kaguya Yubayashiki was shocked once again. He hadn't expected that Johan's trip would not only bring back the blue spider lily, but also the descendants of the legendary Breath of the Sun. The specific techniques of the Breath of the Sun had long been lost, and only rumors of it remained. Today, the 5 basic breaths, flame, wind, water, thunder, and stone, were all offshoots of the original Breath of the Sun. Even these offshoots had greatly enhanced the combat power of the Demon Slayer Corps, but the original Breath of the Sun was considered the most effective weapon against demons. Kaguya Yubayashiki could hardly contain his excitement. He yearned to meet the successors of the Breath of the Sun, hoping that more people in the Demon Slayer Corps could learn this legendary technique. Seeing his lord rendered speechless in shock, Kani Kacho couldn't help but smirk internally. After all, she had been equally stunned when Johan first told her the news. Kani, when Johan brings them here, please notify me immediately. Also, keep this information confidential for now. I'll probably need to call another Hashira meeting soon. Yes, Lord Yubayashiki. Kaguya Yubayashiki looked pained. Not long ago, they had just held a Hashira meeting, and now he might have to organize another one. Each meeting required an enormous amount of energy, and with his frail health, he could barely handle the strain of frequent meetings. However, this was unavoidable. He could already feel fate steering them towards a final confrontation with Musen Kibitsuji. Gritting his teeth, Kaguya Yubayashiki muttered, "I will eradicate this stain, Musen Kibitsuji, with my own hands." After leaving Kaguya Yubayashiki's side, Kanny found Yohan in the garden, soaking up the sunlight. "What's up, Kanny?" Yohan asked, confused. Hadn't he already told her everything? Was there something else going on at the headquarters? "I'm here to tell you that the weapon you ordered for Kenroji Mitsuri is almost ready. I just wanted to ask if you want us to deliver it to Butterfly Mansion, or if you'd rather come with me to pick it up." "Oh, right, Mitsuri's weapon?" Yohan suddenly remembered that he had ordered a custom weapon for Kenroji Mitsuri from the Demon Slayer Corps, but now he had to go pick it up. How troublesome. He had just returned. Still, Yohan was considering whether to pick it up himself or wait for delivery. Ding! Random mission, go to the swordsmith village. Mission reward, location of the blue spider lily, already paid. This mission must be completed before any other tasks can be unlocked. Please, host, don't slack off. When Yohan heard the mechanical voice of the system, he knew there was no escaping the task of leaving again. Since the system had assigned him this mission, there had to be something waiting for him at the swordsmith village, so he might as well go. "All right, let's go," Yohan said to Kanny, who smiled brightly upon hearing his decision. After Kanny left, Yohan went to find Kenroji Mitsuri. "Mitsuri, I'm planning to go to the swordsmith village to pick up the weapon I had custom made for you. You should come with me too. You can try it out to see if it feels right." Yohan wasn't about to go by himself this time. If he left Mitsuri behind again, he was sure she would kindly make him regret it. "I'm coming with you," Mitsuri said, her eyes gleaming with approval. It was clear she was pleased by Yohan's invitation to join him on the trip. Chapter 60. Demon, Nicaran Blade, Demon Slayer Corps. "Tanjiro, Nezuko, hello, I'm Kenroji Mitsuri." Kenroji greeted them enthusiastically. Yohan remembered that he had promised Nezuko he would come to find her, so he decided to bring both Tanjiro and Nezuko along to the swordsmith village. It was also a good opportunity to introduce them to the Demon Slayer Corps in preparation for their future involvement. Kanny Kacho didn't stop them. While the swordsmith village was undeniably crucial to the Demon Slayer Corps, sometimes special treatment was needed for someone like Yohan. "By the way, Kanny, why are you heading to the swordsmith village?" Yohan suddenly recalled that Kanny had mentioned she was going there too. Could it be related to his system mission? I'm just going for a hot spring bath." Kanny's voice was weak, almost as if she wasn't entirely convinced by her own explanation. "A hot spring? Aren't you supposed to be on a mission? Is it really this quiet for the Hashira now?" "Yohan, the Hashira do have a heavy responsibility, but we also need to rest, okay? Plus, a hot spring bath is very helpful for relieving physical fatigue," Kanny retorted, clearly defensive. "And Kenroji, Nezuko, you all should come with me to the hot springs too." "Hot springs, yay," Kenroji happily responded, and Nezuko nodded in agreement from the side. Yohan watched the two girls switch sides so quickly and shook his head. It seemed no girl could resist the allure of hot springs. Kanny, noticing Yohan's expression, smirked with a look of satisfaction. "HMPH, who told you earlier that I was slacking off?" Soon, the five of them arrived at the edge of a forest, where a Demon Slayer Corps member had been waiting for them. "Lady Kanny, Lord Yohan," the Demon Slayer member greeted them, then pulled out a blindfold prepared in advance. "Lord, according to the rules." The Demon Slayer member seemed a bit flustered, as if worried that his actions might be misunderstood by the two important figures before him. After all, he was just a regular member, and the Demon Slayer Corps Flower Hashira and Yohan, who had received special orders from the Yubayashiki family, were not people to be taken lightly. However, the swordsmith village was of immense importance to the Demon Slayer Corps, as it was the place where all the Nicaran blades were forged and maintained. This made it a vital location for their operations. As an escort, the Demon Slayer member had to follow the rules. "Yes, we understand. Please prepare the carriage and blindfolds for us," Kanny replied, clearly experienced with these procedures. Sorry, Johan and Kenroji. I'll explain why this is necessary later. Johan wasn't bothered. As someone who had traveled across worlds, he knew exactly why they needed to follow these protocols. Besides, with his immortal body, wearing a blindfold didn't affect his perception of the surroundings in the least. Kenroji and the others said nothing as they saw Johan wasn't concerned. They calmly got onto the carriage and put on their blindfolds. Along the way, everyone could feel the carriage twisting and turning, seemingly changing direction many times. The Demon Slayer member guiding them also seemed to change his voice at intervals. Johan, Kenroji, Nezuko, and Tanjiro. Sorry for making you wear blindfolds. It's not that we don't trust you, but the swordsmith village is too important to the Demon Slayer Corps. Without the Nichiren blades made by the swordsmiths, we would only be able to rely on the sun to kill demons. Also, the swordsmiths have very peculiar personalities, so Lord Yubayashiki and the swordsmith village have agreed that visitors must wear blindfolds when entering. The members of the Corps and the crows will change positions frequently to guide you along the path. So they are just following the rules. Please don't be upset with them. Kanny knew she had to clarify this, as leaving it unsaid might cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Yes, Kanny-senpai, I understand. Kenroji readily agreed, understanding the importance of these precautions. After all, she and Johan had once been forced to rely on the sun to defeat demons. Demons, Nichiren blades, Lord Yubayashiki, the Demon Slayer Corps. Wait, Kanny-senpai, are you serious? Tanjiro, feeling confused, couldn't help but ask. Weren't they just invited out for a trip and a hot spring bath? Why were they suddenly talking about killing demons? Were demons really real? Nezuko, equally shocked, didn't ask the question aloud but sat quietly. Her ears perked as she listened attentively. Johan, why don't you explain? Kanny suggested, knowing that it was ultimately Johan's purpose for bringing them here. He might as well be the one to explain. All right. Tanjiro, Nezuko, I believe you're both curious about what I really do. Please listen carefully to what I'm about to tell you. Johan began explaining the existence of man-eating demons, the reality of killing demons, and his involvement in the Demon Slayer Corps. Most of the details about the Corps itself were provided by Kanny, though. As they explained, despite everyone wearing blindfolds, Johan could tell that Tanjiro and Nezuko were wide-eyed in shock, mouths agape as if they could fit an apple in there. So, Johan, you came looking for the flower because it was related to killing demons, Nezuko quickly deduced. Yes, that flower is a very precious medicinal herb, which is why I said you helped me a lot. Johan didn't reveal the true purpose of the blue spider lily just yet. After all, knowing too much might not be good for Tanjiro and Nezuko at this stage. They were still far too weak to handle the full truth. Just as Tanjiro was about to ask another question, the guiding crow shouted loudly. Swordsmith Village, Swordsmith Village. We're here, we've arrived. Chapter 61, The Chaotic Blade Pattern. Entering the Swordsmith Village. The village was built nestled into the mountains, with its architecture harmonizing seamlessly with the rocks and woods around it, exuding a quiet, natural beauty. So this is the place related to killing demons. Tanjiro's eyes were practically sparkling with stars. A boy who had yet to witness the cruelty of demons, he was still filled with boundless curiosity about the unknown. The others didn't bother to explain anything. They knew, once Tanjiro truly witnessed a demon devouring humans, that innocent wonder in his eyes would vanish without a trace. Johan, let's head over to retrieve Kenroji's weapon first, Kanny said, though her longing glance toward the village's famed hot springs betrayed her true desire. All right. Just then, Johan received a prompt from his system. Ding. Random task, travel to the Swordsmith Village, complete. Task reward, Blue Spider Lily already delivered. New task unlocked, A Century of Memories. Task reward, Imperial Arms. A Century of Memories? Johan immediately noticed that this task felt different from the ones before. Up until now, every system task had been straightforward and simple. Go here, kill that. But this one felt more like a riddle waiting to be solved. He wasn't even sure where to begin. Still, he had to complete it. The The reward this time wasn't something to take lightly, an imperial arm. The moment he thought of imperial arms, Johann immediately recalled Akim ga Kill, the deadly weapons forged by the world's finest craftsmen under orders from the first emperor, created from the remains of legendary and dangerous beasts, fused with orichalcum and ancient lost techniques. There were only 48 of them, each with terrifying power. I wonder which one I'll get. Well, he would need to dig around and find clues first. The group followed Canny to the home of the village's chief. Canny here for a blade. Perfect timing. In front of them stood a short, masked elder, flanked by two young, muscular men also wearing masks. Lord Village Chief, Canny said with a slight bow, this is Johann. Ha, that's right, I am Tekken Tekikawahara, the smallest man in the village and the greatest one too, he bellowed with laughter. You're the ones who commissioned the blade. Yes, and thank you for the hard work, Chief. Enough with the pleasantries, come try it. Tekken opened the sword case before him, revealing a most unique Nicaran blade. A wild ripple pattern on the blade, pink at the top of the sheath, the body snowy white, a grayish-green hilt, a pink tsuba, and a blade that shimmered with soft pink radiance. This is the most unique Nicaran blade I've ever crafted in my life, Tekken declared proudly. It combines whip-like flexibility and unbreakable toughness with the razor edge of a Nicaran blade. I hope you treat it well. Clearly, Tekken took immense pride in this creation. His tone rang with the satisfaction of a master craftsman who had surpassed his limits. At first glance, two words exploded in Mitsuri Kenroji's mind. It's mine. Johann had deliberately kept the blade's design a secret, but now that she saw it in the flesh, she was completely enchanted by the gorgeous pink sheen of her sword. I'll definitely protect it with my life, Mitsuri declared, waving the blade around excitedly like a child with a new toy. You dummy, Mitsuri, Johann sighed, karate-chopping her gently on the head. A sword is meant to protect others by slaying demons, not for you to protect it. Ooh, I get it, Johann, Mitsuri pouted. It's just, I really, really love this sword. Seeing her so earnestly flustered, Johann could only sigh. When she was like this, there was simply no reasoning with her. So cool, Canny and Nezuko both crowded around, their eyes shimmering with admiration. It clearly fit their aesthetics perfectly. All right then, time to show off my breath of love. While Johann had been away, Mitsuri hadn't slacked off. She'd been diligently studying the various breathing styles within the Demon Slayer Corps, and finally, she'd successfully developed her own, breath of love. As a derivative of the flame breathing technique, the moment Mitsuri activated it, a reddish aura glowed around her pink Nicaran blade. Whoa, this blade is so fast. Even with just a few swings, she could already feel the massive difference between this and the standard-issue blades of the Corps. All right, when you get the chance, go test its real cutting power, the village chief said with a grin. And if anything feels off, come straight to me. As a swordsmith, nothing brought Tekken more joy than seeing his creations cherished by their wielders. Thank you so much, Chief, Mitsuri said, bowing deeply. By the way, Chief, Johann asked, seizing the moment, do you know of anything in the village that's been passed down for generations? Now was the time to start investigating. If the village chief didn't know, who would? The old man furrowed his brows in deep thought. Something passed down him. That would probably be our Nicaran blade polishing technique. If there's anything truly ancient here, that's likely it. The blade polishing technique, got it. Thank you, Chief. Johann made a mental note. It's nothing, Tekken replied, before leaning in seriously. But one thing, when observing our smiths at work, be very careful not to disturb them. Anyway, you should all go enjoy our hot springs first. They're known to have special healing properties. If I recall anything else, I'll have someone come find you. The old master's tone was heavy with sincerity. Chapter 62, Soaking in the Hot Springs. In the hidden blacksmith village, nestled deep in the mountains, warm steam rose gently into the sky from a secluded hot spring pool. Big sis Canny, your skin is so beautiful. Mitsuri Kenroji's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Canny's skin, glowing like warm ivory under the caress of the mineral-rich waters. Nezuko, the youngest among them, didn't say much, true to her quiet nature, but eagerly nodded in agreement by her side. Keikanroji, Nezuko Yutu. Kanikacho's face turned crimson as she shrank back into the water. In the Demon Slayer Corps, she was usually surrounded by men, and when she did bathe, it was only ever with her younger sister. Having two girls ogling her under the fog of steam like this was a brand new, overwhelming experience. Just as she awkwardly tried to shift the subject, her eyes drifted, almost involuntarily, toward Kanroji's chest, then turned to glance at Nezuko's. Wait, since when were young girls this well developed? Kanny felt her heart tremble as she stared at the soft outlines barely obscured by the fog. She lowered her gaze to herself. She had lost, completely and utterly defeated. Take this. Mitsuri suddenly scooped up a handful of steaming water and flung it playfully at Kanny. You little imp, Kanroji. Water fight, it's on. Nezuko, don't think you're escaping either. And just like that, the tranquil hot spring turned into a lively battlefield of splashes and laughter. For a brief moment, Kanikacho shed the heavy mantle of being both a pillar and a big sister. She was just a girl, laughing and playing with friends. Elsewhere in the same mountain village, at another spring-fed pool for men, only two figures shared the water, Johan and Tanjiro. Johan leaned lazily against a smooth stone at the pool's edge, arms draped over the rim, eyes closed as he soaked in the serenity of the forested mountains. The gentle bubbling of the water blended with the distant chirping of cicadas. It was almost meditative. How much longer could peace like this last? He knew in his bones, this was just the calm before the storm. Once Tamyo and Shinobu completed their research and perfected the demon-transforming antidote, the final battle would come. And right now, his power still wasn't enough to guarantee victory against Musen Kibutsuji. Musen's infamous escape move, the one where he exploded himself into nearly 1,800 tiny fragments of flesh, was not something Johan had a good counter to. That wasn't something you could block or tank, not yet. No, he needed to activate more quests, find more plot characters, unlock more power. As for training and breathing techniques, forget it, that was not his strong suit. Defense was where he excelled. Johan, what exactly are demons? Tanjiro's voice finally broke the silence. He'd been quietly soaking for a long time. Out of respect, he hadn't wanted to disturb Johan, who seemed deep in thought with his eyes closed. But once Johan stirred and opened his eyes, Tanjiro couldn't hold back his question any longer. Demons, Johan's voice was low, calm. They're tragic beings that can only live in the dark. They feed on humans, that's what keeps them alive. Eat humans? Tanjiro's eyes widened in disbelief. They really eat people. Yes, Johan said grimly, a lot of people. Kanny's parents, they were killed by demons. Tanjiro's expression darkened. He valued family above all else. The very thought of losing loved ones to something like that, it shook him to his core. Johan, do you have a way to fight them? Of course, not just me, everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps works hard to kill demons. Tanjiro clenched his fists under the water. Then, can you teach me too, how to fight demons? That caught Johan off guard. You sure about that, Tanjiro? Once you take that path, there's no turning back. Johan had considered the possibility that Tanjiro might eventually join the Corps, likely swayed by Kaguya Yubayashiki. But he hadn't expected the boy to bring it up first, of his own will. What's your reason? Johan asked quietly. I want to protect my family, Tanjiro said, eyes burning with sincerity. Dad's gone now, I'm the eldest son, I didn't even know demons existed before, but now I do. And if that's the case, then I have to get strong. I have to protect the people I love. He added with a sheepish grin, besides, I heard the Corps offers decent pay, right? Johan was stunned. In his previous life, Tanjiro took this path to avenge his family. But in this life, it was to protect them. And that small difference, that single word, carried an entirely different kind of power. This version of Tanjiro, driven not by grief but by love, was no weaker. If anything, he might become even stronger. All right, Johan said at last. If that's your decision, I'll make the introduction when the time comes. Thank you, Johan, Tanjiro beamed, bowing gratefully. He had no idea of the hellish training that awaited him. The pillars would not go easy on him. Johann could already picture him getting tossed around like a ragdoll. Poor innocent fool. Tanjiro suddenly shivered, rubbing the back of his neck. Huh, why do I feel a chill even though the water's hot? Johann smirked and said nothing. As dusk settled over the village, fresh from the soothing waters, everyone felt invigorated. Their skin glowed and appetites flared. The dinner table was nearly cleaned bare. While the others watched Mitsuri devour a mountain of rice, a man wearing a blacksmith's mask walked in and approached Johann. Johann-sama, the village chief asked me to relay a message. He remembered something after returning home. Oh. He recalled that a few blacksmith families in the village might still possess heirlooms, artifacts passed down from their ancestors. But the chief doesn't have any records about them. If you want them, you'll have to investigate personally. Heirlooms, ancient techniques, that sparked something in Johann's memory. Had he seen this scenario before? He murmured to himself. Artifacts, blades, refining technique. And then it hit him. That's it. He finally understood what he needed to find. Chapter 63, Secret Weapon. At the break of dawn, Johann was already preparing to set off in search of his mission objective. Seeing Johann's eager expression, Mitsuri and the others followed along, curiosity lighting up their faces. The group made their way into the forested mountains surrounding the swordsmith village. Johann-kun, is something hidden here? Mitsuri asked curiously as she watched him comb through the forest. Yeah, I'm looking for a secret weapon. The swordsmith village has a secret weapon and I didn't even know about it. Canny was genuinely surprised. She had come here so many times for the hot springs, yet never once heard of anything like that. How could a guy who's visiting for the first time know something I don't? Canny squinted suspiciously at Johann, who was peering into the forest like a treasure hunter. Her curiosity grew stronger by the second. A secret weapon? Could it be buried underground? This feels just like a treasure hunt. Tanjiro was clearly getting excited, examining every patch of ground they passed as if expecting to unearth something sparkling at any moment. Nezuko looked at her brother's antics, silently covering her face with a palm. Johann didn't respond. The secret weapon he spoke of wasn't buried underground at all. In fact, he wasn't even sure the person holding the key to it would be here at this hour. Heave-ho, heave-ho. There was a sound. From the woods to their right, someone seemed to be moving something. Is someone carrying something over there? Mitsuri asked as she walked toward the sound. Could it be him? Johann murmured to himself. Even he wasn't sure if it was the person he hoped to run into. There's a kid, looks like someone from the village, and he's dragging a wooden person. Mitsuri tilted her head, puzzled. Follow me, Johann said with confidence now. Based on Mitsuri's description, he was nearly certain. This was the person he had been looking for. The group hurried after Johann. When they arrived at the clearing, they saw a small masked boy dragging a wooden humanoid figure behind him. Who are you people? The boy froze, eyes sharp with vigilance. He had lived in this forest for a long time, and it wasn't every day he saw this many strangers. Johann's gaze dropped to the boy's waist. Just as he'd hoped. A key. Noticing Johann's fixed stare, the boy immediately covered the key with his hand, stepping back defensively. Hey, are you trying to steal my key? He snapped. No way, I'm not giving it to you. That thing is about to break down, I can't let it fall into the wrong hands. Johann-kun, don't tell me, the secret weapon you were talking about is related to this kid. Canny folded her arms. She couldn't believe she had let herself be convinced there was some legendary, secret weapon hidden in the village. This kid didn't exactly scream secret weapon master. Johann-kun, is the thing he's talking about the thing you're looking for? Mitsuri asked, still trusting. Little guy, be good. If you give big sister the key, I'll give you candy, Tilda. Mitsuri knelt down and pulled a candy from her sleeve, smiling sweetly. HMPH, no way, you can't bribe me, I'm Kotsu and I don't fall for that. The little boy huffed and stepped back again. Relax, I just want to see the thing passed down in your family. I'm not going to do anything to it. Johann's figure blurred as he flashed forward, instantly appearing beside Kotsu. He knew exactly what the boy meant by that thing, a mechanical puppet passed down through generations. Honestly, he had nearly forgotten about it himself if not for this mission. Realizing the key was suddenly gone from his hand, Kotsu froze. He understood immediately that if Johann had wanted to take it, there was nothing he could have done to stop him. "Fine, I'll take you to see it," Kotsu muttered. "But I'm warning you, you absolutely cannot destroy it." He turned and started walking deeper into the forest, leading them through a narrow path. The group followed him closely. Eventually, a small wooden cabin came into view. "Wait here, I'll bring it out," Kotsu said gruffly before disappearing inside with a frown on his face. Johann-kun, Tanjiro looked concerned. "Relax, I'm not the kind of guy who'd rob a kid," Johann muttered. "I'm only doing this because it's part of the mission, all right." A moment later, Kotsu emerged, dragging behind him a far more refined puppet than the one they had seen earlier. The wooden humanoid towered over them, with 6 fully articulated arms, clad in a suit of weathered armor. Its form resembled a samurai from centuries past. Half of its face was broken, revealing the inner mechanisms underneath, and everyone finally understood what Kotsu meant when he said it was about to break. "This puppet was built by my ancestors," Kotsu said proudly, emotion welling up in his voice. "It's capable of performing 108 combat moves and possesses strength surpassing that of any human. It's a training puppet designed for battle." "Wait, why does it have 6 arms?" Mitsuri tilted her head. "Wouldn't it look more human with just 2? "That's because it was modeled after a legendary warrior from the Warring States period," Kotsu explained. "Without 6 arms, it just wouldn't do his power justice." Chapter 64, A Century-Old Memory. The Warring States period, isn't that over 300 years ago? That thing's ancient. Needing 6 arms, was that warrior really that powerful? The group burst into amazed chatter. Actually, it has a name. "It's called Yoriichi Type 0, Kotsu said, clearly pleased that everyone was admiring the puppet. "Yoriichi Type 0, huh? Let me confirm something." Johann walked toward the mechanical puppet. This was the likeliest target for his mission so far. Now it all depended on the system's response. Kotsu didn't try to stop Johann from approaching the Yoriichi Type 0. Since he had already brought it out, it wasn't like he was planning to keep it hidden. He just hoped Johann would keep his word and not destroy it. Kotsu watched Johann with unease. The moment Johann's hand touched the mechanical puppet, the system's voice rang out. "Ding! Follow-up mission, memory that spans a century, completed. Mission reward, Tegu Demon-Bound Armor Control Suit. Reward can be claimed at any time. Keep up the good work, host." Tegu Demon-Bound Armor. This was a suit-type Imperial arm from Akim Ga Kill, forged from the ferocious dragon-type Danger Beast Tyrant. In its default form, it appeared as a sword. When stabbed into the ground, it summoned an armor that enveloped the user completely. Once summoned, the durable armor would automatically fly onto the wearer, drastically enhancing their physical abilities. It boasted defense levels akin to an iron fortress and came with a secondary weapon, the Redback Shrike. Its only downside, the immense strain it placed on the wearer. For an ordinary person, equipping it would be a death sentence. But Johann wasn't exactly ordinary. Still, just to be safe, he asked, "System, I'll be fine wearing this Tegu, right?" "Rest assured, host. All products from this system are green certified and 100% safe." Hearing that, Johann finally relaxed. This mission had actually been pretty easy. He originally thought he might have to destroy the puppet, and if that had been the case, he would have had to wait till nightfall and act alone. After all, with this many people watching, it'd be awkward bullying a kid. Not bad for a puppet," Johann muttered, patting the mechanical shoulder before turning away from the Yoriichi Type 0, no longer interested. Kotsu let out a long breath. Johann had kept his word. Thanks, really." "Here, I'll share a little secret with you guys," he said, pulling a small box from his pocket. "This is a Yosuke Zeiku box. Unless you open it in the correct sequence, it won't budge." Same thing applies to this. Kotsu twisted the puppet's wrist and fingers. The Yoriichi Type 0 can change its combat modes by adjusting the number and direction of wrist and finger rotations. If I hadn't decided you were good people, I wouldn't have revealed that even under torture. As he shared the secrets passed down from his ancestors, Kotsu's excitement visibly grew. Wow, that's amazing. Mitsuri and Tanjiro's eyes sparkled like stars. All right, Kotsu, put it away now. Yohan had no further interest in the broken-down puppet. As for what was inside, he figured it might as well be left for Tanjiro. Yohan, you're done already. Mitsuri hurried to catch up to him as he started heading back down the mountain. Yeah, mission complete. Hearing this, Mitsuri didn't ask for any details. She had spent the most time by Yohan's side and understood that he had his secrets. But she also trusted that he would one day tell her of his own accord. Back at their lodging in the village, the group's little treasure-hunting adventure had come to an end. Yet discovering that the swordsmith village held such a secret weapon left everyone feeling rather satisfied with the day. Canny, however, still couldn't let it go. Yohan, why did you just confirm the puppet and then leave? Wasn't that the thing you were looking for? It was, Canny. Then why? The rest is a secret. You really want to know? Yohan gave her a mysterious smile. There was no way he could reveal the system to Canny here. If he ever did, it would mean. Seeing Yohan flash that strange grin, Canny decided to drop the topic, for now. HMPH, one day I'm definitely going to uncover your secret. It was the first time the always composed Canny felt such a strong sense of personal determination. Oh, and Tanjiro, maybe in the future you can go back and find Kotsu again. Yohan knew his involvement had already caused the story to diverge from its original path. He couldn't be sure whether Tanjiro would return to the swordsmith village anymore. But as far as he was concerned, the puppet and what it held inside were of no use to him. Mitsuri and the others didn't need it either. He could give them much better things. Yohan-kun, you mean? You want to join the Demon Slayer Corps, right? You could ask Kotsu to train you using that puppet. I don't know if that's okay. Tanjiro looked conflicted. He did want to grow stronger, but he also understood how important that puppet was to Kotsu. It's fine, just a suggestion. Yohan had no intention of pressing the issue. Whether Tanjiro followed through or not wasn't his concern. He only looked after the people closest to him, and as much as he got along with Tanjiro, the boy wasn't in that circle. As for the Nichiren blade hidden inside the puppet, forged over 300 years ago, Yohan had no need for it. He was now a man armed with an imperial arm. Let the next lucky one find that sword. Chapter 65, Dance of the Fire God. It had already been a few days since they returned from the swordsmith village to the butterfly mansion. After leaving the village, however, Shinobu's sister, Canny Kacho, did not return to the mansion with Yohan and the others. Instead, she headed off on a separate mission. Word was that she was out on an investigation. Yohan didn't ask for more details. After all, the Hashira were always busy. It wasn't unusual for one of them to be suddenly assigned a mission. Lord Yohan, the master requests your presence. A member of the Demon Slayer Corps arrived at Yohan's quarters. Only then did Yohan remember. He had originally planned to bring Tanjiro to see the leader. Where's Tanjiro? He's already there, the Corps member replied. Clearly, they hadn't forgotten about Tanjiro. They made their way to Kaguya Yubayashiki's residence. When Yohan arrived, he saw Tanjiro standing off to the side, furiously scratching his head. Clearly, the two had already spoken. Yohan, you've arrived. Kaguya Yubayashiki smiled gently. Hello, master, Yohan said as he casually sat down. He knew full well that today's meeting wasn't about him. Tanjiro was the real focus. I just asked Tanjiro about the breath of the sun, Yubayashiki began, but it seems he doesn't know much. Yohan, Tanjiro turned to him, looking confused. Lord Yubayashiki just told me that you said the breath of the sun was passed down in my family. But I've never heard of anything like that. Before coming here, Yohan had already explained to Tanjiro the basics about the Demon Slayer Corps, the breathing styles, the Nichiren swords, and how demons could only be killed with them. So he had a good idea what the master had been asking. Still, Tanjiro really had no idea what the breath of the sun was. Could it be my father never had the chance to tell me? Tanjiro murmured, thinking of his father's early death due to illness. He frowned deeply. The breath of the sun, Wasn't it the original breathing style, the source of all others, and powerful beyond measure? What if it had been lost forever, and it was his fault for not preserving the family legacy? Yubayashiki looked equally uneasy. After finally hearing rumors that the breath of the sun might still exist, was it really destined to vanish for good? Tanjiro, master, don't worry. Yohan's tone was light but steady. The breath of the sun has not been lost. Tanjiro, do you remember the dance your father taught you? Tanjiro blinked. The dance? You mean the Hinakami Kagura? He suddenly recalled a scene from years ago, his father dancing under the snow-heavy sky on a freezing night, not long after Nezuko was born. Alone at the shrine gate, his frail body moved tirelessly through the night, flames flickering in the wind. As a child, Tanjiro had been mystified. How could his sickly father dance like that, non-stop in the bitter cold? His mother had told him then. It was a sacred ritual passed down through generations of the Kamato family, a dance offered to the fire god to pray for peace. Yes, Yohan said, that dance. Tanjiro, you just haven't realized it yet, but that Hinakami Kagura is the breath of the sun. Of course Yohan knew. The so-called dance was far from simple. Otherwise, how could Tanjiro's father, with a body so weakened by illness, endure an entire night in the snow without rest? Tanjiro, Yubayashiki spoke up, visibly stirred, could you show us? Yes, of course. Tanjiro nodded and made his way to the courtyard. To him, it was just a family tradition, nothing secret or sacred. But ever since learning what the Demon Slayer Corps did, he realized he had no reason to keep it hidden. If it really was the breath of the sun, then he may have inherited the strongest breathing technique of all. As memories surfaced, Tanjiro began to move. The steps flowed naturally, passed down by blood and memory. It wasn't winter and no snow fell, but at that moment, as Tanjiro danced, he seemed like a spirit born of flame. Is this really the breath of the sun? Yubayashiki muttered. Though he had never practiced a breathing technique himself, the sight before him was enough to tell. This Hinakami Kagura was far from ordinary. By the time Tanjiro finished the full dance, he was already panting heavily, breath ragged. He still couldn't match his father, who once danced through a whole night without pause. Well, Yohan, Lord Yubayashiki, Tanjiro asked nervously, worry clouding his eyes. Had he let them down? No, Tanjiro, Yohan reassured him. That is the breath of the sun. The only reason you haven't realized its full potential is because you haven't learned how to use breathing techniques properly yet. Properly? Tanjiro felt like he was on the verge of understanding something critical. Breathing, Yohan said. You haven't learned to breathe. Something clicked. Tanjiro's mind flashed back to moments from his childhood, his father, sitting peacefully, watching Tanjiro and Nezuko play together. Again and again, his father would smile gently and remind him, Tanjiro, don't forget to breathe. Now, finally, Tanjiro understood. His father wasn't just being poetic. He was guiding him toward the secret of the Hinakami Kagura, toward the breath of the sun. Yohan, watching Tanjiro sink into thought, turned toward Yubayashiki and said, Master, I suggest you send someone to the Rengoku estate. There may be records left by the previous Flame Hashira about this subject. Yohan knew perfectly well that such a journal existed, a handwritten notebook by the Flame Hashira of old. It mentioned the Hinakami Kagura, even if only briefly. It wouldn't teach much, but it would be more than enough to confirm what they now suspected. If there's nothing else, Master, I'll take my leave. He'd said all that needed saying. The rest, he would leave to Kaguya Yubayashiki. Chapter 66, Tanjiro sets out for training. Not long after, Tanjiro slowly emerged from his thoughts. Inside the room, only Yubayashiki Kaguya and Tanjiro remained. Master Yubayashiki, where did brother Yohan go? Tanjiro looked around, realizing that Yohan had already disappeared. Tanjiro, Yohan has already returned to the butterfly estate, Kaguya said with a gentle smile. But I have a question for you. Are you willing to join the Demon Slayer Corps? Yes, I am. I want to join. Tanjiro had already made up his mind back in the swordsmith village. So when Kaguya formally extended the invitation, he accepted without hesitation. Then, no need to call me Master Yubayashiki anymore. From now on, just call me Master like the others." Kaguya was very pleased with Tanjiro's answer. A successor to sun breathing, now willing to join the Demon Slayer Corps, nothing could make him happier. "Tanjiro, I plan to send you to MT Sajiri." "MT Sajiri," Tanjiro blinked in surprise. "Our Demon Slayer Corps is primarily made up of demon slayers, of course. But we also have swordsmiths, butterfly estate members, and cultivators," Kaguya explained. "And cultivators are responsible for training newcomers like you. The one at MT Sajiri can't teach you sun breathing, but I will send a letter explaining your situation. I trust you'll gain a solid foundation there." "I don't really understand much about this, Master. I'll just follow your arrangements." Tanjiro nodded firmly. He didn't fully grasp all the details Kaguya mentioned, but he understood one thing: this was a path to becoming stronger. A path to gaining the strength to protect his family. He looked down at his hands, remembering the reason he chose to join the Demon Slayer Corps in the first place. "Then depart as soon as you're ready, Tanjiro." "Yes, Master." Once Tanjiro's arrangements were settled, Kaguya returned to rest. His health was getting worse by the day, and it was only because of the hope sun breathing brought that he had insisted on spending this much time today. Tanjiro soon returned home to the town, where his family now lived. "Mom, I'm back." "Tanjiro, where did you go today?" his mother asked, curious. "Mom, Nezuko, I have something to tell you." Tanjiro knew he was about to leave. Before he left, he had to make sure his family understood. He couldn't just vanish without a word. But now that the family had truly settled in this town, and life was no longer as harsh as it once was in the mountains, Tanjiro felt more at ease about leaving. Today, Tanjiro explained his decision to join the Demon Slayer Corps and the conversation he had with Master Yubayashiki. "So you're going away to train, big brother?" Nezuko looked at Tanjiro with an unusually serious expression. She knew her brother wasn't the kind of person to pursue strength blindly. "Yeah, Nezuko. After I leave, I'm counting on you to help take care of our younger siblings." Tanjiro believed in his decision, and in his family's ability to understand and support him. "If this is what you've chosen, then go for it, Tanjiro," their mother Kai said without hesitation. "Don't worry about the family, just focus on staying safe." She turned toward the house. "Nezuko, come help me prepare your brother's travel bag." As a mother, Kai understood her eldest son better than anyone. Once he had made up his mind, there was no stopping him. All she could do was pray that he would return safely. That night, dinner at the Kamado house was unusually lavish. The little ones were thrilled and kept asking if the family had struck it rich. Kai didn't respond, she just smiled quietly. The next morning, "Mom, Nezuko." "I'm heading off now," Tanjiro said, his eyes already turning red. "Go on then, and don't forget to write home," Kai replied gently. "Come back soon, big brother," Nezuko called out, her own eyes welling up with tears. They stood at the gate, watching his figure slowly disappear into the distance. Kai turned and walked back inside. She needed a moment to herself. But Nezuko remained at the gate, staring long in the direction her brother had gone. "Big brother, just wait. When you come back, I'll surprise you in a big way. You want to learn how to fight demons too." At the butterfly estate, Johan stared in astonishment at the girl standing in front of him, Nezuko. Originally, Nezuko didn't even know where the butterfly estate was. But she somehow managed to track down a demon slayer who had once been assigned to their town and had them deliver a letter to Johan. When Johan first received the letter, he had been confused as to who would write to him. But once he opened it, he was shocked to find that it was from Nezuko. "Yes, my brother went off to train, and I want to train too." "So you came looking for me?" Johan asked. "I think you're really strong, brother Johan, and..." "And what?" "Nothing, just please train me." If Tanjiro hadn't decided to join the Demon Slayer Corps, Nezuko might not have made up her mind so quickly either. But after hearing her brother speak that day, she knew. He was going to try protecting the family all on his own again. Back in the mountains, she had no way of helping him, but now she refused to let him carry the burden alone. Besides, If she got stronger, maybe she could stand closer to brother Johan, too. Nervously, Nezuko looked at Johan, unsure if he would agree. Seeing her determination, Johan nodded. All right then, Nezuko. From now on, come train with me here at the Butterfly Estate. Chapter 67, Redemption and Liberation. The one thing Johan was worst at was saying no to girls. Especially girls like Nezuko, adorable, sincere, and determined. Besides, having her train under him wouldn't be dangerous at all. With his current strength, he could easily protect those around him. In fact, sending her to train under the Demon Slayer Corps directly might even be riskier. Who knew what kind of harsh conditions or unexpected dangers she could face there? It would be much safer to have her follow him, just like Mitsuri did. That was it. Johan had made up his mind about Nezuko's training path. Brother Johan, thank you so much, Nezuko cried as she ran straight into his arms, hugging him tightly. The moment she realized Johan had agreed to teach her, a pure, overwhelming joy burst forth from her chest. Nezuko, you. Johan froze, unsure of how to react to the unexpected embrace. Then, Johan's Johan. From who knows where, Kenroji Mitsuri suddenly sprang into view like a pink and green whirlwind, charging at Johan like a missile. I want a hug too. Smack! Mitsuri wrapped her arms tightly around Johan from behind. And just like that, Johan found himself hugged from both front and back. A soft, warm kind of captivity. He felt like he'd been tied down by happiness itself. What a pervert! The icy, judgmental voice of Shinobu Kacho came from the side. She stood there, arms crossed, eyes full of contempt. Johan-kun is really popular, huh? Tamyo added from beside Shinobu. Her voice was calm, but her eyes didn't look especially cheerful. It's not what it looks like, all right, Johan groaned, holding his forehead in defeat. He knew there was no way he could explain this cleanly. Oh well, let it all blow away with the wind. He gave up. Just like that, Johan chose to surrender to fate. I was just really thankful to brother Johan, Nezuko stammered. Realizing everyone was staring, she quickly let go and backed off, her face instantly turning bright red. Nezuko. Since Johan hasn't learned any of the breathing techniques himself, I'll be the one to teach you the basics, said Mitsuri brightly. Okay, thank you, Sister Mitsuri, Nezuko responded eagerly. Inside the Butterfly Estate, Nezuko had already begun her serious training under Kenroji Mitsuri. Though she had said she would train under Johan, much of his own power came from the system, something he couldn't exactly teach others. At best, he could show her some iron body techniques and basic grappling moves. So for now, he arranged for Nezuko to begin her foundation with Mitsuri's help. Mitsuri's power had been soaring lately. She was inching closer and closer to the level of a Hashira. And no, that wasn't an exaggeration. In the previous timeline, Mitsuri had joined the Demon Slayer Corps and quickly rose through the ranks after becoming Rengoku Kyojiro's Tsugyuko. It hadn't taken her long to become a Hashira. While she wasn't the most powerful among the Hashira, she was one. This time around, even though her path had changed, training under Johan had allowed her to tap into her full physical potential. System, is it possible to arrange some kind of rewards that would benefit Mitsuri and the others later on? Johan asked in his mind. He wanted to explore whether the system could be leveraged to support those around him too. This system can adjust rewards for the host within the permitted range. However, all rewards will still focus primarily on defensive enhancements. So that was it, Johan understood now. The system's core remained defense-oriented, but at least there was some flexibility within that realm. That was good enough. In the future, he could look for ways to reward Mitsuri and the others through the system's mechanisms. For now, though, Johan flopped back down, sinking into a lazy sprawl once more. He knew he should be out there pushing himself harder, becoming stronger. But even a flopping salted fish is still a salted fish, right? Just 5 more minutes. Just a little longer to lie down. Within the Eternal Paradise cult, Dama, the one seated at its divine peak, was listening to a follower's report. Lord Dama, it seems someone has been probing into our affairs lately. Oh, tell me more. They say it's a woman. She's been asking around, but very discreetly. Doesn't seem like she's trying to join the sect. A woman, Then she must still be lost, wandering through the illusions of this world, unaware of how to truly transcend into bliss. Yes, my lord. The follower's eyes shimmered with reverence. Clearly, he yearned for the salvation Damas so often spoke of, the so-called paradise. Lure her out, since I'm already here. A smile curled on Damas' lips. I'll personally give her a proper salvation. What an honor for her, the follower beamed with envy. And just like that, the room fell quiet again. Damas sat alone, and the warmth he had just shown his follower faded as if it had never existed. Gone was the charm, the politeness. What remained now was a face utterly devoid of emotion, of desire, of any semblance of humanity. Born with multicolored eyes like fractured glass and hair as pale and clean as white oak, he had been seen as a child of the gods by his superstitious parents. They believed he could hear the voice of heaven itself. For all these years, Damas had played along with their beliefs, donning the perfect mask of this so-called divine messenger, just to appease the fools around him. To these ignorant worshippers, he offered salvation, beautiful lies veiled as divine grace. I've stayed here long enough, he murmured, standing up slowly. Once I deal with that woman, I'll head back out and continue spreading my salvation. He narrowed his eyes, his voice now low and eerie. And while I'm at it, I'd better look into that other matter too, or Lord Musen might get upset. His words carried an odd tremor of fear, yet his face didn't change at all. That emotionless expression made Damas seem all the more uncanny. Elsewhere, Canny Cacho had parted ways with Johann and the others after their mission at the swordsmith village. She now worked solo, carrying out various assignments. The demon in the report has been eliminated. Time to return to the butterfly estate. Canny walked calmly through the streets of a nameless town. Maybe I should bring a gift back for Shinobu and the others, she thought to herself. Now that I think about it, the butterfly estate has so many new girls lately. Just then, she remembered a piece of intelligence she had seen recently. It mentioned that a number of young women had mysteriously disappeared. Normally, the Demon Slayer Corps would send members of the Kakashi, the hidden support squad, to investigate. Their main duty was to gather intel on potential demonic activity. If only 1 or 2 people went missing, the Corps wouldn't send a Hashira right away. But this case was different. The report indicated that the number of missing young women was no longer small, and according to initial investigations, all signs pointed to a mysterious organization. And as fate would have it, the town Canny currently stood in was one of the places where girls had gone missing. The Eternal Bliss sect, She narrowed her eyes. Well, since I'm already here, I might as well take care of this too. Canny decided to investigate the cult herself. She had a strong hunch, where disappearances of this nature occurred, there was usually a demon lurking behind the scenes. If it is a demon, then let me be the one to grant your release. Back at the butterfly estate. Miss Tamyo, I'll leave the rest of the research to you for now. I'm going out for a walk. Leave it to me, Miss Shinobu. Tamyo watched as Shinobu Kacho left. Over the past few days, she'd noticed that Shinobu had become unusually distracted, her usual composure shaken. During research sessions, she was constantly agitated and restless. Something must have happened, Tamyo thought, but she didn't ask. She knew Shinobu wouldn't tell her. Out in the courtyard. Why am I so irritable? Shinobu muttered as she kicked a stone across the yard, frustration flashing in her eyes. She knew she'd been off these last few days, unable to concentrate, unable to calm down. It felt like something unresolved was screaming at the back of her mind. Like some internal alarm she couldn't ignore. What is it, if only my sister were here? Shinobu's thoughts drifted to her beloved elder sister, Canny. If Canny were by her side right now, maybe she wouldn't feel so helpless. Her sister had always been her anchor. Big sister. Suddenly, it hit her. Her sister Canny had been away on a mission for quite some time now. Usually, after completing her tasks, Canny would return immediately. But now Shinobu realized she hadn't sensed her sister's presence at all. Could something have happened to her? Shinobu's heart raced, A cold dread flooded her chest. Was her sister in danger? The possibility struck like lightning. She turned on her heel and rushed back into the estate. Shinobu, where are you going? Kenroji Mitsuri blinked in surprise as she saw Shinobu grabbing her Nichiren blade and dashing out. After all, Shinobu almost never walked around the estate with her sword in hand. I don't have time, Mitsuri. I'm going to save my sister. Shinobu snapped, not slowing down for even a second. She bolted from the butterfly estate. Yohen, something terrible's happened. Mitsuri burst into Yohen's room, nearly shouting. Mitsuri, calm down. I can hear you just fine, Yohen replied, startled. What is it? Did your kitchen explode again? My kitchen wouldn't explode. You're underestimating me. Wait, no, this isn't about my kitchen. Mitsuri's face turned serious. It's Shinobu. She said her sister is in danger. You mean Canny? Yohen's expression changed instantly. Damn it, he shot up from his seat. He had been relaxing too long, slacking off. He'd completely forgotten that Canny had a fatal encounter looming over her. In the previous life, she had died during a mission because she crossed paths with Dama. Yohen knew, if he didn't act now, he might be too late. Too late to save her. Mitsuri, stay here at the butterfly estate. I'm going to save them. He left the words behind and dashed out at full speed. I'll protect the estate, Yohen, but you must come back safely, Mitsuri shouted after him. Only when Yohen's figure had completely vanished from view did Mitsuri finally turn and head back inside. Kenroji, do you think Canny and Shinobu will be okay? Kanzaki AI looked up with worry in her eyes. Don't worry, Mitsuri replied softly, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Yohen will bring them both back safely. Chapter 68, Baited by Grief. As she left the butterfly mansion, Yohen quickly caught up with Shinobu, who was walking ahead. Shinobu, wait for me. Yohen, what are you doing here? Shinobu hadn't expected Yohen to be right behind her. Of course I'm here to help save your sister, Canny. Have you figured out her exact location yet? If they didn't have a precise location, by the time they found Canny, she might already be. I checked the letters my sister left before she departed. One of them mentioned where her mission was. With that, the two of them sped forward. Time was of the essence now, and there was no room for idle talk. All right, then you lead the way. Let's not waste a second. Meanwhile, with Kachukani. Having decided to investigate the Eternal Paradise faith, she planned to start with the family of the most recently missing girl. Let's start there, maybe her parents know something. According to the intel she had. Left turn, then straight ahead, then right turn at the corner. Winding through the little streets, Canny arrived at a certain spot in the town. This must be the child's home, right? Matching the house with the address on the letter, Canny knocked on the door. But no sound came, even after quite some time. Not home, guess I'll have to give up for now, Canny turned to leave. Kriuk. A soft sound, the door opening. Who are you looking for? A raspy voice asked. Behind the door stood a middle-aged couple. Hello, I'm here to ask you about your daughter. Our daughter, the man's already hoarse voice sank even lower. Our daughter is already missing. There's nothing to ask, just leave. It felt like they were trying to drive her away. But this was her first lead. Canny wasn't willing to give up so easily. I'm sorry, I know this must be painful to talk about. But could you at least let me inside? I might be able to help find your daughter. My husband's just talking nonsense. Come in. This time, the woman spoke first. Her attitude was noticeably different from the man's. Just come in. Though reluctant, the man finally agreed. Canny followed them into the house. Inside, the place was messy and looked like it hadn't been cleaned in ages. Sorry about the mess. We haven't had the heart to tidy up lately. Please don't mind it. The woman seemed a little more forthcoming, busying herself with preparing tea for Canny. If you have questions, just ask my husband. She gave the man a look as she spoke. Sir, could you tell me the circumstances around your daughter's disappearance? Canny didn't waste any time. Every second counted. The man went quiet for a while, as if recalling something, then slowly spoke. Well, miss, a while ago, my daughter said she was going to attend some sort of event. And then, she just vanished. Do you know what kind of event it was? Was she going with anyone? I don't know, she's not a child anymore, so I didn't pry. But I do remember, it wasn't her first time. She used to go to this event monthly. I thought it was just like before, but that time, she never came back. As for other people, no, she always went alone. The man was visibly pained as he spoke, holding his face in both hands. I'm sorry, but before she disappeared, did she do anything strange at home? Kenny knew she was digging into a wound, but she had no choice. Strange? No, she was normal at home, nothing unusual at all. I see. Kenny frowned, the lead had gone cold. This family truly seemed to know nothing, but something felt off. Were they hiding something? Kenny suspected the man was withholding part of the truth. But from his expression, he seemed genuinely tormented by his daughter's disappearance. Are you sure there's nothing else? She decided to ask one final time. If nothing came of it, she'd have to move on. At her words, the man trembled. The hands covering his face seemed to press down harder. I really don't. Clink. The sharp sound of a teacup being set down on the table. Startled by the noise, the man froze. Then, slowly, he spoke again. Actually, there is something. Kenny studied the strange pair in front of her. Something about them didn't feel quite right. Still, a lead was a lead. She had to hear what he had to say. Please tell me, anything, no matter how small, could help. I remember, the first time she went to that event, I followed her. I was worried, so I trailed behind her secretly. But when we reached the destination, she found out. She got angry, I had no choice but to leave. But afterward, she always came back home safely, so I stopped following her. Where was this place? Kenny suddenly tensed. She had a hunch it was dangerous. It was a place just outside the town. After saying this, the man fell completely silent. No matter how much Kenny questioned him, he simply shook his head. The woman never spoke again. All right, I'll take my leave now. If I find any news about your daughter, I'll let you know. Kenny realized there was nothing more to gain here. Her priority now was to check out that location outside of town. The couple didn't walk her out, just silently let her go. Kenny didn't notice. From the moment they entered the house, the man had never once removed his hands from his face. She's gone now, put your hands down, the woman said softly. I know, but I've wronged her. I truly wronged her. He was full of guilt, consumed by self-loathing. What else could we do? We lost our daughter, we can't lose our son. We're doing this to save our son. The woman erupted. Her earlier calm demeanor had been nothing but a mask. But she was just a child too. The woman's expression shattered. The house echoed with the sounds of crying. And by then, Kenny had already left. Though she hadn't heard any of it, the man's strange behavior left her uneasy. Something wasn't right, and she could feel it. She was getting closer to the Eternal Paradise cult. At that same moment, within the Eternal Paradise cult, Master, the woman has entered the house. Then, it's time I made my move. Yes, Master. Dimas smiled. The bait had taken. The fish was on the hook. Chapter 69, The Woman Eater. Following the directions from the man, Kenny Cacho arrived at a place on the outskirts of town. Desolate, crumbling houses, a single old well. It was a place that bore the signs of once having life, now abandoned and eerily silent. Kenny's gaze swept the scene. A place this deserted, there's definitely something wrong. She was sure she had come to the right place. The only question was, where do I begin looking? As she pondered, the sudden sound of clapping startled her. Well, well, to think the one they sent would be such a young and beautiful lady. A lazy voice echoed, followed by the slow approach of a figure. I've been waiting here for quite a while now. Before Kenny stood none other than Dimas himself. He wore a flamboyant Western-style kimono, a golden iron fan in hand, and his heterochromatic eyes, one shimmering blue, the other pink, gleamed with amusement. His lips curled into a faint smile, as though mocking the world itself. Who are you? Kenny's voice was cold, her hand already gripping the hilt of her Nicaran blade. To find someone like this in a place like this, it was anything but normal. Oh, judging from that uniform of yours, you must be a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. How lucky I am. His smile widened, dazzling and poisonous. Canny's eyes narrowed. You know of the core, then answer me, are you human or demon? Dama tilted his head slightly, lazily waving his fan as he muttered. You're looking for the eternal bliss faith, right? Well, I'm the leader of that very faith. Canny's eyes sharpened. Where's the missing girl? The one from before. Dama's expression remained unreadable. To help my dear followers attain true bliss, I've granted her eternal life. What do you mean by eternal life? Canny's voice dropped dangerously. Tell me what you did to her. You really don't get it, Dama chuckled, lowering his fan. I ate her, every last bit. She's become one with me. Canny's pupils shrank in fury. That's your eternal bliss, devouring them. I'm saving them, Dama replied, not a flicker of guilt in his voice. They were afraid, in pain, despairing, but by doing this, by ending all that suffering, I grant them peace. No more fears, no more sorrow. That, dear lady, is true bliss. And as the one who ended their pain, who gave them this eternal gift, I am their savior. How about it? Don't you think I'm doing a splendid job as the leader of the eternal bliss faith? Canny's face turned deathly pale with rage. You're not a demon, you're worse, a monster. She had once believed that some demons were simply pitiable souls who had strayed into darkness. But Dama was evil incarnate. She drew her sword. You seem to be suffering too, Dama said, feigning concern. Why don't I grant you bliss as well? Come, let me help you. Go to hell, Canny roared, dashing forward. Breath of Flowers' fourth form, Crimson Hanagoromo. Her blade traced a twisted arc from below, the slashing path flowing like a dancer's veil. So beautiful, Dama murmured. But he remained unshaken. His iron fan shimmered in his hand. Blood demon art, scattering lotuses. With a graceful sweep, countless ice petal blades burst forth, sharp as razors, meeting Canny's strike midair. You're using Breath of Flowers. How intriguing, Dama mused. Judging by your skill, could you be one of the Hashira? His mocking tone only fueled Canny's fury. With a scoff, she vanished in a blur. Breath of Flowers' sixth form, Whirling Peach. In midair, Canny spun like a storm, unleashing a torrent of slashes. I'll kill you here and now, you vile thing, she hissed. How scary, Tilda. Blood demon art, Lotus Vines. The fan twirled again. Giant lotus-shaped crystals burst into the air, shimmering with deadly frost. As they touched her skin, Canny felt the painful sting of frostbite. His blood demon art uses ice. But now that she was close enough, she caught a glimpse of the numbers carved into his irises. Upper rank 2. Her heart sank. No, he's an upper moon. You noticed? Are you surprised? Dama said, delighted. That's right, I'm Dama, upper rank 2 of the 12 Kazuki. Even if you're one of the upper moons, I'll kill you today. Canny's voice never wavered. Breath of Flowers' fifth form, Peonies of Futility. Though her skin stung with frostbite, she charged in. A flurry of 9 consecutive slashes exploded from her blade, blooming like peonies, all aimed at Dama's body. Dama's face twisted in surprise. He had expected her to retreat after his earlier attack. But there was no time to dodge. He raised his arms to block. Slash! Her blade shredded his elegant kimono. Blood gushed from numerous cuts. His arms, shielding his neck, were the most severely damaged. One of them was cleanly severed. His iron fan clattered to the ground. What a surprise, Dama murmured, expression still eerily calm. But you know, to kill a demon, you must sever the head. No matter how many times you cut elsewhere, it's meaningless. As if to prove his point, his wounds began closing rapidly, flesh knitting back together in moments. With his remaining arm, he raised his fan once more. Blood demon art, freezing clouds. A cold cloud erupted from his fan, blanketing the entire area in a mist of shimmering ice. Damn it, retreat, Canny's instinct screamed. She had just unleashed a powerful technique. Her body hadn't recovered. She was human. Unlike Dama, she couldn't afford to take damage like this. With a sharp stomp, she leapt back. But the speed of Dama's mist was too fast. She inhaled a lungful of icy crystals before she could fully retreat. Her chest clenched. Not good. Do you like my gift? Dama said lightly. Those tiny ice shards must feel awful in your lungs. Prolonged exposure leads to difficulty breathing and then necrosis of the lung tissue. He smiled. Canny staggered, her breath shallow. She had to end this fast. If she inhaled more, her body wouldn't last. She tightened her grip on her blade, held her breath, rushed in once again. I'm fine with getting hurt, she thought, but I can't afford to lose another arm. Dama's smile widened. He wasn't planning to let her get close again. Blood demon art, cold white princesses. Blood demon art, wintry icicles. 2 techniques at once. With a graceful sweep, he summoned 2 massive, ice-sculpted maidens, their lotus-petal dresses twirling like a waltz. From their mouths blew gales of freezing air, covering the battlefield in a glacial storm. Ice flowers bloomed beneath Canny's feet. She planted herself with gritted teeth. Breath of Flowers' second form, Honorable Shadow Plum. A counterattack meant to defend, a swirling strike that cleaved the storm in front of her. Gasp, gasp. Her breathing grew ragged, her rhythm disrupted. You managed to block that, Dama's voice drifted in, floating like mist. But how will you handle this one? From above, countless razor-sharp icicles came crashing down from the sky. And Canny had no time to react. Chapter 70, Battle of Ice and Fauna. Canny could no longer unleash her breathing techniques in rapid succession like before. At this moment, she was still in the recovery phase from her previous move. Struggling to lift her Nicaran blade, she placed her hope in the Tekai, iron body technique that Johan had taught her. The frost had faded, but multiple gashes had appeared on her body. Her skin was blue and white from frostbite. It hurts, doesn't it, child? Don't be afraid. Soon, I'll devour every last bit of you. Then you'll live with me forever, finally receiving your true salvation. Dama beamed at Canny Cacho with a twisted delight, already fantasizing about what she would look like after being redeemed. Canny said nothing. At this point, even the slightest movement would send waves of searing pain through her lungs. She knew she had inhaled too many of the icy crystals earlier. She stared intently at Dama, upper rank 2. It struck her that he had never used his full strength from the beginning, he was merely toying with her. But this childish arrogance, this is my last chance. Canny thought silently. If Dama had gone all out from the start, she would have been finished long ago. It was his arrogance that had allowed this battle to drag on. Her body ached more and more with every passing moment. But if she could keep him playing along like this, there might be a chance. Her only hope now was to drag this fight until dawn and attempt to perish alongside him. This battle against an upper rank demon had made her painfully aware of the vast gulf between a Hashira and an upper rank. She was truly weak. Die, Dama. Canny's eyes sharpened once again. No matter what, she couldn't fall before sunrise. How interesting, you really are a fascinating one. Dama was visibly entertained by her resolve. He decided to play with his prey a little longer. The battle raged on. Yet aside from the tears in his clothing, Dama's wounds had already fully healed. On the other hand, Canny Cacho was deathly pale. Her breathing was erratic, and her hand trembled as it gripped her blade. She had no idea how long until sunrise, but Canny was certain. Today, she was likely going to die here. She was fully aware of her physical condition. Her lungs burned with unbearable pain, making it impossible to properly use breathing techniques. Her body was covered in frostbite and deep wounds. The only thing allowing her to hold her sword was pure willpower. And at that moment, she didn't know why images of her sister Shinobu surfaced in her mind, followed by the girl she had taken in, Kanotsuyuri. She thought of Mitsuri with her sakura pink hair, and of Johan, the one person who had ever truly intrigued her. The butterfly estate. She might never see them again. Canny Cacho wasn't afraid of death. In fact, the day she joined the Demon Slayer Corps, she had already accepted it. What she feared was not being able to see the people she missed one last time, the ones who cared about her. That was the only regret that tore at her heart. Let me tell you something, Dama said, a sly look on his face. Remember that family you were investigating in that small town. They didn't even know this place existed. They truly didn't know anything about the Eternal Paradise sect. Because I was the one who sent someone to tell them about it. Ha ha ha, a little threat to their son was all it took for them to do exactly what I said. See, that's what people are like. All those silly emotions, love, hatred, sorrow, they're just so stupid. Dama studied Canny Cacho's expression carefully, eager to see her reaction to this cruel revelation. You. Canny didn't respond further, but in her pale face, a fire had ignited in her eyes. Now she understood the source of the strange sense of unease she'd felt before. It had all been Dama's doing. She no longer listened to anything he said. Clenching her sword with trembling hands, she slashed at him with all her strength. Their battle became mechanical, repetitive. Dama began to feel bored. She's lost her spark, he muttered. Shaking his head, he decided to end things quickly and consume her. Just as he was about to strike. Sister. A voice rang out from the side of the battlefield, Shinobu's voice. Am I dying? I must be. I'm even hearing Shinobu's voice. Canny felt as if she were hallucinating. Sister, it's me. It's really me, Shinobu. It wasn't a hallucination. Shinobu and Johan had finally arrived at the battlefield. Without paying Dama any mind, Shinobu dashed straight to Canny. The moment her hand touched Canny, her sister collapsed into her arms. Sister, wake up. Shinobu, take your sister and treat her. I'll handle things here. Johan, who had arrived with Shinobu, immediately applied a blood circulation technique to Canny's body, all while facing Dama with full vigilance. Shinobu didn't argue. She could see with terrifying clarity how close her sister was to death. She had to start treatment immediately. Johan, please, don't get yourself killed. Once Shinobu carried Canny to safety, Johan finally allowed himself a moment to breathe. He trusted Shinobu's medical skills and his own blood activation technique. As long as the sisters were off the battlefield, he could fight without restraint. Dama had watched everything unfold silently from the sidelines. Once only Johan remained, Dama finally spoke. You must be that Johan Lord Musen mentioned. He had never seen Johan before, but for someone to dare face him without even wielding a Nicaran blade. This had to be the one. That's right, I'm Johan. And you're Dama, upper rank too. You're absolutely unforgivable. Johan's voice was ice cold. The moment he had seen Canny's battered state, his fury had exploded. Ha, I really am lucky. Looks like today I get to enjoy not one, but two beautiful young women and earn Lord Musen's praise. Dama was practically giddy. You'll be in hell soon enough. I doubt Musen will have time to reward you. Though I'm sure one day, he'll be joining you down there. Johan's tone was calm, eerily so. You clearly don't understand the difference between me and Akaza, upper rank 3. I'm really looking forward to that face of yours when you realize it. That other woman, she was already half a corpse, no fun at all. But you might just entertain me. Dama relished these games, he lived for them. As he laughed, Johan suddenly appeared before him. Go die. So fast. Dama barely had time to react before Johan was already in front of him. In a panic, he quickly flapped his fans. An ice lotus crystal bloomed between them. Cracked. The sound of the ice shattering was sharp, and a second later, Dama's right cheek was struck brutally. Blood splattered, half his face was a crimson mess. Close one, I didn't think you'd be this fast or this strong. If that ice hadn't blocked it a little, I'd have lost half my face just now. Well then, try this. Dama's playfulness vanished. He was no longer smiling. Blood demon art, cold white princesses. Once again, two massive, maiden-shaped ice lotuses appeared. Their lips parted slightly, releasing a freezing mist toward Johan. Dama was eager to see Johan struggling to breathe, face twisted in pain. The cold surged forward, but soon began to dissipate. From within the mist, Johan emerged once more. He appeared before Dama again, and once again threw a punch. This time, it was the left side of Dama's face that took the hit. Though his wounds were already beginning to heal, his facial symmetry was completely ruined. He looked utterly wretched. Chapter 71, Clash of Cold and Heat. Now this is a face I can finally stand to look at. Johan admired his handiwork, satisfied with the blows he had just landed, punches delivered in response to Dama's earlier words. As for the ice crystals trying to invade his space, he was a sage body wielder. When he fully mobilized his bodily functions, intense heat radiated from every inch of his body, How could mere ice get close to him? But he had no intention of telling Dema that. That trump card, he was saving it for later. Dema's chest burned with fury. A human had brought him this humiliation. Unforgivable. He clapped his hands together. The two golden fans mirrored each other, summoning an immense burst of ice crystals that gathered in the space between them, coalescing into 5 shining spheres. Blood Demon Art, Crystalline Divine Child. The 5 ice spheres rapidly transformed, taking on the exact form of Dema himself. 5 ice clones. But it didn't stop there. Each clone conjured its own pair of ice fans and began attacking Johann. These weren't mere puppets. They wielded blood demon arts on par with the real Dema. Why don't you play with these little ones for a while? A storm of ice crystals surged forward, slashing toward Johann. Boom! The ground beneath Johann's feet cracked as he vanished. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared next to one of the ice clones. Tekai, steel body. Smash! With one punch, the clone shattered into countless shards. As if sensing something, Johann jumped into the air, dodging the next 4 attacks in an instant. He's faster than Akaza. Dema was shaken. He'd fought Upper Moon 3 Akaza before. Sure, Akaza's combat instincts were a nuisance, but compared to Johann, Akaza was lacking. These ice clones were lifeless objects, their movements predictable. But Johann was dodging them as if he had eyes on the back of his head, as if he already knew where the attacks would land. Johann, meanwhile, had clearly lost interest in these fake Demas. A few more strikes and only one was left. Looks like your toys are pretty fragile. The final clone crumbled. But Johann wasn't going to give Dema an easy death. That would be too kind. A demon like this, hell alone was not enough. Dema's smile twitched as his last clone was destroyed. He furiously waved his fans, launching a barrage of sharp ice pillars at Johann. But Johann didn't flinch. He faced the assault head-on. Activating his Tekai to the fullest, he shattered the ice with each punch, closing the distance step by step. Watching him approach, Dema let out a twisted smile. Ah, much better. I love men like you, the ones who excite me. Excite, Johann sneered. Stop pretending. You don't feel excitement at all, do you? You can't feel anything, can you? Compared to the range of human emotions, joy, sorrow, anger, you understand none of it. You've been faking it this whole time, haven't you? Playing a part. Crafting a persona, one full of charm and warmth, just to hide your true face. The moment Johann exposed the truth, Dema's expression fell away. His eyes emptied. No pretense. No emotion, just a dead calm. This was the real Dema. Johann, you really are magnificent. Which is why I'm done playing. What comes next is my ultimate technique. What a shame I won't get to personally escort you to paradise. Blood Demon Art. Rhyme, Water Lily Bodhisattva. As his words fell, Dema fused his fans into one and swung it with immense force. From beneath him, a colossal ice statue slowly rose. A massive crystalline Buddha sat cross-legged in meditation, its hands pressed together in a serene pose. Dema himself sat atop a gigantic frozen lotus blooming behind it. The statue's speed belied its size. Its hands came crashing down with terrifying momentum, slamming into the earth with enough force to leave massive indentations. From a distance, Shinobu, who had been tending to Kanny, screamed. She had been watching from afar and had a clear view of the Buddha's overwhelming size. Its presence alone suffocated her. She couldn't imagine how Johann, standing directly before it, could possibly survive. Die. Under Dema's command, the colossal hands descended toward Johann. The massive shadows dimmed the world around him. What a pain. This is going to take effort, Johann muttered, not panicked in the slightest. System, he said calmly, bring out Tegu demon-bound armor. A flash of white light. A sword appeared in Johann's right hand. He slammed it into the ground. Demon-bound armor activate. Behind him, a brilliant red aura exploded outward. A towering demon materialized, looming behind Johann. Its muscular arms wrapped around him, its mouth wide and full of razor-sharp fangs, poised to devour. Then armor. A black-and gold suit of demonic armor enveloped Johann's body from head to toe, forged by the power of the demon itself. This was his own evolved form, a unique evolution of demon-bound armor. The pinnacle of defense. Let's test your strength. Damas saw the red glow. He saw the armor. He didn't know what Johann had just done, but his sense of danger surged. He commanded the Buddha to crush the man like an ant. But something was wrong. The Buddha's palms wouldn't move. They met resistance, something impossibly solid. Crush him, Damas bellowed, exerting all his might. Boom! Johann, armored in black gold demon steel, punched upward, shattering the Buddha's hand into ice shards. Damas narrowed his eyes. So, you're hiding secrets too, huh? But that thing won't break so easily. He waved his fan. The shattered crystals flowed back together, reforming the Buddha's hand. The cold returned with it. You won't defeat me this way. Damas' confidence returned. Johann's punches were powerful, sure, but Damas was certain he could outlast him. After all, how can the living outlast the dead? But Johann didn't reply. He simply stared at Damas. What's giving up? Right, you don't even have a knicker and blade. You can't kill me, you know. Damas' smirk returned, smug. Then he added mockingly, you seem like a man with secrets. Why not share them with me? If you do, maybe I'll let you be the last one I devour. Of course, I do prefer women. More nutrients in them, you know. He looked at Johann again. A flash of white light flickered across the armor, and Johann's aura weakened drastically. Where did he go? Damas blinked. He could no longer sense Johann's presence at all. You. Boom. Before Damas could finish, a fist appeared out of nowhere, pulverizing the flesh around his neck. Johann's punch obliterated his head. As an upper moon, Damas didn't die from the blow, but his regeneration was taxed heavily, and without his focus, the crystal Buddha cracked and faltered. Another devastating punch shattered the entire statue. The enormous figure exploded into glittering fragments of ice, raining down like shards of glass. Johann didn't give Damas a single second to recover. He hammered his body relentlessly. The once elegant demon was now caved in and crumpled, like a punctured balloon. Then Johann finally spoke. Did you know? It's not that I can't kill you. I was just thinking of the best way to kill you. At first I planned to use a knicker and blade, but now I've changed my mind. I think I'll let you see the sunrise with your own eyes. Watching death come closer with every second, doesn't that sound fun? In that moment, Johann looked like a true demon, his blood-red eyes glowing from within the pitch-black armor, his presence more terrifying than any monster Damas had ever known. Chapter 72, Demise of the Upper Rank 2. Then goodbye. As Upper Rank 2, Damas' regenerative ability was, of course, incredibly strong. However, at this moment, his entire body was covered in wounds, and his head had already been blasted off by Johann. Each time he tried to regenerate, Johann would instantly blast him apart again. Frustrating, isn't it, wanting to fight back so badly? Johann looked down at the headless corpse in front of him and said mockingly. Damas struggled furiously. He wanted to kill the man in front of him, but he couldn't. His usual ice crystal attacks were rendered completely useless against Johann's armor. For the first time, he had no idea what to do. Johann, what's going on here? Shinobu Kachu arrived with her sister, Kanny. Thanks to Shinobu always carrying antidotes during missions, Kanny had regained consciousness after treatment. However, the severe damage to her lungs would still require a long period of recovery. The moment she woke up, Kanny had begged Shinobu to bring her to Johann. Among them, it was Kanny who understood best just how terrifying Damas truly was. But the scene that greeted them stunned the Kachu sisters. What is this? Could that mess beneath Johann really be Damas? Johann, is that really? Shinobu asked hesitantly. That's right, it's Damas Upper Rank 2. Johann casually punched a chunk of freshly regenerated flesh, smashing it to bits again. The scene felt oddly frozen in time. Shinobu didn't even know how to comment. Kanny, still too weak to speak, simply stared at the mangled corpse with eyes full of hatred. The three of them simply sat around the twitching remains, while Johann continued his work, occasionally smashing whatever regenerated. Every time a piece of flesh grew back, Johann would immediately crush it again. The brutality of it all made Shinobu instinctively shrink back. It was surreal. This was an upper-rank demon. The creature on the ground didn't look like a fearsome foe anymore, more like Johan's toy. Something to squash and mold at will. "Canny, now I need to scold you," Johan said suddenly, turning toward her. "You knew he was upper rank too. If you couldn't win, why didn't you retreat? Did you not value your own life at all?" This time, just a few steps slower, and they might never have seen Canny again. Johan understood what these demon slayers were like. The moment they saw a demon, they charged in head first. Even if they couldn't win, they would still fight. But come on, when the gap in power is that obvious, is it really so wrong to back off and regroup? Canny looked up at the armored Johan. Though she couldn't see his expression, his voice was filled with concern. A smile bloomed on her face, and she opened her mouth to speak. "All right, sis, stop right there and just rest already." This time, even Shinobu didn't take her sister's side. She had almost lost her forever. The sky in the distance began to lighten. Dawn was breaking. Goodbye forever, Dama. The mutilated Dama was still struggling furiously. He could feel it, the sunlight. For the first time in his emotionless existence, he felt fear. Real, genuine fear. He was scared. He didn't want to die. But as the sun rose, Dama's body disintegrated piece by piece, turning to dust and scattering on the breeze. Upper rank 2 dead. "Let's go home," Johan said, glancing one last time at Dama's vanished remains, then turning toward Shinobu. "Okay." Shinobu was still stunned. The upper rank 2 that nearly killed her sister was just gone. It all felt like a dream. The demon-bound sword transformed back into a blade and was stowed away by Johan. He looked at Shinobu for a moment. Under his intense gaze, Shinobu blushed. "W, what are you staring at? Aren't we leaving?" Johan picked Canny up effortlessly and began walking. "I was just thinking about Canny." His voice echoed in the distance. "HMPH." Shinobu stomped her foot angrily. "Wait for me." The three of them headed back toward the butterfly mansion. Cracked. A test tube shattered. Damas actually died. In the depths of the Infinity Castle, Musen Kibutsuji's face was like iron. It had been so long even he couldn't remember clearly, since one of the upper 6 had died. They were his creations, the strongest 6 demons he had molded with his own hands, the nightmares of the Demon Slayer Corps. And now, upper rank 2 was dead. Nakheim, gather all the upper ranks, immediately. These useless trash. Musen's laboratory within the Infinity Castle was reduced to rubble in a single instant. He was truly, genuinely furious. Several days had passed since Dama's death. Canny was still recuperating in the butterfly mansion. Though the external wounds and ice poison had been treated by Johan and Shinobu, the frost damage to her lungs was still unresolved. She could only rest patiently and wait for her body to recover. On the very day they returned, Kaguya Yubayashiki himself came to visit the butterfly mansion. He had heard of Canny's critical injuries and Dama's death. As soon as he knew she was there, he had to come. When he later heard the full account of Dama's demise from Johan and Shinobu, Kaguya repeatedly confirmed, "Are you sure it was truly upper rank 2? He asked so many times that even Shinobu nearly lost her patience. But once he was certain that Dama had indeed been slain, Kaguya's entire demeanor changed. He was overcome with emotion. The intensity in his expression made his already cursed features even more striking. He walked straight to Johan and bowed deeply. "Lord Yubayashiki." Johan looked startled. "Johan-kun, thank you, truly thank you. To have saved Canny's life, and to have killed upper rank 2 Dama. Either of those would have been enough to warrant my deepest gratitude, but you accomplished both." Canny was not only a pillar, one of the core, strongest, but also someone Kaguya considered family. He cherished every single member of the Demon Slayer Corps as his own. Saving her life meant everything. And Dama, one of the most powerful demons in existence, was gone. Kaguya had never imagined Johan was this powerful. As leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, Kaguya knew exactly how long it had been since any upper rank had been slain. To be honest, the usual outcome was just more deaths on their side. Even to kill Musen himself, Kaguya had only planned to delay him until dawn using the entire core. But now, Johan had defeated upper rank 2 on his own. No Nikaran blade. No prolonged battle. Just crushed him and waited for sunrise. Kaguya was certain, if the core had Johan's strength on their side, they could end Musen in this generation. Lord Yubayashiki, Kani is my friend. I didn't do it for gratitude. Johan understood Kaguya's meaning, but he meant what he said. From the first battle against upper rank 3, to bringing Tamyo to the Butterfly Mansion and receiving unconditional trust, to their journey to the swordsmith village. Though their interactions had never been many, Johan and Kani had long treated each other as true friends. And that was reason enough. Chapter 73, Incursio, the Demon-Bound Armor. Butterfly Estate, a certain patient room. Big Monk, are you the one sister Kani said saved her, and Shinobu when they were little? The man was towering and imposing. Just standing there made it hard to breathe. Kani and Nezuko both looked up at Jayomai Haimjima. Mitsuri, how could you address Brother Haimjima like that? Kani Kacho was clearly very respectful toward Jayomai Haimjima. After all, he was her childhood savior, and not to mention, the strongest Hashira of them all. It's fine, Kani, it's just a nickname. But you're all right now, that's all that matters. The white, pupil-less eyes of Jayomai once again overflowed with tears. As the strongest among the 9 Hashira, he was always extremely busy. But he had always regarded the Butterfly Sisters as juniors he deeply cared about. If possible, he hoped they could live peacefully for the rest of their lives. After receiving a letter from Lord Yubayashiki saying Kani had been seriously injured, he rushed back immediately. Now that he saw her alive and full of spirit, his heart was finally at ease. This time, it's all thanks to Johan. Jayomai had already been briefed on the entire incident. Who would have thought the next time he'd hear Johan's name after that Hashira meeting, it would be in the context of slaying Upper Moon too. Too much had changed. By the way, where is Johan now? Jayomai didn't see Johan in the room. He had planned to personally thank the man face to face. You'll have to ask Mitsuri, Kani said with a chuckle. She probably knows. Hee, Sister Kani Tilda Johan went to the back mountain, said he was testing something. Is that so? Kani was a little curious about what Johan was up to, but with Jayomai present, it wasn't easy to ask further. Right, he said after defeating Dama, he had some kind of insight and left to try something. Johan is truly diligent, Jayomai said with admiration. Elsewhere, behind the Butterfly Estate. System, why'd you make me come all the way out to the back mountain, just to claim a reward this time? In the past, he could claim rewards anywhere. This time, however, the system insisted he find a secluded place. Ding, this reward is highly special and requires a large open space. Random mission, Fate of the Butterfly completed. Mission reward, Demon-Bound Armor advanced. Host, once location is confirmed, advancement can begin. This reward had been triggered during Johan's battle with Dama, but at the time he had no bandwidth to check it. All he was focused on was how to smash Dama into oblivion. Now that he was back and Kani was safe, he could finally indulge in the prize he had been so eager for. He looked around. This was the forested back mountain of the Butterfly Estate. Due to its remote location, the Demon Slayer Corps HQ and the estate were surrounded by wilderness. There was no one here. Perfect, all right system, let's start, Johan confirmed. Demon-Bound Armor, advancement initiated. The blade in Johan's hand instantly burst into a radiant red glow. Faintly, he could even hear a dragon's roar. The crimson light faded. Johan immediately noticed that the blade felt far more agile in his hand. The red gem embedded in the hilt, had it just moved, it looked like an eye rotating. So this is it. He couldn't help but complain. Did he really need to trek all the way out here just for this? Couldn't he have done this in his room? Please use Demon-Bound Armor. Please use Demon-Bound Armor. Even the system's mechanical voice sounded unusually excited. Thinking for a moment, Johan planted the sword into the ground in front of him. Demon-Bound Armor activate. Blinding golden light surged through the mountains. The malevolent spirit reappeared, hovering behind Johan. He felt the change instantly. Previously, activating demon-bound armor brought no sensation at all, but now, his mind ached, like a spike had been driven through his skull. System, what the hell is going on? Host, please don't panic. Demon-bound armor is an imperial weapon forged from the dangerous beast, Tyrant. It possesses limitless evolution potential. The system has just upgraded it for you. After the evolution, it now places immense strain on the user's mental capacity. Wait, didn't you say all system products were green-coded, safe, and reliable? Are you scamming me? The mental pain will only happen once. Afterward, your mental power will skyrocket. So now my physical strength is maxed, and my mind is buffed too. Not bad at all. Johann was satisfied. Up until now, all his enhancements had been physical. He had always wondered if he'd be vulnerable to mental-type blood demon arts. But now, with his mental resilience enhanced to the point he could withstand even dragon-level pressure, what blood demon art could possibly faze him? Just then, Johann noticed something odd. He wasn't on the ground anymore. Wait, am I flying? He looked down. The armor covering him had turned entirely golden. Under the sunlight, he looked like a celestial dragon descending to Earth. Wings! Only now did he realize why he hadn't fallen. The armor had wings, real ones, and they moved perfectly with his will. His first flight, it was so exhilarating he couldn't stop. He soared through the forest like a golden blur, zipping between trees. This is amazing. The first human capable of true flight, Johann never wanted to come down again. But the power in his body, it needed release, screaming for it. He flew straight toward a massive boulder and threw a punch. Boom! The boulder didn't break. Surprised, he thought maybe he hadn't hit it hard enough and prepared for another strike. Then, like watching slow motion, crack spiderwebbed across the rock surface. Cracked. The entire boulder disintegrated into powder, gone as if it had never existed. Wait, what? Johann knew exactly how strong he was. Previously, a full-force punch might shatter a rock, sure. But this, he barely even touched it. It still crumbled. Dragon strength. Now he understood why the system had demanded solitude. If that had happened at the estate, the entire building would be rubble by now. Still awestruck by his newfound might. Johann, truly admirable. Jiomai Heimjima had rushed over after hearing Johann was at the back mountain. His previous opinion of Johann had been lukewarm, strong, sure, but nothing more. But after hearing how he saved Canny, and killed Upper Moon too, Jiomai had a complete change of heart. He had to thank the man personally. Originally, he had just reached the foot of the mountain when the ground suddenly trembled violently, like an earthquake. He hurried up, only to witness destruction everywhere. Trees flattened as if by a hurricane, boulders shattered, craters in the ground as though a great battle had taken place. Johann opened his mouth, ready to explain. No need to say anything, Johann. That you wield such strength yet continue to train so diligently, I deeply admire you. Chapter 74, Meeting Old Friends. Heimjima Jiomai once again put his palms together, tears streaming down his face. He was simply overwhelmed with admiration. Though he had arrived late and missed the sight of Johann flying through the sky, he had caught the very moment the massive boulder was shattered into dust. I thought you were in some sort of trouble, Master Johann, so I rushed over, hoping to lend a hand. I didn't expect that this ruckus was just a result of your training. What an unfathomably powerful person. As the most physically powerful of the Hashira, Jiomai had always believed that although Johann might be stronger than him, the difference between them shouldn't be that vast. After all, apart from a select few, most Hashira hadn't truly witnessed the terrifying strength of the upper moons. Even with Shinobu Kacho's detailed descriptions, the other Hashira still held confidence in themselves, because they were Hashira, after all. Jiomai, though humble and devout, had been no exception. But what he just witnessed had completely shattered that belief. His respect for Johann's power grew boundlessly. And even more than his power was Johann's character. To possess such overwhelming strength, and yet, when faced with Seinmi's doubts, he merely knocked him unconscious rather than retaliating with true force. Jiaomai had already conveniently forgot the fact that Sanmi had been peeled out from inside a wall afterward. A true strong man has pride, but what Jiaomai saw in Johan was something even purer, more restrained. As a follower of Buddha, he couldn't help but be moved. "No, wait, let me explain," Johan tried to speak up, confused. What was this whole admiration thing? He had no clue what Jiaomai was talking about. "There's no need to say more, Master Johan. I only came to thank you for saving Shinobu and for slaying Upper Moon too, Dama. Now that we've met, I'll take my leave." If even someone as powerful as Johan kept to his training regimen after defeating an Upper Moon, how could he, merely a Hashira, allow himself to slack off? Jiaomai couldn't wait to get back to his region and continue his spiritual practice. Johan watched as Jiaomai rushed down the mountain path without even turning back, scratching his head in confusion. What just happened? Having finished testing the next stage of his incursio, demon armor technique, Johan also started descending the mountain. He was starving, time to eat. "Ha ha ha, you all are having quite the feast, I see." It was Rengoku Kyojiro, who had been away for a while. He had recently returned to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters after completing his training, and after bidding farewell to Master Yubayashiki, he came straight to the Butterfly Mansion. He had two reasons: to visit the injured flower Hashira and to see how Johan and Kenroji were doing. "You mean you're just here to mooch a meal?" Kenroji pouted as she stared at the food vanishing from the table at lightning speed. She was starting to feel like dinner might not be enough tonight. "No way, I need to eat faster too." "Haha," Johan chuckled. This kind of ordinary life was still what he enjoyed the most. "Rengoku Kyojiro, looks like you've finally stepped into your father's shoes, huh?" Seeing Kyojiro wrapped in the flame-patterned haori that marked the flame Hashira, Johan immediately realized he had officially inherited the title. Putting down his chopsticks and turning around, Kyojiro beamed. "That's right, Johan, I am now the flame Hashira." During his time training away from the Corps, Kyojiro hadn't wasted a moment. After independently defeating a lower moon demon, he had finally met the requirements to become a Hashira. His return to headquarters was in part to report that very achievement. "You've really grown stronger, Kyojiro." Johan was genuinely happy for him. "Ha ha ha, but speaking of strength, Johan, you're the one who truly amazes me." Kyojiro had only heard the news after reaching the headquarters. He had been proud of slaying a lower moon, thinking it a grand accomplishment. But Johan had done exactly as he promised. He had slain Upper Moon too, Dama. "I'd never lie to you," Johan said with a smile. Kyojiro's cheerful and righteous nature had always been easy to like. "So, what will you do next?" "Well," Kyojiro paused, "on my way back to headquarters something happened. There's been a string of deaths on a train. Several swordsmen from the Hidden Division were sent to investigate, but all of them have gone missing. It's almost certainly demon-related. Too many people have already been hurt. I need to head there as soon as possible." A train, the Mugan Train, Johan thought to himself. Because of his presence, the original timeline had been completely upended. It wasn't impossible for the Mugen Train incident to happen earlier than expected. More importantly, having just killed Dama, this was likely Musen Kibitsuji's counterattack. That made Johan cert he couldn't let Kyojiro go alone, especially now that he'd grown even stronger. Demons needed to be eliminated as soon as possible. Ding! "Host, please proceed to the Mugen Train. The next mission will now begin." With the system's prompt, Johan's decision was solidified. "Kyojiro, I'll come with you this time." "Huh, you're interested in investigating too?" Kyojiro was a little surprised by Johan's offer. Johan, something's going on, isn't it?" Kenroji, as the one who understood Johan best, immediately picked up on it. She knew he wouldn't act without reason. This investigation wasn't going to be simple. With a faint smile, Johan answered, "Yeah, I just have a feeling I might run into an old friend." "Old friend?" Everyone looked puzzled. Most of the people Johan knew were right here. Did he have other acquaintances out in the world? But Rengoku Kyojiro seemed to realize something immediately. "Johan, you don't mean?" His expression turned solemn. Unlike the others, Kyojiro's first thought went directly to the demons involved in the incident. There was only one figure that came to mind. Seeing his face, Johan nodded slightly. That's right, him. Our old friend, Upper Moon 3. Akaza. Another Upper Moon. Though no longer shocked by their presence, most of the people here had faced one already. It was still startling. It hadn't been long since Dama's death, and now another Upper Moon was showing up. Were Upper Moons always this available now? So you see, Kyojiro, we're definitely going together on this one. All right. Kyojiro was clearly fired up. Last time he'd faced Akaza, he'd gone down far too early. The rest of the fight had been left entirely to Johan. This time, no matter what, he was determined to fight shoulder to shoulder with him. His excitement was written all over his face. Johan could tell exactly what he was thinking just by looking. He didn't dampen Kyojiro's enthusiasm. After all, even he wasn't sure how strong he had become after this latest breakthrough. Lord Akaza, are you sure they'll come? Somewhere before all this, the Lower Moon one, Enmu, had just killed another demon slayer who had been sent to scout the Mugan Train. He couldn't understand why Akaza, of all demons, was here with him. And not helping, just silently letting him do the killing. With Akaza's power, these weaklings would be nothing. Don't worry, just do as I say, Akaza replied calmly. Sitting in the moving train, he didn't say another word. He simply stared into the distance, at a brightly lit town just beyond the tracks. Ever since being scolded by Musen, Akaza had thrown himself into harsh training. He had even dared to repeatedly challenge Kokoshibo, Upper Moon one, risking being devoured. Though he lost every time, for some reason Kokoshibo never swallowed him. He just kept accepting his challenges. And finally, after once again having his head sliced off, he broke through. Now, Akaza could fully suppress his explosive aura of battle spirit. The death of Dama was already known among the Upper Moons, but now, Akaza firmly believed he had surpassed him. Because he had reached the pinnacle of combat mastery. Staring into the pitch-black sky, Akaza whispered to himself, "You better come, Johan." Chapter 75, The Mugen Train. Early the next morning, Johan and Kyojiro Rengoku prepared to depart for the Mugen Train. Mitsuri Kenroji would be accompanying them as well. Mitsuri said it had been a long time since she had gone on a mission with Johan, and no matter what, she was determined to go this time. Johan, please let me come with you," she pleaded, clinging to his arm. "I want to see the train too." "Mitsuri, this isn't a sightseeing trip." Kyojiro Rengoku, standing nearby, was naturally aware that this mission would most likely involve an encounter with Akaza. It was bound to be a fierce battle, and having Mitsuri join them at such a time didn't seem safe. But Mitsuri still wasn't willing to back down. "It's fine, Mitsuri, come with us," Johan said with a gentle smile. He understood her feelings. Ever since arriving at the Butterfly Mansion, he had often gone on missions alone, and most of the time, Mitsuri had obediently stayed behind. Watching Johan head off into danger again and again while she remained powerless, it must have been eating away at her. Mitsuri was never afraid of danger. What truly frightened her, what really made her heart ache, was the thought of Johan being in danger without her by his side. "Hee, I knew you were the best, Johan." Mitsuri beamed with joy, completely thrilled that Johan had agreed. Rengoku didn't argue anymore either. Since Johan had already given his approval, there wasn't much else to say. Johan had indeed guessed part of Mitsuri's intention, but what he hadn't realized was that Mitsuri's motivation this time was even deeper. It was because of Akaza. Back when Akaza attacked, Johan had sustained the worst injuries of his life. And back then, all Mitsuri could do was stand outside and witness his struggle and victory from afar. She had made a silent vow that day, never again. So the moment she heard Akaza might be involved again, there was no way she'd let Johan go alone. She would face it with him, no matter what. And so the final group was confirmed: Johan, Mitsuri Kenroji, and Kyojiro Rengoku. The departure station of the Mugen Train was still some distance away from the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. With casualties already severe, none of them dared delay, no rest breaks, no pauses. They pushed forward relentlessly. Wow, is that the train? This is what people ride in. Although Mitsuri had seen an electric tram with Johan back in Asakusa, this was her first time seeing a proper train. The sight sparked her curiosity. That's right, it's incredibly fast, Rengoku explained beside her, full of energy. Johan, however, didn't react much. It was just a train, nothing to get excited about. So, has the departure time been finalized, Kyojiro? Johan asked, referring to the train's schedule. Due to the ongoing string of casualties and the fruitless investigations, local authorities were considering suspending the train's operation. Yes, the Kakashi have already negotiated with the relevant departments. It will run once more tonight. Tonight, huh? Thanks to the Demon Slayer core connections, they were able to persuade the officials to delay the suspension. But if the situation wasn't resolved tonight, the train would be shut down immediately. This would be their only chance. Rengoku's expression darkened slightly with concern. Don't worry, Kyojiro, Johan said, his eyes calm. They will definitely show up tonight. He didn't believe Akaza and the others would let this go. If the train was bait to lure them in, then they wouldn't stop until their target arrived. And before that happened, more people might die. Everything would be decided tonight. As evening fell, in the open wild, a train thundered along the tracks. Aside from the gleaming headlights and the faint glow inside the cars, the night had swallowed everything else. The roar of the engine echoed through the landscape, yet inside the train, everything was deathly silent. The passengers, perhaps tired from traveling at night, were all fast asleep. In one dimly lit carriage, only Johan, Mitsuri, and Rengoku sat awake. This car had been specially prepared for them. As the scenery outside whizzed past, Johan spoke. Kyojiro, how are you feeling? Rengoku, who had been sitting upright like a statue, seemed startled by the sudden question. Ha ha ha, Johan, you saw right through me. I'm nervous and excited. Rengoku's aura was growing more intense by the second. They're here. The lights in the carriage suddenly flickered. Rengoku's sharp eyes locked onto the front of the car. His instincts were proven correct. The lights all at once went dark, and in the next moment, the entire carriage was overrun with flesh and blood. They're trying to strike first, huh? And there's more than just one upper rank 3. Rengoku had fought Akaza before. He knew this wasn't Akaza's handiwork. Still, if you dared to make a move here, then I, Kyojiro Rengoku, shall burn you to cinders. Flame-breathing first form, unknowing fire. Rengoku's body blazed like a firestorm, launching himself toward the grotesque mass of flesh. Under the blaze of his flaming blade, the writhing meat recoiled. Trying to escape, Rengoku chased forward, storming through the train car. Is this blood demon art? Back in the carriage, Johan glanced at the 2 slumbering figures beside him. Just moments ago, they had all been talking. Had the blood demon art put them to sleep so quickly? So N was here too, huh? The lower rank one makes sense. Still, he couldn't just let the 2 of them sleep like this. Even though Johan was confident both Mitsuri and Rengoku could wake up on their own, there was no need to risk it. He stood up and opened the door to the next car. You woke up from the dream so quickly. No wonder Lord Musen values you. Enmu stared at the figure who had just appeared, Johan. Someone who could awaken from his dreamscape so effortlessly. This must be the one his master wanted him to test. Let me try again. Before he could finish his sentence, Enmu was abruptly slammed backward, his body crashing into the train door. Johan was already behind him. No, you're not even worth being my opponent. I'll leave you to Rengoku. Johan didn't even look at the defeated lower-rank demon. His focus was elsewhere, on the presence atop the train. I'll make sure this guy never gets another chance. Enmu's blood demon art might have been sneaky, but Johan's spirit had already endured the baptism of the dragon's trials. Such petty illusions had no effect on him. The earlier strike had already alerted Rengoku and Mitsuri, who were now both awake. Their expressions were somewhat grim. To think they had been taken in by the enemy's blood demon art so easily. Mitsuri, be careful, I'm heading up. Johan leapt onto the roof of the train without hesitation. An old acquaintance was waiting. You're here, Johan. Long time no see, Akaza. Sitting cross-legged atop the train was none other than Akaza, returned once more. As Johann approached, Akaza slowly rose to his feet, a gleam of excitement lighting up his face. It was like seeing a long-lost friend. Johann, do you know? Since our last fight, I've been constantly training, honing my strength, just for this moment. I had already pushed past my limits, and honestly, I thought there was nothing more to look forward to. But then, you killed Dama. That's wonderful news. This time, surely, we can have a battle worth everything. Akaza's expression had turned completely manic. Chapter 76, Rematch with Akaza. This place isn't suitable, let's take this elsewhere. Johann had no intention of battling Akaza atop the train. There were still many passengers aboard. Ha, very well, let's go. To Akaza, only the words of the strong carried weight, and Johann was exactly that kind of man. The speeding train beneath them seemed irrelevant. With a powerful kick of their feet, Johann and Akaza soared off, landing in a wide, desolate field. The wind was bitterly cold. The rustling leaves and barren trees made the landscape seem all the more desolate. You really went and picked a nice grave for yourself, Johann remarked, taking in the surroundings. It was a good place, perfect for burying Akaza. Ha, Johann, did you know? Akaza's voice rose with excitement. I've prepared a tremendous surprise for you this time. In fact, it's thanks to you that I've made it this far. Akaza never expected he would be able to break through to the Supreme Realm, and it was all because of the man standing before him. That brutal defeat, delivered by Johann, had ignited in him the courage to repeatedly challenge upper rank 1. So, Johann, I want to ask you again. Will you become a demon, join our ranks? Believe me, someone with your talent shouldn't be shackled by a mortal body. Become a demon. Just say the word and I'll give you my blood. Together, we can continue breaking through limits, forever. Akaza admired Johann immensely. This offer was his personal reward to the one who had pushed him to grow. Back then, it had been Johann's astonishing defense and strange techniques that impressed him. And now, Johann had killed Dama. If that wasn't proof of power, nothing was. To endlessly fight against the strong, that was Akaza's lifelong pursuit. Johann didn't speak, he only shook his head and chuckled softly. Truthfully, he didn't particularly hate Akaza. The man was more of a battle fanatic than a villain. Becoming a demon was less about evil and more about an obsession with strength. But that didn't mean he would be forgiven. Akaza, Johann said coldly, take one last look at this world. Because your time is up. The passengers who died on that train didn't even get that chance. HMPH, why should I care about weaklings like them? Akaza scoffed. If you've rejected my offer, then go die. In a flash, Akaza struck. His body vanished, reappearing with a punch aimed straight at Johann's chest. Clang! Fist met fist, neither dodged. Boom! An explosive shockwave erupted from the clash, stirring up a storm of dust and dirt. Ha, good, very good. Let's fight to our heart's content. Akaza was more than pleased with their first exchange. He dropped into his combat stance as a glowing, 12-pointed snowflake sigil formed beneath his feet, radiating a soft blue light. Destructive death, compass needle. So strong, what powerful battle aura. The surging energy radiating from Johann only made Akaza more thrilled. But you haven't broken through your limits yet. His voice was filled with regret, almost disappointment. Destructive death, disorder. In the blink of an eye, Akaza launched into a furious barrage of attacks. He was determined to show Johann the true difference between them. Dark Knight Shadow, Thorn Halo. A black, mirrored shield rose before Johann. Akaza's flurry of strikes were halted completely. A wave of pain traveled up his fists, and his expression twisted. Why won't you fight me head-on? This damned shield. What Akaza wanted was a true, face-to-face battle, not this frustrating offense-vs-defense standoff like last time. Then just break already. Destructive death, annihilation type. He hurled a cataclysmic punch at the shield, aiming to obliterate it in one blow. Boom! A massive explosion shook the air. But the shield didn't break. It held completely intact. Akaza staggered backward, eyes wide with disbelief. He knew exactly how much power he'd just unleashed. Gurgh. Blood sprayed from his mouth. Wait, he was the one injured. Johann lowered the shield slowly, astonished himself at how well Dark Knight's shadow had held up. It had completely reversed Akaza's force back onto him. Still, just defending isn't very fun. How about one last move, just to satisfy you? Incursio demon armor. Red light flared as demonic energy surged around him. Two massive wings unfurled, and golden armor materialized over Johann's entire body. He shone like a celestial being descended to earth. Akaza's eyes flew wide as he stared in awe. Then he burst out laughing. Yes, that's it. That's exactly what I wanted. I don't know what kind of secret you're hiding, but finally, you're not just defending. For some reason, just looking at Johann in that radiant armor filled Akaza with a primal terror. But far from retreating, it only made his blood boil. A real battle. A true opponent. A strong one. I knew you'd make that face. Johann grinned. He understood Akaza perfectly. The moment Akaza realized his opponent had become even stronger, he would only grow more excited. Then let's end this in one move. One move, Akaza roared with laughter. Come on, let's see it. All of Akaza's power surged in an instant. Destructive death, final style, blue-silver chaotic afterglow. Using his body as the center point, hundreds of blasts exploded in all directions. Boom, booms, boom. When the dust settled, there was no ground left around Akaza. Deep craters of all sizes marked the battlefield. It's over, huh? A cold voice echoed from above. Await your... Before Akaza could react, a golden blur streaked past his vision. In the next instant, he could see his own neck. Me? What is this? He looked down at his own decapitated body. Johann hovered midair, glowing like a divine warrior. That single strike, flawless, fatal. Impressive, is this the power of a dragon? Johann murmured, satisfied with the result. I'm not going to die that easily, Akaza suddenly screamed. The stump of his neck squirmed, and in the blink of an eye, fresh flesh began to form. A new head was emerging. Akaza, who had surpassed his limits, no longer saw decapitation as a fatal blow. Fueled by obsession, he had transcended even a demon's normal constraints. Excellent, truly excellent, he laughed hoarsely. But this is where it ends. Akaza was still reeling from Johann's earlier strike. If he hadn't already broken through, he'd have shared Damaz's fate. But now that I've transcended, there's no way you can defeat. No, Johann cut him off, voice icy. I don't think you understand. Even before Akaza could respond, his entire body shattered like glass. Not sliced. Not blasted. Simply disintegrated. Only his head remained. No, this isn't possible. How can you have this kind of power? Akaza understood better than anyone how terrifying a demon's regeneration was. He knew his own body was nigh indestructible. There were people capable of killing him. But one punch, shattering his whole body. Impossible. What kind of monster have I been fighting? Akaza spiraled into chaos. He couldn't comprehend what had just happened. That single blow, what had it done to him? Johann reached down and picked up Akaza's head, not intending to give him a second chance. Take a good, long look at this world, he said calmly. It's the last thing you'll ever see. Chapter 77, Meeting at the Infinity Castle. Under absolute power, even the vaunted regeneration of the upper-rank demons lost all meaning. Before he had the chance to regenerate, Akaza was crushed to pieces in Johann's hand. It's over. Johann looked calmly at the spot where Akaza had completely disintegrated. He knew the day of the final showdown with Musen Kibutsuji was fast approaching. All that remained was for the research to succeed. Ding! Random quest, Mugan Train completed. Reward, Berserker's Roar, removes skill startup delay. Skill startup delay. System, are you saying my taunt skill is now instant cast? Yes, host. Back in the early stages, Johann had found the taunt skill somewhat useful. but as his power rapidly soared, there was no longer any real need to force enemies to attack him. Most of them couldn't even withstand his strikes. But now that taunt was instant cast, it gave Johann much more confidence in dealing with Musen. He was well aware of how slippery that monster was. Back then, Musen had managed to evade Yoriichi Tsujikuni until the man's dying breath. If their current bait strategy failed to finish him off completely, there was a real risk Musen would disappear without a trace again. Johann had no interest in playing cat-and-mouse with a rat like that. Johann! Mitsuri Kenroji and Kyojiro Rengoku finally arrived, both gripping their Nichiren swords as they rushed to Johann's side with wary expressions. Johann, where's Akaza? What's the situation here? Rengoku had come straight from defeating lower rank 1, Enma, and had rushed over with Mitsuri. Though he knew Johann had previously slain upper rank 2 Dama, he didn't dare underestimate any of the upper ranks. He's gone, dead. Gone. Slain already. It wasn't that Rengoku didn't believe him, he just found it almost absurd. It hadn't even been that long since he'd fought Enmu himself. He and Mitsuri had needed time and effort just to take down a lower rank. And yet, Johann had already finished off an upper rank, and not just any, but upper rank 3 Akaza. You've become that powerful. Rengoku blurted it out without thinking. Johann's strength was starting to defy comprehension. Haha, not really. We actually chatted for a bit at first. Johann didn't think he'd been especially fast. After all, demon-bound armor now carried the power of a dragon. In the end, demon slayer demons were merely troublesome due to their regeneration and the limited ways to kill them. But raw power, that changed everything. What Johann was truly thinking about now was his peaceful life after killing Musen. Wow, Johann, I didn't even get to fight beside you. Mitsuri pouted, a little upset. She wasn't unhappy that Johann had slain Akaza. On the contrary, she agreed that demons should be dealt with swiftly. But everything had ended so quickly. All that training and effort she'd put in felt almost pointless. She could have just stayed back at Butterfly Mansion, refining new recipes. Ha, but Mitsuri, think about it. Because I finished fast, I get to spend more time with you. Seeing her expression, Johann realized Mitsuri really had a strong desire to fight side by side with him. Had he known earlier, he might have let Akaza live just a little longer. Mitsuri, Johann is right, Rengoku added. When facing demons, we must strike them down at once. Unlike Johann and Mitsuri, who were relatively new to the battlefield, Rengoku had fought on the front lines for a long time. He had seen too many tragedies caused by arriving too late. That's true. With a little nod, Mitsuri came around. Being with Johann was definitely more important. With a cheerful smile, she clung to him again. Well, now that it's over, let's head back to Butterfly Mansion. What about you, Kyojiro? Johann had gotten used to staying at Butterfly Mansion. All his running around before had been due to not being strong enough. I won't be returning just yet. I still have to check on the train and patrol my Flame Hashira region. Compared to Johann, Kyojiro clearly had far more responsibilities. All right then, see you next time. Haha, of course. Rengoku turned and dashed off toward the train. There was no need for many words between comrades. 2 more dead. Useless, all of them useless. When Akaza and Enmu, both filled with Musen's blood, died, the Demon King immediately sensed it. He had already flown into a rage over Dama's death, and now this. An upper-rank demon, slain by humans, that hadn't happened in centuries. Even when upper ranks were replaced, it was through internal struggle and devouring. But Dama, upper rank 2, had simply died. What's worse, he died to sunlight. Humiliation. That disgraceful image had been the last thing Musen saw of Dama's final moments. Since then, his patience with the upper ranks had worn thin. And now, Akaza had gone to battle willingly. Alongside a lower rank he'd just generously infused with blood, and within days they were both gone. Nakheim summoned the remaining upper ranks, now. Yes, Lord Musen. Nakheim didn't hesitate. As someone constantly near Musen, she knew that even a stray thought could mean death. The summons did not take long. Infinity Castle. Silence. Only 4 upper-rank demons remained, all kneeling before Musen Kibitsuji. They could feel it clearly, the raging fury rolling off their master. "Can anyone explain to me," Musen's voice thundered, "how the upper ranks, my upper ranks, have started dying to humans? Dama's death was mere days ago, and now Akaza has followed him. Did I raise you all just so you could die when it's convenient?" His roar echoed through the stone halls. None of the 4 dared respond. A single word could cost them their lives. Looking at the 4 trembling figures kneeling before him, Musen's expression grew colder. "Don't think that keeping silent will spare you. If none of you have a solution, I might as well treat the upper ranks like I did the lower ranks." A collective shudder ran through the demons. They knew what had happened to the lower ranks. Not long ago, after yet another lower rank had been slain by the demon slayers, Musen had declared himself done with them. He slaughtered every single one, except for lower rank 1. Lord Musen, upper rank 5 Jayako, finally dared to speak. Thud. His head dropped to the floor. "Shut up, you pathetic trash." Musen didn't want excuses. He wanted blood. He wanted vengeance. Jayako, now headless, didn't dare utter another word. He knew, if he spoke again, it might be the end of him. "Lord Musen," came a new voice, calm and confident. "I may have someone you'll be very interested in." Chapter 78, Upper Moons Mobilized. "Lord Musen, I might have someone useful." Upper Moon 1, Kokoshibo spoke calmly. Musen glanced at his colleague. Unlike his ruthless dismissal of Jayako earlier, this time he didn't lash out. While Kokoshibo was still far inferior to him, there was no one else more powerful among the demons. Musen was willing to grant him an opportunity to speak. "Go on." "A while ago, during a patrol, I encountered an interesting individual." "Keep talking." "His name is Kaigaku. If you're interested, my lord, you can simply have Nakheim bring him here to the Infinity Castle." With a flick of Musen's hand, Nakheim immediately understood his command. A silhouette was summoned to the Infinity Castle. Pointed ears, long fangs, pale skin, black tiger-striped markings across his face. He was unmistakably a demon. But the Nichiren blade on his back and the uniform he wore were clearly that of the Demon Slayer Corps. A demon who used to be a demon slayer. Musen narrowed his eyes. Kaigaku, still recovering from the shock of his sudden teleportation, instantly broke into a cold sweat. He could feel death breathing down his neck. "You get one chance to explain yourself." "My lord, I'm Kaigaku, former Thunder Hashira Jigoro Kiwajima's senior disciple. I can provide valuable information on the Demon Slayer Corps." Kaigaku blurted it all out. He hadn't fully chosen to become a demon, but now that he had, living was all that mattered. Human or demon, it didn't make a difference anymore. "Information on the demon slayers, and what am I supposed to do with that?" Musen suddenly exploded in rage. So this was what Kokoshibo had in mind, some trivial intel on the demon slayers, as if that could satisfy his fury. Musen had never truly feared or respected the Demon Slayer Corps. He simply found them unworthy of serious attention. But then something clicked. "Someone from the Corps. You might be of use after all." The suffocating air of death lifted. Musen's killing intent evaporated as quickly as it had appeared. This is the king of demons, so terrifying, Kaigaku thought, his heart still racing. Suddenly, Musen appeared right in front of him. "Next time, don't even think unnecessary thoughts." Bam! He stomped Kaigaku's head into the ground. "Now, I have a task for you. You should still know where your old master is, right? Kill him, and make sure everyone knows you did it." "Kill my teacher." Kaigaku's pupils dilated in shock. "What's wrong? You don't want to." Musen twisted his foot harder against Kaigaku's head. "No, my lord, I'll do it." Truthfully, Kaigaku had always harbored resentment toward his former master. He could never understand why Jigoro chose to have him, the senior disciple, share succession with that pathetic Zenitsu, someone who only ever used one form. A complete disgrace. If he could watch that old man die in agony, he'd feel nothing but pleasure. It's just making sure everyone knows and actually defeating him. He used to be a Hashira, and I don't have that kind of strength. "Don't worry, you will." Without hesitation, Musen poured his blood into Kaigaku's body. Aarghh. Kaigaku let out a guttural scream as power surged through him. His aura instantly skyrocketed several levels. Now go, I don't care what you have to do. Just make sure my will is fulfilled. Musen lost interest in Kaigaku then and there. That was all he was good for. If he failed, Musen would simply detonate the blood inside him and erase him like the insignificant insect he was. Nakheim transported Kaigaku out of the Infinity Castle. Once he was gone, all of you aside from Daki are to follow Kaigaku. Musen's gaze swept over the remaining upper moons, voice icy with command. If the Demon Slayer Corps sends anyone, or if that boy Johan appears, I don't care who it is. Kill them all. Yes, my lord, the upper moons bowed their heads, voice unified. Lord Musen, Daki requests an audience. Dressed in her ornate Warren robes, Daki entered and knelt gracefully at Musen's side. Why won't you let me join the mission, my lord? She asked softly. Are you questioning me? And no, of course not, Lord Musen, I was wrong. Her face turned ghostly pale, trembling in terror. You don't need to understand, Daki. Your role is to stay in the Pleasure District and continue gathering information. Specifically, on the Blue Spider Lily. That is the only thing that truly matters to me. Yes, my lord, I shall take my leave now. Daki promptly vanished from the Infinity Castle. Musen had long since lost faith in the upper moons, but their true value had always been in tracking down the Blue Spider Lily. Kaigaku's mission was nothing more than a small act of revenge on the Demon Slayer Corps. If some of the upper moons died in the process, it didn't matter. So long as he lived, that was all that mattered. At the Butterfly Mansion. This was the second time Kaguya Yubayashiki, the master of the Demon Slayer Corps, had come in person. Compared to before, his condition had worsened. The curse on his body was accelerating, ravaging him from the inside out. Had Johan not delivered such shocking news, Kaguya would never have left the estate. Master, you didn't have to come personally, Johan said, gently supporting the frail figure. You could have just summoned me. He looked at the man with worry. Kaguya's body seemed so fragile now that Johan feared a single touch might break him. No, Johan-kun, I had to come. After you slew Upper Moon 2, Dema, and now Upper Moon 3, Akaza. This may not seem like much to you, but I must thank you, not just as the master of the Demon Slayer Corps, but as a man. I know I don't have much time left. But because of you, I finally believe we can kill Musen Kibutsuji. Please, lend us your strength until the very end. With that, Kaguya bowed deeply, kneeling, pressing his forehead to the floor. The deepest, most solemn gesture of respect. Johan watched silently, letting the moment pass without interruption. His voice, when he finally spoke, was steady and firm. Master, rest assured, this will all end soon. He understood the man's resolve. And he would never let him down. But in truth, Johan wasn't doing any of this for thanks or glory. He was doing it because he wanted to. Chapter 79, Preparation for the Battle to Come. Brother Johan, how long do you think it'll be before my brother comes back? Inside the butterfly estate, Nezuko was sticking close to Johan's side as she asked eagerly. Ever since she began training here, Nezuko had been spending more and more time at the estate, so much so that it already felt like a second home. She had once been shy about speaking up, but now she was just like she had been at home, lively, talkative, and full of curiosity. You mean Tanjiro? He'll probably need quite a bit of training first, Johan answered with a smile. Plus, to become a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, one must pass the final selection. Only those who survive that trial can truly be called Demon Slayers. Then I'm sure my brother can do it. Nezuko puffed up her cheeks, then muttered under her breath, I wonder how I compare to him now. Even though she was a girl, Kanao, Shinobu, and even Mitsuri were all strong beyond belief. Maybe, just maybe, she could surpass her brother someday too. Nezuko deeply wished to become stronger, not only to protect her family, but also to be able to support brother Johan one day. From what she'd overheard at the Butterfly Estate, Johan seemed to be growing more and more powerful with each passing day. She pouted, would there ever come a day when she could actually be of help to him? A warm hand gently ruffled her hair. Nezuko, all you need to do is train hard under Mitsuri. Believe in yourself. Though she no longer had the physical advantages of being a demon, Yohan didn't believe that was a setback. He had confidence in Nezuko's potential. Okay, then I'll get back to training right away, Brother Yohan. Beaming with newfound energy, thanks to Yohan's encouragement, Nezuko bolted off to find Mitsuri again. With little else to do, Yohan decided to check in on Tamyo and the progress of her research. He walked toward the lab just as Tamyo was about to leave. The two ran into each other head-on, quite literally. Tamyo lost her balance from the impact and was about to fall. But in the next second, she was caught in Yohan's arms. A soft warmth filled the space between them. Startled by the sudden closeness, Yohan stood frozen for a moment. Could you let me go first, Yohan-kun? Tamyo's voice was barely audible, her face lowering in embarrassment. Miss Tamyo, I was only trying to stop you from falling. That's all, Yohan explained quickly. He certainly didn't want to be mistaken for a pervert. He may admire beauty, but he always did so with dignity. Tamyo smiled shyly. I'm not blaming you, Yohan-kun. If anything, I should be thanking you. Also, if it's all right with you, could you start calling me Tamyo? Her cheeks were tinged with red. After letting go, the air between them still lingered with awkwardness. All right, Tamyo, then. Trying to change the subject, Yohan cleared his throat. Actually, the reason I came was to ask how the research on the blue spider lily is going. A flicker of disappointment passed across Tamyo's face. She had thought, perhaps foolishly, that Yohan had come just to see her. But it was only about the research. Also, I wanted to know how you've been lately. Are you feeling all right staying here at the butterfly estate? At that, Tamyo's expression lit up again. So he does care. Returning to her usual serious tone, she began explaining. We've made a breakthrough in our research on the blue spider lily. We believe we've identified the specific internal component responsible for its unique reaction to sunlight. Of course, we still need to test it, but I believe we're very close to a complete formula. Tamyo's excitement was unmistakable as she spoke. Even though she had stayed in the butterfly estate for a long time now, she was still well aware of what was happening in the world outside. Especially the recent shocking news. Yohan had killed both Upper Rank 2 and Upper Rank 3. Nothing could bring her greater joy than the thought of Kibutsuji Musen, seething in rage. And Yohan, he had the power to defeat him. Tamyo's eyes gleamed. When the medicine was ready, that would be the moment she exacted her revenge. But then her gaze turned uncertain. About what comes next, after the medicine is finished, she said hesitantly. Yohan immediately picked up on her unease. He looked at her, calm and patient. Is there a problem, Tamyo? It was strange. If she had run into trouble with the research, she should have come to him earlier. It's about the final testing of the medicine. Both Shinobu and I have been wondering if it should be tested on me. Yohan's eyes darkened slightly. He hadn't forgotten the original purpose behind the blue spider lily research. It was to create a medicine that could make Musen vulnerable to sunlight. But they couldn't just claim that the formula worked. They had to prove it, which meant they needed a test subject. And who better than Tamyo herself? Shinobu had initially suggested using Yushiro, but Tamyo had firmly refused. Yushiro had already left the estate long ago and had found acceptance within the Demon Slayer Corps. Tamyo didn't want to drag him back into danger now that he'd found peace. And most importantly, Tamyo herself didn't want to run away from this. If there was even a chance she could help destroy Musen, she would do it. Even if it meant risking everything. She didn't know if the medicine would work. If it failed, the sunlight would kill her. Don't worry so much. Yohan's voice was calm and steady, bringing her a sense of safety once more. No, Yohan, I've already made up my mind. Tamyo had long prepared to give her life for redemption. What had she been so afraid of before? Why was she suddenly hesitant? They were so close to killing Musen. Yet she felt herself wishing she could keep living. She knew exactly why. It was because of the life she'd found here and the man in front of her. He had always treated her as a human being. And because of that, She had begun to long for life again. But even so, she still wanted to contribute. I want you to live. Johan looked into her eyes, his voice filled with sincerity. It was as though he had seen straight through her. Tamyo, all you need to do is continue working with Shinobu to complete the formula. You don't need to think about anything else. Everything will come to an end soon. And when it does, I want you to stay. Stay and continue to be with me. Okay. Her reply was soft, like a whispered promise. There was nothing more that needed to be said. They understood each other's hearts. Now, they just had to do their part. After leaving Tamyo's lab, Johan spoke quietly to the system. System, can you test the medicine to see if it works? Yes, host. Testing the medicine is well within the system's capabilities. Johan let out a quiet breath of relief. He had promised Tamyo that she didn't have to worry, but truth be told, he hadn't had a way to verify the medicine until now. If the system had said no, he would have gone to find Yushiro himself. Even if Tamyo didn't want him involved, Johan believed Yushiro would never hesitate to drink the medicine once he understood the stakes. Chapter 80, Betrayal by Your Own Kinsman. Peach Mountain, beneath the old tree. Ever since he withdrew from the front lines of the Demon Slayer Corps, Kiwajima Jigoro had settled here. After losing a leg, he chose to become a cultivator, devoting himself to training the next generation of demon slayers. Kaigaku and Zenitsu. He often wondered how those two children were faring now. His first disciple, Kaigaku, had already joined the Demon Slayer Corps. Zenitsu had been kicked off the mountain to train on his own. Now, all that remained atop Peach Mountain was a solitary old man. I just hope they stay true to their hearts. Jigoro murmured as the wind stirred his white hair. Leaning on his cane, the old master's heart was restless. Master. Not far from Peach Mountain, Kaigaku had already arrived. He clenched his fists. The thought that he would soon have to face that elderly man as a demon darkened his expression. But then he recalled that chilling encounter with Musen Kibitsuji. Kaigaku's face grew even grimmer. Master, for the sake of my future, please die. With his mind made up, Kaigaku turned to head toward the nearby Demon Slayer Corps base. This was a task given by Lord Musen himself. An orphan since birth, Kaigaku had fully accepted his new identity as a demon. Once upon a time, he had trained in slaying demons to grow stronger. So now, if becoming one could give him even more power, then so be it. As Kaigaku's figure disappeared into the distance, heading toward the Demon Slayer base, 3 new figures emerged in the place he'd just left. What a good child, so quick to act. Gyako cackled, peeking a part of his grotesque body out from the mouth of his pot. With this, Lord Musen's plan should come to fruition. Follow him, no matter who comes, they must die. Upper Moon 1, Kokoshibo, cast a cold glance at Gyako and Hantingu. With the highest-ranking demon's command, the two didn't dare say another word. Quietly, they followed Kaigaku. After all, they were the true assassins Musen had dispatched. Until the target appeared, they would not expose themselves. No, quick, send a message to headquarters. Traitor, Kaigaku, why would you do this? As a former demon slayer, Kaigaku knew exactly where the nearby bases were. He didn't even break a sweat. Most of the members there were slaughtered almost effortlessly. And this was him going easy. Back in the Infinity Castle, after receiving Musen Kibitsuji's blood, Kaigaku finally understood what true power felt like. Strong, so strong, unbelievably strong. He watched the horrified expressions of his former comrades as they fell beneath his blade, and a surge of exhilaration flooded his chest. Yes, becoming a demon had been the right decision. This path could truly make him strong. Seeing those who once mocked him for not mastering the first form of thunder breathing now die helplessly before him, Kaigaku laughed like a madman. Mock me, will you? Call me worthless, will you? Well, now you're dead. Haha. From an ordinary, mediocre demon slayer to a terrifying demon. Watching those who once stood above him collapse under his feet, Kaigaku was completely drunk on his newfound power. Only he knew how much strength Musen's blood had given him. If it weren't necessary to draw attention and stir chaos to alert the Corps. None of these weaklings would have had a chance to send any messages at all. All of it he allowed. You'll die a miserable death, Kaigaku. Kaigaku sneered at the dying man beneath his blade, completely unmoved. A miserable death. If he failed his mission for Lord Musen, he would indeed die. So if killing you lets me live, then die. Kaigaku had always been selfish and arrogant. Now that he was a demon, his worst traits had only amplified. He had become a full-blown egotist. Morning. As the thick stench of blood rose into the air, someone finally noticed. What the hell? How could this happen? At the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, Kaguya Yubayashiki had already received the devastating news. The moment he read it, his body trembled. Nearly fainting from shock and fury, he was quickly caught by his wife Amin. Kaguya breathed, stay calm. Under her gentle presence, Kaguya slowly calmed down. But his eyes still burned with fury. How could this be? A member of the Demon Slayer Corps, Kaigaku, had not only defected and turned into a demon, he had also slaughtered an entire base of his comrades. If this had been caused by a normal demon's assault, Kaguya would have mourned the loss deeply, but he wouldn't have burned with rage. But betrayal, by one of their own, was something that pierced deeper than any wound. He couldn't understand. Why? Why would one of their own commit such atrocity? As the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, Kaguya knew he was not a swordsman. He was the strategist, the heart behind the warriors who risked their lives each day. He remembered every single person who died under his watch. Each death a weight on his soul. And this death, this betrayal, was unforgivable. Someone gather all the available Hashira and summon Johan from the Butterfly Mansion. This crime must be avenged. Kaguya's voice was full of cold resolve. Beside him, Amin whispered with worry. Kaguya, I fear another person may be in danger. Kaguya's eyes widened with realization. Send no message to Kiwajima Jigoro. Don't let him hear of this. And dispatch a Hashira to Peach Mountain immediately. To slaughter an entire Demon Slayer base, this wasn't something ordinary slayers could handle. It would take a Hashira. Maybe even more than one. Musen Kibutsuji. I will end you. You are the filth that stains the Yubayashiki name. Having calmed down, Kaguya's mind quickly pieced everything together. He knew this had all been orchestrated by Musen. That very day, messenger crows took to the skies from the Demon Slayer headquarters. The news of the destroyed base spread like wildfire. And after being briefed by Kaguya himself, Johan also made his decision. He would head for Peach Mountain. So this is the kind of trickery you resort to now. Musen Kibutsuji. In his past life, Johan had already despised Kaigaku's type. Arrogant, selfish, easily swayed by power. He never understood why the former Thunder Hashira had chosen to train someone like him, much less consider him a successor. But now wasn't the time to judge Jigoro's past decisions. Whatever mistakes had been made, Jigoro's efforts to nurture new blood for the Demon Slayer Corps could not be denied. So Johan would go. To settle this. Chapter 81, The Master and the Disciple. Hihi, Lord Kokoshibo. Are we still not showing ourselves? What if that old man kills him? Gyako grinned grotesquely as he watched the scene unfolding before them. Wait, only Lord Musen's orders matter. As for whether Kaigaku lives or dies, that's up to him. Kokoshibo didn't even glance at the confrontation ahead. He knew Musen's command well. Once Kaigaku destroyed that Demon Slayer base, his mission was complete. By now, the Demon Slayer Corps must be fully enraged. Atop the Peach Mountain, beneath the cold glow of moonlight, two figures stood apart, one tall, one short. Their shadows stretched in opposite directions, cast long and lonely by the pale light. Short in stature, leaning on a cane with a deep scar cutting across his face, Kiwajima Jigoro looked at the disciple before him, his eyes filled with pain. Known for his strictness, today his face showed no trace of severity, only sorrow and bitter disappointment. From the look of Kaigaku, newly returned, the old man already understood what had transpired. Clinging to his final shred of hope, he opened his mouth. Kaigaku, tell me, This wasn't of your own will, was it? A man who had devoted his entire life to the demon slayer core. He still couldn't bring himself to accept the truth. Old man, what's the point of asking that now? Kaigaku's voice dripped with impatience. He wanted to end this quickly, fulfill his mission, and earn his master's approval. Still, he didn't move just yet. He knew well this man, his teacher, wasn't as feeble as he appeared. Before you came here, did you kill anyone? Kyujima Jigoro's voice suddenly boomed like thunder, echoing with the strength of a former Hashira. Haha, Tadayuhase. Kaigaku wasn't the least bit shaken. In his eyes, the once formidable old man now looked utterly powerless. He sneered, if a demon doesn't eat people, is it even a demon? At that moment, Jigoro fell silent. His eyes closed tightly, and his frail body trembled uncontrollably. He remembered the day this child first came to Peach Mountain, begging to become his student. Remembered the nights he spent teaching breathing techniques, remembered how he'd encouraged the boy when he couldn't master the first form. He thought he had given meaning to the second half of his life by training 2 disciples. He believed that through them, his legacy would live on. But now, his eyes snapped open. Gone was the affection, gone was the sentimentality. The man staring at his first disciple was no longer a gentle teacher, but a warrior ready to end a mistake of his own making. Kaigaku, every technique you learned from me. Today, I'll take it all back. Now fully aware of the carnage Kaigaku had caused, Jigoro's heart had hardened. He raised his cane. Kaigaku understood immediately. His master no longer hesitated to kill him. Ha, old man. You still think this is all my fault? If you hadn't been so biased, if you had just taught me the first form instead of giving everything to that stupid stray you picked up. You're the reason I became this way. Kaigaku had always believed that his master looked down on him. He, the first disciple, had been cast aside for someone who came later, and insultingly, managed to master what he never could. To him, it could only mean one thing. Jigoro was playing favorites. Why did it turn out like this? For the first time, Kyujima Jigoro finally saw what had been hidden in Kaigaku's heart all along. So this was what his eldest disciple had come to believe. They had drifted so far apart without him even realizing it. He didn't try to explain. Once he had hoped for harmony between brothers, for mutual support. But the moment Kaigaku chose murder, Jigoro knew, it was already too late. First form, thunderclap and flash. In a blur faster than any demon's eye could follow, the short figure of Kyujima, Jigoro launched forward like a lightning strike. This blow was meant to kill in one strike. He knew he had no chance against Kaigaku in a prolonged battle. His only hope lay in this one, unexpected move. Go to hell and atone for your sins, Kaigaku. Sixth form, rumble and flash. Blood demon art. Kaigaku unleashed a storm of lightning-shaped slashes from the center of his body in every direction. With the aid of his blood demon art, his lightning breathing techniques had shifted from gold to jet black. Under the barrage of attacks, Jigoro managed to slice off one of Kaigaku's arms, but paid dearly for it, his body torn open by gashes that burned with searing pain. The wounds were brutal. He knew his final chance was gone. From the severed stump, Kaigaku's arm began to regenerate at astonishing speed. This is the power of a demon master. Look at it. See how strong I've become, far beyond any human. Ha, now will you finally admit that I'm stronger than you ever were? Even when kneeling before someone as terrifying as Kokushibo, even when enduring suffering, Kaigaku had never surrendered. So long as he lived, he believed he could change everything and force the world to recognize him. Jigoro stared at Kaigaku with eyes full of hatred. This disciple of his had strayed beyond redemption. Then next, it's time to send you on your way, master. Kaigaku didn't wait for a reply. Back in the Infinity Castle, he had already severed the bond between them. All he had to do now was kill Kyujima Jigoro and complete Musen's orders. Then, perhaps, the Demon Slayer Corps would learn to fear his name. As Kaigaku walked step by step toward him, Jigoro didn't move. Not because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't. His elderly body had long lost the strength for intense battle. That one attack had already consumed all he had left. Now, the agony from his wounds gnawed mercilessly at his spirit. Die! Kaigaku didn't hesitate. His old Nichiren blade came crashing down toward his master's head. Master Yubayashiki, I, Kyujima Jigoro, have let you down. Faced with death, he didn't flinch. There was no fear, only guilt. Goodbye. The old man closed his eyes. Sound breathing. A sonic boom cracked through the air. A Nichiren blade, with a crescent-shaped notch blocked Kaigaku's strike just in time. FWSH. Just made it in time. Former Thunder Hashira, Kyujima Jigoro-sama. I, the current sound Hashira, Tenjin Yuzui. Have arrived. Chapter 82, 3 upper moons in one place. Yash, just in time. Yuzui Tenjin finally let out a breath of relief, his anxious expression easing. It had been a close call. If not for the sheer speed of sound breathing, a tragedy would have unfolded right before his eyes. You. Old man Jigoro Kyujima stared at the flamboyant man standing in front of him. Words caught in his throat. Old man, go rest at the back. Once I deal with this bastard, I'll come check on you. Jigoro didn't argue. He knew better than anyone the weight of the moment. Staying here would only drag the situation down. Though in truth, he didn't expect to be saved. He had already decided to die, to atone with his life. He no longer wished to live. Once the former Thunder Pillar stepped aside, Yuzui Tenjin finally turned his full attention to Kaigaku. Seeing Kaigaku's now monstrous form, he couldn't help but frown. How completely unflamboyant. Kaigaku, unable to make sense of this bejeweled weirdo's insult, only saw someone blocking his path. With a ferocious snarl, Kaigaku roared, then die. Thunder-breathing, fifth form, heat lightning. His Nichiren blade released a high-voltage blast of lightning, superheated and crackling toward Yuzui. Sound-breathing, fourth form, constant resounding slashes. In a split second, Yuzui spun his twin blades, slashing all around him with tremendous speed. Lightning clashed with shimmering blades. The collision exploded with thunderous bursts. What a glamorous sound, Yuzui laughed loudly. Kaigaku, was it? Time to pay for your sins. He thought back to the letter from Master, to the atrocities committed by this former demon slayer, now turned demon. Murder, betrayal, desecration. The thought alone made Yuzui boil with killing intent. Pay? Why the hell would I need to pay? Kaigaku sneered. He didn't fear this pillar, despite knowing his rank. Why should he? He was no longer a mere foot soldier of the Demon Slayer Corps. He was now a demon blessed with Musen-sama's blood. You're beyond saving. Yuzui's face darkened. There was no point wasting words. For what Kaigaku had done, death was mercy. Then come, let's dance. The clash reignited, both unleashing their breathing styles, lightning against sound. Elsewhere under the moonlight. Lord Kokoshibo, even the pillars have appeared. Are we still not making a move? Gyako watched the battle with an odd glint in his eyes, puzzled by Kokoshibo's stillness. 6 eyes blinked slowly. Kokoshibo seemed to sense something. No, Gyako, Hantingu, we're heading down the mountain. There's someone we must greet. He turned and walked toward the base of the Peach Mountain. Hehe, so that's it. The real prey is down there. Oh, how wonderful. Musen-sama will surely be pleased with this. HMPH, they're not prey. They're enemies, corrected Hantingu, the hunched, elderly-looking demon. That doesn't matter now. Let's go. The upper moons faded into the shadows, descending the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, Gyomai Haimjima and Mukairo Takedo were racing up the path. I hope Tenjin made it in time. I just pray the former Thunder Pillar is still alive, murmured Gyomai, tears streaming even as he ran. Despite the sheer size of the meteor hammer and chained axe on his back, he moved like a shadow. Beside him, Mukairo remained silent, eyes focused, deep in thought. Like Yuzui, they had just completed missions when Master Yubayashiki's urgent summons reached them. They came at once. Stop! Mukairo halted instantly at Gyomai's signal, looking up at him in alert. Someone's coming. There was no need for elaboration. Gyomai had already gripped his massive weapon. Mukairo drew his Nichiren sword, eyes narrowing. He trusted Gyomai's instincts. Among the pillars, none had sharper senses than the stone pillar. An enemy. The question hung in the air, but in their hearts they already knew. This wasn't just a casual passerby. Hehe, as expected, more have arrived. Lord Kokushibo was right. A sinister voice echoed through the trees. Out stepped a swordsman with 6 eyes, dressed in the attire of an ancient samurai. Behind him followed a man with a grotesque jar and an old, hunched figure. Demons! Gyomai and Muakiro immediately realized they had encountered powerful enemies. They look strong. Are they pillars? If they are, then perfect. That makes 3 pillars today. Gyako laughed, full of twisted joy. 3. You, what have you done to Tenjin? Gyomai's booming voice demanded answers. From their words, he now knew Yuzui had already arrived. Haha, Tenjin, you mean that flashy guy on the mountain? Don't worry, he's not dead yet, but who knows what'll happen soon. Gyako seemed all too happy to chat as he slithered forward from his jar. But before you worry about him, perhaps you should be more concerned about yourselves. He grinned cruelly, as if offering a glimpse into the hell awaiting them. Upper moons. The moment the 2 pillars looked closely at their opponent's eyes, realization struck them like a hammer. These were not ordinary demons. Gyako Upper Moon 5. With Kokushibo and Hantingu present, this meant 3 upper moons. Only 4 remained after Akaza and Damaz's defeat. And now, 3 had gathered here at the Peach Mountain. This is going to be hell, Gyomai whispered. For a moment, even his pure white eyes stopped shedding tears. Muakiro's cloudy gaze turned razor-sharp. They both knew. Aside from Musen, the upper moons were the most dangerous enemies alive. And 3 now stood before them. Stop wasting time, Kokushibo growled. Kill the pillars quickly, I don't want to be delayed. Then allow the great Gyako-sama to deliver your deaths. Gyako laughed, but inwardly he was wary. If this mission failed, if they disappointed Musen-sama again, even they might be annihilated. Of course, that didn't mean he respected his foes. After all, they were the mightiest among demons. Upper Moon 1, Kokushibo. Upper Moon 4, Hantingu. Upper Moon 5, Gyako. With this lineup, if they couldn't take out 2 pillars, then truly, they didn't deserve their ranks. Come, my darlings. Blood demon art, 10,000 gliding slimefish. One by one, grotesque aquatic monsters crawled from Gyako's pots. Dark green fluid dripped from their claws, touching the ground and scorching it black. Poison. Chapter 83, Showdown at the Peach Mountain. Mist-breathing 5th form, sea of clouds and haze. With a graceful sweep of his Nichiren blade, Takedo Muakiro sliced through the air around him. The misty glow that followed his movement cleared a path, cutting down a large number of the grotesque fish monsters. However, the creatures emerging from Gyako's pot seemed endless, wave after wave, flooding in without pause. This little one, leave him to me. Gyako's 6 bulging eyes locked onto Takedo with a predatory glint. He had already chosen this boy as his prey. They were all dispatched by Lord Musen for the same mission, but Gyako hoped to kill the boy himself. If he succeeded, Musen-sama might reward him more, perhaps even grant him more of that exquisite blood. It turned out Hantingu had similar ideas. Only Kokushibo remained still, making no move. Of the 2 demon slayers before him, the one resembling a monk radiated the stronger aura. But Kokushibo, the upper rank one, had his pride. A mere pillar like this wasn't worthy of him raising his sword, at least not yet. Woo, this is Lord Musen's order. Hantingu muttered, his face a warped mask of terror and delusion, horns protruding from his swollen head, his body hunched like a decrepit beast. I've done nothing wrong, it's all your fault, all of you. His personality, cowardice, was riddled with fear and negativity. Yet in his mind, he remained innocent. He had never done anything wrong. Stone-breathing 2nd form, upper smash. Gyomai Heimjima gripped his chain with both hands and hurled his massive flail directly at Hantingu's skull. Die. But the tiny demon didn't dodge. He merely trembled under the descending meteor hammer. No, no. Blood demon art, emotion manifestation. In that instant, Hantingu's fear exploded into a storm of emotions. 4 distinct figures erupted from his body, each one representing a core emotion. Sekido, the demon of rage, embodiment of fury. Karaku, the demon of joy, embodiment of pleasure and glee. Aizetsu, the demon of sorrow, embodiment of deep sorrow. Yurogi, the demon of delight, embodiment of exhilaration. The true body, cowardice, shrank behind them all, a feeble creature with upper rank in its left eye and 4 in the right, crouching like a rat behind its manifestations. So your ability is to split. Then I just need to kill every single one. Gyomai's confidence did not waver, despite the 4 demons towering before him. Sekido snarled and glared at the incoming flail. What the hell is that thing? He raised a staff topped with rings. Lightning sparked from it as he met the forceful blow head-on. The collision was deafening. Gyomai retrieved his flail, testing the waters. From that brief clash, he judged that Sekido wasn't overwhelmingly strong. Damn him! Sekido staggered backward. He was clearly overpowered. Strong, fascinating, this is amazing. Karaku, the demon of joy, laughed heartily from the side, his upper body bare as he watched the exchange like a spectator at a play. Stop gawking. Aren't you going to help? Sekido didn't strike again, but instead turned on Karaku, infuriated. As the leader among the 4, he despised Karaku's laziness. The cheerful demon was more interested in fun than fighting, a constant source of friction between them. Karaku merely stuck out his tongue and scoffed. He stepped aside for Yurogi. SKRE. A destructive supersonic screech erupted from Yurogi's mouth as he soared into the sky, swooping toward Gyomai like a predatory bird. The shockwave caused Gyomai's head to reel briefly. His senses spun, and before he could recover, Yurogi's talons grazed his shoulder. Regaining composure, Gyomai stared at the 4 demons before him. All of them have unique blood demon arts. So unexpected. The unknown was always the most terrifying. 2 of the 4 had yet to reveal their powers. Gyomai knew he had to be far more cautious. Meanwhile, on the other side, Takedo Muakiro was already locked in a fierce clash with Jayako. And still, Kokoshibo stood idle, not even bothering to unsheath his sword. Considering the battlefield, Gyomai realized he couldn't hold back. He didn't know why the samurai-like demon hadn't joined in, but this might be the only chance they had. They had to eliminate the enemies one by one. Stone-breathing 4th form, volcanic rock rapid conquests. Gyomai spun his chain. His axe and flail whirled like twin stars before he charged at the 4 demons. Let the battle begin. Atop the Peach Mountain. Thunder-breathing 6th form, rumble and roar. From Kaigaku's position, lightning bolts exploded outward in all directions. The crackling arcs scorched everything in their path. Sound-breathing 5th form, constant resounding slashes. Tenjin Yuzui's twin Nichiren blades spun at high velocity, detonating with thundering booms in every direction. Both combatants had changed drastically from when the fight began. Tenjin was now marked by several burns. Even the jewel-encrusted headband on his brow had lost some of its luster. Yet his face was full of exhilaration. Kaigaku, on the other hand, showed no wounds, but his shredded Demon Slayer uniform revealed that he had taken serious hits. We're almost done here. Yuzui grinned as he spoke to Kaigaku. His hand instinctively touched his neck. Though it had regenerated, he couldn't help but shudder at the memory. Just moments ago, he had been this close to dying. Why aren't you afraid of death? Kaigaku screamed, a mixture of rage and confusion in his voice. He didn't understand. The man standing before him was already a pillar. Strong, respected, powerful, shouldn't he cling to life even more than anyone else? Why then had he just risked being cleaved in half, just to land a blow on Kaigaku's neck? Seeing the utter bewilderment on Kaigaku's face, Yuzui burst into hearty laughter. Even the burn wounds on his waist seemed to stop aching. That's why you're a demon, and I'm a pillar. It struck Kaigaku like thunder. The pride, the conviction in those words. He stared hard at Yuzui, but his feet remained planted. He didn't move. Because he didn't want to die. Score technique. Yuzui activated his special skill, the ability to hear the rhythm of his opponent's attacks, transforming the patterns into musical scores and exposing their habits and weak points. But it needed time. He knew full well this was a gamble. The price might be his life. Kaigaku, sensing something strange in Yuzui's movements, instinctively stepped back. What is he doing? Should I attack or wait? Kaigaku's mind was a whirlwind. Though he had gained immense power, his mindset had not grown to match it. He was still shaken, still afraid. He had just narrowly avoided death. That doubt took root and spread. And in that moment, Yuzui's gamble worked. Kaigaku didn't dare move. Chapter 84, Emotions, Vases, and Thunder. The effect of the musical score required time to activate. Kaigaku stared at Tenjin Yuzui, who had remained motionless for a long time, then gritted his teeth and slashed forward with ferocity. Almost there, just a little more. No one's heart was racing more urgently than Tenjin Yuzui's. If he moved now, all previous effort would be wasted. A bluff. Kaigaku noticed that Yuzui still wasn't moving, yet his face turned savage. Die. Clang. The twin blades collided, but even then, Tenjin Yuzui had not moved from his spot. It was the muscle mouse, the ninja beast, that had raised a Nichiren blade to block the blow in Yuzui's place. It's done, he had read the rhythm of the attack. Then let me deliver a flamboyant death to a traitor like you. As if reciting an oath, Tenjin Yuzui gathered all his spirit into the twin blades in his hands. Sound breathing, fifth form, string performance. The air burst apart, blades flashing with brilliance. The attack surged in, aiming directly for Kaigaku's blind spot. Only now did Kaigaku realize he had nowhere to retreat. Damn it, I will not fail. Thunder breathing, fifth form, heat lightning. Thunder cracked, yet Yuzui's form left behind only an afterimage. It's now. A single blow, decisive, a killing strike. Only in that final moment did Kaigaku realize he could see his own body. He had been severed. The outcome was crystal clear from the scene before him. There were still so many things left unsaid. He shouldn't have bowed out this early. No more words. With his neck severed, Kaigaku's body shattered and dissolved on the spot. Huff, huff. So ends it flamboyantly. Tenjin Yuzui's body burned with lingering pain, the heat searing through his wounds. Holding out this long had drained most of his strength. To him, Kaigaku hadn't been that strong, far less than he'd imagined. I wonder if the other Hashira have arrived yet. Only now that the battle had ended did Tenjin have a chance to think about the other Hashira who were supposed to arrive. Well, never mind, I should just take a breather first. Yuzui decided not to overthink it. The Hashira had faith in each other. Like in this battle against Kaigaku, if he hadn't rushed here at full speed, exhausting much of his strength along the way, the fight would have been far easier. Old man, it's over now. Only then did he remember the person he was originally supposed to protect. But Jigoro said nothing, merely staring at the spot where Kaigaku had disappeared, like he was mourning a fallen disciple. Rest well, Kaigaku. Jigoro seemed to have aged significantly in a short time, watching his own disciple turn into a demon, only to die before his very eyes. Even though he knew Kaigaku had become a demon, the pain in his heart remained. Tenjin Yuzui offered no words of comfort. He knew well how grave Kaigaku's crimes were. Such a person did not deserve sympathy in his eyes. I should go check on the others, Yuzui thought silently. No matter how slow they were, they should have reached the peak by now, yet he remained alone. That likely meant something had gone wrong. And the only one capable of stopping the other Hashira was Upper Moon 1, Kokoshibo. At the foot of Peach Mountain. Mist-breathing sixth form, lunar dispersing mist. Boom! Takedo Muakairo's figure flitted through the forest like lightning, followed by wide-range attacks. Seeing the summoned water beasts fall one by one. Thousand-needle fish kill. A storm of silver needles shot toward Takedo Muakairo's body. Mist-breathing second form, 8-layered mist. Muakairo slashed swiftly in all directions. You're awfully quiet, kid. What's the matter? Feeling overwhelmed. Gyako, cruel and arrogant, with his twisted love for mocking humans, laughed sinisterly as he watched the increasingly busy Takedo Muakairo. "That pot of yours is deformed." Just one simple sentence, and Jayako's blood demon art halted. "Pot deformed? You, how dare you say something like that? How dare you insult my art? I am an artist, that was my precious masterpiece." To Jayako, his crafted pots were works of high art. He considered himself the ultimate artist and could not tolerate anyone tarnishing or mocking his creations. Now, someone had stood before him and claimed his pot was asymmetrical. Blasphemy! It was a desecration of his sacred art. "I'll kill you, kill you, kill you. Come out, yes, that's right, come out." Usually hidden within his pots and capable of teleportation through them, Jayako now emerged fully, his complete form revealed. His body was covered in scales, taking the shape of a monstrous fishman. Blood demon art, octopus vase hell. Blood demon art, 10,000 gliding slimefish. Two techniques in rapid succession. Jayako had decided to teach Takedo Muakairo the price of speaking out of turn. Mist breathing third form, scattering mist splash. "You're tougher than I thought," Sakido snarled, glaring at the man holding the prayer beads. He had already experienced the man's overwhelming strength. They had launched a 4-on-1 assault, confident they could devour him. But this towering monk-like warrior had overpowered all four of them. "What now?" "How tragic," said Aizetsu, dressed like a warrior and holding a cross-shaped spear, his brows furrowed in frustration. "I've had enough, time to end this." Overwhelmed with rage, Sakido could no longer contain his fury. He suddenly absorbed Yorogi, Karaku, and Aizetsu, his three fellow demons. Zohakute, the most powerful embodiment of Hantingu's emotions, the fusion of all his aspects into one monstrous form. With multiple taiko drums etched with the kanji for hatred on his back, and wielding a serpentine drumstick, the young demon stared fixedly at Jaiomai Haimjima. Anyone who harms the main body is an evil person. This was a further twisted, corrupted demon, a being that looked down on all others. Equally cautious, Jaiomai adjusted his breathing. Though the previous four demons had already given him considerable trouble, they hadn't yet managed to suppress him completely. But this new arrival, Zohakute, radiated a threat far beyond the others. Battle. Without hesitation, Jaiomai swung his flail forward with incredible force. Stone breathing, fourth form, volcanic rock, rapid succession. Stone breathing, third form, stone skin. Jaiomai Haimjima had decided he would take this opponent down in one fell blow. It was not Zohakute who truly worried him. It was the silent samurai, still watching from the shadows, who felt like the real threat. Go, heavenly thunder. The taiko drums on Zohakuten's back thundered, unleashing an unprecedented storm of lightning. Those who cause harm must die. And it didn't stop there. Under the power of his blood demon art, a massive wooden dragon formed from the drums came charging straight at Jaiomai Haimjima. Chapter 85, Clash of the Most Powerful. Transparent world. A world that can only be seen once the mind becomes clear as crystal. A realm attainable only after pushing one's limits and enduring unbearable pain. The supreme domain. In this state, by shutting off unnecessary senses, the world appears transparent, and living creatures' bodies seem almost see-through. One's movement speed, prediction, and evasion abilities increase dramatically. Even the blood vessels in the lungs of one's opponent become visible. And now, in Kokoshibo's eyes, the bewilderingly powerful muscles of Jaiomai Haimjima were exposed under the gaze of the transparent world. Truly formidable, Kokoshibo murmured with a flicker of admiration. But that sentiment quickly turned to irritation. The battle had dragged on too long. If this went on, he'd be forced to intervene, something that irked his pride as a Sengoku-era samurai. But the mission given by Lord Musen could not be delayed. He wanted to spend more time on becoming stronger, not waste it here. He had to end it. Gripping his demonic blade, Kokoshibo decided to strike. Moon breathing, first form, dark moon, evening palace. A flash, so fast the blade itself couldn't be seen. A circular moon-shaped slash trailed in the wake of his strike. The blow encircled both Hantingu's clone and Haimjima together. Too late, Gyomai realized mid-battle. He'd been focusing on Zohakyun, keeping Kokushibo in his peripheral awareness, but hadn't expected an attack this fast. Thorned Halo Clang. A glowing shield flared beside Heimjima. Kokushibo's blade was suddenly repelled, the grip in his hand trembling from the impact. "What?" "I'll fight you instead," came a voice from the woods. It was Johan. He had rushed over from the Butterfly Mansion and arrived at the foot of Peach Mountain just in time to intercept that blow. "You're Johan?" Kokushibo narrowed his eyes, tensing. The transparent world showed him something horrifying, the man's body, monstrously built, something inhuman. "Are you even human?" "Hey now, don't start off with insults," Johan replied with a slight frown. He couldn't understand what Kokushibo was on about. He's asking if I'm human. Has he seen his own face? Realizing they weren't speaking on the same frequency, Kokushibo dropped the topic. He gripped his sword tightly. Moon breathing, third form, loathsome moon chains. Circular moon slashes erupted from his blade, a torrent of crescent-shaped attacks flying at Johan. Kokushibo knew that upper rank 2 and 3 had died at this man's hands, yet he still couldn't believe someone like Johan possessed the power to kill him. As upper rank 1, he stood on a different, unreachable tier. No chit-chat, straight to fighting. Johan was surprised. Most of the demons he'd encountered had loved to monologue before battle, not this one. Incursio, demonic bound armor. Crimson light burst forth. A roaring demonic aura surged from Johan's body as golden armor enveloped him, gleaming like divine iron. Suddenly, Kokushibo realized his transparent world had stopped functioning on Johan. It couldn't pierce the armor. "Is it the armor? No matter. No one can withstand my attacks." He didn't know how the armor came to be, but Kokushibo wasn't shaken. He had long since believed no one could withstand his strikes. The only one who might have died centuries ago. As the crescent blades slammed into Johan. Clang! The armor took the full force, smoke billowed. Johan hadn't moved a muscle. What? When Kokushibo's vision cleared, he saw Johan standing tall, completely unharmed. Not a single crack marred the armor's golden glow under the moonlight. "How can this be? What are you?" His voice trembled, his expression froze. "Moon breathing, 6th form, perpetual night, lonely moon incessant." A storm of moon blades rained down in overlapping waves, aiming to tear Johan to pieces. Clang! Still no damage. Johan remained motionless, but this time, his face showed annoyance. "Hey, just because I'm armored doesn't mean I'm a punching bag. And you, Kokushibo, weren't you a samurai? Since when did sneak attacks become your thing?" He'd planned to chat a bit more before getting serious, but now he felt it was better to beat Kokushibo into the dirt first, and then chat. Kokushibo tried to speak, but he didn't say that he had merely scorned talking to humans, nor that he'd wanted to demonstrate his strength. "You'll now see what true power really is." Kokushibo's eyes darkened as the demonic blade in his hand lengthened, growing grotesque, splitting into multiple edge-like tendrils. The demonic blade. Forged from Kokushibo's own flesh and blood, this weapon bore eyeballs on the blade, the hilt, and even the grip. Its shape was ever-changing, evolving as his power unfurled. Elsewhere, the combatants, 2 demons, 2 pillars, sensed the shift. A crushing pressure blanketed the entire mountain forest. This horrifying power. Gyomai's tears streamed endlessly. He could feel it, the dread that came not from his mind, but from the deepest parts of his body. His flesh feared this enemy. Takedo Muakairo said nothing, but his face had gone grim. Upper rank 1, was this terrifying just from his aura? Ha 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 ha, Lord Kokushibo is getting serious. "You're finished." The fish-like Jayako cackled wildly. His sharp teeth gleamed with madness. As fellow upper moons, he understood better than anyone. Kokushibo's power wasn't just superior, it was overwhelming. Not just a step above, but an insurmountable gulf. He was untouchable. "Be careful." This thought simultaneously flashed through both Gyomai and Muakairo's minds. "What now? You can transform mid-fight." Johan looked at Kokushibo and his distorted, monstrous weapon. As expected, once demons turned, their appearances fell apart. Aside from Daki, none of them had any visual appeal left. The rest, a 1.9-meter gallery of grotesques. Well then, allow me to respond in kind. Johann crouched, then burst forward like lightning, driving a punch straight at Kokoshibo's chest. Too fast. Kokoshibo hadn't expected that much speed from someone armored. In a split second, he realized he had no time to launch a technique. Desperately, he raised his sword to block. Braked. Johann didn't care what Kokoshibo was using to block. Under the raging power of Incursio, he felt like a dragon unchained. His strength surged without end. Nothing could stand in his way. Boom! The demonic blade shattered. The grotesque, eye-covered weapon splintered like paper. The blow struck Kokoshibo's chest directly. Boom! And sent him crashing into the trees with a thunderous smash. Chapter 86, The Dragon and the Samurai. No way. Jayako, in his grotesque fishman form, had his gaping mouth wide open in shock. He couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. Kokoshibo, Lord Kokoshibo, had actually been punched into a tree. Mist-breathing first form, low clouds distant haze. A surge of power focused into a single thrust. Even Takedo Muakairo was momentarily distracted by the commotion caused by Johann, but he seized the opportunity without hesitation. His blade shot straight toward Jayako. Slash then fall. A thin line of blood traced across Jayako's neck. He stumbled back a step. If not for his fully transformed state, with scales harder than diamonds, his head would have rolled. What a pity, monster, Takedo muttered, disappointed in himself for not landing the finishing blow. He blamed his momentary lapse. If only he'd concentrated a bit more. He inhaled slowly. Takedo wasn't as emotionless as he appeared. He had worried for his comrades earlier and had nearly rushed to assist. But now that his heart had stilled, he felt something shift. You brat, you've completely pissed me off. Blood demon art, octopus vase hell. Jayako erupted in fury. His tentacles writhed violently, his only thought now to kill this child and turn him into one of his grotesque artworks. Takedo said nothing, he simply gripped his blade. Attack, and attack again. Elsewhere, Kokoshibo's body ached from the crushing impact. Leaves scattered around him. His own senses screamed the truth. He'd been blasted into the trees. Not since the death of his twin brother, Yoriichi, had he ever endured such disgrace. To be struck down, body and blade both, by another. I'm going to kill you. His voice was now a demonic growl, full of pure malice. If earlier he had considered turning this strange man into a demon, forcing blood into him to make him one of Musen's servants, that thought had died. Now, Kokoshibo wanted only to erase this man, and with him the memory of this humiliation. Hey now, you hit me twice earlier. I just returned the favor once and you're already upset, Johann said casually. He stared at the furious Kokoshibo and couldn't help but laugh. Not just at the present moment, but at how absurd Kokoshibo looked, a creature that had sacrificed everything for strength, now a half-man, half-monster joke. Tell me something, have you seen yourself lately? He remembered. In the final battle of the original timeline, Kokoshibo hadn't seen his own monstrous face until he was finally decapitated in the Infinity Castle. Now, Johann figured it was only fair to show him early. Moon-breathing, 10th form, drilling slashes moon through bamboo leaves. The shattered demonic blade had reformed entirely. Twin circular moon wheels of spinning energy rushed toward Johann, intending to shred everything in their path. An endless barrage of crescent moon blades surged to engulf him, crushing and devouring. FSSSHH. With a flap of his wings, Johann launched himself into the air. In the spot where he'd stood, only a massive crater remained. Here, let me show you something nice. A flash of gold. He rocketed forward again, this time his target was Kokoshibo's head. Moon-breathing 14th form, catastrophe 10-man crescent moon. A tide of massive, roaring crescent blades swept across the battlefield, intending to level everything. Kokoshibo had been prepared this time. Though astonished at Johann's ability to fly, his priority was still destruction. Slipping through the barrage of blades with finesse, he dodged expertly, each step perfectly timed. Catch this, Johann's fist was locked on Kokoshibo's neck. He aimed to snap it clean. No, Kokoshibo couldn't believe it. Even with such a flood of moon blades, Johan had still reached him. His demonic blade raised reflexively in defense. Could it block this? Bam! Same outcome. Kokoshibo's blade shattered once more, and this time his vision flipped, his gaze turned to the ground. His neck, was it broken? No, I can't die. For the first time in centuries, panic rose inside him. Kokoshibo momentarily forgot the blade that had struck him wasn't a Nichiren sword. It didn't matter. Something primal screamed inside him. From the Warring States era to his transformation into a demon, his betrayal of the demon Slayer core, his slaughter of breath users, it all flashed before his eyes. He had sacrificed everything, to surpass his brother. He had become this twisted thing in pursuit of strength. He couldn't fall here. Unwillingness surged through every cell of his body. In that moment, Kokoshibo transcended even the limits of a demon. His neck was no longer his weakness. With explosive regeneration, his head reformed, twisted and monstrous. Black markings covered his flesh, his jaws extended into grotesque fangs, and a nest of spiked tendrils grew from his back. This was no longer a demon. This was a devil. You're seriously hideous. Johan stared at the transformed Kokoshibo. Compared to this, the earlier version of him looked almost normal. How could someone live with such a form? But thinking ahead, facing Musen Kibutsuji, he realized he'd likely see even more revolting forms. Might as well start getting used to it now. Well then, let's go another round. He raised his fist again, preparing another strike. This time, he wanted Kokoshibo to see it coming. Moon-breathing 16th form, Moonbow half-moon. The tendrils on Kokoshibo's back lashed out in all directions. A storm of blades surged toward Johan. HMPH. This time, his armor pulsed with warning. Not deeply, but enough to suggest this attack was stronger. Fine, let me show you what real defense looks like. No dodging, no stepping aside. He'd take it head-on. Berserker's roar. A phantom of a bloodthirsty warrior erupted behind Johan, a crimson aura cloaking his golden armor. Boom! Every single attack struck him head-on. Die, I want you dead. Kokoshibo, now utterly consumed by his demonic rage, had lost his usual cold demeanor. His entire presence radiated bloodlust as he stared murderously at Johan. The shockwave shook the battlefield. All around them, Gyako, Hantingu, Takedo Muakairo, and Himejima Jaiomai stopped mid-fight to look in that direction. Phew, that was pretty close. As the storm of blades cleared, what emerged once again was Johan, his golden armor intact, though this time faint white cracks had begun to appear. But the light still gleamed brightly. Shocked, stunned. All three upper moons shared the same thought, their minds reeling. Impossible. Ha ha ha, Johan, you're truly astonishing. Unlike the stunned fear of the upper moons, Himejima Jaiomai beamed with joy. He could finally see the dawn of victory. They had held their breath in dread. Both he and Takedo Muakairo had worried that if Johan fell to Kokoshibo's assault, their entire side would collapse in an instant. But now, against a strike they themselves believed unbeatable. Johan stood untouched. This was light. This was victory. This was hope. And the tide of battle had completely turned in their favor. Chapter 87, the tide of the battle has turned. Unlike the upper moons still frozen in shock, Takedo Muakairo and Himejima Jaiomai were now surging with battle fervor. The shift in morale lit a fire in their spirits, and it was transforming into tangible power. Faster, even faster. Takedo Muakairo was fully immersed in his breathing technique. His mind and body moved in harmony as if unlocking something deep within. His limbs moved more fluidly, his reflexes sharpened, and his body temperature soared. A pale blue cloud-like mark bloomed on his forehead and cheek, the Demon Slayer mark. He had awakened it. The mark drastically amplified his physical abilities, but at a grave cost. Those who bore it rarely lived past 25. But in this moment, Takedo felt nothing but clarity. His perception of Gyako had slowed to a crawl. Mist breathing 7th form, obscuring clouds. a technique born of his own ingenuity. His movements became erratic and unpredictable. He emerged slowly like a turtle, but vanished in an instant like a phantom. To Jayako's eyes, Muakiro had vanished entirely. Slash. Blade raised, blade fell. Muakiro reappeared just as suddenly and struck clean through Jayako's neck. Not even the demon's diamond-hard scales could withstand the cut this time. No way. The grinning artist froze, disbelieving. In the blink of an eye, the boy who mocked his art had grown powerful enough to kill him. Why? Why did it happen so fast? Kokoshibo had been blocked. And now he, Jayako, had been decapitated by this mere child. You little brat, I won't let you, I swear I'll. Even as his head rolled to the ground, Jayako shouted his defiance, refusing to accept reality. Muakiro didn't even glance down. Mist breathing sixth form, lunar dispersing mist. A glittering arc of mist swept through the air. And Jayako's severed head was split into countless fragments. His cries ceased forever. Slain by a Nichiren blade, the fifth upper moon, Jayako, was dead. After the kill, Muakiro snapped out of his trance. A tidal wave of agony surged through his body. His blood screamed under the strain, the mark's power fading fast. Fatigue crashed into him. For the time being, he was completely spent. Still, Jayako's death had changed everything. If Johan had symbolized the hope of victory, then Jayako's death was the signal of their counterattack. No, Jayako is dead. Hantingu's cowardly clone broke down in terror. Hiding in the shadows like a rat, the demon was trembling. He had always shirked responsibility, always assumed this would be a simple massacre of the demon slayers. Yet now, it was the upper moons who were dying. Clutching his own throat in panic, the coward cowered. Haha, well done, Muakiro. If everyone's going all out, then I can't be the weak link. Haimjima Jaiomai roared in exhilaration, veins bulging down his arms as he spun his chained flail and battle axe. Stone-breathing fifth form, arcs of justice. With a thunderous stomp, he launched himself into the air. His weapons flung in unison, raining destruction down. The ground exploded beneath Zohakyun. Blood sprayed in every direction. This power... Zohakyun, shocked, realized his arms had been shattered by the impact. His entire torso bore a gaping wound from the meteor hammer. Die. Jaiomai gave him no breathing room. Blow after blow crashed down. What had once been an even match was now a one-sided beatdown. This was Jaiomai Haimjima at full strength, unchained and inspired by Johan and Muakiro's breakthroughs. He was the strongest pillar for a reason. Guess I'd better finish this too, Johan murmured casually. While the other two pillars fought with full vigilance, Johan remained eerily relaxed. His armor was too powerful, there was no need for caution. Seeing the others shine only spurred him to finish off Kokoshibo. This trip to Peach Mountain had turned out to be very fruitful. Die. Kokoshibo, now fully mutated, launched himself at Johan. His monstrous form favored close combat. Thorny vines erupted from his back and whipped toward Johan with lethal force. Hand-to-hand combat, that's my favorite. Their eyes met and both knew this was the right opponent. Johan met Kokoshibo head-on. The vines slammed into his golden armor, but left no mark. Johan's fist, on the other hand, shattered the vines with a single punch. It had become a brutal melee. Old man, I'm heading down the mountain. Take care of yourself. Tenjin Yuzui had fully recovered. With his strength restored, he was determined to seek out the other pillars. Too much time had passed, something was wrong. Yuzui knew this was all part of Musen's plan. The so-called traitor incident was only bait. The real goal was to lure the pillars. If that's true, then the real danger lies below the mountain. The demon he fought earlier had strong blood demon arts, but not enough to challenge a pillar. That could only mean something worse was waiting for them. He had no time to waste. The traitor problem was resolved. Keeping the old man safe on the mountain was all that mattered now. I'll be careful here, go quickly, said Jigoro solemnly. The aged former pillar had no intention of descending. Tenjin Yuzui sped off down the mountain. The sound pillar was on the move. Charging into battle, Correct. Another test tube shattered. In the Infinity Castle, Musen Kibitsuji stared at the fragments, horrified. Gyako is dead. He had sensed it the moment it happened. And the face of the one who slew him, that mark. A face from long-buried memory, erupted from the depths of Musen's cells. That man. The one with the mark. Yoriichi Tsujikuni. The only man who had ever truly brought the king of demons to the brink of death. Useless trash. Musen seethed, though he didn't rage like before. Yes, Gyako was dead. But Kokoshibo still remained. He would not fail. Though Musen never saw Kokoshibo as truly powerful, he was more than enough to deal with the pillars. Kokoshibo Hantingu. Don't disappoint me. The Demon King's voice echoed, coldly through the halls of the Infinity Castle. Chapter 88, The Final Dawn. In the depths of the Mamiyama forest, the mutated state of Kokoshibo had driven him into total madness. He no longer resembled a man who had become a demon. He was a beast, pure and wild. Facing this pitiful creature, Johan couldn't help but feel a faint trace of sorrow. To abandon everything and reduce oneself to this, all for the sake of power, was it really worth it? With a primal roar, Kokoshibo reappeared before Johan, his back blooming with thorny tendrils, sweeping toward Johan like a net of death. Enough, it's time to end this, Johan said coldly. His iron fist, brimming with the power of dragons, landed, and Kokoshibo's entire body collapsed like paper under a storm. The mountains shook with the impact. Flesh tore apart. Not a single cry could be heard from the demon, his body shattered beyond recognition. Kokoshibo was completely destroyed. Such was the might of the demonic armor. Such was the terror of a man wielding the strength of dragons. At that moment, Sound Hashira Tenjin Yuzui arrived just in time to witness the scene. He had been searching through the forest when he heard the thunderous shockwave. Alarmed, he rushed over and now stood frozen, breath caught in his throat, as he beheld the scene before him. He had been prepared to unleash his breathing techniques, but now he could only stare as the body of an upper moon demon disintegrated under Johan's fist. Though not yet fully recovered, his own body ached as if sharing in the pain of the obliterated Kokoshibo. His mind went blank. Was this a human or a demon? How could a man possibly shatter a demon's body with a single punch? Hashira, like them, could only slay a demon by slashing their necks 480 times with a Nichiren blade. And that was with swords. This man used his fists. For a moment, Tenjin's mind flashed back to when Seinmi Shinizugawa had been smashed into a wall by Johan. At the time, he'd thought Johan was brutal. Now it felt like Johan had been merciful back then. If he'd truly hit with full force, they'd have lost a Hashira right there. Oh, looks like someone else finally showed up, Johan said casually, drawing back his fist as he noticed Yuzui. From the man's labored breathing, Johan could tell he must have just crawled through his own bitter battle to make it here. Naturally, Johan greeted him with a bright smile. Why, Johan, there's no need to be so polite, Yuzui said quickly, almost unconsciously using honorifics. He probably didn't even realize it, but in his heart, he had already placed Johan into a class of beings not to be trifled with. After exchanging greetings, Yuzui finally had a chance to survey the battlefield more clearly, and he spotted Takedo Muakairo under a tree. Muakairo sat slumped with his head bowed, gasping for breath, back against the tree trunk. On the other side, the stone Hashira Jaiomai Heimjima was pressing forward with an unstoppable momentum, relentlessly assaulting Zohikute. Their rhythm matched perfectly with Johan's, and just as Kokoshibo's body shattered, Jaiomai also broke through Zohikuten's final defense. His spiked flail smashed into the cowardly Urami, who had been cowering at the rear. Unable to dodge in time, Urami was hammered into the ground, his body crushed and blood splattered in all directions. No. I don't want to die. Lord Musen, save me, Lord Musen. Urami screamed in terror, convinced his death was imminent. In his desperation, he cried for Musen, begging like a cornered rat. Having already given up on Kokoshibo, especially after seeing the upper one get obliterated, his fear of the demon slayers now far outweighed his fear of his own master. Am I kinda extra here? Yuzui muttered to himself. Looking around, he couldn't help but feel like he'd rushed over for nothing. The battle was completely one-sided. Did they even need a half-recovered Hashira like him at this point? He glanced at the resting Muakiro, at the victorious Yohan and Jaiomai, and couldn't help but question his purpose in coming at all. Without saying much, Yuzui quietly walked over to Muakiro's side. "Muakiro, how are you holding up?" Muakiro weakly waved a hand, signaling that he was okay. But the sweat-soaked ground beneath him told a different story. His condition was anything but good. I'm fine, you go help," he murmured. He hadn't lifted his head, and thus hadn't seen the state of the battlefield. Having awakened his demon Slayer mark, the energy drain was immense. Even now, just regulating his breath made his entire body scream in pain. "Lahi." At that moment, Yuzui didn't know what to say. The battle, meanwhile, had reached its final note. "Die." Yohan and Jaiomai shouted in unison. "No." The last wail of the demons echoed briefly, before their bodies disintegrated into the wind. Upper Rank 1, Kokushibo. Upper Rank 4, Hantingu. Dead. Breathing heavily, Jaiomai collapsed to the ground to recover his strength. Yohan deactivated his demonic armor and walked calmly toward the others. "Yohan, this time we truly owe you," Jaiomai said, still panting, his breathing not yet fully stabilized. But his gratitude couldn't wait, he needed to say it. As Jaiomai finished speaking, the three Hashira turned their gazes toward Yohan. "You all should rest first. The battle is over." Yohan waved his hand dismissively and said no more. After a while, the group managed to recover somewhat. Though their injuries still required proper treatment at the Butterfly Mansion, for now they were out of danger. As calm settled over them, a surreal feeling lingered. None of them, aside from Yohan, could fully believe what had just happened. Tenjin Yuzui, the first to recover fully, still felt his mind spinning. He had assumed that facing even one upper moon would be the limit of this mission. And now, 3 of them had appeared, and all 3 were dead. Dead, not escaped, not injured, slain. This battle had resulted in the elimination of 3 upper moons. And when you added the ones Yohan had already taken out, Dema, upper 2, and Akaza, upper 3, that brought the total to 5 upper moons eradicated. 5. Which meant they were now just one step away from confronting Kibutsuji Musen, the final Demon King. As for the remaining upper 6, after everything they'd done, was there anything to fear from that one? The Hashira could hardly believe that this had been accomplished. It had happened so fast, so suddenly, and now they stood on the verge of the final war. "We must report this to Lord Yubayashiki immediately," said Jaiomai firmly. He had long served the current leader, and he knew just how much this news would mean to him. For the ailing Kaguya Yubayashiki, this would be a moment of pure joy, a beacon of hope after years of darkness. Muakiro and Tenjin both nodded. They understood. "Send the message, then we should all return. It's nearly time for the final experiment," Yohan reminded them. "The experiment." That's right. The others immediately remembered the meeting and the plan that had been discussed. At the time, they hadn't known when it would happen, but now, it seemed, the moment had arrived. "Yohan, do you know how far along the experiment is?" Jaiomai asked. The Butterfly Mansion's Shinobu Kacho had been in charge, but the other Hashira hadn't heard much about the progress. Seeing an opening, they now took the chance to ask Yohan. "I'm not entirely sure either," Yohan replied, "but last I heard it was close to completion. So let's head back immediately." "Right." The 3 Hashira all responded with brightened expressions. Even the normally expressionless Muakiro looked visibly better. The storm had passed, but what awaited them next was the final dawn. Chapter 89, Caution Over Action. "My lord." Inside the ever-shifting maze of the Infinity Castle, Nakheim sat quietly in her usual place. She didn't know what had just happened. One moment, silence. The next, Musen Kibutsuji suddenly erupted, his body mutating as a massive, grotesque arm smashed through the chamber, utterly obliterating it. Could it be the upper moons? Nakheim dared not think further. She knew full well that Musen could read her thoughts at any time from this distance. If she dwelled too long or let a wrong idea slip through her mind, she might be next. You're not mistaken, that's exactly what happened. Musen's voice was cold, but underlined with unmistakable fury. Even though he had already vented some of his wrath, his tone still carried the sharp edge of barely suppressed rage. Kokushibo, Jayako, and Hantingu are all dead. He said it expressionlessly, but as the word dead left his lips, Musen's pale face grew even more ashen. They died. Even standing beside Musen, Nakheim couldn't hold back a gasp. Dead, all of them. The news hit her like thunder. Her thoughts stalled, completely blank. She couldn't believe it. Such overwhelming strength, and they were annihilated. Even Kokushibo, the first upper moon, impossible. Having served Musen for so long, Nakheim was all too familiar with the faces of the upper moons. While the lower moons were replaced over and over like fleeting shadows, the upper moons were permanent, eternal, unchanging for centuries. Now, all gone. All of them except Daki, the only upper moon who hadn't taken part in the recent battle. Of the 6 upper moons, only one remained. The title upper moon had effectively become a hollow name. So then, yes, ridiculous, isn't it? Surprisingly, Musen didn't reprimand Nakheim. Perhaps the loss of his elite guards had left the entire Infinity Castle steeped in a heavy, suffocating gloom. Or maybe he had already decided that Nakheim, one of the few surviving demons, still had her uses. From now on, we stay quiet, Musen said coldly. The others outside, let them be. As for Daki, she is to remain hidden. Continue gathering information. With that, Musen's form vanished into the shadows. He was heading off to play the role of father, to tie up that facade before everything came crashing down. He didn't share what he'd seen in the final memories of the fallen upper moons, particularly the image of Kokushibo being shattered into pieces by that man, Johan, with a single punch. No breathing techniques, no blade, just raw, overwhelming strength. Musen calculated silently. Johan's strength wasn't fancy, it was absolute. A crushing, brute force that transcended swordplay. Even so, Musen, who had hidden away for so many years, valued caution above all. So what if he's strong? Musen whispered to himself. He's still just human. He grinned faintly in the dark. Humans died, that was their weakness. As long as that truth held, Musen believed he could outlive them all. Let them wear themselves out, he would endure, as always. With that thought, he felt a strange peace settle over him. Let the others die. New demons could always be made. His cruelty, as always, knew no bounds. Lord Yubayashiki, master. A demon slayer came barreling into the estate, frantic and breathless. Careful, quiet your steps, Lady Amin, Yubayashiki's wife, admonished softly. You'll disturb the master's rest. These days, Yubayashiki Kaguya's condition had been deteriorating rapidly. He now spent most of his time confined to bed, his strength fading by the day. It's all right, Kaguya said with a gentle smile. Catch your breath and speak slowly. That smile, always calm, always warm, made the young slayer momentarily forget his anxiety. This is the master, he thought in awe. No, master, this is urgent. A critical message from the Hashira. He quickly handed over the letter. Its seal bore the mark of an emergency. An urgent report? Did something happen at Peach Mountain? Kaguya murmured. He guessed it must have come from the team he'd dispatched there. His hands trembled slightly as he tore the letter open and scanned the contents. And then his pupils contracted. He read it again, then again from the beginning. He even pinched his own thigh hard to make sure he wasn't dreaming. The pain told him it was real. And then, Kaguya threw his head back and laughed with joy, unrestrained and loud. He hadn't laughed like this in years. What is it, Kaguya? Lady Amin asked, stunned. Her husband, always so composed, was now laughing with childlike glee. Amin, listen, he said, voice trembling with emotion. A report from Heimjima Jaiomai just came in. They've resolved the traitor crisis. But that's not all. 3 upper moons appeared at Peach Mountain. 3. Lady Amin and the nearby slayer gasped aloud. To encounter one was terrifying enough, 3 was a death sentence. And then Heimjima, Takedo, and Johan killed them all. Killed all three, Lady Amin whispered, barely believing her ears. Yes, killed, not escaped, not defeated, killed them. If he hadn't been bedridden, Kaguya would have leapt from his bed and ordered a grand feast. It's real, all of them gone. Amin stood in silence, unable to find words. Her gaze fixed on her husband, who had begun pacing the room excitedly, hands gesturing as he talked. Yet her thoughts wandered somewhere else. Could it be that Kaguya's illness might be curable, she whispered. For the first time in ages, hope shimmered in her eyes, not just for the end of Musen, not just for the final victory, but for the man she loved possibly surviving. Tears streamed silently down both their faces. Someone send word to all Hashira, order them to immediately return to headquarters, Kaguya said with renewed strength. I'm calling a Hashira meeting, this instant. Yes, sir. The Slayer saluted sharply and dashed off. The room quieted again, leaving only Kaguya and Amin. The master of the Yubayashiki family walked in slow, painful circles, ignoring the aches in his body, his heart surging with determination. One last time, he whispered. This will be the final time. Musen Kibutsuji, I see it now, I see your end. Chapter 90, the Hashira are all gathered. The news of the Upper Moon's deaths spread like wildfire. And it was no accident. It was a deliberate decision made by Kaguya Yubayashiki himself. The current generation of demon slayers desperately needed a morale boost. True, the elite warriors like the Hashira were the sharpest blades against the Demon King, but the everyday demon slayers, those who bled and died in the shadows, were no less crucial. In the courtyard of the headquarters, a rare sight greeted the eye. Kaguya Yubayashiki was taking a walk. Not to ponder over military strategy or issue orders. No, today, he simply gazed at the falling petals of the wisteria flowers. Aren't you going to rest a little? Asked Amin gently. Amin, Kaguya spoke in a distant, almost dreamlike voice. Did you know something? He looked up, eyes fixed on the cascade of purple petals dancing in the breeze. Wisteria blossoms resemble butterflies. When they bloom, it's like 1,000 purple butterflies taking flight. There's a saying, every encounter is the beginning of a parting, and every parting paves the way for the next meeting. Fate or resentment, today's cause is tomorrow's consequence. And tomorrow's cause, it too is born from today's choice. He closed his eyes for a moment, as if lost in memory. This is the lingering longing of generations. For centuries, the Yubayashiki family has led the Demon Slayer Corps. Not because we are mighty, but because we've had warriors walking beside us who are. I don't know how much longer I can keep walking down this road, but I'm fortunate, so fortunate, to have witnessed the dawn. This light, this hope, I must grasp it and carry it forward for the sake of those who have stood beside us all this time. Somehow, without realizing it, tears had started to roll down his pale face. It wasn't weakness, it was release, it was freedom. Master Yubayashiki. All the Hashira have arrived. I'll be right there. He gently wiped away the tears from the corner of his eyes, composed himself, and headed inside with calm determination. Inside the meeting hall, the Hashira were already gathered. The moment Kaguya stepped into the room, their hushed conversations faded to respectful silence. Stone Hashira, Haimjima Jayomai. Wind Hashira, Seinmi Shinazugawa. Serpent Hashira, Obanai Aguro. Mist Hashira, Myokairo Takido. Insect Hashira, Kani Kacho. Sound Hashira, Tenjin Yuzui. Water Hashira, Gyutomi Oka. Flame Hashira, Kaijuro Rengoku. Reporting in Master, ×8. Please, everyone, take your seats, said Kaguya with a gentle smile. To see you all here once more is my greatest honor. I'm sure many of you have guessed the reason I've called this meeting, but before we begin, we are still waiting for one final person. Creak. The door slid open. Sorry I'm late, everyone. Johan stepped into the room. It wasn't as if he had planned to make a dramatic entrance. He had simply been dragged off to play by Mitsuri and completely lost track of time. Johan-kun, please come in and sit, Kaguya greeted warmly, completely unconcerned. He understood Johan's nature well. This was no slight or show of disrespect. Among the other Hashira, there wasn't a trace of discontent. If anything, those who had fought beside him wore smiles of welcome. "You've arrived, Johann." Gyomai's tears, as always, began to flow freely. Only Seinmi let out a subtle scoff and turned away, but even he stayed quiet. He knew very well the gulf between himself and Johann now, and after all, this was the man who had slaughtered several upper moons. What was a little tardiness compared to that? Every Hashira present knew in their heart. Johann had become a pillar of transformation within the Demon Slayer Corps. "Now then, I trust you all understand why you've been summoned," Kaguya began. "We must discuss the matter of Musen Kibutsuji." No one spoke, everyone awaited his next words. "You've all heard of the victory at Peach Mountain, the defeat of nearly all the upper moons. Thanks to Johann and those who fought beside him, the Demon Slayer Corps is standing on the brink of its final battle." His voice trembled, not with fear but with unrestrained hope. "And so, we must now decide on our strategy for the endgame. First, Canny will brief us on the progress regarding the Blue Spider Lily research." Canny rose and spoke clearly. "Currently, with the combined efforts of Shinobu and Tamyo, we have developed a prototype of a serum that may allow demons to survive under sunlight. We're now moving into final testing and refinement stages." "Excellent," Kaguya nodded, visibly pleased with the progress. "Continue this work under the Butterfly Estate. Now, we must shift our focus to how we will draw out Musen Kibutsuji and how we will deploy our forces for the final battle. This strategy will be crafted by the Hashira, together with Johann. Johann-kun will be counting on you." Seeing the attention fall on him, Johann finally spoke. "No need to be so formal, Master. I do happen to have an idea for luring Musen out, and I believe it's worth discussing." "Oh," Kaguya's eyes lit up, "please share it with us." "I have intel on the current whereabouts of Upper Moon 6. If Musen hasn't hidden her yet, we might have the perfect opportunity to draw him out through her." Kaguya was speechless, caught between admiration and astonishment. This man, he never ceased to surprise him. The other Hashira, too, were taken aback. "You know where Upper Moon 6 is hiding?" Canny asked, a hint of concern coloring her voice. "Would Musen really leave her exposed, especially when he knows she's all that's left?" "That's just it," Kaguya interjected, his expression firm. "We Yubayashikis have fought him for generations. We know the kind of monster he is. When he's in danger, he disappears. But as for others, he doesn't care. Not about their safety, not about their lives." He paused, gaze unwavering. "To Musen, everyone is expendable but himself." "I agree," said Johann, nodding. "That's exactly why we still have a chance." "Then we must seize it," Kaguya murmured. "We'll draft a detailed battle plan soon, but for now, I want to hear everyone's thoughts on what lies ahead." The room fell quiet for a breath, and then Gyomai was the first to speak. "Master Yubayashiki, I believe we must begin intensive training, especially for the regular members of the Corps." It was something Gyomai had thought about ever since the base was attacked. In the final battle, they would face all the might Musen could summon. If the Demon Slayers had even a slight increase in their strength, more might survive. Sacrifice was inevitable, but it could be minimized. "Very well," Kaguya said solemnly. "I'll organize the arrangements for that." "Master," Muakairo Takedo stepped forward, "I have an idea of my own about increasing power levels, something I experienced during my battle with Jayako at Peach Mountain." And so, the Hashira meeting continued, each voice filled not only with strategy, but with the fire of hope. The end was near. But this time, it was Musen who should tremble. Chapter 91, An Hot Pot with Family and Friends. "Although I don't quite know what it was," Muakairo began, "when I entered that state, I felt as if my entire being was drastically enhanced." "A state that comes with heavy consumption?" Kaguya Yubayashiki contemplated Muakairo's words carefully. Anything capable of significantly boosting a Hashira's strength was certainly worth deeper attention. "Muakairo, do you remember exactly how it happened?" The Hashira all surrounded him, eyes glimmering with curiosity. Something that could dramatically enhance even a Hashira's power was no small matter. Just as Muakairo was about to explain, Johann's calm voice cut in. "I believe I can answer that question." All eyes turned to him. "The mark," Johann said. When awakened, it can massively enhance physical capabilities. However, once activated, body temperature spikes rapidly, placing immense strain on the body. And those who awaken the mark don't live past 25. How do we awaken it? None of the Hashira even flinched at the part about dying before 25. They skipped right to the core, how to activate it. Johan smiled faintly. You could ask Muakairo how it felt when it happened to him. I'm sure each of you could do the same under the right circumstances. Muakairo nodded. I still remember the sensations clearly. I can describe it to everyone. The mention of death hung silently in the air. No one brought it up again. Looking around at the Hashira, Johan understood they had long been prepared for death. These were people who had already laid their lives on the line. And for those with such resolve, who was he to stop them? I don't mind if you study the mark, Johan said gently, but I do hope you'll refrain from recklessly using it. Thank you for understanding, Johan, Heimjima Jaiomai said, tears already streaming down his face. He could sense that Johan truly cared about their lives. If you're looking to strengthen yourselves further, Johan added, you might want to call back Tanjiro. There's something you can learn from him. Kamado Tanjiro. Kaguya picked up on it immediately. Not a single word Johan spoke could be taken lightly. Someone send word to Kamado Tanjiro, he instructed. Have him return to headquarters as soon as possible. Seeing the confusion lingering in some eyes, Johan went on. The transparent world. It's something passed down in Tanjiro's family. His father likely taught it to him, he just hasn't fully realized it yet. When he returns, ask him about the things his father once taught him. The transparent world, a realm Johan knew from his previous life. Tanjiro had learned it as a child from his father Kamado Tanjiro, but only truly awakened it near the end of the original timeline. A realm where the world turned transparent, where one could perceive the body's internal workings with crystal clarity. A supreme domain, achieved only by pushing one's limits, enduring pain, and surpassing the threshold of mortal perception. By shutting off unnecessary senses, it heightened reaction time, prediction of attacks, and evasion. Still, Johan chose not to elaborate. These were not skills he could spoon-feed them. Only true combat would unlock such power. Besides, when the time came to face Musen, he would be the one to fight him. That battle was his to bear. But even so, he wouldn't dampen the spirit of the others. The meeting lasted long, stretching until the sun dipped beyond the horizon. Everyone, Kaguya offered warmly, would you care to dine together? Johan was already looking for a way out. Yubayashiki-sama, I promised Kenroji I'd have dinner with her tonight. I should head back now. He'd been itching to leave since the halfway point, but had stayed only because Kanny had made him promise to stay until the end. We've been waiting for this. Kanny and Rengoku's eyes lit up like stars. Come to think of it, I also promised my sister I'd help her in the lab tonight. I'll go with Johan, Kanny said sweetly. Perfect timing, Johan. I had something I wanted to discuss with you, Rengoku added, laughing. Two voices echoed together. You, X2. The two locked eyes in a dramatic stare-off. You two go ahead, Kaguya said, smiling knowingly. He saw right through their little ploy, clearly just an excuse to tag along for food. It wasn't like headquarters meals were bad. Granting the three of them a pass, he forbade anyone else from leaving. The remaining Hashira had to stay for dinner. Johan sighed. Couldn't they at least be subtle? Their faces basically screamed, we're coming for your hot pot. You too, he started. Heh, it's not like that, Johan tilde, Kanny giggled. The truth is, dining with the Hashira always feels so serious. It's not like the light and cozy mood of the Butterfly Mansion. And of course, Rengoku laughed, the food at the Butterfly Mansion is way better. H-H-H-A. The three exchanged grins and strolled off toward the Butterfly Mansion. Johan. The moment they arrived, Kenroji pounced, flinging herself at Johan and hugging his arm like a koala. Oh, that scent, it's Johan's, she sighed happily. Lately, she missed their travels more and more. While peaceful days had their charm, nothing beat being by Johan's side. But Kenroji, being considerate, never voiced it aloud. She knew Johan had important things to do. All right, I was only gone for the afternoon. You're getting way too clingy with this guy. Shinobu's cold voice cut in from the side. Kenroji glanced over, grinning cheekily. Shinobu, if you like him, he's still got another arm. Don't let this opportunity pass, Tilda. Having spent so much time at the Butterfly Mansion, Kenroji and Shinobu had grown incredibly close. If she could, Kenroji wished to stay with them, always. Of course, Johan was still her number one. UWH, what are you even saying? Shinobu's cold facade shattered completely, her cheeks turning bright red as she huffed and ran inside. Johan, your relationships really are something else. Rengoku roared with laughter. He truly admired the bonds Johan had formed. That sense of family, he envied it from the bottom of his heart. Rengoku, I believe your father will come around one day, Johan said quietly, glancing at him. He knew Rengoku had been reminded of his own family. You're right, Rengoku bounced back with renewed cheer. Inside the Butterfly Mansion, a small room was packed with people. Johan, Kenroji, Tamyo, Shinobu, Kani, Rengoku, Ai Kanzaki, and the trio of little ones. Everyone huddled around the dinner table, which now hosted a bubbling hot pot, Johan's idea. Outside it might have been cold, but inside the room, laughter and steam filled the air. They fought over bites, teased each other, and ate until their faces flushed with heat. Spicy, it's spicy, give me water. Kenroji shrieked, having just popped a piece of fiery meat into her mouth. Hey, don't hog all the tofu, Kanzaki Ai. The three little ones shouted in unison. You three can't even out-eat me, so suck it up. Ai stuck out her tongue playfully. HMPH times 3. Delicious, absolutely divine. Rengoku beamed as he shoveled more meat into his bowl with zeal. Johan, watching the chaotic scene, turned to Tamyo at his side. Tamyo, are you used to this kind of noise? Sipping from the blood pack in her hand, Tamyo narrowed her eyes in contentment. It's truly wonderful, Johan-kun. Chapter 92, Friends Bound to Meet. After the pillar meeting ended, a series of orders were dispatched from the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Members stationed across the country, upon completing their current missions, were instructed to head to headquarters for intensive training. This round of training was unprecedented in scale. Each and every pillar would personally oversee different segments of the drills, aiming to rapidly enhance the Corps' overall combat strength in a short period of time. Tanjiro Kamado had also returned from Mount Sajiri, having just met with Kaguya Yubayashiki. He was now in the courtyard, sharing with the pillars the teachings passed down to him by his father. The changes are insane. Tanjiro looked around at the pillars, intently studying in the courtyard, still trying to process all the news he had just heard. Back on Mount Sajiri, he had been diligently training under Sakonji Urikodaki, mastering breathing techniques and refining his fundamentals. His only goal had been to get strong enough to qualify for the Demon Slayer Corps. And yet, as soon as he was recalled to headquarters, he was hit with a flurry of shocking updates. There was now only one upper-rank demon left, and the Corps was preparing for a full-on assault against Musen Kibutsuji. It was such a massive leap in events that for a few minutes, Tanjiro's brain had gone completely blank. After confirming it repeatedly, Tanjiro finally accepted that none of this was a joke. Thinking back on it, what was I even stressing about before? Tanjiro smiled bitterly, feeling like all the sweat and effort he poured into training was somehow dwarfed by the monumental advances the Corps had made while he was away. Not that he was upset, quite the opposite. If the day they could annihilate Musen came sooner, all the better. Especially when he just learned that the knowledge his father had passed down might actually help the Corps. So, being the warm-hearted soul he was, Tanjiro racked his brain for several days, meticulously recalling and explaining everything he could about his father's teachings. With this, maybe I can be with my family again soon. Tanjiro had never experienced the tragedy of losing family. His heart was still firmly tied to their simple, quiet life. And if this helped the Corps win sooner, maybe he could go home. That thought alone felt like a miracle. Big bro. A booming voice behind him almost made him trip and face-splint. Wait, Nezuko. Tanjiro blinked in disbelief. He had assumed it was Zenitsu yelling, but no, this loud, energetic voice came from none other than his own little sister. Yes, Nezuko Kamado. If Johan had been present, he would have been floored. Even after he'd twisted the storyline beyond recognition, fate seemed to find a way. Tanjiro had still crossed paths with Zenitsu. Though this time, it happened at headquarters, and so far, the two boys were merely acquaintances. As for Nezuko, her heart belonged to another, Johan Net. "What's up with you, big bro?" Nezuko planted her fists on her hips and stared him down. Ever since leaving the mountain, her brother seemed to have gotten a bit slow. "Nezuko, what are you doing here?" Tanjiro had no idea that Nezuko had basically made the butterfly mansion her home. She had come today because Johan mentioned that Tanjiro might be returning soon. So of course, she dashed off to headquarters to meet him. Only she had to yell 3 times just to get his attention. "Why shouldn't I be here? And let me tell you, I'm super strong now." Nezuko proudly punched the air. Tanjiro was suddenly reminded of their mom. Back home, Kaikamato might have always had a gentle smile, but if you crossed her, well, the wrath of a mother was no joke. And in that moment, Nezuko's fierce stance completely overlapped with that of their mom in Tanjiro's mind. And nothing at all. He took a cautious step back, then turned tail and ran. He'd just explain everything later. Nezuko watched him flee, shaking her head. Still, seeing her brother alive and well made her feel warm and relieved. Time to head back to the butterfly mansion and cook dinner. Ever since she arrived there, she'd been training under Mitsuri. But after learning that Johan liked food, a lot, she doubled down and trained in the kitchen like a woman on a mission. Now Nezuko was not just strong, she was a culinary powerhouse. As Tanjiro retreated, someone crashed into him from the side. "TT Tanjiro." Zenitsu clung to Tanjiro's sleeve like a koala, shaking him with intensity. "Was that beautiful girl just now your sister?" "Yeah, that's my sister Nezuko, but don't even think about it. She already likes someone." Tanjiro narrowed his eyes with deadly seriousness. He knew Zenitsu's type. The moment he saw a cute girl, he lost all sense of restraint. And as her big brother, it was Tanjiro's sworn duty to protect Nezuko's innocence. She already likes someone. Zenitsu looked utterly crushed. The mood around him grew dark and heavy as he slowly backed away, his spirit seemingly deflated. Back at the butterfly mansion. "Nezuko, are you back?" Johan asked as Nezuko plopped down beside him. Johan, what would you like to eat tonight?" This time of day was Johan's favorite. He always lounged in the sun whenever possible. He called it his peaceful hour. Anything you make is fine." Nezuko lit up. Her cooking had become so good recently that she was hands down the most sought-after cook in the entire butterfly mansion. And for Johan, a meal made by a cute, hard-working girl, what's not to love? But Nezuko, don't overwork yourself, okay? There are plenty of others who can help in the kitchen too. Johan knew she had been doing nearly all the cooking lately. Even if it was just cooking, with so many people in the mansion, it was still tiring work. I know. Is this you worrying about me?" Nezuko touched her fingertips together and fidgeted slightly, her stance a little unstable. "Of course it is." "I knew it," she whispered, then turned on her heel and ran off. Despite the early winter chill, Nezuko's cheeks were flushed crimson. She looked feverish, and not from illness. "Come on, Nezuko, you can do this. You've got this." Hiding in a shadowed corridor, Nezuko clenched her fists, whispering encouragement to herself. She liked Johan, that much she was sure of, but how to tell him? Everyone in the butterfly mansion adored him. Even though she was still young, Nezuko could sense it. Girls like Shinobu with her brilliant mind and medical skills, Mitsuri who had been at Johan's side from the beginning, Kanny who owed her very life to him. They all had memories, deep, unique connections with Johan. And what was she? Just a simple girl from a charcoal-selling family with nothing special to offer. Even joining the training here had been her own request. But Nezuko didn't want to give up. Even if it was just a little. Even if it was just through cooking. She wanted to stand beside Johan, even if she had to work 10 times as hard. Even if all she could offer was a home-cooked meal. Chapter 93, The Sun Rays Grazing the Skin. The final step is to add the demon's blood. As the words fell, a single drop of deep red blood slipped into the test tube, merging seamlessly with the bluish liquid inside. The once clear reagent transformed before their eyes, turning a vivid sky blue, the color of a clear summer sky. We did it! Tamyo and Shinobu stared intently at the mixture, joy flashing in their eyes as they exclaimed in unison. Now comes the true trial, Shinobu said solemnly. Yes, the final test, Tamyo agreed, her voice steady but calm. They both knew that even though the reagent had merged successfully with demon blood, the real question remained: would it work? Tamyo-san, you don't mean. I'll do it, Shinobu, Tamyo said gently, cutting her off. Shinobu's face tightened with worry. Though both had worked through countless trials to perfect this formula, and theoretically it should work, using it on a demon, especially herself, was another matter entirely. It's all right, Tamyo said, sensing Shinobu's concern. I've already made up my mind. She smiled faintly, a mix of serenity and resolve in her expression. And, Shinobu, could I trouble you to cover for me for the next few days? Just tell them I'm busy with research. Tamyo hadn't shared her decision with anyone else. Only Shinobu knew, and not because Tamyo told her, but because no secret could ever slip past her sharp gaze. Together, they had spent countless nights adjusting the ratios of the reagent, hoping the blue spider lily serum would blend flawlessly with demon blood. And now, with success within reach, Tamyo was ready to be the first test subject. Not just because it was her formula, she would be the one to most accurately gauge the effects. But more than that, Tamyo longed for the day she could stand in the sunlight. If this succeeded, she would no longer be a shadow in the dark, she could truly be beside Yohan. I haven't forgotten my hatred for Musen Kibitsuji, Tamyo thought, but now, I have something else, a new hope, a new reason to live, and I believe Yohan will help me sever the chains of my past. That evening, as the butterfly mansion settled into quiet, Tamyo lay still on a cot in the lab, while Shinobu sat vigil beside her. Then I'm going to begin, Shinobu said, lifting a syringe. Go ahead, Tamyo nodded. I'll see you soon, Tamyo-san. Yes, see you soon, Shinobu. With that, Shinobu gently injected the serum. Tamyo tensed slightly, brows knitting together, then slipped into a deep sleep. Her body remained still, but a rising warmth beneath her pale skin and subtle changes in her expression hinted that the serum was taking effect. Come on, Tamyo-san, everyone's waiting for you. Shinobu sat beside her, eyes never leaving Tamyo's form. Her heart swelled with admiration. From fear to partnership to profound respect, her view of Tamyo had completely changed. The old me would have struck down any demon I saw, but now I'm guarding one. No, not a demon, a person. To Shinobu, Tamyo was now fully human. Thanks to her cover, the rest of the mansion believed Tamyo was buried in her final phase of research. No one suspected anything was amiss during the days she stayed hidden away. But by the 5th day, Shinobu began to worry. She should have woken up by now. Had something gone wrong? She checked Tamyo's vitals, heart steady, breathing calm, all signs normal. Still, the weight gnawed at her. Shinobu began examining the leftover serum, hoping to find a clue. Then she heard a sound. She rushed to Tamyo's side. Why? You're awake, aren't you? Tamyo's eyes fluttered open, her pupils now completely black. Hello, Shinobu. She slowly sat up, her body still sluggish from days of rest. But there was no mistaking it, she was awake, alert, and different. How do you feel? Shinobu asked, eyes wide with cautious hope. Tamyo smiled brightly. I feel wonderful, Shinobu. Our research may have truly succeeded. Her body pulsed with strength. For the first time in centuries, she felt warm. It wasn't just the fading chill of a demon's cold blood, it was life surging through her veins. I want to go outside, Tamyo said suddenly, determination in her voice. I want to feel the sun. So soon, shouldn't you rest a little longer? Shinobu hesitated. If the serum hadn't worked, direct sunlight would mean instant death. The risk wasn't small. I'm ready, I can feel it, I'm different. Tamyo stood slowly. Shinobu followed at her side, bracing herself for the worst. It's daytime out there now. Tamyo, are you sure? Tamyo nodded firmly. Open it. Shinobu gritted her teeth, took a deep breath, and pulled the door open. Golden sunlight flooded the room. Tamyo stepped forward, and the light bathed her. Shinobu squeezed her eyes shut, terrified she might hear a scream, see her friend vanish into dust. But instead, "Shinobu, look." Tamyo's voice rang out, clear and elated. Shinobu opened her eyes. Tamyo stood in the full light of day, wearing her deep purple kimono, radiant as the morning sky. Her black hair shimmered like silk, her figure calm and strong. She spun in place, like a butterfly dancing beneath the sun. "We did it, we really did it." "Oh yeah." Shinobu couldn't help herself. She ran forward and tackled Tamyo in a hug. Despite their age difference, in that moment, Shinobu felt like a child hugging her older sister. "Haha, Shinobu, let's go. Let's tell Yohan and the others right away." Tamyo's heart was soaring. For the first time in her long life, Musen Kibutsuji faded from her thoughts. All she wanted was to share this joy with him. "Yeah, let that bastard see what we've accomplished." Shinobu nodded eagerly, sharing Tamyo's triumph. Moments later, in the garden. What is this?" Yohan sat reclined on a lounge chair, blinking as two familiar figures approached him. Tamyo, Shinobu. Standing together under the sun. "Tamyo, how are you standing in sunlight?" "Because the serum worked, you dummy." "She's right, Yohan, your plan, it's working." Yohan stared in disbelief. Of course, Tamyo must have taken the serum in secret. He now realized the odd silences, Shinobu's strange behavior, it all made sense. You really went and did it without telling me." He sighed, more exasperated than angry. "Don't do that again. If something went wrong, what then?" He glared at them, but beneath it all was concern. "There were safer ways, Tamyo. You should have waited." Tamyo smiled sweetly, stepping closer. "You understand why I had to do it, right?" Her voice was soft, almost a whisper. Sunlight danced across her features, and Yohan thought she had never looked more beautiful. "Isai. Welcome back to the light, my Tamyo." Chapter 94, The Entertainment District. The Entertainment District of Yashiwara, Kyogoku House. Upper Rank 6, Daki, who flourished under the guise of the famed courtesan Warabeheim, carefully tended to her flowing black hair. Just moments ago, one of her servants had dragged a freshly captured meal into the underground chamber, a typical dining ritual for Daki. Living in the pleasure quarter meant few people could pose a threat to her, but this identity, this disguise, was crucial. It allowed her to gather information for Lord Musen. She stared into the mirror on the table, her gaze lingering on her own reflection. Daki seemed momentarily lost in thought. "Oni-chan, you'll protect me, right? Everyone else is dead now." She already knew about the complete annihilation of the other upper moons. The news had reached her not long ago. She felt an involuntary wave of relief. Thank goodness she hadn't gone with them. She, so dazzling and beautiful, still had no desire to die. The demon within her, Jutaro, didn't respond. He'd heard this question many times already. Daki didn't expect an answer from her brother anyway. She dabbed at her red lips. While many dismissed her as foolish, she wasn't blind. She knew full well who was strong and who was weak. Even Lord Musen has gone silent. Though she could still enter the Infinity Castle, she knew she couldn't return empty-handed. If she failed to produce useful intel from the Pleasure District, who knew if Musen would still deem her valuable? If not for Jutaro's analytical mind hidden within her body, she might not have even grasped how precarious their position had become. "Fine, I'll reduce how often I appear in public for now." Though she loathed the idea, these outings were how she both gathered intel and hunted for moments of fragile happiness. She understood that caution was now critical. How long until I get to destroy happiness again? Once a sweet, innocent child, twisted by tragedy and an older brother with a warped worldview, Daki's heart had long been corrupted. She was arrogant, obsessed with beauty, disgusted by ugliness, and nothing thrilled her more than tearing happiness apart. Yashiwara's pleasure quarter will be our next target. Standing beside Kaguya Yubayashiki, Yohan pointed directly to the heart of the city. Ever since Tamyo had succeeded in walking beneath the sun, Yohan had set his plans fully in motion. The final stage had arrived. Even Yubayashiki hadn't expected the medicine to succeed so quickly. When the pillars saw Tamyo standing in the sunlight, their jaws nearly dropped. A demon that can survive under sunlight, this may well be the perfect being. Flashy, flashy beyond belief, absolutely gorgeous. Tenjin Yuzui smacked his lips in awe. Seeing Tamyo shimmering under the sun, he found her as radiant and flamboyant as himself. At last, the time has come to eliminate Musen Kibutsuji. Jaiomai Haimjima pressed his palms together, speaking with heartfelt emotion. Everyone understood one truth: demons and sunlight were irreconcilable. Where demons appeared, night reigned. And yet, now there was a demon who walked freely beneath the sun. If even Nichiren blades were useless against her, then this creature was truly without weaknesses, the very definition of perfection. Next, Tamyo and I will head to the Pleasure District. Johan's plan was simple: appear before Daki and force Musen to take notice. It was a deliberate provocation, a loud, blatant signal that the Demon Slayer Corps possessed what Musen had been chasing for centuries. It was bait. Would Musen retreat and hide? Absolutely not. Johan, Tamyo, and Yubayashiki all agreed. Musen might fear death more than anyone, but he was also the most arrogant. He might endure anything, except one thing. There's one goal Musen has pursued since becoming a demon: true immortality. The end of death itself. And if that chance appears, he will throw everything aside to seize it. The others nodded. Then once our preparations are complete, we'll leave the next move to Johan and Lady Tamyo, said Jaiomai solemnly. The Demon Slayer Corps still had to finish their intensive training. Headquarters had other arrangements to finalize as well. Yubayashiki had already chosen the battlefield for the final confrontation, the Demon Slayer headquarters itself. This ensured a stronger defense and minimized civilian casualties. Everyone, we now enter the final phase. Yubayashiki's voice rang out with gravity. Tasks were assigned. The entire Demon Slayer Corps moved like a well-oiled machine. Tactics, command, logistics, assault, every division fell swiftly into place. An unprecedented full-scale mobilization had begun, faces lit with determination. This was it, the fight to end it all. Relax, Tamyo. All you need to do is hold onto my arm. In the streets of Yashiwara, Johan walked with Tamyo at his side. Her hand wrapped around his arm, but her expression was tense. Is this okay, Johan-kun? Centuries of solitude had made Tamyo forget what it meant to simply live. Now, she walked under the sun, surrounded by people. Everything felt too bright, too real. You're fine, just enjoy the walk. Forget Musen, you're here to explore and have fun. Johan's tone was soft but steady. Their mission didn't require direct confrontation, they just needed Daki to see Tamyo. Whether she doubted it or not didn't matter. Musen would never ignore such bait. Act natural, just act natural. Tamyo took a deep breath, trying to calm her racing heart, but her nerves weren't just because of the sunlight or the mission. It was because she was holding onto Johan's arm. Even though it's the Pleasure District, things only really liven up at night. There aren't too many people out now. Yashiwara was famous for its distinct purpose. At night, it truly came alive. Though they believed Daki lurked somewhere within the district, exactly which courtesan identity she currently wore still needed to be uncovered. So what now, Johan-kun? Simple, we go straight in. Without hesitation, Johan pulled Tamyo with him and began asking around for Warabeheim. As the most well-known courtesan in the district, it didn't take long before a passerby pointed them to her location. Kyogoku House. The famed establishment was closed during the day, but Johan didn't plan to wait for nightfall. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. What can I do for you two? The proprietress beamed at the handsome man and elegant lady before her. She wasn't new to this business. She could tell they weren't here for fun, not during the day, and certainly not with a woman by the man's side. Madam, we'd like to ask a favor. Johan leaned in and spoke quietly, slipping something heavy into her hand. Of course, say no more. Feeling the weight of the bribe, the proprietress's smile bloomed. She waved her hand and turned to head upstairs. Wait right here, I'll go fetch her. Tamyo, let's go. Johan took Tamyo's hand and led her out. Wait, Johan, Aren't we here to see Daki? Chapter 95, A Demon in Broad Daylight. We're about to meet her. But Tamyo, did you really think meeting meant sitting down for a nice little chat over tea? Oh, it's not. As Tamyo looked at him in confusion, Yohan and Tamyo walked hand in hand to the front of the Kyogoku house. The warm sunlight bathed the street in golden light, their shadows stretching beside them, elegant, striking, radiant. Inside Kyogoku house. Wake up, Warabeheim, stop sleeping already. The proprietress stood outside Warabeheim's room, knocking as she called out. Warabeheim, reclining inside her chamber, let a glint of cold, killing intent flash across her face. If it weren't for her elder brother's recent repeated warnings to stay alert, she would have killed this meddling old hag on the spot. I already said, no one is to disturb me during the day. Her voice was like ice, and the proprietress felt a chill cut straight to her bones. But thinking of the heavy pouch in her sleeve, she steeled her nerves and continued. Someone named Yohan is here looking for you. He said you should look out the window. Having said all that needed to be said, the proprietress turned and fled. If it hadn't been for how generous the payment was, there's no way she would have braved the wrath of Warabeheim. Their relationship within Kyogoku House had never been as simple as boss and subordinate. Yohan. The name shocked Warabeheim to her core. She had never met this man in person, but as for hearing his name, since becoming a demon, no name had left a deeper impression. To do what he's done and still remain human, it was enough to make her tremble. But there was no time to be astonished now. He had come here. How did he even find out where she was? She didn't have the luxury to ponder that anymore. What mattered now were his words. Her room had been specially modified. During the day, not a single ray of sunlight could penetrate. The official story she told outsiders was that her body was too delicate to bear exposure. Should I open the window? Warabeheim asked herself this silently. She was afraid, if this was a trap, then in broad daylight, she would be an easy kill. There wouldn't even be time to flee to the basement. No, Daki, open the window and take a look. Her elder brother, Jutaro, offered a completely different opinion. If they really came to destroy us, we wouldn't be able to escape either way, so we might as well see what they want. And besides, if Musen finds out we let this opportunity pass us by, the punishment would be far worse. Persuaded by her brother's logic, Daki reluctantly pulled open the window. Sunlight streamed in, and she quickly scurried into a far corner of the room. From the shadows, she carefully peeked outside. That must be Yohan, and who's that woman? She saw a man and a woman standing together on the street. The man had to be Yohan. As for the woman, Daki had no clue who she was. Tamyo had long since vanished from the demon's records. By the time Daki and Jutaro became demons, Tamyo had already betrayed Musen and gone into hiding. Naturally, Daki had never seen her before. She's here, Tamyo. Yohan had sensed the gaze from above and gave Tamyo a subtle nudge. Understood. Tamyo caught the signal. The demon blood in her veins began to stir, her fangs elongating slightly, her eyes glowing faint crimson. She let her demonic aura radiate freely. That's... Daki's breath caught in her throat. A demon, she's a demon. And yet, she was standing in sunlight. A demon in full sunlight. Daki's entire body trembled with shock. She couldn't keep calm. For demons, standing under the sun was the ultimate unattainable dream, no obsession. I have to report this. I must report this to Lord Musen. Her voice was shaky and almost incoherent from excitement. The revelation was too monumental. Down below, Yohan noted her reaction with calm satisfaction. Their goal had been achieved. The message had been sent. Now they only needed to let Musen interpret it. Let's go. Turning away, Yohan and Tamyo resumed their casual stroll through the district. Since they were already here, and it was daytime, they may as well take their time. Yohan wasn't even the slightest bit worried about Musen showing up right now. He would act, but not immediately. Musen would need time. He would definitely make his move, just not yet. Lord Musen. That very night, Daki rushed back to the Infinity Castle. What she had witnessed earlier had completely shattered her composure. Daki, what are you doing back here? Kibutsuji Musen looked at her coldly. Though he knew she was fiercely loyal, these days, Musen trusted no one. Caution and secrecy were his only companions. Lord Musen, today, I saw a demon in broad daylight. Daki's words tumbled out, urgent and breathless. She knew that according to protocol, she should have remained in the red light district to continue gathering intel, but this was no ordinary situation. What did you say? Even before she could finish, Musen's palm reached out. Their distance was close enough and the memory fresh enough that he instantly extracted her recollection of that day. He saw it. He saw everything through Daki's eyes. The man and woman who appeared on the street in the bright sun. He saw her. Tamyo. There was no mistaking her. That traitor etched into his memory. He had once dismissed her as a harmless rodent, but now she had done it. She had succeeded. She actually did it. Did she really find the blue spider lily? Musen trembled with fury and desire. His calm was shattered. He wanted her. He had to know how she did it. But then a new thought emerged. No, I don't need to know. I only need to consume her. Musen's eyes widened in revelation. What was the point of interrogating her? If she had discovered the secret, then her flesh and blood held the key. That's right, if I devour her, I'll obtain the ability to walk in the sun. Perfection, the perfect being. Chapter 96, The Ultimate Battle is about to begin. Kibutsuji Musen suddenly realized he could no longer remain in hiding. Hope now stood right before him, within reach. No matter the cost, he couldn't let this opportunity slip through his fingers. Tamyo, sunlight, demons. The excitement in Kibutsuji Musen's eyes grew wilder by the second. In his mind, he had already envisioned the perfect version of himself, standing tall beneath the sun, unchained by weakness or fear. Musen-sama. Daki shivered uncontrollably at his side. She could sense it. Musen's unstable emotions were on the verge of exploding. She wasn't sure whether what she had done today was right or a terrible mistake. You've done well, Daki. To her surprise, Musen's cold gaze turned toward her with an air of recognition. At this moment, he felt Daki was more useful than any upper-rank demon he'd ever created. After all, this vital piece of information had come from her. From now on, you don't need to return to the entertainment district. Stay in the Infinity Castle. I have plans for you. Musen had made his decision. If he was going to seize Tamyo, then there was no reason to risk letting one of his few reliable forces stray too far. The Infinity Castle was his dominion. With Nakheim's blood demon art enhancing its layout and his own power amplified within it, Musen had full confidence in achieving his goal. Nakheim. At his call, the silent biwa-playing demon appeared beside him. Musen extended his hand and gave her more of his blood. It was not a reward, but an investment for more absolute control over the Infinity Castle. Thank you, my lord. Nakheim bowed her head as the effects of the blood coursed through her. Her aura intensified, and faint numbers flickered within her eyes, proof of her evolution under Musen's influence. Summon all the demons, bring them back to the castle. As Musen issued this order, his figure faded into the shadows. He was preparing, crafting the perfect strategy for his final conquest. As for the lesser demons, let them roam. Let them stir chaos within the demon Slayer core. Once he devoured Tamyo, everything else would be irrelevant. Cold-blooded and indifferent, Kibutsuji Musen had never cared about the lives of the demons he created. In the past, they had been mere tools in his hunt for the blue spider lily. Now, the same. If they could buy him time or serve as bait, so be it. Immortality, wait for me, I am coming. Just as Johan and Tamyo had predicted, Musen's desire could no longer be restrained. The final battle was drawing near. Report. Master Yubayashiki, we've received word from the remaining Demon Slayer Corps stationed outside. Many demons have vanished. This urgent report came with a letter. Although most of the Corps had been recalled to headquarters for intensive emergency training, a few scouts still roamed the land, gathering intelligence. It was thanks to them that headquarters remained updated. It seems the plan worked. Yubayashiki Kaguya smiled faintly, the timing aligning perfectly with Johan and Tamyo's recent return. According to Johann, Daki had witnessed Tamyo walking freely under sunlight with her own eyes. That fact alone would undoubtedly make its way to Kibutsuji Musen. And now the demons were disappearing, being gathered, most likely. Musen was preparing to move. He took the bait. Johann's calm voice carried no triumph, just certainty. To him, Musen's reaction was entirely predictable. The demon lord was cold, calculating, and arrogant. A trap laid in plain sight, the kind Musen would walk into, thinking he could bend it to his will. Then, Master Yubayashiki, it is time for the headquarters to remain on full alert. I understand, Johann-kun. Johann, along with Shinobu Kacho and others, had already taken up residence at headquarters. Tamyo remained here too. Since she was Musen's target, the one most capable of protecting her was Johann himself. Moreover, Yubayashiki had chosen this very place as the battleground. Johann had no objections. After all, he didn't want the butterfly mansion reduced to rubble. If that happened, where would he even live afterward? All non-combat personnel had already been evacuated in advance. What remained at Demon Slayer headquarters were the elite, the warriors prepared for a final, desperate clash. The intelligence and medical teams were stationed at the Butterfly Mansion, now serving as the strategic command center. Master, are you truly sure about this? Jaiomai Heimjima, once again, raised the question everyone feared to ask. Yubayashiki's curse had left his body frail, nearing the end of its time. His presence on the battlefield would offer no strength, only a liability. Every member of the Demon Slayer Corps, Johann included, held him in the highest respect. None of them wanted to see him risk his life. Do not speak of this again, Heimjima. I must stay. Yubayashiki's voice was resolute. He didn't stay out of a desire to see Musen die. He had long since accepted his own fate. He simply wished to stand face to face with the very demon who had taken so much from his family and from the Corps. This was his pride, his will, his final defiance. Don't worry, Master. Unlike the others, Johann did not try to dissuade him. He understood. Just like Musen, when a man's lifelong goal was finally within reach, he would never choose to walk away. In that sense, they were the same. Besides, with Johann present, how much destruction could Kibutsuji Musen really cause? Still, to prepare for the worst, Johann had made backup plans to protect Yubayashiki from unexpected death. After coming so far, if they could avoid unnecessary sacrifices, they would. Everything was moving like clockwork, each side, demon and human alike, preparing for the final showdown. And then silence. It was as if demons and the Demon Slayer Corps had both vanished from the world. But all knew this was merely the calm before the storm. The final battle was coming. Ding! Final mission, showdown with Kibutsuji Musen. Mission reward, unknown. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the final mission of the Demon Slayer world. The system sincerely wishes you success. The mechanical voice, long dormant, returned once more. But this time, it seemed to carry a strange warmth, almost like a farewell. Ever since Johann had reached the level of a dragon, the system had fallen silent. He knew then that he had surpassed this world's limits. The world of Demon Slayer was small. It made sense. Still, he hadn't expected his journey to be nearing its end. But even if the demons were soon to vanish completely, Johann's journey with Mitsuri and the others was only just beginning. A quiet life was already calling his name. And honestly, that didn't sound so bad. Chapter 97, A Curse of 1,000 Years. You've come, haven't you? Johann understood that the demons had likely already pinpointed their location. He merely gave a brief warning to the Demon Slayer Corps. After all, letting Musen find the location of their headquarters was part of the plan. Lord Musen, all demons outside have returned. We've located the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Nakheim reported as she appeared before Musen. After receiving Musen's blood, Nakheim's power had surged dramatically. Her countless single-eyed spawns had finally succeeded in locating the Yubayashiki estate. Even with the disruption caused by Johann, she could still confirm with certainty that this was the Demon Slayer Corps stronghold. Then let's begin. Musen gave the order. Night fell. Cold winds howled as a crescent moon hung in the sky. Step, step. Footsteps echoed over the gravel path. Draped in jet-black robes, Musen Kibitsuji appeared within the courtyard. Ah, you've arrived, haven't you? Yubayashiki Kaguya lay quietly inside the room, his wife Amin seated beside him with her head bowed. A first meeting indeed, Musen Kibitsuji. Such a pitiful sight, Yubayashiki. Musen sneered, mocking him. But Kaguya paid no attention. His voice calm, he said, "You have finally come to me. So close now, Musen Kibitsuji." Unlike the final battle in the original timeline, Kaguya was still in better health here. He could still sit upright with Amin's support, though his body was frail. The Yubayashiki clan, the Demon Slayer Corps, 1,000 years of chasing after you, demon. He gazed into Musen's crimson eyes, pupils slit like a cat's. The man who had haunted his family for generations was finally here, right before him. Fools who don't know their place. Disgusting, how utterly repulsive. Why didn't you just die off ages ago, instead of constantly getting in my way like ants? Musen looked down on Kaguya, his eyes filled with contempt and disgust. Yes. Doctors have long told me my body didn't have much time left. But I've held on, for the sole reason of killing you, Musen. How laughable, an ant dreaming of slaying a god. Tonight I will crush this delusion of yours. Perhaps you don't even know this. It was because a demon was born from our own clan, because of you, that our family was cursed. All children born after that were sickly, dying young. Despair filled our bloodline. Until the shrine maiden told us, only by defeating the demon within our own clan would the curse be lifted. Finally able to say these words to Musen face to face, Kaguya's voice trembled with emotion. Absurd, revolting. Is your illness eating away at your brain? There is no such cause and effect. After all, I've never been punished by heaven. Even after slaughtering thousands, I've never seen any gods or Buddhas. Musen scoffed at his beliefs. I know why you came. It's because of Lady Tamyo. You want your dream fulfilled, your craving for immortality. That's right, and soon it'll be within reach. And to think it's all thanks to you. So long as I obtain her. His voice turned icy. You deliberately let her appear before Daki so I'd come here, didn't you? Well, now that I'm here, you might as well bring her out. Musen had been watching the surroundings since entering the courtyard. Everything was eerily quiet. A strange sense of nostalgia crept over him. I understand now what eternity means. Eternity is conviction, it is legacy. For 1,000 years, the Demon Slayer Corps has never perished. Though countless children have died, the organization endured. All of this proves human will is indestructible. And those ancient forces you've awakened, dragons and tigers that once slept in time. They've set their sights on you, Musen, and they will not let you go. The moment you're destroyed, all the wishes they carried will finally be granted. A sudden shift in Musen's face, veins bulging in fury. He was enraged. Seems I struck a nerve, Kaguya smiled calmly. Shut you, P. A murderous aura burst forth. In the blink of an eye, Musen was at Kaguya's side. May I say one last thing? Neither Kaguya nor Amin flinched at Musen's outstretched hand. At first, I intended to sacrifice myself, to use my death as a symbol to rally the Corps. The children, the pillars, they respect me deeply. And then there's Yohang-kun, whom you've met. I thought, if I die, their morale will soar like never before. But, if I have the chance, I want to witness your death with my own eyes. Having spoken from the heart, Kaguya seemed at peace. You won't shut up, will you? Thank you, Musen. Emergency alert, emergency alert. Flash. Musen barely had time to summon Nakam. Boom. A massive explosion erupted as countless explosives detonated all at once. The entire estate blew apart in an instant. Ubyshiki. Musen's fragmented body roared in rage. You're really breaking every convention. He hadn't expected such a suicidal trap. That divine, serene face of Kaguya still lingered in Musen's mind. Truly shocking. Master, let me take it from here. Hovering in the air above headquarters, Johann's massive golden wings unfurled as he held Kaguya and Amin in his arms. At the moment of the explosion, he had swooped in and rescued them both. Johann-kun, you didn't have to. Kaguya shook his head, then inhaled deeply. Then, I leave everything in your hands. My lord. Around the estate, all the pillars had already noticed the explosion. The inferno lighting the sky sent every one of them into a frenzy. Blood demon art. Musen's body regenerated rapidly, but sharp thorns pierced him from within, splitting wildly. He was restrained. Musen panicked slightly. But the effect was limited. He could absorb it and began wildly shifting his form to counteract it. Namu Amida Butsu. Covered in Afuda talismans, Jaiomai Heimjima appeared, tears streaming from his eyes. He swung his chained flail with divine might. Cracked. Musen's skull shattered instantly. That's him, that's Musen. Jaiomai roared as he sensed the pillars arriving. Musen. Mist breathing fourth form, shifting flow slash. Sound breathing first form, roar. Flame breathing first form, unknowing fire. Water breathing third form, flowing dance. Flower breathing fifth form, peonies of futility. Serpent breathing first form, winding serpent slash. Wind breathing seventh form, gale sudden gusts. Hathi. Musen sneered. The ground twisted beneath them, transforming into a trapdoor. The pillar's footing vanished. Prepare for hell. You really thought you had me cornered, that I'd come here unprepared. You insects, today I'll slaughter every last one of you. Crash. The floor split apart. Dozens upon dozens of demons surged from the depths. Musen's first gift to the Demon Slayer Corps had arrived. Chapter 98, The Last Stretch of Demons. The battle raged on. Stone breathing, first form, serpentinite bipolar. With a mighty swing, Jaiomai Heimjima cleared another wave of demons, his expression grim and resolute as he pressed forward with urgency. He had to reach that place while Kibutsuji Musen was still recovering. Had Musen given all these demons power, equivalent to lower moons? From the constant fighting along the way, Jaiomai could sense that these demons were unusually strong. However, their movements were awkward, uncoordinated, as if their bodies hadn't fully adapted to the sudden increase in power. Gra. Rada. Immediate regroup, immediate regroup. Messenger crows shrieked as they soared frantically through the air. The terrain of the Infinity Castle was being rapidly mapped and relayed. This was the handiwork of the 8-year-old Kirya Yubayashiki, the newly appointed head of the Demon Slayer Corps by his father. It was under his command that the final decisive battle against Musen was now unfolding. Musen-sama, I will divert them, came a voice. The barbed thorns injected into Musen's body earlier were laced with a unique compound, fruit of the joint research by Shinobu Kacho and Tamyo. It had the dual effect of forcing Musen's form toward humanity and poisoning him with a concentrated wisteria blend. The toxins churned inside him, eating away at his cells. Musen desperately needed time to purge the poison. Yes, my lord. Nestled at the very heart of the Infinity Castle, Nakheim, the Biwa woman, sensed all that transpired within. Her long, clawed fingers danced wildly across the strings of her instrument, shifting the structure of the Infinity Castle itself to hinder the Hashira. Once Lord Musen recovers, all these fools will die. Suddenly, so it's you, the one controlling everything. Two figures emerged from the shadows, Sound Hashira Tenjin Yuzui and Wind Hashira Seinmi Shinizugawa. The two fastest among the Hashira, they darted through the warped corridors with blinding speed, expecting to face Musen himself. Instead, they found Nakheim calmly seated before them, Biwa resting in her lap. Two enormous buildings rose instantly between them, blocking their path. Damn it, Seinmi cursed, forced to alter his trajectory. Both Hashira redirected toward the center. If they wanted to find Musen, they had to eliminate the one pulling the strings first. Elsewhere in the castle, the remaining Hashira were also under siege by hordes of demons. Though such enemies were nothing to fear individually, their overwhelming numbers made things difficult. Musen had distributed vast quantities of his own blood to the demons. Many who couldn't withstand it had died, their bodies bursting from within. But a far greater number had survived and grown monstrously powerful, no longer demons, but beasts driven by sheer bloodlust. Damn it, there's just too many of them. Serpent-breathing fourth form, twin-headed reptile. Iguro Obanai moved with the sinuous grace of a snake, his slashes fluid and deadly. Another cluster of demons fell beneath his blade. The earlier annihilation of nearly all upper moons had cost Musen a significant portion of his elite force. Now, these demons served merely to delay the Hashira. Creating a new upper moon wasn't simply a matter of pouring blood. It required potential, and most importantly, the ability to withstand Musen's blood. Musen, in his desperation, had forcefully given his blood to all the demons. Those unworthy had already perished. To the ordinary Demon Slayer Corps members, these demons were overwhelming. Even the Hashira were being slowed, their progress hindered step by step. "You filthy things, go die for me." In a secluded room of the Infinity Castle, 2 demon slayers were strangled to death by a whip-like sash. Daki. She had long been waiting here. "Big brother, you'll protect me, won't you?" she murmured, almost to herself. Even she knew this was the final battle. Beautiful and vain, Daki didn't want to die like this. "To your left." A voice echoed in her mind. Daki swiftly dodged. "So you're the last of the upper moons. You deserve to die." Tears streamed down Gyomai Heimjima's face. The image of his comrades being strangled enraged him. "Well, well, if it isn't the stinking monk," Daki sneered, eyeing Gyomai's massive frame and the iron chains he wielded. "You're uglier than I imagined." "Die." Damn it, this demon's a pain in the ass. Once again blocked by a shifting building, Seinmi's scarred face twisted with fury. He'd been trapped repeatedly, and it was driving him mad. "We need a way to reach her." Tenjin, on the other hand, remained calm. He understood that the Biwa woman was the puppet master of this place. Kill her, and Musen would lose his greatest advantage. Nakheim's fingers danced once more across the strings, shifting the entire layout of the Infinity Castle. The changes didn't just affect the 2 Hashira in front of her. Every corridor, every chamber shifted, throwing the entire Demon Slayer Corps into disarray. Water-breathing, 10th form, constant flux. The Nichiren blade carved a flawless arc through the air, slipping through collapsing rooms with the elegance of a stream. A young man with jet-black hair arrived. Water Hashira, Gyutomioka, had made it. Nakheim hastily erected a barrier between them, panic flashing in her eyes. "Now's our chance." Tenjin and Seinmi, sensing the disturbance in her rhythm, launched themselves forward, blades raised. "Brother, help me." Daki's scream echoed. The monk was too strong. She barely evaded his flail, and now she was on the verge of collapse. "Shut up already, leave it to me." From within Daki's body, Jutaro emerged. "Anyone who dares hurt my little sister dies." Under Jutaro's control, Daki lunged once more at the stone Hashira. "It's almost over, you wretched Tamyo." Musen's body rapidly decomposed the toxins within. Bit by bit, he was recovering. Once he was whole again, and with the terrain under his control, Musen would annihilate every last demon slayer here tonight. He was sick of this existence. These ants, always crawling back to resist him, were obstacles in his path to eternity. Boom! His balance faltered. Musen reached out, bracing himself against the wall. "Nakheim." The report hit him, she was dead. With her demise, the twisted halls of the Infinity Castle began to collapse, revealing the true battlefield, open and unshielded. Useless garbage, every last one of them. Bam! A figure crashed into him before he could react. Musen's arm shattered on impact. Golden wings flared. Yohan had arrived, bringing the Yubayashiki siblings to the butterfly estate. "Musen." "Yohan." Musen locked eyes with the man before him. It was their first face-to-face encounter, yet this face had haunted his mind for what felt like an eternity. "So, it's come to this at last, Musen." Yohan's gaze was steady, almost wistful. He recalled the tragic end of his previous life, where even with everyone's combined strength, Musen had barely been killed. But this time, things could change. This time, he could bring hope to this world. "Why not join me?" Musen suddenly asked. He wasn't stupid. He had once built the 12 Kazuki for a reason. And now, with Johann standing before him, his immense vitality was undeniable. Musen could feel it in his bones. "Become a demon. I'll make you the strongest of them all, above even the upper moons. You'll serve directly under me." It wasn't just Johann's power Musen wanted, he also sensed his connection to Tamyo. If Johann turned, then Tamyo would follow. Hiatus. Johann laughed aloud. "What's so funny?" Musen snarled, insulted by the mockery. Did this insect really think he couldn't be killed? "I'm laughing, because you're already dead." Eyes blazing, Johann hurled a devastating punch straight at Musen. Chapter 99, The Ultimate Showdown. Then go to hell. Kibutsuji Musen had completely transformed into his true demonic form. His white hair flared wildly, his limbs and lower body were wrapped in blood and fur, and his entire body was covered in massive, toothy maws. From his back extended 9 fleshy tubes, each around 4 meters long, pulsing with his own blood and moving with such speed that even the fully awakened Gyomai Heimjima, with his transparent world, couldn't react in time. Musen, now devoid of mercy, would not give Johann a second chance. Since his opponent had already made his choice, then Musen would show him exactly what happened to those who defied him. With a crack, the blood whips lashed out violently. Musen aimed to kill Johann in a single strike. But it wasn't that easy. The demon's attacks wrapped around Johann's form, but they could only clang uselessly against his armor. Thanks to Johann's overwhelming strength, he was able to withstand the brutal blows. With a roar, Musen, now in his complete form, suddenly accelerated the 8 whips on his legs and hurled them at Johann. These were his true trump card, Musen's fastest whips, surpassing even the 9 on his upper body and the barbed ones on his arms. The sheer speed created sonic booms that cracked the earth beneath Johann's feet. Caught off guard, Johann was forced to retreat several steps. "What?" Rather than being pleased at pushing Johann back, Musen was shocked, utterly stunned that Johann's armor hadn't shattered under that blow. Anyone else would have been torn apart, their body exploded under the impact. But Johann. He only took a few steps back. "You've got some strength, I'll give you that," Johann said coldly. "Now try mine." Having taken a hit, Johann wasn't going to let that slide. With a single flap of his wings, he shot toward Musen like a golden comet. Too fast. Musen hadn't expected Johann to move so quickly. Desperately, he moved all his tendrils to block. "Break for me." Johann's strike came down like thunder, shattering the tendrils and smashing into Musen's chest. Half of his body exploded, his already pale face turning ghostly white. He was forced to divert a massive amount of energy to begin regenerating. What strength, only by feeling it firsthand could one understand the power of a dragon. Before, Musen had thought Johann was merely strong. But now. This wasn't just strength, this was destruction. What kind of force could blow away half of his body? But you can't kill a demon that easily. 5 brains, 7 hearts. Musen, through his advanced medical knowledge, had developed multiple internal organs that could move within his body. This gave him a terrifying survival advantage. With multiple hearts and brains hidden throughout his body, Musen possessed near-infinite regeneration. If not for Tamyo's earlier drugs weakening him, he wouldn't even need to expend energy to heal. In the past, only Yoriichi Tsujikuni's sun-like Nichiren blade, and the 13th form of sun-breathing, had ever broken through his immortality and pushed him to the edge. Right now, he was only expending energy, that's all. But in this battle, Musen hadn't yet realized. His stamina was draining much faster than usual. "You think I can't kill you?" Johann didn't care. If one punch couldn't do it, he'd throw another, and another. This wasn't a one-time move. Without another word, he attacked again. Golden light flared. A barrage of punches rained down on Musen. "Damn you," Musen roared. He had never imagined Johann's suppressive power would be so overwhelming. Before, he thought Johann's attacks were manageable. Now, he realized. Johann could destroy him. "Get away from me." Musen unleashed a massive, omnidirectional shockwave centered on himself. tearing apart the entire room and opening a vast, empty space. The Hashira rushing in from afar were caught by the blast and flung backward, several of them coughing up blood. Such force! Only by getting close could they understand Musen's terrifying power. The Hashira were no weaklings, yet even from this distance, they were injured by the shockwave, their nerves scrambled, limbs going numb. And yet, Johann, who stood closest to Musen, had merely been pushed back slightly. He was barely affected. No wonder it's Johann. Flame Hashira Kyojuro Rengoku had just arrived. The force of that shockwave still had him struggling to stand, but when he saw Johann standing firm at the center of the destruction, he couldn't help but laugh, his heart filled with admiration. Too strong. That was the thought in everyone's hearts, including Musen's. That had been his trump card, and Johann was still unharmed. Why? More people were arriving, the net was closing in, and the terrifying warrior Johann stood unyielding before him. Musen's earlier confidence had long since vanished. He had planned to slaughter all the Demon Slayer Corps in the Infinity Castle with Nakheim's blood demon art. But now he felt something he hadn't felt in centuries, fear for his own life. Retreat. The thought of escape surged once again through Musen's mind. He had tried to take the initiative before because of Tamyo, but now, facing this nightmare named Johann, he had to flee. Without Nakheim, Infinity Castle had already collapsed, and they were now on the surface. If this continued until sunrise, then he would be the one to die. Eternal life was important, but he could wait. He had pursued it for 1,000 years. What was another 1,000 if he could just survive? He had to live. You think I'll let you run? Johann, who had been watching him closely, wasn't about to give Musen any opening. Die. Without pause, a flurry of punches rained down again. Johann was determined to keep Musen here forever. We. Shinobu's older sister, Kani Kacho, spoke up. She didn't know if they should step in. Leave it to Johann. We only need to guard the perimeter and make sure Musen doesn't escape, Rengoku answered firmly. He knew this battle wasn't one they could interfere in. If they rushed in recklessly, they'd only get in the way. Today, we will end Musen here. The Hashira all nodded, gripping their blades and forming a ring around the battlefield. Musen grew increasingly frenzied. Johann's relentless assault left him no opening to escape. Every misstep shattered his body further. Suddenly, the crow-bearing spell tags returned. Ka-ka. 1 hour until sunrise. 1 hour until sunrise. Its cry echoed across the battlefield. The Hashira tensed up even more. Musen's expression twisted in horror. No, I can't let this continue. He knew if this dragged on until dawn, he would be doomed. You pests, I won't forget this. Self-detonation. Musen exploded himself, his body shattering into over 1,800 fragments. This was his ultimate escape technique, his last resort. Each piece could regenerate. As long as even one survived, Musen could fully restore himself. The fragments were impossibly small. Even Yoriichi in his prime had only managed to eliminate 1,500 of them. Not good. The countless pieces shot off like bullets in every direction. The Hashira immediately unleashed their breathing techniques, could not let these escape. Berserker's Roar. This was Johann's ultimate trump card, a technique with no wind-up, designed solely to annihilate Musen. A crimson berserker avatar loomed behind Johann. Red light burst from him in all directions, and an ancient war cry thundered in every ear. No. Musen had no idea what was happening. But in the next moment, all the fragments that had been flying apart suddenly reversed course and flew straight back toward Johann. Die. A single iron fist fell. Countless fragments were obliterated. Of the original 1,800, only a few scraps remained. No, I can't die. Driven by pure instinct, Musen's desire to live surged to its peak. The remaining fragments swelled and twisted, reforming into the shape of a grotesque infant. A monstrous, wailing demon fetus, the very image of Musen when he was still in the womb, surrounded by death. This form constantly regenerated thick layers of flesh to protect him. He turned, began digging. He would escape. Die. But Johann gave him no chance. He smashed into the grotesque infant form, raining blow after blow, ignoring its wails. His fists did not stop. He did not relent. No, no, no. Stripped of speech, Musen could only screech in agony. Way. Then go to hell and repent for all you've done. The first rays of morning sunlight shone down. And in that light, the last of Musen, shattered again by Johann, began to dissolve. For a full hour, Musen had regenerated countless times, but the man called Johann never tired. Blow after blow, he shattered Musen's illusions of immortality. The fragments drifted away in the morning breeze. Musen was dead. He's dead, he's dead. He's really dead. Surrounded by Johann, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps erupted into tears, not of sorrow, but of relief, of victory. Musen was finally dead. Treat the wounded. Treat the wounded. We've won. We've won. The crows cried out in joy, their voices echoing across the battlefield. Johann! 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 The cheers of the warriors surged like a wave. Chapter 100. Finale. With this, there were no more demons in the world. It's over. The shouts gradually faded, leaving only the scars and destruction etched into the battlefield as testimony to the battle that had just taken place. All the demons, every last one of them, had vanished without a trace. It was as though they had never existed. Yet the shattered earth, the buildings that had erupted from beneath the surface, and the grievous wounds carved into everyone's bodies, all of it confirmed one undeniable truth. None of this had been an illusion. Quick, hurry! Calls to treat the wounded echoed through the air. Now that the battle had ended, the living needed care more than ever. The cost of this final conflict had been devastating. Too many members of the Demon Slayer Corps had fallen. And though it was over, the survivors deserved immediate help. The Hashira-level fighters, too, were barely standing. Their stamina had been completely drained. After all, it was Johann who had ultimately delivered the final blow to Musen Kibutsuji. The Demon Slayer Corps, like a precise and tireless machine, once again began to function. But this time, every face bore a radiant smile. The battle was over. Butterfly Mansion, the current temporary headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. Inside, the once bedridden Kaguya Yubayashiki sat with his wife Amin, both of them rescued by Johann. Their son, Kirya Yubayashiki, the newly appointed leader of the Corps, was also present, along with the Butterfly Mansion residents. He's dead, Musen is dead. Cheers erupted within the Butterfly Mansion as news spread. Thanks to Yushiro's blood demon art, everyone had seen it clearly, the moment when Musen Kibutsuji perished under the unrelenting blaze of the sun. The mission of the Yubayashiki family has finally been fulfilled. Kaguya drew in a deep breath. The burden he had carried for so many years, one that had weighed down every breath, every heartbeat, lifted from his shoulders at last. It had ended with him. In his lifetime, Musen had been completely and utterly destroyed. The Yubayashiki family's age-old vow was complete. Darlings, you. Amin's voice trembled with emotion, but her eyes were fixed solely on Kaguya's face. What's wrong, Amin? Kaguya, who had believed she was simply overcome with the same joy he felt, suddenly realized something strange. His body, so often racked with pain, felt light. The oppressive weight of his cursed blood, which had once left him gasping for air, was completely gone. What is this? A sudden thought flashed across his mind. Kaguya slowly lifted his head and stared at Amin. Amin, could it be? Am I truly? Yes, darling, the curse is gone. Amin could no longer hold back her tears. They flowed freely as she smiled joyously for her beloved husband. Her pillar, her husband, was healed. As the daughter of a shrine priest, Amin had always known, ever since the day she married him, that their time together would be short. Her entire heart had always been tied to Kaguya's life, and she had long since decided that once he passed, she would follow him. But deep down, she had still hoped they might have more time to live, not as the leaders of the Demon Slayer Corps, but simply as husband and wife. To live life, truly live it. And now, that wish had come true. Father, you're healed. The others in the butterfly mansion noticed too. News of Kaguya's curse being lifted sent waves of joy through them. His warmth, his spirit, his strength, they had inspired every member of the Demon Slayer Corps. And until now, they had only been able to stand by helplessly as he deteriorated. But now he had returned to health. The curse of the Yubayashiki bloodline has finally been broken. Kaguya let out a long, heartfelt sigh. So much had happened all at once that he almost doubted this was reality. Could this be a dream? A vision as he perished in the final explosion? Post-battle operations were fully handed over to the Kakashi, the Corps' hidden support unit. When it came to cleanup, they were the best. To the surrounding civilians, it had merely looked like a massive explosion. No one knew the truth, that the demon who had plagued humanity for 1,000 years had, in that moment, been completely erased from history. These past few days have been really hectic, huh? No kidding, even the Hashira are helping rebuild headquarters. I heard the new base looks amazing. We should really find time to go see it. Yeah, but Butterfly Mansion's security is tight. Otherwise, I'd be out there helping rebuild too. 2 Demon Slayer members chatted idly from their beds inside the Butterfly Mansion, where all injured fighters had been taken. It was crowded. Everywhere you looked, people were receiving treatment. Quiet, time to take your medicine. Shinobu Kacho delivered the meds and made her way toward a room deeper inside the mansion. It belonged to one of the greatest heroes of the Demon Slayer Corps. The man who killed Musen Kibutsuji, Yohan. This lazy guy, he came back, disappeared into his room, and hasn't lifted a finger since. He hasn't even come to check on me. Shinobu muttered in irritation. The mansion was bustling, and even she was running on fumes. And yet this guy was just relaxing in there, doing nothing. Unbelievable, so infuriating. She stomped her foot twice on the floor, ready to turn and leave, when suddenly a hand reached out from the room and pulled her in. You came all this way, why leave so soon? Ah, you jerk. Laughter and playful scolding echoed from the depths of the Butterfly Mansion. At the newly reconstructed Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, former leader Kaguya Yubayashiki and the current leader, Kirya Yubayashiki, sat on one side of the room with the rest of the Yubayashiki clan. Opposite them were the Hashira. The atmosphere was solemn. Everyone, thank you for everything. Kirya rose and spoke with clear conviction. I hereby declare, the Demon Slayer Corps is officially disbanded. At his words, the Yubayashiki clan stood and bowed deeply. Master! The Hashira called out in unison, but none tried to stop the decision. The Corps has come this far, thanks to the dedication of the Yubayashiki family. They returned the bow with the utmost respect. And so, the Demon Slayer Corps, an organization that had endured for a millennium, with the sole purpose of eliminating Musen Kibutsuji, was disbanded. Everyone, please allow me to say one last thing. Former Master Kaguya stepped forward. Though the Corps has ended, the Yubayashiki family still needs you. I hope you'll accept this final request of mine. In truth, Kaguya had already discussed the future with Yohan. With the demons gone, the Corps no longer needed to exist. This power did not need to be passed down any further, but many Demon Slayer members had lived their entire lives outside society. Without demons to fight, they were lost. And if they were left to drift, the consequences could be tragic. So Kaguya's heartfelt request was this, for everyone to stay a little longer, to learn their true wishes, to help each and every one of them find a path forward. They had risked everything for the sake of others. They deserved a future of peace and fulfillment. All right, I understand. The Hashira weren't fools. They knew what Kaguya meant. And truthfully, without a goal to chase, none of them knew what to do now. From now on, just call me Kaguya. And from now on, I'll be counting on all of you. Yes, Lord Kaguya. Laughter filled the halls of the still-under-construction base. Yohan. Mitsuri Kenroji bounced up and down, her braids flying as she tugged at Yohan's sleeve excitedly. When are we leaving? Hold on, Mitsuri. Nezuko, Tamyo, Kani, and Shinobu are still packing. That's right, girls have a lot of luggage, Nezuko chimed in, giggling. Really? Then how come I didn't pack this much the last time I went traveling with Johan. Mitsuri tilted her head in confusion, an enormous question mark practically hovering over her head. "They're here," Nezuko called, pointing as 3 women approached. "Johan-kun. Johan. You jerk." 3 incredible women appeared before him, each unique in charm and strength. This was Johan's plan, a journey. Demons were now a thing of the past. Shinobu and the others had finally succeeded in developing a medicine to turn demons back into humans. The last 2 had already been restored. Now, Johan was ready to take them all on a trip across the country, and when possible, to visit his birthplace of this world. Johan. Will we ever come back? Mitsuri, who had come to see Butterfly Mansion as home, asked with a trace of sorrow. Johan smiled gently. Of course we will. Our journey is only just beginning. At the end,